Mornings on public transportation are terrible. Some are asking to move, others are shouting not to push. With several transfers, Sanwoo finally made it to the university. He stood there grumbling that the road was pure hell. He looked back at the bus and talked about how he'd gotten here freshman year. It was time to either drop out or move closer. Then behind him he heard words that it was strange to hear such a thing from a retired reserve sergeant. When I looked back, I saw a guy. He wondered if Sanwoo had lied. He was sure that 2 hours of training would have drained him. The young man replied, as soon as Hanho goes to the army, then he will talk to him. You can't put things off much longer. He doesn't think about the future at all. Hanho replied that the National Association would win either way. Seonwoo said he knows about the merger. He shouldn't be fooling around and delaying going to the army because of Mian, because they broke up a long time ago. Hanho lowered his head and became sad. He asked me not to mention her. Sanwoo reminded him that he'd been warned in his first year not to date anyone from the university. The boys climbed the stairs, walking towards the university building. Sanwoo was in the lead. Hanho was a little behind when he noticed something. Sanwoo stopped and asked a friend if he was crying. I thought I was overreacting. Hanho did not cry. He pointed to the sky. Sanwoo asked sarcastically what was up there. Could it be that Myung's face was imagined? Next to the roof of the building, some kind of writing with numbers was faintly visible, something that looked like a hologram. Hanho shouted, clapping Sanwoo on the shoulder and pointing upward at the letters. Sanwoo kept teasing that he missed the girl. Hanho got angry and said that it said monster loading. When it became 100%, everything disappeared. Hanho excitedly pointed his finger above the library, but nothing could be seen there anymore. Sanwoo heard about the monsters and said he was overplaying the game. Over. Reality calling Hanho. You heard him. He yelled that he wasn't making it up. Sanwoo said it looked like it. You should drink less. Hanho offered to get coffee. I needed a pick-me-up. He must be going crazy. But Sanwoo kept going to the course, saying there was no time. Professor Kim is always on time. Hanho started to argue, saying that he would have time because they were in the special forces. Sanwoo interrupted him to ask what he was saying. The two comrades parted ways. Hanho said they'd see each other at lunch. He'll finish early today. He did see those letters. Sanwoo again heard some nonsense and told him to stop. We're off the subject. We'll talk again. Sanwoo went up to room 404. Professor Kim's class had begun. Sanwoo could hardly sit up in class. He really wanted to sleep. He wished he'd had coffee. All he could think about was just to keep going. A scoreboard appeared in front of him with an inscription. What kind of activity would be useful in the ruined world? Make your choice now. Sanwoo didn't realize what was happening. He thought he was imagining it. He rubbed his eyes to wake up. Suddenly, the projector in the office seemed to burn out. A few sparks in the room went dark. Panic broke out in the audience. Some were yelling about the eclipse. Others said they couldn't see anything. Sanwoo thought that if all the light disappeared in the middle of the day, it wasn't the eclipse. Someone noticed that the phone stopped working too. No one realized what was going on. Everyone began to see holograms in front of them. The inscriptions were the same ones that Sanwoo had read. It was not a mirage or a hologram. Everyone saw the message in front of them. The timer showed 15 seconds left. After a while, maps appeared from somewhere, also in the form of holograms. They were in front of everyone. Someone asked the others to see it too. The professor asked the guys not to touch anything. The girl supported him by saying that it could be dangerous. Looking at what was happening, Sanwoo thought that the opposite of not touching them was even more dangerous. There was no telling what would happen in 15 seconds. The timer showed 10 seconds. Sanwoo thought he had to pick one card. It's kind of like poker. How can you make a decision in a few seconds? One of the guys touched a card that showed a warrior with a sword. He had a sword in his hand. Sanwoo wondered if that card with the warrior had materialized out of thin air like that. Sanwoo pondered in the window was written to choose a case for living in a shattered world. He noticed that each map had a different number of stars on it. It was unclear what was going on, but Sanwoo decided to take the map with the most stars on it. The dialog box says that the Necromancer class card is selected. He looked at the map in amazement. The system said that the first selection was over. If you didn't choose, you had to wait for the next time. In a second, all the inscriptions disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared. The room became bright again. There was some discussion about what it was. Someone said it felt like he was possessed. A girl screamed that the sword was real. The bewildered young man explained that he had chosen the warrior card and a sword appeared in his hand. Sanwoo pondered that he was now a necromancer. But why hadn't they given him anything? Just then a man burst into the auditorium screaming for help. Something small with a knife was sitting on him. It was something with burning yellow eyes and sharp fangs. The man fell down and screamed in pain. Sanwoo froze like a stone. The others were frightened and started running away in a panic, shouting that the beast was biting. Sanwoo stood there thinking about what to do. He knew that if he moved, the monster would attack him. The monster roared. Everyone started shouting to Mins, who had a sword falling out, not to stand around. He used his weapon. The monster dropped its past victim and started moving towards Sanwoo. Sanwoo slowly turned his head toward Minsu and asked, if he wanted to help. Minsu was armed, but he panicked. He screamed that everyone around him was a freak, what they wanted from him. The monster kept coming at Manhwa. He thought he should have gotten away sooner. He slowly retreated to the others without turning his back on the monster. He realized from the experience of the man's past that as soon as he turned his back on the monster, he was dead. Sanwoo dared to kick the approaching creature with all his might. The monster thundered away. Manhwa shouted for the others not to be afraid. That thing doesn't weigh 15 kilos. Then he took the chair and hit the monster on the head with all his might. The monster fell to the floor. There was silence in the auditorium. Everyone looked at the monster from behind the piles of chairs. A message appeared in front of Sanwoo that he had earned 10 gold for destroying the goblin. The young man couldn't understand they were in a fantasy game. The next message said that the dead were now under his control. The system wrote that his subordinates are now a goblin skeleton. Weapon is a dagger. Category undead. The guys shouted that there was something going on behind them. The dead goblin's hand began to billow blue smoke. Sanwoo turned and saw that a goblin skeleton was kneeling before him. He remembered his map. That's right. His class's ability was Necromancer summoning the dead. The door to the auditorium opened. 2 more goblins armed with daggers entered. The guys panicked again, screaming that more monsters had come. 2 of them. Sanwoo looked confused at the goblins who had entered. Once again, he was the first one in their path. Here, the system wrote a message that the skeleton goblin, his undead, are waiting for orders. Sanwoo ordered the skeleton to fight the monsters and destroyed the monsters for him. The goblin skeleton stood up and went to fight his tribesmen, but his arm had already flown off. Sanwoo thought that if he did nothing, he would have to fight the monsters alone. They're not difficult opponents, small as children. If only he had a good weapon. Sanwoo turned to Minsu and asked him for his sword to destroy these creatures. But a classmate shouted that the sword was his. He lunged at him and clutched it even tighter to his chest. Sanwoo commanded Minsu to destroy the monsters himself, but the boy couldn't move out of fear. Taking the chair again, Sanwoo told Minsu to forget about his request. With that kind of zeal, he could only peel potatoes. With his chair as a weapon, he rushed to his subordinate's aid against the goblins. After a while, system messages appeared in front of him again that he had received 10 gold for destroying the goblin. His subordinate skeleton stomped over to his master after the battle was over. Sanwoo was a little confused. He said that he was not very pleased to look at the skeleton and asked the subordinate to turn away. The skeleton was upset. The system reported that the dead were now under his control. To get detailed information about them, you need to touch the scoreboard. Professor Kim asked Sanwoo what was going on. He answered honestly that he didn't know. There were horrible screams outside. Someone was calling for help. Everyone was even more frightened. One of the girls started screaming that she couldn't reach the police. The professor asked her to calm down. From the sounds coming from outside, Sanwoo guessed that the attacks were happening all over campus. When I went to the window and opened the curtains, I saw that this was happening all over the country. It flashed through my mind that it could be all over the world. A man ran into the office and said we couldn't stay here. He told everyone to leave. The guys were leaving the auditorium. One of the guys suggested heading to the parking lot. But in the dark corridor ahead, strange sounds were heard. The boys spotted a goblin, but he wasn't alone out there. Several of the monsters had finished off one of the humans and were now chasing the others. Sanwoo's subordinates began to defend the humans by pouncing on the goblins with daggers. Sanwoo shouted to his comrades to run away. He will hold off the monsters, or rather, his assistants. The men ran down the corridor screaming. Sanwoo shouted at them to stay together. But then I thought, as they know, he's not the one in charge. Nothing is clear yet and no one knows the rules of this game. You have to follow at least the general concepts. After all, he's been given a class, and with it, power. And there are hostile monsters roaming around. Sanwoo thought perhaps it was nonsense, but the more he fought, the better chance he had of surviving. The important thing now was that they were fighting for him. Sanwoo watched the fight between the goblins and the skeletons. And then one of the skeleton skulls flew to his feet. He received a message that his subordinate had gone to eternal rest. Sanwoo got nervous. It was necessary to win. His warriors mobilized quickly after the loss of their comrade. The subordinates rushed to the attack with renewed vigor and began to defeat their opponents. 2 reports appeared that 10 gold pieces had been received for destroying the goblins. Sanwoo praised his little helpers. There was another message that the level had been raised to 2. He was surprised there was such a thing, asked if there were characteristics. On the screen in front of him, his characteristics popped up like a normal virtual game. Sanwoo began to study the structure and capabilities of the game to understand the future course of events. A new window prompted him to choose a map to advance to the next level. He knew that was usually the most important thing in games, though it wasn't clear what would be given. Pulled a random skill card. It came out that the limit of subordinates is increased by 1 point. The system reported low mana points. Sanwoo said, looking at his subordinates, that they weren't very expensive. He couldn't look at the scary skeletons. He apologized and asked his subordinates to turn away, then sat down on the floor thinking about what to do next. I decided to take it slow. The main thing is to get my head together. I don't know what to do, but it's going well so far. Today's goal is to survive. It has to be everything now. He's gonna get out of here. Going to the window, I saw a horrible picture. At the exit of the building, goblins were destroying people. Sanwoo stood there thinking it was some kind of curse. It's even worse outside, but hiding out here wasn't an option either. There's no way to survive inside, so I decided to send the goblins ahead and follow. The skeletons were coming down the stairs and a guy was coming up to meet them. They came face to face. The young man was frightened by such an encounter and began to hammer the skeleton with his dagger, screaming. Sanwoo heard the noise and came closer and recognized his old friend Hanho. Scared, shivering, and in tears, Hanho asked what this was all about. Sunwoo told me not to be afraid of his skeletons. He explained that they were like his bodyguards. Sanwoo asked Hanho about his choice of class card. He replied that he was now an outlaw. Sanwoo asked how many stars were on the brigand's map. Hanho was a little confused and asked about the stars. Remembering, Hanho replied that there was 1 star on his map. That's good, like the majors. Sanwoo didn't want to upset him and said it was possible, but he wasn't happy about it. He explained that he and his group were looking for a safe place. He said not to be afraid of his charges. They are reliable guys. A message appeared in front of the comrades that there is a synergy effect when working as a team. Hanho asked a friend to see it. Sanwoo confirmed. Sanwoo assumed that if they collected multiple weapons of the same class, they would get a buff, and thus all become stronger. After analyzing what was happening, he realized that the effect seemed to be spreading to his charges as well. It's not clear yet, but the outlook is good. He chose the right class. Even when solo, he can get buffs at the expense of skeletons. On one of the flights of stairs, our comrades came upon a group of goblins. There was an older one among them, bigger and scarier. Hanho shouted that it was apparently the goblin leader. A report came in that the characteristics of the goblin group had been reduced by 30% due to the presence of 4 skeletons. Sanwoo was happy to see their luck. His little helpers immediately rushed to attack the monsters. His men began to win. Hanho jumped for joy, shouting that everything was fine. Seeing the defeat of his warriors, the leader activated Wild Fury. His goblins grew stronger. Hanho turned around and asked Sunwoo if it was time to leave, but he said it was too early. He realized they needed to learn more about the enemy. The skeletons would follow any order, but what to do? After a few seconds of thought, Sanwoo figured out what to do. He mentally gave an order to one skeleton. The subordinate jumped up and with a single blow cut off the leader's arm, thanks to which he activated Wild Fury. The next moment, one by one, the reports of the destruction of the goblins poured in. These small monsters pounced on the leader and destroyed the goblin leader. 50 gold pieces were received for him. Hanho was amazed at what he saw. He had rejoiced in his victory, and now he dared to watch. As the comrades got closer, Hanho noticed that items had fallen off the goblin leader. Sanwoo noticed them too. He picked up the ringleader's spear and his Wild Madness bracelet. The attack speed of skeleton goblins increased by 20%. The condition of activation is the presence of goblin mercenaries. Examining the loot after the battle, Sanwoo noted that it wasn't bad. He praised the skeleton and stroked its head. The little one was very happy to be caressed by his master. He smiled, but the boys were not ready for such a sight. They asked him not to do that. Hanho asked where they were going. Sunwoo replied that they had to get out of here first, then they would think about it. The lobby was bright and crowded. You'd think nothing terrible was going on. Sanwoo told the skeletons to hide in one of the rooms. He didn't want to scare people. Hanho said he didn't want to alarm the people around him. Lee Jong-sok stood in the center of the room and asked everyone to calm down. He said the police had been contacted. The student council is investigating what's going on. One of the girls was indignant, saying they could, and demanded that they open the door to the street. But he was adamant. He shook his head and said the doors would stay closed no matter what. The frightened girl continued to scream. Lee asked her to calm down and listen to him. Seonwoo looked at him and thought that Lee Jong-suk's reputation came first. It was unexpected to get a Cossack like him on the student council. Lee was already furious. He shouted that no one should go near the door. The guys wanted to open the door, but Jong-suk quickly pulled himself together with a shout. I apologized, said I was nervous, explained that they don't know what's going on, but people are safe here, so don't worry. His friends were surprised that he was so active in defending his position. Sunwoo guessed that Lee would be a pain in the ass. Chon-seok asked if Sunwoo had chosen a card. He answered in the affirmative. Hanho picked one too. He asked if he remembered him. Chong-seok replied that he had seen it somewhere, even though he rarely attends classes. He has a lot of other things to do. Seonwoo wondered what he'd forgotten here then. Lee explained that everything was terrible. Said if the guys had guns, they could join them and help. Sunwoo agreed. Lee Chong-suk suspiciously asked what grade the young men were. Sunwoo didn't reveal the whole truth and replied that he was a warrior or something. Lee said that would do. Jong-suk bragged about catching monsters. They're small, but even with weapons, they're hard to defeat. It's a good thing he has a 2-star defender card. A confident Jong-suk told the boys to hide behind him if anything happened. Seonwoo agreed. Hanho chuckled behind his friend's back. Minsu ran up and said, "Just heard goblins from the direction of the stairs." Lee commanded everyone to go to the cafeteria. In the meantime, they would protect the entrance. He smugly slammed his fist on the shield. Sunwoo went to the door and called out to Hanho. He asked if he could see the message at the entrance. The guys read the door is sealed with magic. You have to defeat the boss monsters to open it. If you fail in the allotted time, the monsters will get stronger. Sunwoo tried to move the door. It wouldn't budge. There was only 2 hours and 11 minutes left. Hanho said it was some kind of time quest. If they fail, they die. Sunwoo replied that he probably didn't know anything, but it was best to follow directions. It was unlikely that anyone would come to their aid. He realized that anyone who couldn't take what was happening seriously would be destroyed. Jong-suk called Sunwoo over and asked if he knew Minsu. They're the same age. Lee put his hands on the boys' shoulders and said he'd feel safer with them. They would protect the others by sticking together. Sunwoo questioned if it was just the 3 of them. Jong-suk asked if there was a problem with that. Sunwoo asked if he saw the message on the door. Lee confirmed and said they would fight back and wait for the army. Sunwoo started to resent the words about the army. He said that if this was happening all over the country, no one would run to save the students. Chon Seok scratched the back of his head and asked if Seonwoo had been in the army. He confirmed that he had. Lee began to convince them that their military forces were powerful. Pretty soon they would be saved altogether. Sunwoo looked at him and thought he was a moron. If the whole world was going to hell, the army wouldn't care about saving them. Sunwoo walked past thinking he needed to calm down. There was no point in acting on emotion. Lee asked what he was sighing about. He didn't react. Then Jong-suk yelled that they were pissing him off. He shouted for the guys to go to the others and stay out of the way. Minsu began to rub Lee's sleeve, nodding that there was a goblin there. He frightened to see what was where. A group of 5 goblins were descending the stairs towards our comrades. Jong-suk yelled for everyone with a gun to come here. We had to protect the cafeteria. The guy with the bow in his hands shouted that there were still monsters coming from the corridor on the other side. But there were Sunwoo's men walking down the corridor. He told Lee not to touch his skeletons. He was very surprised. Sunwoo replied that the boy had good intentions, but you can't act in haste. With a bad leader, everyone will surely die. Jong-suk shouted what a class he was after all. Seonwoo turned around and with glowing eyes replied that it was the best. Activating the scent of doom, Sunwoo saw that the opponent's stats were reduced by 30%. The goblins were frightened by such energy. The Necromancer said with blazing eyes that the hunt was on. Almost everyone in the cafeteria was stuck to the windows. They waited to see what would happen next. Looking at some goblins attacking others, Chon-suk couldn't understand what was going on here. Sunwoo was helping his charges. He fought off the monsters with a spear he had gotten from the goblin leader. Lee looked at it and said he was thinking of running away. How can he be the only one who can hold them back? A couple of goblins decided to retreat, but Sunwoo commanded his skeletons not to let them escape. He praised his little helpers for their work. He told them to hold on until the end. Sunwoo realized if the others saw that he could control the skeletons, they would realize to get out they had to rely on him. He hoped that then they could band together and defeat the boss. According to the rules, it's the fastest and safest way to survive. Thanks to the effect of the bracelet, goblins are now not much of a threat. But hardly in the game only goblins should appear something scarier. Those present did start discussing that Sunwoo could control skeletons. One girl said it's good, but who is he? The man next to him said that he was like Sunbai from the writing department. Meanwhile, Sunwoo exhaled. They had succeeded. He and his assistants had defeated the monsters. People cheered. They said he was an incredible man. You can't even tell he's just a scribbler who's never held anything heavier than a pen in his life. Sunwoo looked around the battle site. There weren't any objects. That's because they are ordinary soldiers. He got a message that he got a lottery ticket. 34 out of 100 in the world got an unlimited rating. Sunwoo grumbled that he didn't even have an inventory. How could he use the bounty? He praised his skeletons for doing a good job. They began to smile their creepy smiles again. Sunwoo, who was not used to this sight, shouted at them not to do that. Our guys surrounded by skeletons approached the group with Chon-suk and Minsu. Seonwoo asked, looking like he was coming in handy. Upon entering the cafeteria, Sunwoo started a conversation about the message on the door. Because of it, no one can go out or come in here. The students started asking what to do. How to get out? Sunwoo replied that the solution is written there as well. Somewhere around here now is the boss of the monsters. Everyone fell silent. Sunwoo explained that they had 2 hours or so left. In that time, they had to defeat the boss. If they can't win, it's obviously no good. With the boss here, there's no hope of survival. One of the guys said he saw it when he went out for a smoke on the roof. A monster appeared. It destroyed the professor. Sanwoo looked up. The roof. Now they had a target. He stood at the stairs with Han-ho and the skeletons. Asked no one else to go. He was disappointed. What he had hoped for. People saw his strength, but the further opponent was the boss. Han-ho quietly called out to his friend. He suddenly also said that he would like to stay here. Sunwoo said no way. He'll keep buffing his skeletons. Han-ho whined. He asked me to just take his dagger, but Sunwoo was adamant. A girl armed with a sword came up to them. She asked even if they defeat the monster, what happens next? She suggested we could reach the monster through the corridors. I mean, there are skeletons. The girl's name was Yoon Jisoo. Her card was a tiger hunter. She said, what's the point of taking these cowards with real warriors? Sunwoo replied that they didn't know how strong the boss was, so the more people the better. Sunwoo asked Lee Jongseok what about him. He replied, in case goblins come here, someone has to protect the others. Sunwoo was getting the hang of it. He left them all to Lee. He told his comrades to move out. There's no telling how long the journey will take. Jisoo asked Han-ho not to worry. Focus. Remember Lee Sun-shin's words about what to do if you want to survive. The next second, our heroes saw goblins coming at them from all sides. Sunwoo looked back and shouted to his comrades to cover him from the back. Jisoo did a great job with a couple goblins on her own. Han-ho said she was tough. Sunwoo looked at Han-ho in bewilderment. He noted that Lee Sun-shin's words were very true and said that he should go on. Sunwoo smiled. Satisfied with the results of the fight, he suggested moving forward. On the way, the comrades met an injured Professor Huang. Sunwoo asked how he was. The professor cried. He said all his students died because of him. It was his fault. Sunwoo tried to calm the professor down, asked him what happened. He said that he and the boys had gone to the lab. But we couldn't stay there for long, so we decided to go up to the roof. They had a contingency briefing, so everybody went upstairs. There was the scariest monster they'd ever seen, and these kids believed the professor and followed him. The man took the boy by the edge of his clothes and told him never to go up on the roof. He had to survive. After these words, Professor Huang shut down for good. There was silence for a few seconds. A message appeared in front of Sunwoo. He has an exclusive mission to avenge the professor. The goal is to destroy the monster boss. Salvation or neglect. The choice would affect their fate. After reading those words, Sunwoo thought about it. It's a kind of turning point that can change a whole life. He was confused. He didn't understand why all this had to happen to them. But he got up and went further up the stairs. Han-ho asked if they would really go that way. After climbing up some more, the boys saw a sign. The message said that they had gone up to the monster boss's room. The roof was in chaos. Goblins were burning fires and had already built their hovels. The dead men lay here. The boys stared at the horror for a few seconds in silence. Then Sunwoo asked confusedly why it was happening to them. Maybe because they are weak. He activated the Goblin Chief's bracelet. He tuned in to become stronger. He urged his comrades to move forward. The goblins noticed the boys. The monsters dropped what they were doing and prepared to attack. Han-ho looked around and suggested that everyone run away. But Sunwoo was serious. He said the monsters had to be stopped. In addition, Wild Madness has been activated. Damage and attack speed will be increased for 10 minutes. Sunwoo advised his comrades to use the skeletons as a shield, and went on the attack himself. While Sunwoo and Jisoo fought, Han-ho stood with his dagger and wailed why he chose this class. He thought the one-star bandit was cool, but in reality he was useless. Finally, pulling himself together, Han-ho drew his weapon and went into battle as well, shouting to his enemies what they were about to receive. When he threw his blade, he killed one monster instantly, and then he remembered that he was a master thrower. With a few more successful passes, Han-ho's confidence has grown. He realized where his talent lies. A message appeared that the Scent of Doom mode had been activated. The enemy's characteristics dropped by 30%. The goblins, realizing they were losing, started to scatter, but then the monster boss showed up. All the subjects ran to him and fell on their knees before the head. Seeing this, Han-ho pointed at the monster leader to his comrades. Everyone saw the monster. The next second, a message appeared that the monster boss, the Great Centurion, had appeared. The monster roared, and all the goblins rushed to attack. Sunwoo urged his comrades to destroy them all. The fight was boiling over. Seeing that the subordinates were not doing well, the boss attacked. Sunwoo shouted for the boys to dodge. He used his ability and turned the defeated undead into allies. But the boss eliminated any skeleton with a single blow. Mana was dropping. He thought that there were skeletons everywhere, and he couldn't resurrect them all the time. At that moment, several blades flew at the monster. Han-ho asked for help in restraining the boss. But the monster roared even louder. Han-ho wondered why it was so furious. Sunwoo replied that his comrade had hit the boss. The angry monster chased after Han-ho. He ran away begging for mercy. Jumping over the wall of skeletons, Han-ho thanked them for their protection. But the skeletons didn't hold the monster for long. With a single swing of the mace, they flew in different directions. But the small army didn't give up. Skeletons from all sides tried to attack the boss. While the monster lost its guard, Yoon Jisoo went on the attack and struck it with her sword with all her might. The wounded boss fell down. Jisoo said she was sorry. She planned to destroy the monster in one hit. Sunwoo said that Yoon's skills were excellent. All the movements are polished and deliberate. She's not an easy person. Looking at his skeletons, he realized he needed to think about strategy too. Sunwoo surrounded the monster on 4 sides with his men. He ordered the one in the back to attack. The second the boss was distracted by the skeleton himself, Sunwoo went to attack with his spear. He managed to wound the monster. It roared and held its cheek. With even more anger, he started punching the skeletons. Sunwoo's mana was running low. There was only one-armed skeleton left in his power. The monster pointed his finger at the exhausted skeletons and laughed. Sunwoo shouted that he didn't think he had won. The monster, filled with rage, rushed at him, sweeping away everything in its path. Sunwoo thought he was going to die. The thought of striking again crossed his mind. Then he noticed the sword nearby and realized how to win. For a second, the monster boss was distracted by Yoon Jisoo's attack. She attacked him from behind. Sunwoo grabbed a sword that was lying nearby, and armed himself, he moved towards the enemy. He ordered his 2 skeletons to stay close to the boss. They stood on opposite sides. The moment the enemy was distracted by the skeletons, Sunwoo tried to throw his sword at him, but it missed him. In the next second, one skeleton jumped above the monster's head and intercepted the sword. Thanks to this combination, the subordinate was able to repel the mace strike and remain unharmed. Sunwoo again saw the message that synergy effects are triggered when playing as a team. They now have weapon synergy engaged for 3 swords. The effects include an increase in attack speed and a decrease in weapon weight. The one-armed skeleton's individual synergy worked. It gave it a chance to block the blow by almost 90%. After analyzing the situation, Sunwoo said that with synergy and weapons they could win. Arming his sword with the chair as well, he shouted for the monster to taste the destructive flavor of the pair. In addition to that, Yoon Jisoo and the one-armed skeleton with a sword went on the attack. The boss didn't know who to focus on first. While the monster was twirling around, Sunwoo had already rushed to attack. On the other side, Yoon Jisoo was attacking. At the same moment, Hanho threw his blade and hit the monster's hand where the mace was. He rejoiced at the perfect strike. As the monster pulled the dagger out of his hand, Sunwoo realized that this was the moment and sent his skeleton into the attack. He mentally said goodbye to his assistant and thanked him for everything. He had served him faithfully. It was time to die for the sake of a great victory. But Sunwoo said goodbye to his one-armed soldier early. A second later, the monster's head flew off, and the skeleton remained unharmed. Received a message that received 255 gold for destroying the boss monsters. Level 3 received. Hanho asked what their skeleton was doing before it died. Sunwoo said he didn't know exactly. He was just a goblin. The goblin skeleton is now stronger after absorbing the boss magic. The characteristic of Commander has been added. Its defensive power has increased. Sunwoo didn't realize what had happened. A mark appeared on the skeleton's forehead. After reading that it was an elite goblin skeleton, he realized that he could create squads and platoons. We need to increase the number of subordinates. Our hero's comrades also had their levels increased. Yoon Jisoo now had a 3rd. She asked how Sunwoo was doing. He replied that he was also doing well. The cards appeared in front of Yoon. She said that she didn't pay attention to them when she went to the 2nd level. Sunwoo explained that they were random. Hanho asked Sunwoo if he could see the cards too. He explained that he had to choose one. Sunwoo revealed that at level 2 he had selected a skill and had more subordinates. This time, the card selection brought the basic skill Bone Weapon. He can create a sword, a heavy weapon, a spear, and arrow from bones. He also received a message that he was rewarded for completing the mission Revenge for the Professor. His fate is quietly changing. Another message pleased Sunwoo. He can get himself another skeleton. 5 are now available. Sunwoo wondered what the future fate was yet unclear, what her influence would be. One must be careful in the election. Hanho at this time received the Outlaw's Cloak. Sunwoo asked what it was for. He explained that it increased the chance of escaping the monster by 50%. Sunwoo joked that the cloak was perfect for escaping, but Hanho replied that he would not run away again. From now on, his path would be battle. Hanho turned to Yoon Jisoo and inquired about what had sunk into her. Yoon got some kind of kindling stone. Sunwoo didn't understand and asked if it was a fire starter. She said no. Told me if you sharpen your sword on it, it ignites during an attack. Sunwoo suggested that the companions look at the items later. In the meantime, go to the others. Near the cafeteria, Minsu asked Jungsok if they really needed to guard the other guys. There was talk among the people in the cafeteria that it was better to go help Sunwoo defeat the monster. It was worth listening to him. Lee got very angry when he heard that. He started yelling that he was risking his life here for them. So cut the crap. What they want. What everybody's so unhappy about. If they don't want to live, they can leave. Why should he suffer for them? The guys didn't understand what had happened to Jong-suk. They asked where they should go. Chong-sok wouldn't let up. He yelled for all the disgruntled people to get out of here. They ran to the roof to help Seonwoo. One of the guys started yelling who he was. Lee said he was their protector. People said they were being protected by those who went to the roof. Lee was seething, yelled that he'd been holding back since high school for the sake of others, started insulting people. People started fighting with him. Chon-sok was yelling that the asshole on the roof would protect them, so let's all go to him and let the monster kill everyone. He shouted that those comrades must have been killed. Everyone watched in silence. The guy kept asking why they were silent. Seonwoo's voice came from behind him. He asked who'd been killed. Lee fell to the floor. Seonwoo asked if it was Jong-suk who wanted to die. Without waiting for an answer, he went to the doors and tried them open. The sign crumbled and the door opened. Jong-suk said that Sunwoo was getting in the way. Sunwoo asked Jong-suk if he had anything to say to him. He hesitated. The others said he was a great commander. He was a loser, and he'll always be a loser, just pretending to be strong and brave. Our comrades went out the door. The street was clear. No monsters were visible. Sunwoo turned to the rest of the men and said the passage was clear. They can go. The sight was horrible. There were dead people lying everywhere. The goblins had destroyed them. Could the monsters be hiding somewhere on campus? Han-ho shouted for everyone to look ahead. There were more people there. He pointed in their direction. The boys headed towards them. They were the survivors of the battle with the goblins. Jong-suk recognized one of them and ran out of the crowd, calling out to Hyung. He recognized him too and asked if he was okay. Lee gibbered that he knew he'd see the petty officer again. He was wildly lucky to have met him on such a day. Yoon Ji-soo explained that Hyun was the president of the student council. Everyone looked at Lee skeptically. Chun-sok was already whispering something in President Hyung's ear. The comrades told Sunwoo that they were obviously whispering about them. After hearing the report, the president addressed everyone. He introduced himself as Park Dae-seong. He said everyone had suffered today. They had to fight and survive. He suggested we band together to survive. He pointed to the skeletons and asked what they were. Sunwoo replied that it's not hard to guess. This is the result of choosing a class card. Daesun asked haughtily. He chose the creatures that destroy humans. Sunwoo realized that this was his opponent's way of showing everyone that he was dangerous. Puck apologized, but he said if the guys wanted to join them, they had to get rid of the skeletons. Sunwoo asked, what if he doesn't say no? Puck asked if he would prefer them over humans. He wants them to live next to carrion. Han-ho began to resent it. Though in fact they're carrion, but they're cute. He ordered the skeletons to show their pretty faces. They glowed again. Sunwoo asked Han-ho to calm down, and he told his men to be quiet. He said the skeletons would stay anyway. That's his class. Without them, he would be without weapons. And how do you survive in a new world without protection? A cocky Daesun replied that he didn't get it. Now the student council is his defense. What's the problem? Park said he's giving Sunwoo one last chance. If he destroys the skeletons, he'll be with the group. Yoon said why this stupid suggestion? Didn't they say they wanted to go with them? He thinks he's a big shot after the student council. That's funny. Daesun asked where she was from. From the Department of Social and Physical Education. Jisoo explained that the university was destroyed. What difference does it make where she's from? The president insisted that Yoon calm down and go over to them. Otherwise, he'll regret it. Jisoo said, stop pretending to be saviors. She knows that they spent student fees by forging checks at the festival. Puck freaked out when he heard that she personally posted that post on the uni website. The other young man laughed, said no one was going to talk them into it. They could go fight the monsters alone. Yoon grabbed her comrades' hands and dragged them away. Park shouted that they would regret it. The synergy effect was the key to victory. They had signed their own verdict. Sunwoo asked Jisa if she had a thing for Daesun. She said she was just annoyed by those types. Yoon said he came to the university to pick up girls. He played with a lot of undergrad girls and dumped them. He's a president and a rotten person on the inside. Sunwoo understood her attitude. Han-ho began to lament that he was a bastard. The boys began to think about a plan of action. The goal now was to get off campus. Jisoo said it's best to avoid crowds. Monsters seem to like to attack groups. Sunwoo suggested not going through the main entrance. They would still get to the gate, but they would meet fewer people. The boys took a detour. Han-ho grumbled on the way that it was very quiet. It's depressing. Suddenly, Sunwoo suspected something. He ordered his group to stand still. Han-ho started to ask, but he told him to be quiet. At the top of the stairs our group was walking down was a huge monster. When Han-ho saw him, he panicked. He started wailing that he was bigger than the goblin boss. Sunwoo realized that after the goblins, an orc had appeared. The monster noticed the humans and roared. But Sunwoo wasn't confused. He said it was a good thing. He'd use it to make more skeletons. When the monster went to attack, Sunwoo ordered everyone to dodge its axe. Hanho panicked as always and resented why such thugs existed. Yoon confidently went on the attack, but she almost got hurt. Thanks to the skeleton who pushed her away, she avoided the axe. Sanwoo shouted to his subordinates to stop the monster. The one-armed commander headed into battle. The system reported that the chance of evading the first attack had been increased by 88%. Sunwoo shouted for Yoon to go up the stairs faster. They need to get to a flat area. Jisoo didn't understand how the monster managed to repel all of their attacks with ease. Once on the platform, Soniv ordered the group to stay away from the orc. They would fight the same way they had fought the boss. He explained that they would proceed according to a plan. The skeletons would be the first to be sacrificed. There's a lot of dead people around. We have to watch our mana. There's no point in mindless destructive attacks in the forest. Skeletons rushed into the fray. Then our heroes jumped out of the ambush. Together, they managed to wound the monster. But the final blow came again from the one-armed skeleton commander. He jumped, and the orc's head rolled off his shoulders. I got a message that 110 gold pieces were received for the head of the orcs. Sunwoo said that means he's stronger than the regular orcs. Yoon said he was lighter than the boss. Sanwoo assumed it was a matter of teamwork. He tried summoning an orc, but he didn't respond to the summons. He couldn't summon middle-class monsters yet. His level wasn't enough for that. Sanwoo wondered what card Jisoo had drawn. He chose the Necromancer. Yoon replied that she was a tiger hunter. She liked the drawing, and it turned out the card had 3 stars. Hanho was sad. Turns out he was the only one with 1 star on the map. The little skeleton boys comforted him. Sonu said the mana was built up. It's time to try out a new weapon skill. He held out his hand and commanded, creating weapons from bones. There was a choice of sword, blunt, weapon, spear, arrow. It was decided to create a blunt weapon for the first time. It's a higher level. A few minutes later, the comrades were already holding the orc axe. Yoon wondered if it was really made of bone. Sunwoo noted that it seemed very light. Everyone received 1 axe each. They gave an extra 30% damage. Sunwoo gave Hanho a sword. He was overjoyed, but his happiness was short-lived. Sunwoo gave it to him to hold. As soon as he told him to give it back, Hanho has seen how well the one-armed synergy works, but he was told to be careful or he'd join them. The group began to descend the steps. They were almost at their destination. Sunwoo asked his comrades to keep their guard up. Hanho noticed something. He turned his attention to Sunwoo. There was something above the cars. System message again. The exit is sealed by strong magic. You need to defeat the boss monsters to get through. Orc squads are reportedly on the hunt. We need to choose the right place to meet them. Monsters like to hunt in large groups. Hanho panicked that they were being hunted. Sunwoo agreed that they would probably come after them soon. Jinsu added that teamwork would backfire. Meanwhile, the huge monsters were already out on the hunt. They prowled around the campus in search of prey. The first to fall under the orc attack was the student council team, which did not accept our guys into their ranks. The guys heard shouting coming from the side of the building. Yoon said it was the student council group. Hanho said it was good that they weren't with them. Sanwoo scrutinizing the assignment said means being on a team is not always a good thing. It's all about synergy. Sunwoo realized well after all that he had become a necromancer. The boys got a message that the first wave has begun. 5 orcs are coming. Hanho figured that group could handle it. But then Hanho noticed a group of orc monsters moving in their direction. He panicked, screaming that they were coming. When he realized that they were definitely after them, he began to lament even more about what to do now. He calmed Sonwa down, said he had an idea. But Hanho again skeptically offered to do the legwork. Sanwoo replied that it would be better to make a trap, take advantage of the terrain and their little friends. Soon the orcs came running to where the group was standing, but they found no one. That's what it looked like at first glance. There were already skeletons next to them. In the middle of the parking lot, Hanho climbed onto the roof of the car. He shouted loudly that people were here, started taunting the orcs, yelling that they were big, ugly pigs, repeated his phrase several times. The orcs were enraged by this. They roared and rushed into the center of the parking lot as planned. When the orcs reached the right place, Sanwoo commanded them to attack. The skeletons attacked from the rear, humans in front. The fight was short-lived. The goblins struck the orcs in the head with their axes. They fell to the ground. At that moment, the guys with swords struck them finally. We received a message that the reward for defeating the first wave was 100 gold pieces. Level up to the 4th. The number of Sanwoo's subordinates increased by 2. He pulled the card with the hope that he would get the ability, but it turned out that he now had 7 wards and still had 50 mana points. Hanho, on the other hand, was very pleased. He had a new skill called Speed Slicing. It's specifically for the dagger. Sanwoo inquired of Jisoo. She chose Strength and increased it by 2 points. It felt like her whole body was heating up. Yoon noted that the attribute boost is actually felt physically. Sanwoo asked Hanho to return the sword to the one-armed man, because Hanho himself will have to use the dagger for further development. The boys traveled further down the street. The city was empty. Some buildings were burning. Sanwoo noticed something again and ordered his team to stop and fall silent. When they heard the noise, they went to look around. They found orcs trying to break the bus. As the boys watched, they realized that if 7 orcs were trying to get on the bus, that means there's people on it. Sun Woo said that's how people die. Looks like one of them is defending himself by thrusting a spear through the window. Jisoo offered to help. If going around from both sides, other people on the opposite side, should work. Isn't that too easy? Sanwoo asked if she was sure the people on the bus would come to their aid. It was hard to rely on strangers, especially frightened ones. Seeing Jisoo's angry look, he immediately agreed to help. Let's show those orcs what civilization is. The window of the bus, meanwhile, had already been broken through by the orc's axe. Inside, people were panicking. One shouted for the guy with the spear to hit them already. The second Lee Kensu's spearman told him to hit himself. He has a shield and a sword. 2 more huddled between the seats, screaming. One that he was gonna die, the other that it was too early for him to be dead. Then a pickup truck with skeletons with axes in the back of it raced towards the orcs, and some of the orcs were knocked down by this maneuver. The people on the bus didn't realize what was happening. They looked at the skeletons in amazement. Meanwhile, Sanwoo's wards were already pounding the monsters with axes with all their might. People on the bus were screaming in panic. They didn't know what was going on. Why these bogeymen were here. After a while, the bus noticed that it was very quiet outside. One man suggested that the monsters had left. Lee Kensu went to this window to look out. Suddenly, a small skeleton hung down from the roof into the glass. The spearman fell to the floor from surprise and fear and screamed for the foul thing to disappear. There was a knock on the door of the bus, and they asked him to open it. Hanho explained that they were human beings. All the orcs had been destroyed. The people on the bus exhaled. They were glad to be alive. Hanho saw a soda machine. He hit it with a bone hammer as hard as he could. Sanwoo asked what he was doing. Hanho replied that he had no cash and was very thirsty. The guy on the bus asked him to step aside, said he'd do it himself, but after pressing the buttons a few times, he started to complain that the machine was broken. Meanwhile, Sunwoo was talking to Lee Kensu. He was talking about some kind of thing that gives you objects. Explained that they tried it themselves, but there wasn't enough gold to do it once. If you follow the instructions, you can get the item. They went to look. There was a small monitor in front of the boys. Hanho walked over and asked, "Is this some sort of store?" Kensu answered similarly. The machine was turned on. On the monitor, it says, "Welcome to the E-Class store." You need to press anywhere to continue. Sun Woo clicked on the screen. It said he could try his luck, and a list of bronze, silver, gold. The boys went over to Sanwoo to look. Hanho asked if the object could really come from here. Yoon replied that the sword fell from the sky. Anything is possible. Sanwoo assumed they would all know when they tried it out, so he continued to study the menu. Hanho calculated that he had 360 gold pieces, just enough for the bronze. He asked Jisoo. She said she had 584. Sanwoo replied that he had 1,552. Hanho blurted out that that was crazy. Enough for silver. Sanwoo also had 1 lottery ticket. He thought he had a good hunting trip back then. Now's the perfect chance to use it. Hanho asked what he was doing. It's 10,001, isn't it? But Sunwoo still pressed the roulette button. He had the Tear of the Sea Spirit, a legendary item of the OW class. It has the effect of increasing mana by 300 and restoring mana by 200. Hanho rejoiced. Sunwoo won first place in the golden roulette game. He said it was cool. I thought maybe I'd try silver now. Hanho was greedy, asked why he needed to spend money again. But the friends did try their luck again. Sanwoo got the shield of the Bannerman. Jisoo pulled out a punishing sword. Hanho managed to obtain C-class elixirs. He lamented why this was so. He was reassured that they were good items. Don't be a nuisance. Yoon noticed that this playground seemed to be in total chaos. She offered to help them. Hanho asked if they would go again to prove what civilization was. Sunwoo explained that they would take something else this time. The orcs were attacking. The humans were screaming. Park Dae-sung fought as hard as he could and shouted that only together could they fight their way out. Henmin shouted that the other side needed help, to which Puck replied to ignore the others. Is there any time to worry about others? The president commanded that Chang Seok and Hyung Min, all those with shields, come forward. At that moment, our guys burst into a group of orcs on a bus. The monsters were flying apart. Lee Kensu was driving. He was euphoric, shouting that it was time to go for the gold. Hanho threw his daggers incessantly from the window of the bus. One by one, the messages about receiving gold for killing orcs popped up. Sanwoo leaned out of the rushing bus and shouted for all the people to run to the bus. Scared people recognized him. They said they should have gone after him last time. Jisoo attacked the monsters. She shouted to the vile orcs that she wouldn't give up so easily. Her new sword, treated with firestone, was no match for the orcs' axe. She was glad that now they would have a hard time defeating her. Having defeated her part of the monsters, Yoon rejoiced in her victory. She looked around. Jisoo recognized that Sanwoo's strategy of keeping her distance but constantly attacking worked. Due to the distribution of roles, the orcs can't keep up with them. She used to rely on her strength alone. How foolish. Looking at the result of working together, Jisoo thought, wondering what the guy had been doing before. After defeating the orcs, Puck Daesun and his men approached Sanwoo. He suggested that they had a problem. The student council said they didn't even want to stand next to his monsters. The guys didn't know what to say. Daesun assumed that Sunwoo was settling scores with them at a time like this. Doesn't think that's too much. To which he replied, Daesun was in front of him abandoning others to save his own skin. The vile liar started making excuses that it was a strategy. He'd come back later. Sanwoo wondered if those people on the bus thought like him. Poor, scared, and wounded people, no one contradicted him. A message came through that the orc boss was very angry about the defeat. We had to act, Sanwoo said as he got on the bus that they were leaving. If the student council wants to follow him, they will find a place for them. Jung-suk asked the president what they should do. He said they had no choice. Sanwoo conditioned them to take off those stupid ringlets. Puck began to resent it, but he heard back that it was the price of being protected. Sanwoo winked and said that they aren't a student aid charity group like some. Sanwoo's level had already risen to level 5. Now he could subdue medium-sized monsters. Then he would be able to summon orcs. Of course, he chose a new skill. He could now control 9 monsters. Behind him, he heard a strange noise. When he looked back, he saw a skeleton in chainmail. He asked why the right one was dressed like that. It's hard for him to move. Sanwoo realized he could trust this skeleton more than the others. He hadn't expected his investment in it to pay off so well. Sanwoo even gave him a name. Since he only has a right arm, he named him Right. As Sanwoo was putting on his armor, Hanho came up to him and called out to him. Hanho said he thinks they're gonna need another bus, if they're gonna keep rescuing students. But Sanwoo said no. They won't move around like that anymore. The orc boss declared global annihilation. He addressed everyone present. He explained that we had to fight the orcs. Because of the quest, you can't just go around the enemies. Orcs will pursue until they destroy all of them. Only after defeating the boss will they be able to leave. One of the guys said he saw them at the gym. There were about 100 orcs there. Panic has set in. Due to incomplete team play, a penalty effect has been imposed. It's all stupid, helpless players not wanting to act. Sanwoo was looking at the overall situation. There's a lot of penalties, but the battle could definitely be won by the majority. Now it's clearer. To reassure the people, he said he would fight the orcs himself, thinking that having a weapon but not knowing how to use it would be of no use. The comrades shouted with one voice that Sanwoo was crazy. That's crazy. But he reiterated that he would fight the orcs himself. There were whispers on the bus. People were asking if they heard him. Someone asked if he was crazy. You can't count on anyone around here. And only the guys on the student council said to let the psycho run around. He was lucky before. Now there's a chance to get rid of him. Jisoo also began to convince Sanhwa that they should fight together in a united effort. He replied that earlier Yoon herself had said there was no point in sticking together. Skeletons were more useful than humans now. Now he's convinced of that. Of course, Jisoo could help him in battle if he wanted, but he thinks it's going to be very dangerous, so he made this decision after analyzing all the options. Jisoo reflected that Sanwoo's strategies were win-win, but this time the stakes were different. He got off the bus with his subjects and headed towards the gym where the orcs were seen. The people on the bus couldn't believe he'd actually do it. Hanho lamented that he was out of his mind. Yoon said she'd better get him out of there. Kensu said he was ready to step on the gas and drive away at any time. A group of orcs advanced towards Sanwoo's group. The red orc was in the lead. Sanwoo thought it was their leader, but for some reason, no message appeared. It must be a mid-level boss. He commanded his skeletons to advance on the opponents now. The group took a favorable position. There was no need to worry about the ladders. They were like a small gorge. Sanwoo said to his warriors that he had fun with them when they become dust, so they don't forget about him. The orcs were approaching the skeletons. Sanwoo activated Wild Madness, which will add strength and speed for 10 minutes, and ordered them to destroy the enemies. But the orcs blocked the skeletons' throwing attack. They had no choice but to retreat. A powerful high-point attack was launched, but it resulted in a deliberate self-destruction. Seeing the right one raring to fight, Sanwoo stroked his head and said it wasn't his turn yet. And then Sanwoo commanded the debut of the undead orc. It finally worked. The system says the undead obey him. The team play activated the synergy effect. He ordered the orc skeleton to destroy everyone fighting to the last man. Watching the battle, Sanwoo thought that skeletons don't get tired. After all, they are the undead, born to die. That's how necromancers fight. From the window of his training building, People who had been rescued earlier were watching the battle. Someone said they thought they were finished. Everyone wondered what was going on, who this guy really is. Han-ho watched from the bus and shouted when his friend had time to develop his skills so coolly. "I wish he'd tell me." Jisoo replied that he had foreseen that too. I remembered his words that he made such a decision after analyzing all the options. As the battle progressed, mana became more and more plentiful. Sanwoo realized this was the effect of the legendary item. On top of that, the orcs were weakened by the scent of doom. Their stats were reduced by 30%. But suddenly, the morale of the orc horde has been boosted. The drop in performance has been halved. At that moment, Sanwoo sent Right into battle saying it was his turn. Ordered him to get rid of his enemies. The Right one did as ordered. A message came in that a lottery ticket had been received. It's the 21st time in history. Sanwoo wondered who the 20 people before him were. Was it possible that such incidents had happened in the past? But then he heard the wheels squealing, saw the bus moving, wondered who was driving it. I can't believe the assholes are trying to escape at a time like this. It's clearly the student council president's crew, or they're being kidnapped. He took his head and said, "Why can't anyone just wait? It's only going to make things worse." Back when Sunwoo was going to fight, the student council decided they'd fight too. They won't get in the way, but they can protect someone. Now we have to help them. Sanvi realized that he enjoyed fighting alone. He warned everyone on the team to stay out of the way of the skeletons. He and his comrades went to the gym. They saw a monster in the back of the room. Sanwoo looked closely and asked who it was, if it was the boss, and prepared his magic item. The monsters behind the boss's back held the entire student council hostage at gunpoint. Sanwoo has ordered everyone to gather. The boss battle begins. He thought it was a good thing everyone was alive. How could the orcs be so advanced as to know to take hostages? The guys from the student council were screaming for help. No one wanted to die. Sanwoo replied that they were in this situation because of their own stupidity. They should have prepared for something like this. He couldn't guarantee everyone's survival. It's not God's job to control lives. You can't negotiate with the enemy. Having commanded his group to go on the attack, Sanwoo thought it was impossible to show weakness right now. He hoped that while the orcs were confused by the surprise attack, he could rescue the hostages. But the plan didn't work. As soon as the battle began, the orcs killed the hostages. What now? In the next second, an energy stream began to emanate from the orc chieftain. The guys didn't understand what was happening. The boys were beginning to lose their strength. The message came back that they were in a state of confusion due to the abyss breath. Mana was running low. In the next message, there was an explanation that there was a reinforced monster boss black mage low-class orc chieftain. Han-ho started going through all his elixirs. They tasted like poison. He finally found what he needed, shouted to Sonvi that he'd found the antidote. He told his friend to leave the antidote for Yoon Jisoo. He didn't know what was going on, but he was so refreshed by it. The system reported that the breath of the abyss had significantly increased his mana. I can see why he's so confident. The breath of the abyss accumulates in the body for a time. Strength increased by 50. Sanwoo didn't understand what had happened. He asked if the orc could tell him. The monster himself stood at a loss. Sanwoo realized that he hadn't expected this turn of events either. Han-ho suggested a threesome attack as a rooftop. Jisoo confirmed that she was ready. But Sanwoo refused. Nothing would ever be the same again. One by one, reports came that the undead were obeying him. He thought it was because of the orc chieftain. The synergy effect is triggered for a group of players. Han-ho couldn't understand why there were so many skeletons. On the synergy list, one-armed warrior, barbarian orc hunter returned to life. Organized squad. Attribute of the captain plus 11 or more team members. Sunwoo, encouraged now, will show the true power of doom. The orc skeletons were attacking the orcs. As soon as one was destroyed, it was immediately revived. Sanwoo asked the boss, now he realized who he was fighting against. No matter how hard he tries, there's only one end, and that's death. From that amount of energy, Sunwoo himself turned into a necromancer monster. The orc chieftain wanted to run away, but the skeletons surrounded him on all sides. Necromancer thought the orc was a fool. There is no escaping death. The chieftain could not break the siege. Sanwoo sent Right into battle. He ordered him to finish off the enemy. He did not fail his master. Over 1,000 gold was obtained for defeating the enhanced monster boss, Black Mage, of the lower-class Orc Chieftain. The strength of the Right one has been increased by absorbing the strength of the Orc Chieftain. Armor increased. Commander's skills were improved. The Skeleton Goblin became an elite. Sanwoo was almost back to his former human form. The Skeleton Goblins rose after defeating the boss. He asked to see a list of subordinates. Han-ho noticed and shouted to his friend that the boss had something in his mouth. Sunwoo thought it was an object. He reached out with his hand. The system warned that the item had the attribute demon. It would take sacrifice to get rid of it. Sanwoo thought the demon wasn't far behind the necromancer, and yet he took the object. Got the demon heliotrope. It's a legendary orb. It increases mana at the expense of your opponent's mana. If the opponent runs out of mana, you can take the power. In the next instant, Sanwoo applied the Breath of the Abyss. The primary awakening was over. When the guys came out of the gym, everyone was cheering, shouting and cheering that they had caught the boss. Some said they didn't want to get in the way, but they'd help next time. Someone said that Sanwoo was their hero. Only Sanwoo himself thought he didn't need anyone, even though he doesn't know what's out there. But it's best to move in small groups just in case. As the people approached the gate, the magic lock plate shattered. People were wondering if they could leave. Of course, there was no point in staying here. A lot of people are starting to look at where Sanwoo's going. He's safer with him than on his own. Hanho pulled out his cell phone. There was still no connection. He wondered if it was real that the same thing was happening all over the world. He hoped his parents were okay. Sanwoo was sad to hear about his parents, but his thoughts were interrupted by a bus pulling up. Lee Kensu told the boys to get on. Better on a bus than on their own at this hour. He said he could take them to the nearest military base. Sanwoo replied that all was well, his home was nearby, although it was a lie. Kensu began to summon the rest of the boys. They'll be leaving soon. He shouted that they had 2 buses and everyone would fit. Kensu wished good luck to Sanwoo when they were all seated on the bus. He wished the spearmen good luck in return. Both buses moved on their way, and our friends, surrounded by the undead, stayed behind to watch. Hanho asked Jisoo where she was going now. Her house is somewhere nearby. Yoon said she lives in a dormitory. She's from Jeju. She asked Sunwoo if she could go with him. I'm not sure it'll be useful, but still. He replied that of course it would be useful. Hanho said confidently that he was out of the question. Sanwoo jokingly suggested making the comrade another one-armed warrior left. It would be a nice synergy. Jisoo noticed something while the guys were chatting and rushed over to them whispering to hide. The boys looked up. They saw something huge moving across the sky. Kensu, meanwhile, also noticed the movement. He stopped the bus. The passengers asked him to step on the gas. He replied if he moved, the monsters would see them. The boy assumed that surely these creatures must react to movement. Upon examination, he realized they were dragons. A message came in that local boss Vavon Alphamel has appeared. There were several dragons. One of the buses they grabbed and lifted into the air. Sanwoo looked at everything that was happening and thought that he wasn't strong enough to save the bus. But he would definitely become stronger. Rising to his feet, he suggested that Jis hunt the monsters. There was no hiding from them anyway. Sanwoo now realized that in this world you can't just adapt to the situation. Each time you have to raise your level, you have to take on harder and harder targets. Looking at his comrades, he thought of humanity ruling the earth. Just because it always overcomes the more difficult obstacles in its path, rather than adapting to them. And then another group of orcs came out to meet the boys and the battle began. The system says the training is complete. There were groups of goblins hiding here and there throughout the city. Our comrades pursued them and defeated them. Once again receiving 10 gold, Sanwoo said it was predictable. After once again defeating monsters, his level had increased to level 6. Hanho lamented that this time again, Sunwoo alone had gotten everything. He replied that there would be nothing to get. There was no point in hunting goblins. Choosing a tier transition card this time took a strength increase. He was expecting a surge of energy. He really did feel different now. After leaving the building, the boys met Jisa. Yoon said there were 9 goblins. She defeated them all. Seonwoo praised him for such an accomplishment. He said he would leave the daggers to Hanho from now on. Now Sanwoo had devised another plan. They would go forward ignoring the goblins. Hanho asked why. Jisoo, realizing the intent, replied to save her strength for catching stronger monsters. Sanwoo clarified that defeating an orc is worth 80 gold pieces, but for a goblin, it's only 10, so the other monsters would be worth even more. As they rounded the corner, the guys didn't realize what was happening. It felt like they were in a zombie movie. Taking a closer look, Hanho asked if there weren't military vehicles up ahead. Sonev was surprised to see if the soldiers had fought monsters and all died. 2 military men came out from behind a military vehicle. They asked the guys if they were sure they were human and what was behind their backs. Sanwoo took his hand off his sword and asked the men to calm down. He replied that they were definitely human. The one closest to the boys looked back and reported to Sergeant Kim that there were people here. He said he could see it himself. When the guys got closer to the car, they saw an officer wounded in the leg. He apologized for not being able to come out and greet them. Sanwoo asked if it was a goblin who had daggered him like that. The sergeant said it was a little thing the size of a first grader. They were overpowered. Sanwoo didn't understand how professional military men could be struck down by goblins. What about all their weapons? The officer said all the firearms were broken. They didn't understand why. The soldiers had to fight with knives and shovels. Hanho called out to Sanwa and said he had an elixir. He took out a bottle. The soldier said he'd seen a player with one before and asked if he could have the elixir. But Sanwoo replied that he himself understood that in their situation it was difficult to share what might be useful for survival. The officer said, "What about information? In exchange, he'll tell the guys everything he knows." Sonhwa agreed to listen, and then they'll decide. Sergeant Kim said they saw wolves the size of huge bulls. They couldn't catch any of them. They just ran away. And he told me about the QR code. Guys have probably seen it. It's blue, but our friends haven't met any code yet. Officers seen 2 codes so far. They're found at bus stops, subway parking lots. The sergeant scanned them with his smartphone and went to the app. When means of communication fail, all that is left is the community app. Sun Woo thought it must be the community of survivors and handed the officer the coveted elixir. The sergeant asked where the guys were going. The military should be back at the base by now. Sun Woo wondered if the military thought it was safe there. Sergeant Kim said that when the first players showed up, the senior ranks said they could handle it without weapons. They told them to fight with shovels. Sun Woo replied that he thought they would go their own way. Kim then wished them good luck. Sun Woo warned the military to watch the skies carefully. There are huge monsters flying around. The officer thanked him for the important information. His subordinate shook with fear. Walking a little down the street, the guys finally met a QR code at the bus stop. Sun Woo downloaded the app. Han Ho said he hoped it wasn't some kind of virus. Sun Woo studied the program, trying to figure out who was behind what was happening. It was stated that the second-class selection would take place in 3 days. Jinsu also downloaded the app. Found out to write a new post requires 1,000 gold pieces. Han Ho squealed that it was 100 goblins. The guys read the message in the chat room. The survivors are gathering in Gyeonggi-do, Hwaseong. The others were told to come to a park nearby. They'll be picked up. Han Ho said his apartment was there too. Sun Woo suggested that the comrades go there. It got me thinking. Someone might pay 1,000 gold pieces for a message. He had raised level 6 with such difficulty. How much did the strangers do for the 8th? He sensed something was wrong here. However, it was better to team up with a strong group to survive. The guys have hit the road. A message came in that the past thread had been deleted by the author. People online asked what was going on. They were told that it was okay to come back. The phone was actually in the hands of another monster. Now, there was a vampire waiting on the other side of the phone. On one of the streets of the city, the boys saw a man trying to fight off a group of goblins. There was a little girl next to him. A man screamed for help, begging for his daughter to be saved, begged if anyone was here. Our team came to the aid of the people. The boys made quick work of the goblins. Sun Woo told the man not to worry. He extended his hand to the frightened people and said he would walk them home. The man replied that the house was very close by. The rescued man said they had lost all their food. Sun Woo shared his supplies. They didn't have much themselves, though. Several goblins ran away from the team. The boys followed them. There was a dungeon sign where the monsters had fled. Han Ho offered to go inside and destroy them all. But the man they rescued stopped them, said they shouldn't go down there. His friend owns this karaoke place. He heard it was inhabited by something scarier than green monsters. Sun Woo wondered what the hell this was about. He thanked them for the information and said they could use it. The boys did enter the dungeon, received a message, got into a unique dungeon, sacred land of ancient slime. The friends ran with all their might. Han Ho wailed as usual that Sun Woo was still thanking him for the information. The man replied sharply to slam shut and run. Han Ho grabbed Sunhwa when he saw something ahead. He said, "It's okay. It's a small-sized slime." The skeletons went on the attack. Reports started coming in that 140 gold pieces had been received for destroying the small-sized slime. Han Ho's blade dissolved from the slime. He panicked about what would happen if it got on his skin. Sun Woo replied, "Bone cannot dissolve bone. Skeletons are direct enemies." One of the orcs behind the boys was swallowed by a huge slime. Han Ho shuddered. Looking around, he asked Sun Woo if enemies could do that and pointed his finger. A boss monster, ancient slime, appeared in front of them. A message came that the Necromancer's subordinates were headed for eternal doom. Sun Woo was amazed. The monster couldn't swallow them. It just nibbled them and tore them to pieces. He realized that the viscosity made the skeleton attacks useless. Even so, there is a way out. Sun Woo used the effect of creating bone weapons. He commanded everyone to use the bones around them. You can't summon new skeletons with them, but you can make weapons. In an instant, Sun Woo managed to save Han Ho from the slime attack, but the monster grabbed one of the skeletons. Sun Woo said the monster did it for nothing. There were many bones in his backpack that he could use to make weapons. The Necromancer commanded the creation of a bone weapon, and inside the monster, bones began to turn into spears, tearing the slime apart. Sun Woo ordered his undead to attack the slime and slash it until it stopped regenerating. Over 2,000 gold pieces were received for destroying the ancient slime. Sun Woo ordered the skeletons to collect all the slime in empty bottles. He thought slime was a pretty strong substance, might come in handy in the future. A rare level core was found on the floor. It's covered in a protective shell. but the liquid inside will dissolve any material. Something can be created. Sanwoo picked up the core carefully and wrapped it with a handkerchief. He realized that it was material for unification. Hanho called him over to look at the comments on his phone. Something was wrong. For some reason, all the comments were being deleted. Wasn't that suspicious? Sanwoo thought for a moment. That group of people spent 1,000 gold pieces to help the others. But the comments are being deleted. That's strange. Meanwhile, somewhere in an underground parking lot, some unknown people were talking. They were discussing why humans destroy monsters. You get 500 gold pieces for killing one person. For a player, it's a dime. And catching them is very easy and much more fun. There were two people sitting in the car. One asked Young who the boss was. He said the Red Professor. The first one wondered if he was a famous criminal. It was that professor who told the monsters that since the world was in chaos, he realized he needed help. As they approached the appointed place, Sanwoo asked Hanho if he could destroy the man. He was surprised at the question. At this time, Hyung was remembering how he became a member of the vampire staff, why things turned out the way they did. One day, he went to a store with a friend to steal some supplies. But Hyung turned into a vampire monster. The vampire attacked his comrade, who was calling for help, but Hyun heard only one voice in his head at that moment. The Red Professor said he needed more blood. Before the next meeting, he needs to grow up, that insatiable child of his. Hyun was brought to his senses by the voice of another comrade who approached the car. The man asked how things were going. An accomplice showed a message that people were coming. There are 3 people with weirdo number 1507. They're already waiting in the park. Yun commanded his driver to step on the gas. Their 17th bags of blood had arrived. The vampire marveled at the open spaces near the houses, but somehow people were easily lured there. And the people there fear for their lives, so they'll be quiet. What they don't realize is that when the vampire bait stops working, the residents will be next in line. Seeing 3 cloaked silhouettes on the road, the driver said their target was there. The vampire was going crazy with anticipation of his prey. I ordered him to hit the gas full throttle. The car slammed full speed into the cloaked figures, but the criminals were surprised. They were skeletons. In the next second, Sanwoo engaged the creation of bone weapons. Bone spears flew into the windshield. The vampire was shot in the neck. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Just then, the window was broken by someone's hand. He was grabbed by the scruff of his neck and dragged outside. Lying on the ground, the monster asked what was going on. A phone was shoved under his nose. Sanwoo, pointing his sword at Hyun, asked, "Ko 4884 is he?" Earlier, Sanwoo speculated based on deleted comments. What's the point of spending money and then deleting them? Perhaps someone was trying to prevent a terrible thing from happening. Then he told his team about the assumption. The guys were supportive that there really are such people. The world is full of horrors. So they took the bait, but they didn't think they'd be stupid enough to run her over with a car. The vampire started yelling at the guys, asking what they even knew. Sanwoo punched the monster. The skeletons were holding the driver's accomplice. Sanwoo asked how many of them there were, threatened to blow his head off if he didn't answer. Yun turned into a monster. He asked Seonwoo if he'd ever destroyed people at all. How dare he play with him, and reached for him with his claws. But Right reacted at the same second, protected his master, and the enemy lost his arm. Sanwoo replied that his was true. Even in such a world, he is not ready to destroy a human being, but his associates are different. The orc skeleton swung his axe at the vampire. He collapsed from the pain. Sun Woo turned to his partner in crime, said they'd start with a leg or arm injury. The man started to say there were 8 other people. The next instant, the vampire jumped up and destroyed his partner with a single blow. The boys were shocked. They saw that the monster's hand was now shaped like a knife. The vampire began to greedily devour his newly destroyed comrade. Sanwoo shouted that he was crazy. Thanks to this, the monster's health was restored. The characteristics increased. The vampire said he used to be a ninja, but when the boss bit him, everything changed. Now he's an inferior vampire. Becoming a vampire won't take you beyond level 1, but you can gain experience by drinking blood. In Rage mode, all stats increase by 20%. After exit minus 50% for 10 hours. Sanwoo realized there were classes even more horrible. He ordered the boys to hide behind him, so that if anything happened, the monster couldn't destroy them all at once. Sanwoo let his skeletons attack the vampire. The enemy was too fast. He ordered his men to surround the monster, but it dispatched them in no time, once they got to him. The vampire monster's sharp dagger passed within a millimeter of Sanwoo's head. He managed to deflect the attack with his shield, and the monster flew past him. Yoon met him with an attack here. The vampire said he thought she was a simple girl, but she looks like a lioness. He'll taste her blood first. But then a cloud of blades flew at the enemy. The monster barely dodged. It was Han-ho. He said the enemy should have forgotten about him. He used his Gatling daggers. But that only made the enemy angry. He asked, "How dare that dungworm?" and lunged at him. Han-ho defended right. He rushed in front of the monster and blocked the overflow. From the back, Sunwoo was already running at the monster with an axe. He shouted to the boys that he had caught it, but his subject was destroyed. The enemy shouted that it was weak and slow. Heading for Sunwoo, Hyung shouted that enough of the little things were getting in the way. He's no match for vampires. Jisoo tried to hit the monster with her fire sword, but the monster dodged it, saying it was too obvious. That's when the right one stepped in. He managed to dodge and cut off the monster's dagger hand. As the vampire screamed in pain, Sunwoo sent his army of skeletons to attack. Behind him, Sunwoo heard shouting. A crowd was approaching to help Hyun. The enraged monster screamed that it was about time. The associates were frightened, asked what happened to him. Orc skeletons surrounded the vampire and attacked him relentlessly. Sunwoo was able to hit the enemy through one of the skeletons. He said the monster's body regeneration was impressive, and the head regeneration is worth checking out. A message came through that 1,000 gold was received for destroying a player. Sunwoo was shocked to receive gold for destroying a player. Now it was clear why those lunatics were doing all this. Hyung's associates were surrounded. Sunwoo asked if they were that level 8 group. The criminals mumbled something inaudible. They were ordered to drop all weapons on the ground, or they would all be killed. The criminals obediently disarmed. One of the group fell to his knees with a story that they didn't know what happened to Hyung. They promised to follow him. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. Sunwoo thought for a moment. So a certain boss made this monster, whether it was human or not, and what class it was. Maybe with 5 stars or higher. At least now it's clear that the strong are just playing with the rest. Sunwoo asked how many people they had already killed. The perpetrator replied that 21 or 2. A rage gripped Sunwoo. He sent his army to slay the monster men. The comrades looked at him in horror. Sunwoo explained that if he didn't destroy them now, they would go after the others again. Yoon replied that she understood that. In the morning at the military base, Sergeant Kim read a report that people were being lured into the park by criminals. Some had escaped and were warning others. The officer was amazed that in a situation like this, people would destroy each other. Even surviving together is a hard thing to do. What will become of the world? Someone posted a message that someone had wiped out all the criminals. They mentioned skeletons. Kim figured out who it was. Amazing, guys. The soldier reported that the sergeant had an urgent meeting. He asked me to wait, checking on their saviors. He texted the guys to be careful. Somewhere in an abandoned building, some guy read in a chat room that our guys were helping people and said it was an amazing performance. Unknown said he was glad there were altruists like Necromancer left in this world. Decided it was time for his group to get on the case and walked out the open door. Hanho, leafing through his phone, found the article. Survivors were invited to leave comments under the post to find a family or share information. All the guys started reading the comments. A lot of them were looking for a family. They also told about wolves that can jump 2 stories high. Hanho was offended. Everyone who praised Sunwoo has now gone under this post. Sunwoo himself said he didn't care at all. Our comrades arrived at Hanho's house. He was very happy to be here at last. He looked anxiously at the building and worried if his parents were all right. Hanho showed that their apartment was up there. Sunwoo advised him to calm down and stay alert. The boys began to climb the stairs. On the way, they came across the remains of orcs. Hanho prayed to all the gods he knew that his family would be all right. He had worked so hard to get here. There was an axe mark on the door of their apartment. Hanho started calling for his mom, screaming for him to come. The door swung open and joyful parents ran out to meet him. They cried and hugged their son. Sitting at the table, Hanho, with his mouth full, was surprised that his parents hadn't picked a card. He was very surprised. His mom loves to play cards, so why did she say no? Turns out these cards have a different style. Dad said he couldn't touch them. Hanho joked that that's why Dad couldn't even be trusted with coins. Sunwoo asked how Hanho's parents had defended themselves against the orc invasion. I mean, all the other apartments are completely trashed, so why were they left out? The guy's dad said they used an F-killer. All 3 guys were surprised. The mother excitedly described how the father sprayed the monsters with spray cans and ran away. Hanho even choked when he heard that. Sunwoo replied that the idea was very original. The satisfied woman thanked her friends for bringing her prodigal son home. She apologized that she could only offer green tea. The guys were very grateful for such a warm welcome. They drank tea with pleasure. Hanho began to tell me that he had actually tried to do it himself. Now he's a great dagger thrower. His mother said he wasn't asked. The woman said the boiler doesn't work. There's only cold water, but the guys can rinse and rest. When it got dark, the only light in the house was on in the windows of their apartment. A motorcycle pulled up to the house. In the evening twilight, 2 guys were watching the windows of the houses and smiling. At that time, Jisoo came out of the bathroom and said that she had cleaned herself up. The guys were confused when they saw her like that. The girl thanked Hanho's mother for lending her her pajamas. The woman sympathized with Yoon, said she was a poor girl so young and fragile. It was hard on her. The son grumbled as usual, said she was actually about 30 times stronger than him. Meanwhile, Sunwoo went to take a shower. He thought it had been a long time since he had showered so calmly. It was good that Hanho's parents were okay. It's a good thing orcs don't react to human scent. Otherwise, it would be hard to live with a family in a world like this. Sun Wu watched Wright try to wash Hanho, and he shouted that he didn't need help. I felt happy and peaceful. After a shower, the boys began to organize their weapons. Hanho asked what Sun Wu thought about not staying here. He replied that they needed to keep moving toward the goal. Maybe they saw orc patrols on the way. If they spotted the boys, they might come and attack. Sun Wu thought for a moment. There was only one problem left: where exactly to go. He still hadn't decided on a destination. Hanho was monitoring his phone again. Sun Wu grumbled that even in this world he was addicted to social media. Hanho started to deny that's not what's important. Prosecutor Yang Dinpo, who posted the previous post, wrote a new post. It was reported that the first and best were ready to be taken to the safe zone. The payment would be gold or food. Yoon doubted whether they could be trusted. Sanwoo, after reading the post, said it's clear to him why they published such a post yesterday. Perhaps this reformer actually has the ability to defend his territory. They don't know how many classes there are, but he thinks spending 1,000 gold pieces for the sake of others is a foolish decision. You wouldn't just do something like that. Sanwoo told the comrades to look at the responses. People started writing that they believe them and would be coming soon. Jisoo said there are a lot of comments here. Hanho added that they are all positive. Sanwoo explained unknowns are trying to create a good image of themselves. A strong leader. A safe place mutual aid sounds tempting. To increase strength for sure, they are quietly earning gold and elixirs. Hanho was upset. So no one at all is willing to help others for nothing. Sanwoo replied that he didn't know for sure. It's just his opinion, but he doesn't want to discuss it in front of his parents. And they're a long way from Yongdongpo. What's the point? Hanho's been monitoring places to go, found a message that a man was looking for a young woman to live in Suwon. I chuckled that this was definitely not the place. Here he showed the comrades a message that there is a 3-star reformer in Suwon, but defense fees would also be charged. Sanwoo thought he didn't want to pay, but wondered what these safe zones were. He asked how far it was. Hanho said it was about 20 minutes by bus. Sanwoo suggested that the comrades go there. Hanho went to ask his parents' opinion. The next day on the street, Sanwoo asked the comrades if everyone was ready. The answer was yes. He apologized to Hanho's parents for having to go with the team. The father said that since their son was alive thanks to Sanwoo, they would go too. The mother said that not only orcs but also thieves could be found in their neighborhood. Sanwoo asked about the thieves. My father said it seemed like high school students were stealing from all the survivors. Everyone was sad that even boys like that continue to do their dirty deeds. And then, a group of young men on motorcycles approached our company. The young men greeted the company by calling them old men. Sanwoo was confused. He was still young. Some cocky guy said they heard the guys laughing last night. You have to share your joy with others. You can see how many young guns and laborers are on the team. And he pointed to the guy with the bat. Sanwoo was getting angry when he heard the word laborers. Behind the display case, his team of undead stood nearby. The youths kept threatening to take everything away from them, but then something scared them and they quickly started their motorcycles and left. Our comrades didn't realize what had happened. What's wrong with them? They started looking around. The boys heard something approaching that they did not yet understand. They looked around and were horrified. It was a pack of huge wolves. The men froze. The beasts didn't attack because of their instinct to hunt prey. Sanwoo said to move very slowly. Fighting the beast in hand-to-hand combat is dangerous. Their fangs are sharp, their claws are definitely more powerful than their weapons, and their bodies are more balanced. Unlike human beasts, their bodies are parallel to the ground. If humans fall, it takes time to get back to a stable position. If the wolves attack at such a moment, it will be a man's last. The group slowly healed back into the building. Hanho asked if they were safe inside. Sanwoo replied that it was not. The beasts would easily attack them given their natural strength. Hanho panicked at what they would do then. One of the wolves interrupted the silence and rushed inside to attack the humans. Sanwoo also rushed forward. He decided to use the slime bottle. The thrown bottle shattered against the beast's muzzle, the slime began to work and the wolf squealed in pain. Sanwoo commanded the undead to move forward now. There are several ways for the bipeds to defeat them. Sovnu made spears from the bones of a wolf infected with slime and ordered the orc skeletons to throw them. The wolves rushed to attack Sanwa and his army, but they threw slime bottles into the beasts' mouths. Sanwoo said that animals weren't taught not to take food from strangers. There's slime inside. While the big wolf was trying to free himself from the slime, Wright went in and finished him off. And then we defeated another one. We received a message that we had received 240 gold pieces for killing a huge wolf. While the skeletons were defeating one wolf after another, Jisoo said they didn't seem to be doing any good. Sanwa reassured him that they were just difficult opponents. He looked at Yoon. Her class is a tiger hunter. The more she develops physically, the further she will advance. Looking at Hanho being nurtured by his parents, Sanwoo wondered if he was getting stronger at all. Sanwoo tried calling the wolves after the fight, but they didn't respond. The level was too low. That's too bad. It was getting dark. Sunwoo said it was time to get on the road. I wondered if there were any others around. The next day, the team saw a military helicopter. It was trying to evade the dragons. The officer inside was yelling at the pilot to hurry up. At this rate, they'd be eaten. But that was the top speed. The officer lamented that Sergeant Kim hadn't reported that pterosaurs lived here. The co-pilot thought he shouldn't have ignored him all the time. The military officer said that before scary people like Prosecutor Yang Dongpo gained strength, we should save the people. But how can we do that with such monsters? The system said there was a local boss, Weyburn Alpha Male, and the dragon captured and destroyed the helicopter. Our team saw from the window as the monster threw a helicopter into the apartment building. Sun Woo said it was obviously a military helicopter. Han Ho lamented that the military didn't have everything under control. The dragons laid down on the neighboring roof. Father asked if they had fallen asleep there. Mother was worried about what to do. The safe zone is just around the corner. Sanwoo replied that it was best not to interfere. That thing would go away on its own in time. They would rest in the meantime too. The monsters didn't fly away and the group stayed the night in the building. They were still awake at night when the message came. It was written which class is best for survival in a destroyed world. Choose now. Sunwoo realized what had begun. Hanho told his parents to learn from his mistakes. They picked a map with a lot of stars. The father replied that he was waiting for a chance and wasn't going to blow it. Sanwoo was prompted to select an additional class card. He hesitated for a moment. An additional one, whether it was related to the existing one. One card disappeared before his eyes. Someone else must have picked it. These cards are probably being shown to a lot of people right now. So it turns out to be a battle of sorts. Hanho was looking for a map with more stars. Sanwoo was worried. He commanded himself to pull himself together. It's still unknown if the number of stars really affects anything. Focused. I needed to find the most effective class that would help me develop my Necromancer skills. Chose an additional Black Mage card with 3 stars. Gained a new ability due to the connection to his main Necromancer class. Sanva studied. Aura of Doom buff for undead, debuff for enemies. Not bad. At this time, Hanho was again lamenting that he had failed. He complained that someone took the 4-star card he wanted, and now he's got a priest with 1 star. Wright consoled Hanho while he told him that the new ability only gave defense for 10 seconds after destroying an enemy. The suffering was interrupted by the father asking his son to assess whether the map was bad. He went up to see what was there. The man said he chose a class that creates safe zones. He's a pioneer. Sun Woo was happy about this choice, so they didn't have to go to Suwon now. The father rejoiced, asked his son to look at his hands. He said he should have learned to do that a long time ago. Han Ho approached his mother and asked what she had chosen. The woman showed the cook's card. The son replied that he had to choose a map for the battle. The father comforted the mother and scolded the son. He wants elderly parents to fight monsters. Didn't realize he was raising an ungrateful son. While the family was arguing, Sunwoo asked Jisoo what she had chosen. She got the hitman with 3 stars. She now has the passive ability Special Sense, which activates in a dangerous fight. Sunwoo pondered what that special feeling was. Yun was thinking that the Necromancer was strong enough. He effectively utilizes every person on the team. Good at planning. Has a clear mind. No matter how hard she tries, she won't be. But I didn't want to stay where I was. If she couldn't be like Sunwoo, she had to find a way to become stronger mentally and physically. Sunwoo asked the team if they could explain their skills in more detail. Hanho's father said he would, and brought up information about the skill. It can create a safety zone 200 meters square and 10 meters high. Sunwoo thought it would be difficult to create a safe zone right now, and it was stupid to be like a guild that only worked for gold. He said they would only use it in dangerous situations. In the meantime, they'll look for a place to set up a safe zone. Hanho asked if they should go to Suwon now. Seonwoo replied that there was no need to go to Suwon. He was sure the leader of that group would use his influence on the others, and he didn't want to fight him too. Looking out the window, Seonwoo watched the dragon. It began to move. Apparently it had rested and was ready to fly on. After a while, everyone flew away. Seonwoo asked Hanho to look up the location of the nearest store in the community. We need to use the gold and become stronger. After scouring social media, Hanho replied that there was nothing nearby. Then the boys heard a noise outside. When the comrades left the building, they recognized them. It was the young people from the motorcycles they had met yesterday. Sanwoo suggested we ask them. Those who steal from people should know where the nearest store is where they can use the gold. So we followed them. The young people lamented that the Waewans had wasted a lot of time. They spent hours in the butcher shop. On the plus side, they have meat. One of the guys asked Taesun if he could spin the silver roulette. He said he had to raise some more money. Tetsun said that last time he got a stupid survival pack. He hoped it would be something better this time. The boys walked into the building. Taesun shouted to the people inside that they had come. They were probably already dead. but there was no response. Tetsun asked why it was so quiet. A comrade had called out to him. Taeson turned on the light and saw that everyone he knew was here. He asked what was wrong with them and where Eugene was. One of my friends told me that the man came by. Eugene didn't have enough money, so he... Taeson screamed at the thought that something might have been done to her. When he saw the girl at his side, he asked if she was all right. Eugene showed herself. She had fangs and sharp ears. She asked the guy to shut up. The human odor made her feel hungry. Taeson walked over and began to comfort the girl. Someone else was sitting in the room. He said it was sweet and sickening. The man called out to Taeson and asked why he had destroyed Woo-sok. He had always been too kind and righteous for a gang leader. Taeson started making excuses that Woo-sok had attacked them. What could be done? Taeson replied that they would have to destroy Eugene. The man explained that he'd already warned vampires can't hold back. They need to drink blood all the time. Why doesn't anyone listen to him? Taeson interjected about drinking all the time. That's why Woo-sok destroyed so many people. The man's pissed. The boys should be thankful their boss put them in business in the first place. How long does he think their gang can survive without protection? Taeson told me to leave them alone. They'll figure it out for themselves. But the man said the answer was wrong. He threatened that without that protection, their entire company would be the first to be wiped out. The vampire told the guy they had to find 10,000 gold pieces in 2 days, or his neck would be next. A man noticed the strangers on the doorstep and asked who they were, told them to get out of here. They were our guys. Sunwoo replied that it wasn't nice to talk to guests like that. The man smirked at the word that they were guests. He asked what the guests wanted. Sunwoo drew his sword and told him to give everything he had. He asked him if he had expected someone else to rob him. The vampire declared that they were not guests, but lunatics. Taeson thought there were going to be rivers of blood. Seeing the man's teeth, Sunwoo asked, "So is he the boss from Building N?" The vampire went wild. He screamed if they were the ones who destroyed everyone in there, and lunged to attack, but the skeleton intercepted the monster's arm. Taeson fell to the floor with fear. He was frightened, but then he realized they were skeletons. The wounded monster asked if they belonged to the guy, called him names, said he was reviving the dead. The orc skeletons lifted the man above the floor and held him. Sunwoo put his sword to his neck and told him not to move or he would cut off his head. He started the interrogation, asked him if he was in charge of the vampires, but he didn't answer. The vampire grew stronger with rage. He broke Sunwoo's sword with a jerk, and jerked his arm so hard he shattered the skeletons. The monster was already flying towards Sunwoo, but daggers flew from behind him. Jisoo went on the attack next. The girl tried to wound the monster several times, but he eventually caught her sword with his hand. Yoon activated the special sense. The vampire seemed to be thrown away from her. She marveled, so that was the effect. A stream of tremendous energy seemed to pierce through the vampire. The dead man's aura made the enemy freeze in fear. He was becoming weaker and weaker because of Sunwoo's subordinates. Sunwoo thought they could handle the power of vampires before, but now the ability does it for them. The monster weakened. He was yelling for enough, asked what they wanted. Sunwoo asked if he was willing to negotiate. The enemy thought that even though the guy can attract skeletons, but he has a weak physical condition, he'd take him down in one punch. The vampire's plan is to pretend to negotiate, and when he gets close enough, he'll strike. It was as if Sunwoo had read his thoughts, so he encased his opponent in bone spears. He knew the vampire had the body of a monster, so he'd be able to talk in his condition, and if he can't, he'll get help. He has many copies. Taeson peered out from under the table and wondered who this intimidating guy was, who he was. The monster swore. He told Sunwoo not to think he was stronger than all the vampires if he caught one, shouting that today his boss's plan would be executed. Little bastards like him, like all of them, will disappear. Sunwoo ordered Jisoo to finish off the monster. The girl carried out the order. The team received 322 gold pieces. Taeson jumped out of hiding. He was screaming for them to be rescued. He had nothing to do with the vampire. Sunwoo called out to the boy. He repeated that he had ordered him to give him everything the youth had stolen. The young boys came out of their hiding places and handed everything over to our heroes. Hanho said it wasn't much. Sunwoo explained that they were small-time bipeds. Looking at the remains of the vampire, Jisoo asked which boss he was talking about. Sunwoo didn't know the answer to that question yet, but apparently the vampires are gathering their strength. That's why they're taking everyone's money. Yoon said they dealt with the monster quickly, although it's hard to assume that such people exist. It was as if they had not adapted to the world, but the other way around. I wondered what Sunwoo thought. They have a hierarchy, top and bottom. There must be some kind of restriction, but vampires can spread like a virus. Do they have the right to turn a blind eye to vampires? It would have to be at least 3 guys to take down one. That's why Sunwoo was thinking hard. How to destroy everyone if they were to be attacked by a group, and they would be. The vampires would want to avenge their own. Sunwoo thought they should be even stronger. He asked Taeson if they had a store here. He was whispering to his friends to obey the Necromancer. Tayson said that he would lead our heroes to the store and showed them where to go. But then a yellow system window appeared. The message asked what happens to players who didn't pick a card in the second selection. Hanho asked if everyone could see the message, the bright yellow color of the window. Sonwoo didn't like it. One of the young men screamed, clutching his head. Tayson called out his name, which was Minsik. Tayson ran up to Minsik and started shaking him, asking if he hadn't picked a card. The young man broke free, started yelling that he didn't like it. What a stupid system. Tayson continued to ask why he didn't just take the card. Minsik replied that he wasn't the only one. He pointed to the other young men. The system said if they didn't want to become players, they could become monsters. So the guy started transforming into a werewolf. Sun Woo realized the monster's power was enormous. If it transforms completely, they can't defeat it. It's a good thing the transformation doesn't happen all at once. He commanded his comrades to attack the monster vigorously. Jisoo was confused. Outside stood the parents guarded by skeletons. They were discussing that the boys had been there a long time. The mother asked if it was even necessary to go there. My father began to resent that, of course it was necessary. These scum must have been destroying other people. Mom sighed, said she hoped they could work it out without casualties. Inside, our team was destroying those who had begun to transform into monsters. Sun Woo realized there was no other choice. The monster destroyed the orc. Sun Woo marveled at how he could destroy a skeleton with such a strong body in one blow. But he was even more shocked when word came that they had gotten 3,000 gold for the werewolf. Even for a loot wolf, they were given much less. How powerful they can be. The boys barely escaped the terrible danger. Sunwoo's level increased to 8th. As a reward, he chose a card, and his dexterity increased by 3. Sunwoo said that it was a random card, but the bonus was good. Yoon replied that since he had to control the skeletons, dexterity would come in handy. Hanho, in his repertoire, looked at the werewolf and lamented that they would have to keep fighting like this. Why the difficulty level had suddenly increased. Sunwoo said there was a way out. He decided he needed to enlarge the team. Haven't used human remains for their plan before, so as not to create a bad image for themselves among the survivors. But things have changed. There are people who never chose a class card. There will be situations where you have to fight a group of people who have turned into monsters. And to stay alive, the Sunwas will have to go beyond their limits. Now they can fight an army of vampires. Tayson was startled to see that his friend Minsok was now part of the undead army. Sunwoo again asked the guy where the store was. He replied that the store was in a used car showroom, but there are horrible people there all the time. The only thing taken from their group was gold, but those obey the vampires and bully the humans. Sunwoo asked the guy to take their team there. He noted that they were moving quietly enough, but there's no one here and the atmosphere is strange. A terrible roar was heard. Sunwoo ordered the crew to stop. They saw from behind cover how the rabid bear easily overpowered the vampire. A chain glittered on the animal's paw. It had been chained. Just one bear could destroy all the vampires. The young man guessed that he had been kidnapped as a human. Because of the chain, he could not choose a card and turned into a bear. Sunwoo thought how amazing it was. The criminals were destroyed by the one they stole. Payback always comes. One of the wounded vampires rushed to attack the bear. He managed to hook the animal, but the bear also threw him aside with force. Sunwoo realized that right now, if he succeeded, he could get rid of 2 at once. He launched his new werewolf skeletons into the attack, realized that wolves aren't like bears. They know how to hunt right. The report came back that 3,500 gold pieces were received for killing the bear. Senvu said there would be a new friend, but the draft didn't work out. To take a new one would have to make room. He looked at the orcs. Soon the boy was already marveling at how huge the bear was. He used to think that the undead had a size limit. Hanho turned Sunwoo's attention to the bus. It was their university bus, and it looked like Kensu had left on it. Jisoo confirmed he was definitely on him. Sunwoo assumed the guy must have been attacked by a vampire. Kensu was going to take everyone to the military base. If the vampires had infected so many people, they had more enemies than they thought. Sunwoo realized that there was no point in going into the jaws of danger on purpose right now. He asked Taesun where the store was. The guy had been leading his girlfriend under his arm the whole time. She wasn't feeling well, but then the girl suddenly pulled out of his arms. Taesun called out to his friend Eugene, but she turned into a monster in the blink of an eye. She giggled and said, "That's her name," told the guy not to worry. All babies are important to him. She turned to Sonvi and said she wondered who was destroying his children. Now she sees that he's special. Sonwoo realized she was possessed, could have come on the scent of his minions. He said he thought the top was being quiet and he was being chatty. The monster replied that it was true. He often has to explain himself in front of silly people. That's why they call him Professor. But our hero won't be interested, so he's going to say that the little bugs are all finished. At that moment, a message appeared that a lower-class curse had been placed on Sonwa. A holy power is needed to analyze and neutralize it. The monster was cheering, said he was going to eat the guy up. Just wait till he's dead. But Sanwoo abruptly burst from his seat and hit the monster so that it flew away. Angry, he said there was no point in listening to him. Hanho walked up to Sunwoo and asked if he was human. Sanwoo saw a red mark on his arm. It must be because of the curse. But why couldn't he feel any change? Hanho approached his companion in the form of a bishop and said that his dear brother had a bad energy. Sunwoo remembered that he had recently received a priest's card. While Hanho was looking at Sanwoo's hand, he thought that if the country depended on him, everyone would be finished. A message has appeared that Sanwoo's location will be displayed every 12 hours. The spell cannot be broken due to low holy power. A new mission opened up to destroy whoever was on their trail. Sanwoo thought he should attack before the professor got stronger. He went over to Tayson and asked about the store again, but then he said it was more important where the vampire lair was. The guy did get our team to the D-class store. This time it was a regular computer. We had to pick a balloon. Sanwoo said he'd try first. He got 1 ticket for any class. He already had a reward for destroying monsters, and the platinum level is worth 100,000 gold pieces. That's 100 times more expensive than back then. So I figured I'd better get some tickets, in case the price goes up by 10 every time. For now, this class of gold is enough to survive. You can add a balloon for an additional fee. Remembering the first item he received, Sunwoo decided to add the first prize balloon. Jisoo excitedly said what had started. Hanho wailed again in case the result was terrible. And that's where Sunwoo took first place. He received a legendary coupon for acquiring a master-level skill without training. Ability, Lagoon of Freedom, creates a place for subordinates to rest in a space. Great Summoning allows you to summon several subordinates. Sunwoo looked at his comrades and said that he seemed to be lucky again. Friends started pushing and grumbling that they wanted to try it too. Sunwoo was pleased. The number of summons is limited, but it's nice to have an infinite inventory. Expanded range of concealment is nice. Trying out his new skill, Sanwoo asked his comrades if they too had something cool. Jisoo was upset. She has a survival pack, bandages, medicine, ropes, flashlight. Hanho was sobbing as well. His usual item, a protective breastplate, fell out. Sunwoo said he had to move out. Hanho grumbled for another half an hour that next time he would play first. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, poor people were being told not to dream of salvation. Kensu was among them. He wondered since when things had gone wrong. Now, all the survivors were being rounded up in the building. The guy thought it would be all right. Wasn't it better to stay with Sunwoo? It would have been much better. Their hope for a military base was shattered. When they arrived, they found the base destroyed by monsters. People asked what to do now. Kensu said everyone would be saved, but there's nothing here. There was panic. People shouted that if the military base was in this condition, they were all dead. Kensu was just driving the bus. But why did everyone start pushing him? Everyone was asking him what to do. One of the passengers saw a post online about the safe zone and showed Kensu. After reading the address that it's in Suwon, I decided to go there. Driving the bus, he thought that so far they had managed to avoid all the monsters. People are willing to follow him and trust him. That decision to travel was the end of them. I should have been more vigilant. They were waiting for them here. They were monsters disguised as humans. They grabbed everyone. People were forced to work. If someone got tired, they became vampire food. When slaves got tired, they were replaced. Not everyone liked how fast the monsters progressed through the level. The vampires said they could hunt for gold and destroy those who couldn't keep working. Amazing economy. Kensu thought there was no hope. They would destroy him and everyone else. After the working day, people were corralled into the barracks. All the slow ones were sent for fodder. Suddenly, Kensu noticed something and stood up. He was pushed by the overseer and asked why he had stopped. The vampires also saw a goblin-like skeleton moving towards them, but Kensu recognized it. It was the right one. The monsters laughed and discussed amongst themselves that, apparently, this was a new type of monster. The vampires rushed at the skeleton to destroy it, but suddenly, bone spears flew at them. The monsters didn't know what was going on, but then an army of undead began to advance on them. The tormented young man shouted when he recognized Sonwa. He replied that he wished them good luck before they left. His words had no effect. Kensu looked at his savior and thought he looked stronger than before. They are both students, but how could the difference between them be so great? The vampires began to rise after the attack. The leader was screaming that the humans were all going to die. Sanwoo replied that they look human but are monsters on the inside, so there was no point in saving them, and his skeletons went on the attack. Kensu looked at Jisa. She is much stronger than he thought. Sunwoo and Jisoo are good. And Hanho, he's been pumped up since then. The guy was hiding behind Righty's back. One of the vampires was screaming to be rescued. He promised to tell us everything. Sanwa questioned how many people were in the factory. He told me to name all the vampires, including their levels. He said there's a vampire leader. He's level 5, 12 players. The strongest has a 4th. Sanwoo realized he was honest, but thought he wasn't going to save him. The vampire asked the guy to see if they had security, but he didn't get a chance to say anything. Kensu stabbed the ghoul with his spear. He said he knew what was going on at the factory. Kensu said he couldn't be left alive. He destroyed all their friends. He cried, said they may have been stupid and scared, but they didn't deserve to die like that. Kensu remembered that they were going to do so many things together. Sanwoo reassured him, asked him not to blame himself for what had happened. He needed to get through this and survive. Sanwoo realized there was a reason vampires were acting like this now. They must be hiding among ordinary people. No matter how desperate the situation, not everyone makes that choice. Adaptation and liberation are different. Let the world go to hell, but they need to take out all the crazies. At the factory, meanwhile, the director watched the captain downstairs shoving people into cages. A subordinate reported that he ordered the men to assemble, but how many more are needed? The principal smiled and said that humans are just lunch. They're easier to catch than monsters and they taste better. Vampires actually care about their evolution. The aide replied that the master has a great philosophy. They need to become the strongest species on Earth. The subordinate said he also wanted to be a captain. The director said to work hard and he would. The boss said the director found him in an abandoned factory and made him his subordinate. He's gonna change the guy's life too. Then the principal heard someone's voice say that Yes will change into a monster. He saw a man's silhouette in the doorway of the factory and asked who it was. It was Sanwoo. He said their evolution was ridiculous. If they justify their actions like that, they're no longer human. The guards advanced towards the guy. The captain asked who he was. The people in the cages perked up. They recognized the Necromancer. They started saying it was him. He saved them back then. The captain shouted for the men to be quiet. Food was not allowed to speak. Sanwoo wondered if their boss hadn't informed the vampires who he was. One of the guards figured it out, said he was the one who took out Mr. Park. Sanwoo was surprised to hear about the gentleman. He asked if they were seriously doing business here. The director said that Sunwoo was crazy to come here alone. What's going on in his head? Sunwoo clarified that these were his abilities and began to spread his energy. The principal shouted when he saw the dark energy stream. A message appeared that a great aura was being cast over the selected area. The vampires screamed in panic, not knowing what was happening. The young man unleashed his undead. Enemies have a message that they are under a curse of doom. All attributes are diminishing. The guards were terrified, screaming what kind of monsters they were. The captain shouted for them to fight back. The director shouted for the subordinates to assemble now, demanding they come to their senses. All they have to do is destroy the guy. Sanwoo received word that the undead were obeying him. To their horror, the vampire victims began to come back to life. The principal didn't expect this development either. He yelled what the hell was going on. The master was staring at our hero, thought all he had to do was destroy him. But then a bottle of slime flew into the monster's face. He started screaming that his face was hurt. It was Hanho. He was looking through an upstairs window, said there was a hole in it. Jisoo reported to her group that she had freed all the captives by opening the human cages. At the next moment, a familiar bus flew into the factory building at full speed. Kensu was driving. He shouted to the prisoners to be quick. They helped the wounded into the car. The principal, with a half-melted face, shouted where their food was going. Behind him, Wright was already riding a wolf. Sanwoo activated Wild Madness to add 10% to the damage and 20 to the goblin's speed. But the enemy sensed the danger and managed to dodge. He received a message that his attributes were reduced due to the Curse of Doom. It was Sanwoo who activated the legendary orb that steals an opponent's mana or health. All of these effects allowed the Wright to do its thing. Sanwoo said he could always be counted on. Hollow roof, thin walls, broken windows. There's no better place than this abandoned factory. Sanwoo thought if the vampires had gotten to this point, they'd be finished. The principal lay on the floor and thought about why this guy was so strong. He mentally appealed to the professor to take his power to destroy Sanwa. That's when Hanho started to panic. Before their eyes, the wounded monster began to rise. The beast said he felt a surge of strength. He will protect the headmaster. They must die for his savior. The monster's eyes glowed with rage. A message appeared that upper-class vampires were angry. Sanwoo asked if this was his true form. He seems to have forgotten that he was once human. The monster rushed towards our guys, but he was met by a werewolf skeleton. The Necromancer commanded his undead to destroy the vampires. The monster fought off the skeletons. Jisoo attacked the vampire when he was open. She managed to wound the vampire. The enraged monster continued to scatter skeletons around the factory. Sanwoo told him not to underestimate his bony companions. The undead rose again and again and went on the attack against the monster, never letting it rest. Hanho said Jisoo is so cool, how hot it is in here. But Sanwoo didn't care about jokes. He saw that it wasn't working out. He expected that because of the blood loss and wasted strength, the monster wouldn't be able to last long. But now Sanwoo feared his skeletons would die sooner. They would be in danger if the orc's defenses failed. But the problem is, This monster is just a subordinate, just how powerful a vampire leader can be. A message came through that the team game had activated synergy. Sunwoo was pleased. With her help, the strength would increase significantly. The Necromancer said he promised to make good use of the ghoul's body, and a Cerberus has been added to Sonavi's command. When this skeleton went to attack the monster, he wondered how a pile of bones became so powerful. The werewolves, along with the Cerberus, pounced on the monster and knocked it to the floor. Sunwoo approached with the bone spear and told him to tell his professor that his fishing in Hwasun was over. Got 10 grand for a player. Surprisingly, he's considered human. Sunwoo wondered if he could make him his subordinate. They had to cut off the head so the vampires wouldn't regenerate. You can't summon the undead without a head, but in his case, Sunwoo tried it and heard the undead obey him. Now the vampire will work for him. The system reported that the Necromancer could view fragments of his subordinate's memories. He wondered how. It was as if Sunwoo was in a different place. He didn't understand what was happening. He had never been able to do that before. I assumed it was part of the Necromancer's powers. He saw everything around him as if he were in the headmaster's body. He saw the professor. He asked the audience what they thought the point of the game was. Somebody knows the answer. All the vampires in the room were silent. The professor himself answered that it was unlikely. He didn't have the slightest idea either. But he said he knows what to do. Thinks we should make a call. Asked Supervisor Kim if that's right. He said yes. The professor continued that whether it's a god returning or a creature from outer space, thanks to him, they have a chance to get rid of all useless species. Humanity has come to an end, and they must destroy all of them, and they will become great beings and evolve. Now, Sunwoo has seen who the vampire boss is. He said he had a quest, thinks they can try to finish it. Those present supported the idea of the quest. They said they would do it. They're with the professor all the way. Sunwoo couldn't understand why they were so obsessed. Could it be a vampire using hypnosis? Their loyalty is too much. Now it's clear how he was able to spread his influence in just a few days. The professor announced that there's a party in their honor tonight. The first target will be Hwaseong. The operation will be called the Great Feast. Invite everyone and have fun. The boss put Supervisor Kim in charge of food and materials for the farm. I didn't understand Sonhwa. I thought they were out of their minds. Human food, slaves, a party, nightmare plans. They wanted to use people to lure them in under the guise of protection. And the funny thing is, it turned out to be a working strategy. The system sent a message that an additional task had been received. Sunwoo wondered what else the system needed. The purpose of the assignment was to take advantage of or prevent genocide. He could save lives or use the dead for his own purposes. At this time, Sunwoo himself seemed to be hovering. Hanho tried to bring him to his senses, asked him what was wrong. Something was wrong with the vampires. Hanho was really scared that he'd stay like that forever. He yelled for Sunwoo to tell him what to do to make him come to his senses. Jisoo tried to calm her comrade down, told him to just wait. Sunwoo finally came to his senses, put his hand on Hanho's head, asked him what he was saying that shocked him. He started to justify himself. Sunwoo kept asking if Hanho would do anything he ordered. He started shouting that he wouldn't do everything. Sunwoo left the shenanigans behind and suggested that Hanho go on one quest together. Meanwhile, the vampires were discussing how they destroyed Kim. He had gotten the professor's power. The boss replied that the guy was stronger than they thought. The monster couldn't understand how the weak skeletons could destroy the manager. He had to think about what to do now. The woman said this guy would be a nuisance to them now. The professor calmed down Mrs. Yang. He said she didn't think he would let him do such a thing. Madame apologized. The professor replied that there was some truth in what she said. They should concentrate on the quest. Boss said they'd do it after the Great Feast. We can still track the Necromancer with the curse. I really wanted to see what Sunwoo was really like. The morning at the factory started with happy faces. People were putting things in order. Some were dressing wounds. Hanho, as always, lamented how much longer they'd be cleaning this place up. When he saw Sonhwa, he asked if they were sure they had to do all this. He asked if Hanho was against it. Jisoo knew from Sonwoo's words that something terrible was about to happen in Hwaseong, so she had to take the chance and protect all the survivors. He asked Hanho if he thought it would be a good idea to hurry things up. Hanho turned his comrades' attention to the community. It seems they're planning something again. It says there's a safe zone in Hwaseong, come one and all. Sunwoo started swearing that the vampires had already started acting up. Hanho suggested writing a topic and stopping them. Sunwoo said he would have to think about it. He wasn't sure they could change the minds of people who had hope. If they did, the other problems wouldn't go away. Plus, if the vampires decide to change their plan, the guy's advantage is gone. So he said that as long as he had the strength and time, it was best to solve everything gradually. Noticing Yoon Seonwoo's confusion, he asked her what she was looking for. Jisoo pointed to the various elixirs. It was in the vampire manager's closet. He was surprised. Said if they hunted more humans than monsters, they'd probably need medicine too. Hanho, meanwhile, was glad to have found the charger. He was afraid of how they would get along without electricity, but now they had it. It had a wireless charging function. It was easy to use. Jisoo found a medium medicine to treat and alleviate various infectious conditions. Sanwoo said he thought they could use it right now. After a while, Taesun was thanking Sanwa for taking the boys with him and even curing them. He said they've been having a hard time. I'm not sure the medicine will help completely, but it'll have an effect. Sanwoo told Taesun that if someone got infected again and attacked them, he would kill them immediately. He promised he wouldn't. Sanwoo didn't understand why the young man was staring at him like that. It was unlikely that he would start performing. After a little thought, he said it wasn't free. He would give the youth a job later. Taesun calmed down and said he could order whatever he wanted. Then Sunwoo approached Hanho's father and said that he could start his business. The man got excited, said he could finally use his latent power. He put his hands in the air and began the process of setting up the Pioneer Defense Camp. The territory of the plant became a Pioneer Camp. The area is now protected by a shield. The recovery rate is faster. Administrators control access. The people in here felt good, as if they had just come out of a sauna. Hanho's mother utilized her power as a cook. Energy was boosted by special dishes. Strength was increased, and recovery was accelerated. Jisoo told Sunwoo that everyone seemed to be satisfied. All that's left is to solve their problem. He asked if Yoon had gotten an extra quest. She said no. Sunwoo looked at her friend. She seemed too focused on averting disaster. She's hardly on a quest with an unknown outcome. Even without the quest, Sunwoo and the professor are enemies. But Jisoo, he asked Yoon because he knows it's not her job to stop the massacre. I wondered then why she was trying so hard, because of a sense of justice. Jisoo explained that if they turned a blind eye to the situation, they would be destroyed. If not vampires, something bigger. She's fighting to survive. A message came in about the start of the broadcast. The deadline is 7 days. Movement is restricted. Receiving gold is doubled. Powerful items can be knocked out. Sunwoo said that Yoon was right. The broadcasts are just the beginning. Even movement is restricted. Jisoo was determined. She said that they had to fight to survive in this crazy game. Hanho was indignant. How could Sunwoo include him in such a dangerous quest and Jisoo not? The guys were riding in the back of a pickup truck. Sunwoo explained that she was already having a hard time with them. He said he was sure the girl could survive without them, but Hanho wouldn't last a day without them. Hyeon-ho asked if he had heard of defamation. There were comments under his post. He wrote that these areas are unsafe and lure people in. Not everyone answered unequivocally. Hanho was surprised by such comments. Sunwoo said the reaction was expected. Yoon noticed that the prosecutor responded. She marveled. There really is a community being created there. The prosecutor had written about creating the Yongdinpo Survivors Guild. They will help the survivors. Sunwoo already realized that's why he left the comment, to prove that they're not so bad. Hanho replied that he was just incredible in his craziness. Sunwoo commented that people with ambition had decided to take their place. Hanho finally put down the phone and asked Sunwoo where they were going. Hanho finally put down the phone and asked Sunwoo where they were going. Sunwoo asked what level Hanho was. He answered level 5. The Necromancer realized he wouldn't last 2 hours. The car stopped. Kensu said they were here. We're on foot from here. The guys got out of the car and walked through the town. Hanho saw something and asked if it was their target. He answered that it was. The parking lot of an abandoned store was their hunting ground. There were monsters lurking everywhere. Hanho was hit in the head by a lump of fire. Good thing he was wearing a helmet. He started to yell, but Sunwoo replied that he knew. These creatures can use magic. But there's still no match for our team, and so the kobold hunt began. Looking at the destroyed monsters, Hanho said that he thought kobolds were equal in strength to goblins. Jisoo explained that if you dodge magic attacks, they weren't that dangerous. Sunwoo pondered their goal to raise Hanho's level and find new subordinates. If they use stronger creatures, he would quickly become stronger. Right now, one skeleton werewolf can handle a lower-class vampire. Despite their magic, kobolds aren't much match for them. Jisoo looked at the store and said that the building reminded her of their university. Sanwa, seeing as there's a lot of dead people here, suggested it might be a training site. Jisoo thought for a moment, then asked, wondering if there were any survivors inside. Sunwoo replied that the more people, the more monsters. I don't think there were any survivors. Kensu said hopefully means the islands and small villages will be safer. Jisoo said Jeju-do and other islands. Kensu knew because the girl's family was from Jeju. Yoon noticed how everyone looked at her sympathetically. She said it was okay. It wasn't the best relationship in their family, but she's sure they're fine. Her parents are good people. From the guys' reactions, they realized she had a problem with her relatives. Not all families are like Hanho's, so it was best not to ask further. The team has entered the building. We received a message that we have entered the dungeon of the wizard kobold. The entrance is sealed with magic. We have to get out of here. Sunwoo looked around. asked the whole place a dungeon. Suddenly, Yoon saw something and called out to him. The boys saw a magic circle under their feet. The glow was getting stronger. Suddenly, Hanho fell through his circle and fell to the floor below. Here was a storage room with racks and boxes. He stood up and looked around. Several pairs of yellow eyes were looking at him from behind the boxes. It was the kobolds. They screamed that they'd made it. The man trap worked. The humans are dead. Hanho was shocked that these monsters could talk, but he quickly pulled himself together. He pulled out his daggers, said they were kobolds, the weakest of the monsters. He could take them all on his own. But then he heard a taunt from the kobolds. The system displayed a message that Lee Hanho's remaining life was half a day or more than 30 seconds. The monsters rushed the guy on the attack, screaming that the game was over. The smaller kobolds swarmed over and felled Hanho. He shouted and called out to Sonhwa for help. He started crying out of pain and panic. He thought he was about to see another world. Who knew he'd go after Sonhwa and die painfully? But then he calmed down. He sat up. He thought about why it was painful. He wasn't in pain. He remembered his skill that activates when the enemy is destroyed and creates a barrier for 10 seconds. The kobolds couldn't figure out what was going on either. Their victim was unharmed. Hanho got to his feet. He felt a surge of courage, told them who they were calling a scumbag. Silly little things. Jisoo and Kensu were running down the hallway. The girl asked the boy to hurry up. They need to find Hanho and Sunbae. Jisoo yelled that if the guys are together, everything's fine, but if they split up, it's bad. As she rounded the corner, she saw Hanho. She asked him if he was all right. There were monsters all around him that had been destroyed. Jisoo couldn't believe her eyes. She asked him if he was the only one who had slaughtered them. The guy replied proudly that he had the right skills too. Hanho said smugly that he is a man who gets stronger when his opponent is very weak. Kensu replied that means he is not very good. Jisoo looked around and said that means Sonwoo is around too. Hanho replied that he was definitely fine. Sonwoo, meanwhile, was walking through the building surrounded by his charges. He hoped Hanho was next to Jisoo. The place was too big. He didn't know where the exit was. He saw a man in front of him. He thought he was dead. But the man began to moan. He was still alive. But looking at the wounds, Sonwoo realized that his elixirs would not help. The wounded man was pointing with his last strength to a box on the shelf. Sonwa took it and held it up to the man, asked him for the elixir that would help him. When he opened it, he was very surprised. It was an unidentified egg. The system said it was an item for a dragon knight. The wounded man said the boss monster took his mark. Sunwoo tried to find out what mark. He said the boss's mark. The stranger said that this world was terrible and fell silent. Sunwoo thought the dragon knight was 5 stars. It's a pity he died like that. Probably accidentally fell into the dungeon while looking for the store and took some kind of sign from the local boss. This class has very high demands. He could hardly last. Sunwoo was looking at an unidentified egg, assumed it was a dragon egg. That explains why, on the brink of death, he wanted to protect it. Suddenly, the kobolds appeared from behind the racks. They were yelling that the prey was here. Let's go! Destroy the human! The smaller monsters were dealt with by a werewolf skeleton. Sunwoo said he'd try to avenge the knight's death. He's about to find out what the sign is. The skeletons were instantly massacring the kobolds. Sonwoo didn't understand. It was obvious that the monsters were all going to die. Why continue to attack mindlessly? They have no consciousness. They attack, they die, and then they become zombies. A kobold mage stepped out towards Sonwoo. He was strong, but Sonwoo was stronger, so he said he could handle him easily. The system says Sonwoo got 800 gold for the mage. The others had nowhere to run. They were also overpowered. Sonwoo's level increased. He chose an ability card. He thought it would be good to increase the number of subordinates. This time he has the basic ability to blast the deceased. Blows up the deceased, causing an explosion. No sooner had Sonwoo figured out his new ability than another group of kobolds rushed at him. He ordered the skeletons to stay away from the monsters this time. He had just gotten a new ability and wanted to try it out. The kobolds in the other room heard an explosion. One of them assumed something had happened to the magicians. The other suggested they check it out. The mage who entered the room released his burning lump at Sonwa, but the right one was quick to react. Sonwoo winked at his favorite subordinate and gave a great performance. Said right is always on guard for his life. Moving on, Sonwoo said that he thought that since there were many monsters here, there must be important things hidden. In the room, roots began to appear on the ceiling and walls. Sonwoo was very surprised. Up ahead was a ball of roots. A message appeared. It's a boss monster. It's surrounded by a strong shield. We need to destroy the cores scattered around the dungeon. A strong shield. Now Sonwoo understood why he was using everyone and everything to defend himself. A message warned that the Archmage was using low-class death magic. Players below level 10 will die. The time is just over an hour. This time, Sonwoo was not really afraid. They're all below level 10. So all this time, the little kobolds were just stalling. The monster laughed and said he was finished. Sonwoo thought that if he couldn't be destroyed so easily, he would try to join forces first. The skeletons are under orders to bring the remains of the defeated kobolds to the Archmage's feet. Sanwoo said goodbye to the Archmage. He walked out the door and commanded the explosion. Opening the door, Sunwoo said he knew the explosion would be powerful, but nothing worked. It didn't help. A message came in that the Archmage had reduced the time to complete the task by 25 minutes due to a life threat. Sanwoo cringed at the enemy. Time was already short, but he only chuckled. A team of undead came running into the meat department. Sunwoo shouted that the core was here somewhere, ordered them to find it. The cannonball was found quickly. The right one shattered it with a single swing of his sword. There were still 19 minutes left for the other two. Sanwoo said there was only the first floor and the roof to check. We had to hurry and do what we could. The good thing about mage bodies is that you can use them as your minions. They added attribute synergy. The system reported that Sanwoo could check a fragment of the deceased's memory. He was pleased that he could check the memories of his assistants. Thanks to that, I know roughly where the next core is. I ordered everyone up to the first floor. The body of a defeated cobbler was found on the first floor. Sunwoo assumed it was Jisoo's handiwork. The second core has been found. Sunwoo said it was definitely Jisoo. She left her mark here. From around the corner came the sounds of fighting. Sunwoo yelled for Jisoo to find the boys. He would take care of the last core. But Hanho was there. He defeated the monster and shouted that Sunwoo was late. Sunwoo looked at the changes that had happened to his comrade and couldn't believe his eyes. Jisoo came over and told me that she destroyed a thing called a core. I heard it was the Dungeon Master's trick. Asked what happened to Hanho. Hanho's energy was burning. He said they'd talk later. There's no time for stupid talk. We have to destroy the next core. 13 minutes remained. The team was attacked by a group of kobolds. Sanwoo shouted that they should find the core first, then destroy the enemies. Jisoo spotted the last core. She shouted for a spot, but the monsters swooped in screaming that they wouldn't let them through. 10 minutes to go, and the kobolds were defending the core at the cost of their lives. Sanwoo beckoned right to him. He planted the skeleton in his arms and tossed it upward. The right one successfully flew over all the enemies and was able to shatter the third core. The comrades rejoiced. Everything is fine. It's time to call it a day. The kobolds ran around in a panic, not knowing what to do. I got a message that all the cores had been destroyed and the defense barrier was down. Sunwoo said the only thing left to do was to destroy the master magician. He made me sweat. Sanwoo decided that if he waited, he'd get his revenge. Hanho asked, "Are they sure they will have time to destroy the boss quickly? They have more explosion after all." Sunwoo thought his comrade had returned to his normal form. Since the explosion had already been used, Sunwoo said it was best not to repeat it. Hanho said we could take down the whole building and there'd be nothing left. We decided to think about it on the way to the head wizard. There's not much time left. The Archmage wondered how they had managed. Sanwoo said he understood the situation. Only 2 minutes left. He didn't succeed. Skeletons surrounded the lower-class mage. The remnants of the kobolds that protected him were destroyed. Sanvi asked if the magician himself was incapable of doing anything. If so, he's finished. Hanho saw the Archmage's transformation and shouted that it was because of Sunbaye's words that he was becoming like this. The system wrote that the true boss monster spirit of the fallen tree had appeared. The comrades were shocked. The real boss was not a kobold. Sunwoo shouted for everyone to run away. Jisoo screamed, "He's just a tree! He can be defeated by fire, and let the fire sword enter." After the attack, the monster got even bigger. Sunwoo shouted for Jisoo to be careful. After another attack, Sunwoo asked if they had made it. Hanho started wailing that it's a resurrection spell. It regenerates. Jisoo continued to attack. Hanho lamented how they could win if they are constantly recovering. I got a message that the enemy's mana was running low. Physical attrition has begun. Sunwoo pulled out his demon stone, said, "Here's a gift for using your mana sparingly. Good thing the enemy is stupid." The monster rushed at the boys but was stopped by a skeleton werewolf. Hanho asked if he could stop it completely. There was a glow. Sunwoo said that was the signal. He ordered everyone to stand down. The whole team ran out the door. Only the monster remained in the room. Sunwoo looked back. Was it not clear that not all the skeletons were with him? They had prepared a gift for the enemy on the first floor. Turns out the skeletons put the kobold remains in a pile. And now we could blow the whole thing up. The explosion went off, and the spirit of the fallen tree was covered in concrete. I received a message that almost 13,000 gold. Level up. When Sunwoo ran away, he said he didn't expect to even get a new level. That's a lot of experience. I got a message that when you reach level 10, you get a roulette ticket, and Sunwoo can add 5 minions. Drawing a card. Sunwoo was hoping to get something good. The basic ability Answer of Doom summons 10 zombies for 10 minutes. Sunwoo thought he had to increase the number of minions to fight the vampires. Now there are 25. In addition, a sword appeared on the ruins of the slain boss. Sunwoo took it. He figured it must have been a sign. Time to go vampire hunting. The system reports that a sword has been found that has lost its master. It's the key to awakening the unidentified egg. but not yet qualified to do so. To prove the qualification, you must preserve the egg for 5,000 days. Each time you touch a powerful enemy, time speeds up. Sanwoo was annoyed. That's more than 13 years old. Jisoo answered some penalty for choosing a class card. Hanho grumbled that they would get old. If the time decreases every time the sword touches an enemy, Sunwoo decided that he should just destroy more enemies. He summed it up, got 6 strength points and a sword. Good items. He was lucky. Hanho noticed and told Sunwoo that his phone seemed to be vibrating. Tae-sung wrote that he's at the square in Hwaseong. There's a lot of people there. No vampires in sight yet. Sunwoo thought it was good that he was all right. It turns out all the survivors went to the square to see how and what was going on in the safe zones. The other day, Sunwoo was giving Tae-sung an assignment. He warned him to post a message in the secret comments if anything happened. Tyson was confident of success. Said he'd spent a few days with vampires, so he could handle it. Rereading Sunwoo's message, I thought how strange he was. It's hard to tell who's a vampire and who's a human nowadays, the undead murmured. They were showing their host the direction in every way possible. Sunwoo asked if they had found something. The skeletons took the host to the remains of 2 werewolves. Sunwoo said they may have died in the collapse. He summoned them. Now there will be 5 werewolves. Sunwoo reread his army. Werewolves. Right vampire, night orc, mage, kobold. 15 in all. It's time to go to Suwon and show the bloodsuckers hell. People in the square wondered that if this was a safe zone, why no one was controlling the entrance. Tayson and his companions discussed that there were no monsters yet. We should take a look around. In fact, the vampires were already anticipating dinner time. They were watching the people in the square through the window, and they were assigning their victims. The older man came in and announced that they should get ready to go out. The boy asked if it was time to eat, but the answer I got was that they had to deal with the people who attacked their factory first. One of the vampires asked if they weren't going to catch them after the feast. The other said it would be better to save their strength for the future. The older man explained that there's been a change of plans. The enemy is close by. The man said they were stupid. It's obvious that vampires run the place. The elder said they must be destroyed before the feast. That's an order from the big boss. We can't leave a single bone out of them. A group of vampires followed the mission. They knew that Sunwoo was at the junior high school near the square. We didn't think we'd find them so close. The older one said he probably doesn't know he's cursed, and he's trying to act like he doesn't know who he is. The vampires found the fresh remains of a wolf. The claw marks were consistent with a werewolf. If the prey wasn't eaten, it was one of the minions. The older man looked at the marks the wounded wolf had left on the ground and said, "How could you lose to such a thing? The other monsters will soon come to these spots." The boy doesn't even know the basics of hunting. The subordinates reported to the captain that the tracks led to the school building. He told them not to let them escape. The article vampires rushed inside. The captain ordered us to destroy them all at once. The boss said the minions are skeletons. Only werewolf skeletons are to be feared. He estimated that Sunwoo had about 5 werewolves. They could easily handle them. The captain was second in command to the leader, so he hoped he could easily handle 2 werewolves at a time. The vampire kicked the door open, screamed that it was time to pay for the stupid intrusion. This is where they'll be buried. Sunwoo met the visitors with part of his army. The captain asked why there were so few of them. The boss said there were at least 10. The vampire thoughtfully replied, "What's it to them?" The vampire girl haughtily asked if he had showered today. "There's so much dirt to get dirty in here." Sunwoo started to run away. The older man said it's just the way he likes it. A man runs away out of fear. The monsters were shouting after the escapees that the doors were on the other side. It's all closed. Luring the enemies into a trap, Sunwoo said this would be the place of their death. The vampires were surprised at that statement. Sunwoo explained that he couldn't stand to watch them. If you put out your hand, they'd bite it off at the elbow. He said there were a lot of them, but the enemy didn't realize what his skill set was. They only see the skeletons he controls. The captain grinned, talking about Sunwoo's skill about those boneheads around here. How many more had hidden? Sunwoo replied that they weren't just boneheads, they have enough power to crush them all. The undead army has attacked. The system says the great sweep has begun. The vampires screamed that they weren't warned. Sunwoo said they'd all become what they eventually defeated. Now they understand. A synergy list has been formed. Reward messages for destroying players have started to arrive. The vampires were screaming that they couldn't see anything. They didn't know what was happening. Their bodies were getting heavy. Curse of Doom, Curse of Weakness, Demon Stone. Sunwoo said it awaits all who go against his undead. The vampire girl intended to attack Sanhwa. She was screaming, "What's he doing? You could just destroy the man who summoned them all." But the right one reacted with lightning quickness as always. He destroyed the vampire with a single swing of his sword. The captain went wild. He screamed, "How dare the skeletons try to destroy him?" He started taking out the zombies one by one, yelling for Sanhwa to call for more. The angry vampire yelled that it was time to get serious. He looked at Sanhwa and asked if he was the one controlling the skeletons. With a shout to destroy him first, The captain rushed to the attack, said it was enough to destroy him. He's the boss's enemy. But Owl didn't even flinch. He asked his enemy if he thought he had the strength. The monster was furious. It all started 2 hours before these events. Sunwoo was standing outside the school with his army, saying that the only thing left to do was to wait for the vampires. He left the Orc Knight in the parking lot, said he'd be there by the time he said he'd be there. Sonv needed an explosion. He tried to make one with an orc skeleton, but it failed. The right one was calming the frightened orc. Sonwoo said he was a skeleton after all, asked him not to look at him like that, just wanted to check it out. Then he started calling in the dead from the area, decided to use them for the bombing. And so, 2 hours later, Sonwoo's plan came to fruition. He used the call on the move. He said there was no need to run around, and there was an explosion. Watching the fire enveloping the enemy, Sonwoo said it was like fire to a moth. Lying on the floor, the wounded captain said that Sonwoo was thinking of stopping the boss. He's a great creature. Swinging his new sword, Sonwoo replied surprisingly. A couple of days was enough to brainwash them. Lastly, the captain said that the boss would defeat Sonhwa. 20,000 came for destroying the special player. Sonwoo checked the egg. He was now 4,949 days away from hatching. After the battle, Sunwoo said it was time to rebuild the army. He ordered all the dead men to be brought back with their limbs intact. The draft worked. The army recovered. Thanks to the team, synergy has worked. It will serve as a powerful weapon. Came a hidden comment. In the square, everyone is going somewhere fast. The guards are gathering weapons. Apparently something is going to happen. Sonwoo thought for sure the vampire must have sensed that his subordinates were dying. They were now his undead subordinates. The professor rushed out of his hiding place. He said everything had changed. Now it's over. It was getting dark. The people in the square were starting to worry. Someone had put the remains of werewolves along the roof. People were whispering. Who had defeated so many huge wolves? Why they put them there? Someone said that at least they had been defeated. In the midst of the crowd stood Hanho. He addressed Jis that it would soon be their turn. Said he had expected it to be so. The guards kept taking away the guns. Explained it was for security. That's how they caught those werewolves. It's gonna be okay. Jisoo realized that the guards are in league with the vampires. They want to get rid of all these people. They don't need guns. Jisoo, thinking of something, rushed forward. Tessin called out to her, but she told him not to cut in line. Tayson walked over to her and whispered in her ear that he had hidden the 2 swords where agreed. Yeonsik's class made it easy for a 2-star cheater. No one saw anything. Hanho asked how he was. He prepared what he asked. Taesung assured him that he had done everything he wanted. The guards urged us to move on. Since everyone is being checked, they asked not to hide their weapons so as not to waste time. When all the unarmed people were piled up, the professor came out of one door with a crowd of ghouls. He was complaining about sending people out while they were dead. Watching the arrivals, Hanho said it was them. They need masks to hide their fangs. Jisoo knew where the swords were. Now, all that was left was to wait for Sunbae. The vampire lord is here. He's the reason for everything that's happening. As the professor began his speech, his minions gradually surrounded the entire crowd of people. The lord greeted everyone and said he didn't know why, but suddenly humans stopped evolving. The sight of him terrified the crowd. He asked what they thought of this disaster, why this is happening. Someone might have an answer. There were whispers in the crowd. What he's talking about, what this man means. The lord had no answer. He said they were incapable of doing anything, so they'd better sacrifice themselves to evolution. The vampires dropped their masks. The Lord shouted that the people chosen by evolution are they. They would rule the future. To the horror of those present, the professor commanded his monsters to eat. They rushed at the humans with the scream they had been waiting for. The humans saw the passage not blocked by vampires and wanted to run away, but there was an energy shield of lightning. In an instant, a vampire was here, offering to help them go to the other side. People were running around the square. Jisoo drew her swords. She yelled for people to hide behind her. Hanho checked this fence object. You can't run out behind it. The Lord noticed the warriors in the square and couldn't figure out where they got their weapons. The fence was pierced by a bus flying at full throttle. Kensu shouted in the name of humanity. Hanho pointed out to the men that the fence was gone, told them to run away quickly. The vampires didn't understand where the bus was coming from. It was causing the food to run off. They rushed to the car. The doors of the bus opened. Sunwoo got out. He asked if he was late for the party. The Lord was furious. Looking at Lord Sunwoo's subordinates, Lord Sunwoo asked, are they not going to have fun? Or is it scary because the strongest ones are dead? The Lord went to meet Sonvi, said he thought he'd be late, but he's on time. They haven't even brought snacks yet. Monster said he hoped they'd enjoy this party together. Only the party structure itself has changed. The amount of food. The madam who was standing next to me added that there is no way to celebrate without food. The vampiress has called in the newcomers to catch all the escapees. The others will help the principal deal with the intruders. The professor asked if Sonwoo wouldn't stop them. Apparently, he has his associates there. The vampire laughed. Companions in a world like this. Hilarious. He'd still eat them whether he met Sonwoo or not. The monster said he could handle all his friends. Noticing the werewolf skeleton, the professor said he didn't think it was his rival. Sanwoo replied to the Lord that it was necessary to start the party in a spectacular way. The werewolf skeleton left the goblin's remains to the professor. He was very surprised, but the next second there was an explosion. The smaller vampires panicked when they saw the explosion near the leader. He was lying on the ground. His subordinates screamed that this was impossible. One of the vampires said the director won't be destroyed easily. He'll stay here and the others will finish off the enemy. The monsters rushed out to find the escapees, screaming that we couldn't let anyone get away, we had to finish every one of them off. Bursting into the bus, the vampires couldn't understand a thing. There were only remains. Then one of the vampires opened his eyes and saw a hole in the ceiling of the bus. He screamed that everyone had escaped. At this time, Sanwoo was watching from the sidelines. He said how good it was to have everyone together and set off another explosion. The vampire who stayed next to the Lord looked at the flaming bus and said, "Is this really the way to destroy them?" Madame Yang and the guards who were chasing the escaped people heard the explosion. One of them asked the director if everything was under control. The madam angrily replied not to make him laugh. A mere man cannot beat a lord. The vampire herself thought she hadn't bothered Sunwoo until today, but if she went back there, she'd be dead for sure. The woman told the boys to stop worrying and focus on the task at hand. But looking back at her subordinates, the vampiress was shocked. All those who had followed her were already lying on the ground, dead. Madame Yang saw Jisa. She asked who she was. Yoon said the vampire was finished. She was surprised. Jan asked Jisoo if Jisoo would really attack her. Surprisingly fearless little girl. The madam said skeptically that the principal would not accept her, but someone at a lower level might like it. Jisoo told the old bag to shut up. Jan said it was time to destroy the stupid bitch. Meanwhile, Hanho was helping people get away from the vampires. He showed them a building that was safe. Tetsun said everything was according to plan. Tetsun hoped the bloodsuckers would finally get off their backs. Hanho replied that given Sanwoo's skills, it was possible. Taesun had brought a bag of blades just in case, but they were of no use. Hanho replied that he'd get the wrong idea. A vampire snuck up behind the boys, said the principal was very smart. He didn't understand why the guards were here, but now it all makes sense. Ghoul said he didn't want to fight. Maybe just take the guys prisoner, or let them become food and level up. Hanho mentally lamented that Tetsun was wrong. Hanho mentally lamented that Tetsun had predicted it, but he encouraged him, saying that together they'd take the vampire down in no time. Without waiting for his comrade's response, Taesun rushed forward, calling for the vampire to be destroyed, since he didn't look strong. Hanho shouted after the fool to wait and stop, but he was euphoric. The vampire, however, prepared for battle. He said he was offended by such words. He might be weaker than the others, but he was certainly stronger than gnats like them. The vampire had already approached Taesun to attack, but Hanho had already pointed his daggers at him. He hesitated for a second. Tetsun swung around to hit him. Then the vampire jumped up. The leap in the air was to Hanho's advantage. Now the vampire made an excellent target. Hanho put his sharp daggers into action and easily knocked the vampire down. The vampire fell to the ground. Taesun cheered that he'd been caught. Hanho couldn't believe his eyes, thinking how strange it was that he'd caught a vampire. Taesun marveled that he was cooler than he'd ever imagined. But then Hanho realized something had gone wrong. He didn't get the gold. The daggers woke up breaking against the ghoul. He got up and said he wanted to play, but now his face was ruined. Meanwhile, as Sunwoo watched the burning bus, he thought he had wiped out all the lower-class vampires. Now the real battle would begin. At this moment, a vampire lord landed on the roof of the bus. He had already turned into a winged monster. The monster said he didn't want to repeat himself, but Sanwoo was finished. Realizing it wouldn't end so easily, Sanwoo called upon his undead army, said it was time to settle the matter. Sanwoo ordered his skeleton orcs to restrain the monster with bone spears. This solution was useless. The spears did him no damage and only broke from the monster's onslaught. Then Sanwoo decided to use the Call of Doom on the square. From the bowels of the earth, zombies appeared and charged at the Lord. It became clear to the monster that Sunwoo was indeed stronger than some of his subordinates. But he's a vampire lord. The Lord scoffed that those biting heads weren't doing him any damage. Small cuts. Sanwoo did this to engage his blast. The AI had its best moment now. But the Lord used his blood field skill at that second, and the whole place spun into a field of blood. Of course there was a lot of blood, but Sanwoo still hoped that even though their attacks were weaker, there would be enough power for an explosion. After thinking about the situation, Sanwoo decided to use the werewolf synergy. It would make it much easier for them to deal with a lone opponent. The monster's rage was growing. He asked Sonhwa if he thought he could defeat it with his strength alone. The Lord was able to defeat the 3 werewolf skeletons with a single blow. Sanwoo shouted for his subordinates to keep their distance and prepare for defense. The vampire replied longingly with boredom. He's as boring as all humans. Evolution has rested on them. Sanwoo asked if the Lord considered himself to be a superior. He replied that he was stronger than 10 ordinary people. The monster was burning with the word that he was a great being, and therefore must subjugate the weak. Hasn't the history of mankind taught us anything? Today's duplicitous society considers him a threat to its security. But the day came when someone from above decided to right an injustice. He chose a vampire over humans as a being capable of growing and leading all others forward. Taken aback, Sanwoo said caustically that the goal was great, but the methods of achieving it are stupid. He asked the vampire if he really believed that in 100 years someone would thank him. Lord replied that society has always been that way. The monster was convinced that its very existence was proof of evolution. They're the ones who surpassed humans. Sanwoo wondered, but then why such powerful beings die at the hands of mere mortals? And then the vampire with his keen hearing heard Madame Yang's voice. She was asking for help. At this time, the vampiress looked at Jisa and said it was impossible. How could she-girl stop her? She's evolved. Jisoo attacked with her flaming sword, and Madame Yang shouted that it was impossible. The vampiress is stronger and faster than a normal human thought Yoon, but much weaker than her. Madame Yang was shocked. How come she was losing in this fight? Jisoo teased her by calling her auntie, asking why the attacks weren't working. Although Jisoo wasn't as strong as Sanwoo, but she's an excellent monster hunter. Through hunting, Yoon not only pumped up her level but also collected battle techniques. And now Jisoo was saying she understood how surprised the vampiress was. But for all her strength, she's not that fast, and her attacks are simple. All of Madame Yang's attacks are simply to wear down her opponent. Apparently, all her experience comes from observing the Lord. Standing next to her defeated opponent, Yoon thanked her. She proved that Jisoo wasn't so weak. Looking toward the square, Yoon said that it would only end when Hanho saved all the humans, and Sunwoo destroyed the vampire lord. But Hanho was lying on the ground at this time. Taesun asked if he was alive. The vampire chuckled, saying they were holding up pretty well for gnats. The battered boys did get to their feet. The enemy asked if they still had the strength to continue. The monster said it would be a waste to just destroy them. Asked if they might become like vampires. That's a good chance? Hanho was indignant, but the interlocutor explained that they had chosen a class card to survive in a destroyed world. But it turns out there's a bigger choice than the map, a choice that would guarantee their survival. The vampire claimed that the best way to do that was to become a parasite. What would people who have never fought anything like the bartender conservationist students be doing in a broken world? Weighing their chances, they would choose to get closer to the stronger one. Now it's time for them to side with the vampires. Isn't that the best solution for survival? Hanho replied that the enemy was right. But what can we do if people are stronger? Because there are many of them. And at that moment, a motorcycle jumped out at the vampire. When the vampire turned toward the motorcycle, Hanho said he couldn't escape and threw his blade at the enemy. The vampire dodged and the blade flew past. It hit the goblin who was seated in front of him on a motorcycle. Hanho revealed the secret that he didn't intend to destroy the enemies at once. He needed a goblin. The enemy was confused. A flood of energy swept over Hanho and he began to grow. He said that when you gain confidence, you become bigger. The vampire said he didn't know what the skill was, but it's not a problem for him to grab a little more bugs, and rushed in to attack Hanho. However, Hanho didn't give in. He said his body had changed since the goblin was captured. The vampire can't win now. Hanho, Kensu, and Taesun pounced on the enemy at once. The monster shouted at them, and they didn't think their attacks would work on him. Hanho replied that while he was bragging about his race, he was preparing to attack. That's the difference between them. The vampire couldn't understand why all of his attacks on Hanho were failing. It was like he was pounding his fist into a wall. But then he heard Tyson say he was going to use his iron fist again. He didn't have time to dodge. Seeing that the guy's attacks were low level, but they acted coherently, the vampire realized that he would be destroyed without giving a chance to attack. Looking at the giant Hanho, he saw that he was moving fast, realized they were all dangerous. But suddenly in the midst of the fight, Hanho felt himself starting to lose his strength. Noticing this, the vampire said that such an awesome skill must have a cooldown. But then something incomprehensible to the vampire happened. Hanho shouted his end and waved his hand. A goblin fell from the sky. Hanho immediately slew it with his blade. The enemy was shocked as to why they were falling from the sky. Turns out, there was the guy on the roof of a nearby building who had been asked to bring goblins here. He said they left the hard part to Hanho. The giant Hanho, who has replenished his energy, said that only he can destroy the goblins falling from the sky. Then his power is unstoppable. He asked the vampire, who said the strongest must destroy the weakest. That's true. His companion was silent. Hanho replied that true survival begins when you protect the people you care about, when you go through hardships together. Only in such harmony can one survive. This is their way of survival, love and peace. The vampire screamed that it was impossible. Humans are just weak, miserable scavengers, and the boys stomped on him and wouldn't let him get up. Sensing the loss of his wards, the Lord meanwhile cried out how they could fall at the hands of man. Watching this, Sanwoo smirked. He said that apparently vampires weren't so good, and they had more weaknesses than humans. The vampire was furious. He screamed that he wanted to keep Soneve alive so he could talk, but he'd had enough of this nonsense. To this, Sanwoo replied that the first weakness of vampires is the inability to use weapons. He speculated that maybe it was the weird claws, but it must be a limitation of the race. I mean, it depends a lot on the weapon. Then it's more of a punishment. The second weakness he cited was regeneration. It's too strong, so their fighting style is too simple. Vampires rely too much on regeneration to think about their attacks. Lord shouted for Sanwoo not to make him laugh. Vampires are stronger anyway. But then the interlocutor spoke of a third weakness. Vampires have no mana. Skills and regeneration all depend on blood, and they don't even know that this could be their greatest punishment. Sanwoo pulled out his legendary demon stone that takes an opponent's mana or health. Fourth, he pointed out that vampires are too chatty. He wouldn't talk to the enemy, he'd destroy his Necromancer first. After saying that, the Lord used his bald field skill again, and replied that it was not too late to do so. He will make up for the missing blood of his. Then the right one attacked. The Lord laughed, wondering if Sanwoo wanted to destroy him with a goblin. And then Sanwoo pointed out a fifth flaw. Vampires underestimate their opponent too much. Lord shouted at Right that he was small and wanted to catch him, but he managed to throw a bottle of slime at the monster. Looking on in agony, Lord Sanwoo said that the last bottle of slime had served its purpose. Slime flooded the Lord's eyes. He could see almost nothing. He no longer had the strength to regain his sight. Sanwoo commanded that it was time to finish. The Lord could only hear the sounds of footsteps. They were surrounding him. He knew he was in danger and could die. The monster went ballistic, screaming that it was nonsense. He's a superior being and he can't be destroyed that easily. Sanwoo invited the vampire to have the last word, but he added that he had hardly any strength left. The Lord needed blood. He could smell its scent coming from somewhere. With the last of his strength, he threw the skeletons aside and rushed to the source. Realizing that he was escaping, Sanwoo shouted to his underlings to catch him, not to let him go. The vampire walked toward the scent. Through cloudy eyes, he saw the remains of werewolves. He thought their blood would do the trick. He would regenerate and destroy the humans. But then the monster was pierced again by the werewolves' bone spears. He heard the words that Sanwoo understood the rush. He asked what the Lord thought his subordinates were made of. There's not a drop of blood in them. Falling to the ground, the monster screamed that he should be the ruler of the new world. Sanwoo replied that he would not be in the new world. Sanwoo said their party got off to a good start, and it should end just as well. Wishing him and his servants a happy life in hell, Sanwoo blew up the Lord and received 10,000 for destroying him. The reward for completing the exclusive quest was 30,000 gold and a C-class ticket and an exclusive ability. The raid on the boss was worth it. Meanwhile, Jisoo Hanho and the rest of the guys had already returned to the square. They rejoiced at their victory. Asked to wait in a safe place looking at his comrades, Sanwoo said, summarizing what was happening, Sanwoo thought their world was destroyed, but the people around him were alive. The morning brought universal jubilation. In the center of the square stood Sanwoo's team. People questioned whether they were the ones who had caught the vampire lord. There was talk in the crowd that they didn't know who they were, but that people had been rescued. There was a man who had been rescued earlier and given food. Everyone knew that Necromancer. Hanho whispered that they were already becoming popular. Sanwoo replied that they were piled up so they had saved so many. The people noticed that someone was approaching them. As the group got closer, it became clear that it was the military. It was unclear why there were so many of them. Someone suggested maybe they were deserters. The man in charge was Sergeant Kim. Smiling, he said he wondered what happened here. He didn't even remember that they were behind the big incidents. Sanwoo replied that he was glad to see he was okay. Kim replied that it was thanks to their elixir. But it was still strange. Sanwoo asked why the military was here. Turns out the military was watching the people who created the safe zone, but they didn't think this was happening here. They were watching. Sanwoo realized that the military knew something, but they weren't likely to tell. Kim apologized for getting right to the point, but there's someone who wants to meet with Sanwoo. Sanwoo wondered who wanted to see him. Kim replied that the Korean army was still alive. A night in an abandoned school, Sanwoo opened his profile. He saw that out of the 300,150 he had received just for this battle, it really does cost more to destroy people than it does to destroy monsters. Also, a great bonus for him was getting bone armor. Its quality depends on the skill level. Trying on Sanva's armor, I noticed it fits perfectly and more malleable than it looks. He can move quite freely. Even his minions got their own set of armor, and so they became stronger. For completing Sanwoo's quest, get one more item, a multi-charge dwarven crossbow. You can shoot without reloading. It's a great ranged weapon. He also has a dagger, but it's much more comfortable with a crossbow. These are great items. Sunwoo has become stronger and will be able to defeat any enemy. He won't be so weak anymore. But then someone called out to Sonhwa. He saw a burning house. His father and mother were there. Father, surrounded by flames, cried out as he grew stronger. He begged me to save them. But Sunwoo suddenly became a little boy. His parents were screaming why he didn't save them. They were in a lot of pain. The little boy rushed out running. Hands were reaching for him, asking him not to go. They asked why he was running away. The kid heard words in his back that he's a liar. He hasn't gotten any stronger if he's still running away. In the midst of this nightmare, Sunwoo heard Hanho's voice. He said it had been a whole day, and he was asleep. He must be exhausted. When Sunwoo finally woke up, Hanho reported that Sergeant Kim had come in with other military men. Sunwoo remembered this conversation from yesterday. Kim had asked to go with them, but he was too tired. He said if there was something to do, he should let the man come himself. While getting dressed, Sunwoo asked Hanho to tell him that he would be there soon. Left alone, Sunwoo didn't let go of the thought that he needed to get stronger to survive and protect everyone. Hanho stepped out to meet the military. The man asked if he was here. The man replied that Sunwoo had asked him to wait a little longer. But the military officer made a big deal out of it, asked if the current situation was a joke to them, and pushed Hanho out of the way. When he entered the room, he introduced himself. Lieutenant Colonel Park Taeyun of Special 51st Unit asked Seonwoo, the same Necromancer. Puck sat down in the chair and asked if the reason for their arrival was clear. He said he would get right to the point. Park asked if Seonwoo was the one who eliminated the criminals from the Hwaseong area. He needs him to participate in the investigation and cooperate with them. Seonwoo replied that he was willing to help with the investigation. But what kind of cooperation are we talking about? Taeyong pointed his finger and said that Sunwoo should join the army. Joining the army seemed like a very strange proposition to Sunwoo. He asked why he would do that. Park said the country is in a state of emergency. They can legally enforce it, but it's better if he wants to. State of emergency, legality. He could just be drafted into the army. That's crazy, Sunwoo said, asked why they wanted him. In return, he heard that he could help his country by providing protection and regaining control of the territories. They were going to take full advantage. Pak said he's been in the army before, so he knows how important it is. In such a terrible situation, they should gather as many people as possible. Taeyun complained that prosecutor Yong Dungpo was playing games with them by forming opposition groups. He wants to save the people of the neighborhood to become the leader of the General Korean Guild and secure their territory. Sunwoo realized that by destroying the boss of his district, the prosecutor was the leader. However, Park argued that it was dangerous to form such parties. Now, all the people of the country should unite. The more complex the situation, the more stringent the measures should be. For the sake of society and welfare, it is necessary to follow the orders of the army. There was a campaign to become a soldier, become a hero. There's a lot of work ahead. Take Gwanghwamun, for example. Sunwoo disagreed. He said he didn't think the army had such rights. When it happened, the army did nothing to help ordinary people. And the lieutenant colonel calls the desire to survive the opposition. That's ridiculous. Everyone just adapted to the system. Puck blushed and was shaken by Sunwoo's words that they had a new life with monster items and experience points. It was unlikely that the army would help. And the final words were that the lieutenant colonel says you can be a hero, but he'd rather continue to be a mercenary. Park shouted in anger that Sunwoo was ready to disobey an official order. In response, he heard that the country had done nothing for the people. Looking absent-mindedly at the military, Sonhwa said, means her meaning is lost. Puck grabbed Sonhwa by the chest, shouted that it was a riot. How dare he do this to his country? Sonwoo withdrew his hands and said that was the end of the conversation. He got up from his chair and walked away. Puck shouted at him to stop. How dare he talk about the army like that? Work together and discipline will save the country. Does he really think he can survive on his own? Glancing back at the door, Sunwoo replied that he was much better off alone. Jisoo and Hanho walked down the street and heard people talking. When the military is around, they feel safe. They hope that things will go back to normal. Hanho grumbled that they had actually saved them, not the military. Jisoo replied that there was nothing to be done. Yoon explained that people need something to believe in now. In this world, nothing is clear yet. Hanho agreed that he was feeling better too. The military is stronger than ordinary people anyway. Looking at the guards, Jisoo thought they were real warriors, strong and trained to work as a team, but she didn't like it for some reason. Hanho decided to approach the soldiers standing nearby. They shouted what he wanted. Hanho asked them of Sergeant Kim's subordinates. There was another man with him, a Kwan soldier, I think. Where is he now? But the soldiers replied that they were forbidden to disclose information about the soldiers. Hanho replied that he had not been in the army, so he did not know the rules. With thoughts of inhibitions, Hanho returned to Jisoo. He asked her if she thought it was strange. She confirmed that she didn't like it. Walking down the corridor, Sunwoo said he wouldn't cooperate with the army, but he wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. Remembering that nasty Lieutenant Colonel Sanhwa said who the hell he was back in the army to tell him that. Sergeant Kim caught up with Sunwoo. He apologized, said he didn't mean for it to happen. Sunwoo replied that one soldier can't be responsible for the whole army, or so they decided to convince him. The sergeant faltered. Sunwoo asked how badly they needed him. Kim replied that they did need him, but the way the commander presented it. Kim quietly said it was a secret, but he'd like to show him something. The sergeant took Sonhwa to the underground parking lot. He kept wondering what the secret was. Maybe some kind of information. Kim asked me to wait. Normally, any intruder would have been destroyed at once, but now the soldiers were busy with something else, and nothing would happen. Sunwoo looked at what was happening and didn't understand how dangerous this was since Kim had barely dared to show him. Looking around, the sergeant told Sunwoo to hurry inside. The sergeant in the car opened the suitcase and showed the crystals. Sunwoo asked what it was. He said it was a prophecy stone. Kim explained that such crystals have appeared all over the world. They can show the future. All the predictions are about the same. You could say it's a lucky symbol created to balance the game. Touching the crystal, Sunwoo received a message that it was interacting with the prophecy stone. With a blink, Sunwoo found himself already in an unfamiliar place. He was hanging in the air. A huge skeleton appeared next to him. Sunwoo guessed that the wyverns had become skeletons too. When he looked down, he saw the undead walking all over the city. It's a broken world. Sunwoo saw himself and Jisa in bone armor. It was as if they were the rulers of this world. He found Hanho here too. He jostled among the undead, convincing them that he was with them. And there was someone who really ruled this world, Lich. If they had to fight him, they'd die. Crystal has finished broadcasting. The system wrote that the second season of Helltime is in the next update on January 1st. Sunwoo pulled his hand away from the crystal. He was trembling and sweating. The sergeant said he saw skeletons and immediately thought of Sunwoo, asked him what he saw. I got a message to select Reaper's Scythe at level 15. If he doesn't progress, he will become a servant of the Lich. Sunwoo grabbed his head. We need a level 15. The start of the second season was only 2 months away. If he didn't change his fate, it would be like this. Kim was surprised when Sunwoo asked a question about the location of the bosses in each neighborhood. Bosses from the beginning of the game, Sunwoo tried to avoid because of the great danger, but you can't do that anymore. They are the fastest way to level up. After thinking, Kim answered that he knew only one place where the boss was, but the commander considers it one of the most dangerous. Pack planned to destroy him first, but because of the great danger, they couldn't do it without Sunwoo. When Sunwoo left, he told the sergeant to tell the commander that he'd agree to catch the boss, but it's not free. Kim asked what he wanted. Sunwoo replied that of course he wanted gold and he wanted it now. When Puck heard the 100,000, he got angry. He shouted that he was crazy. What kind of demand is that? His companion told him that soldiers were hardly as experienced as he was. Given that he could handle vampires, his skills were very much needed. The lieutenant colonel wondered, isn't even Sergeant Kang inferior to him? I heard back that they're different. Sergeant Kang is strong as a soldier, and Sunwoo is strong as an army. Park argued that they are also an army. Puck suggested that if we make Kana the commander, wouldn't he be able to destroy all the monsters and subdue the skeletons? The military man replied that they shouldn't be afraid of skeletons. He said he didn't want to waste the lives of the soldiers. There may be more military men, but Sunwoo is much stronger. He's worth an army alone. Park thought about the 100,000. Sergeant Kim thought he had to convince them so fewer soldiers would die. So he approached the commander. The sergeant assured me that Sunwoo is a very good soldier and a very good man. He will definitely help in a difficult mission. It's a normal price to pay for a warrior's abilities. The lieutenant colonel was counting. Army spends 60,000 a day on one soldier, so the fee is 2 days of a normal soldier's life. After a pause, Lieutenant Colonel Park Dae-young replied that he was sorry but had to agree. It turned out that 01st Combat Squadron was home to the worst monster the military had ever seen. If we don't destroy him, we'll never get any further. All of the dispatched soldiers were defeated in 10 minutes of battle. If it weren't for the wyverns, we could move through the air, but you'd have to destroy the monster first, then the whole situation would become easier. The lieutenant colonel was nervous and pounded his fist on his chair. They just don't have a choice. He told me to tell Sonev that they were in agreement. Puck couldn't calm down. He said that Sunwoo was greedy. It'll come back to haunt him. The next time he met with Sergeant Kim, Sunwoo received 100,000 gold pieces. Kim said he hoped for good cooperation. Sunwoo replied he didn't think they could fight for 5 days straight. He only had to take care of what was inside. The military guy gave us 3 days. Explained we need to be careful with the airport to minimize damage. Sergeant Khan was sent to assist the team, very confident. When introduced, said unfortunately he sees Sonhwa as his assistant. Kang wondered snidely about Sunwoo's level. If it was lower than his level, then why was he here? Hearing about the level 10, The sergeant assumed that he had found some kind of loophole. After all, Kang destroys orcs every day. Grinning at such behavior, Sonwoo replied that there were worse monsters than orcs. Kang started laughing, saying he was joking. The monster they'll be fighting is different. As he was leaving with his companions, Sonwoo didn't turn around and thanked him for the information. He said that both of them would be pumped up in 3 days. In the evening, twilight in the square, people began to worry where Sonwoo was. They hoped he would continue to protect them. Kensu replied that it wouldn't be easy for him to protect everyone who needed help. Haneho's father suggested making this a safe zone. Kensu said it would be better to wait. It would be costly. Haneho's mother asked what their plan was. The father replied that they should start by cooking. Encouraged by yesterday's victory, Kensu offered to build a village for the survivors. Looking at the crowd, he said that people should still help each other. Everyone has different classes and professions. There will be those who equip and heal, and those who can defend. Inspired by his imagination, Kensu formulated a goal: safety and gold. His parents were supportive, saying he could be relied on. He confessed to be honest. It's Sonwoo's plan. Kensu himself is not so good. He had already failed his men once before. His friends died because of his stupid actions. So he doesn't think he can lead his people. Haneho's mother cried when she heard the story. Father thought for a moment. Dad said it's hard to take responsibility in a broken world. But even making small decisions is responsibility. After saying he was good, Kensu cried. His father tapped him on the shoulder and told him that it took courage too. The man told him to believe in himself and he would make it, to become the leader of their village. The grateful boy hugged his father. He wished him good luck. Meanwhile, the team was already fighting the orcs. Hanho said it was very easy. Sonwoo replied that at their level, anything was easy. With 3 men and 1 skeleton, they can't stand a chance. And even if the orcs call their companions, they will destroy them all. The monsters think they can defeat 3 humans. But the explosion of the remains is a surprise to them. And if there are any left, they're easy to deal with too. Now there's a crossbow. They entered the building and Hanho noticed that it had the same sign as the dungeon. It's not like they're in it. When he saw Sonwoo's hammer badge, he assumed it was a workshop, said they'd go there anyway. As the friends walked through the door, they saw a sign for creating items. You can combine and create an item. 100,000 gold pieces are required. Sonwoo thought for a moment. He could combine his 3 spheres. What kind of item would the result be? Taking out the tear of the sea spirit that he had purchased in the store, the demon stone from the orcs, and the slime core, Sonwoo wondered if it was worth experimenting with. Looking doubtful, Hanho warned that perhaps the result would be random. Hanho himself was hoping to get something good for himself, maybe a dagger of some kind. Sonsu responded with his luck, and the spheres wouldn't make a simple dagger. Turning to Jis, he saw that she was praying for something worthwhile to come out. The right one just smiled. The system asked the cost 100,000 chance of destruction 2% wants to proceed. Sonwoo replied that of course he did, and the process began. Lightning bolts appeared in the room. The system reported that the merging process had begun. It advised you to take a few steps back. The boys watched with bated breath. Seonwoo asked Hanho and Jisoo if this was a joke. Spheres turned into a legendary crystal of chaos. Increases and restores mana of the owner, takes mana and health of the opponent. Looking at the crystal, Sonwoo pondered that chaos is not related to demons. It was something else. The item may be legendary, but Sonwoo planned to increase its class, so that it would not only take mana and health from the enemy, but also transfer it to him. The team congratulated Sonwoo. He got something cool, as always. Jisoo got a message that she could combine the ignition stone and the katana. The cost is 15,000. Yoon was surprised, but agreed to be united. In the end, she got a fire sword that cut through fire flames. It's really good. A frustrated Hanho was angry that he had not been offered anything. His friends reassured him by promising to buy him something at the store. But when we got to the store, we saw a broken monitor on the floor. How to use it now? A distraught Hanho cried over the wreckage, screaming about why he did this to the store. Isn't it an important place for everyone? Assessing the nature of the damage, Sonwoo replied that it was unlikely that the monsters had done it. Jisoo found the writing on the wall. Useless humans do nothing for survival, give way to a new, better species. Touching the inscription with her finger, Yoon said it felt like a claw had been scratched. But monsters don't know human language. After looking at the inscription, Sonwoo said a monster who can write and knows the language. If Disney didn't invent it, it's kind of creepy. The team decided to return to the village. On the way, they met Sergeant Kim. The sergeant explained that they're destroying monsters in the neighborhood. It's their group quest. It varies on a daily basis. The military needs to destroy a certain number of monsters each day. That way the reward is bigger and everyone gets it. Sun Woo asked what the reward was. Kim replied that attack power and defense increases by 10% the next day. But the quests are getting harder. It's like orcs and goblins come out of nowhere, but the rewards get bigger. Hanho wondered how that was possible, although they don't know where they come from. The sergeant's voice trembled. He said he hoped it wasn't so, because if it is, then all deaths are meaningless. Jisoo speculated that maybe someone ran away. People would probably want to find their families. Kim said there were some, but they were caught. In such a situation, it's dangerous to split up. The army doesn't even allow people to escape. Kim replied, unfortunately, now they can't rely on what they've been trained to do. They're trying to go for quantity. Sanwoo asked if they'd take away the gold from the fugitives and prevent them from contacting society. I thought it was always difficult in the army. The fact that the army works with such methods makes it worse. That's why Prosecutor Yong Dongpo's guild is better than an entire army. Dusk was falling. The sergeant said it was time to move out. They had some wounded, so they decided to go to the village where it was safer. But the village this evening was a very unsettled place. It was attacked by huge bears. Kensu held the defense as best he could. The local defenders were scattering. He shouted to hold on and at least keep them away from the others. The bear came close to Kensu. He wondered why this happened when Sunwoo wasn't around. Thinking he couldn't go on like this, Kensu rushed to attack the bear. He managed to wound the monster. He got excited and thought he had to buy time. But while fighting one bear, he forgot that 3 beasts were attacking the village, and one of them grabbed Kensu from behind. He was saying goodbye to his life and thought it was too late, but Righty came along and severed the paws that were clutching Kensu. Jisoo slew the bear with her new fire sword, said Kensu was holding up well. Another bear fell into Hanho's hands. He was already in a bad mood today, so he took it out on the monster. Kensu sat exhausted on the ground and looked at what was happening. One word "why" was bouncing around in his head. Hanho took the bear with ease. He said he thought he had little strength, but thanks to him, he was convinced otherwise. Sanwoo calmed all the people by saying they were coming to help and used his new weapon. The military who followed the boys were shocked by what was happening in the village. Seeing the teamwork, the sergeant realized that not only Sunwoo, but everyone on his team is very strong. The important thing is that they work together. Kim thought it was unfair that the soldiers weren't as strong as Sunwoo, but they fought as hard as they could. The warriors know how to fight, but they're not ready for this. Soldiers should not die for nothing. Is it right to listen to the orders of commanders in the current situation? The sergeant's musings were interrupted by Sanwoo. He told him to tell the commander that all preparations were complete. Seeing Kim's confusion, explained that he thought they could begin the operation to retake the runway. The guys went to cheer up Kensu. They said he did a good job taking out one wild bear. He bemoaned the many wounded and dead. Sanwoo explained that this situation is difficult for anyone. Everyone knows that he did his best. At that time, Sergeant Kang came to the village. Looking around, he said the village was in chaos. A lot of people must have died. And that's all he can say in a situation like this. Sanwoo was astonished. He explained that there had been a wild bear attack. Kang said he was surprised and said, "Wow." He said he caught one too. They're really strong. Sanwoo heard that the sergeant class is a 3-star stalker, can fight unarmed using martial arts. He said he didn't know the meaning. Kim asked if Mr. Kang was ready to move out. Mr. Sunwoo plans to start the raid as soon as possible. Kang angrily asked since when Sergeant Kim became his secretary. If he had plans, he should tell him himself, or his tongue would be dead. Kang stepped on Kim's foot and asked if he was sure he remembered his military duties. He replied that he sure did. Khan was angry and said he didn't think so. Why else would they grieve over the deaths of civilians when they had such an important mission? He strictly said that there's less gold, but it should be the other way around. You should open your eyes to what's going on. The top always knows where you are. Sanwoo was surprised to be told they knew where they were. He's talking about some kind of tracking system. With the gold being taken away, it's like slavery. Kim got angry and shouted how he could talk like that. Does he even know how many of his soldiers died? Because of Captain Kwan and his stupid judgment. Khan pulled the sergeant up by the chest and told him he was crazy. His mission is to collect gold and leave the strong monsters to him. Kang snidely said that the soldiers were dying because of his stupidity. He's a blacksmith. He forgot that life depends on him. Sergeant Kim thought that he only wanted to help his soldiers. To end the situation, Sunwoo took Kana by the hand and said they were moving out. There's not much time, didn't he say that? Khan yanked his arm back, dropped Kim. He resented why the hell Sunwoo was touching him. He said we should hurry up. Sergeant Kang went to race the soldiers to show his importance to Sanwoo. Sergeant Kim apologized to Sanwoo for the act. He explained that Staff Sergeant Kang was fierce and liked to take his frustrations out on others. Sergeant Kim turned to his soldiers and said they would start getting ready to leave. The guys looked after him and sympathized with the sergeant. The team was taken to the airport. Looking around the area, Khan asked if they were sure the planes could still fly. Walking through the area and looking at the destruction, Kang said apparently the boss had been here. He fought him a couple days ago. Tough one. Sanwoo was funny listening to him. There are rumors that he ran away. There's no point in listening to his lies. Sun Woo was thinking that he didn't want to fail the raid, but he'd be happy if Kang failed. The information about the boss was given by Sergeant Kim. A message came in that a local boss monster giant troll had appeared. But when he saw the monster for himself, Sun Woo was terrified. It was much bigger than he had imagined. Not even 4 wild bears could handle this troll. He's looking right at Sonhwa. Kang started teasing Sun Woo, asked if he was even following them. Right now, 100,000 gold is running out of his hands. Sun Woo said he had it under control. It won't be hard to catch him, and activated the death responsibility. The troll smelled the zombies and started stomping his feet to knock them down. The ground shook. Sun Woo shouted for the boys to be careful. Sergeant Kim asked Sun Woo if all the zombies were dead. He asked him to calm down. Sun Woo wondered if he should have a private conversation with the monster. The next second, he used the explosion, but there was almost no effect. He has excellent defense and fast recovery. The troll is weakened by the curse and constant attacks. But that's not enough. He has no special skills, but he is physically very strong, a terrible opponent. Sergeant Kang continued to snicker, asked if Sun Woo's tricks weren't working. Apparently, there's no sacrifice this time. Keeping silent, Sun Woo thought he still had an option, the most effective and safest. Han Ho said it was finally their turn and called out to Jisa. She said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, in the city, the captain is informed that Prosecutor Yong Dinpo is gathering people and creating a strange group. Some obscure guild called Hwaran had also appeared in Busan. Puck's been yelling that these rats are always waiting for an excuse to act like this. Maybe create a post in the army community. The subordinate said there will be questions if the number of guilds increases. Puck said you can't trust the factions anyway. Information is very important right now. If it falls into the wrong hands, the government and the whole country will be at risk. They still don't know what happened. The government is very wary of such gatherings. The sergeant wondered if it was right to trust the top in these situations. Even though this site is unofficial, he has influence in the community. Even among the military, it's popular. What can we say about ordinary people? Puck asked the one who had already told the soldiers that the prosecutor is next after the monster is eliminated. Whoever refuses will be eliminated. He replied that he had. Staff Sergeant Kang and his 2 squads agreed, and Sergeant Kim would just have to join. Puck asked suspiciously with his minions not being a problem. The subordinate replied that one had a sword of some sort, but she's a girl, so her strength is questionable. The other is just a pawn. He's weak but tries to use the dagger. In fact, however, he's just hiding behind a necromancer. Puck said to make sure everyone's ready. You don't want to wipe them all out at once. We need to earn at least 100,000 gold. The subordinate thought it was more like a robbery than a military mission. Soldiers die just for the gold. But he pushed those thoughts away. A soldier must obey, that's all. Let's go. Staff Sergeant Khan has everything under control. At this time, the boys attacked the troll. The monster wouldn't budge. They shouted that they needed stronger attacks. Han Ho activated the Holy Shield, shouted that he was the local king. Jisoo stared at the monster, thought he was just the local boss. Maybe big, but not very fast. They can handle it. Jisoo thrust the sword with the rope tied to it into the troll's back. She shouted to Han Ho that the rope was ready to go. Jisoo's chosen climbing rope is a class item. It can't be cut. We need to tie the troll's legs together. Sergeant Kang was surprised. He thought they were just the Necromancer's will-less puppets, but they're actually very strong. The group works together. They attack and defend in unison. Does he really want to win the fight with just those two? Notification came in that the defense barrier will be deactivated in 3 seconds. Han Ho alerted Sergeant Kim to this. The sergeant was already standing at the ready with the bound orc in his hands. Han Ho threw his dagger and the effect of the protective barrier lasted. Sergeant Kim and his assistant were already preparing another goblin. Kang was surprised that they were destroying the goblin to defeat the boss. Looking at Han Ho, the staff sergeant noted that he really needed such a skill to win. Watching Jisoo, Kang realized that the girl hardly had any military or combat experience. Destroying people and monsters were completely different things. Standing behind Sun Woo's back, Kang thought that he hadn't envisioned this development, wondering if he should destroy him now, and he pulled his hand. Sun Woo didn't notice anything around him. He watched intently as Jisoo and Han Ho bound the troll's legs. The other day, when we were discussing a plan of action, Sun Woo warned the boys that it was dangerous. It's better to leave it to the undead. Jisoo objected. They had no margin for error, and in terms of agility, she and Han Ho were the most suited. Yoon explained that they have a protective barrier, so there won't be a problem. Han Ho confirmed that he has protection too. Sun Woo was hesitant, said he'd have to think about it. He had to keep the boys safe. Jisoo countered that he wasn't their guardian. They're a team, and asked him to trust them. And now the boys were proven right. The troll was completely wrapped in rope, and a second later the sergeant yelled that the boss monster was going down. After praising his comrades, Sun Woo said it was his turn and summoned his army of undead. Sergeant Khan was surprised that it was a necromancer, wondering how to destroy him now. Sanwoo pulled out the Dragon Knight's sword. He's already eager for battle and rushed to the attack. The troll was snacking on the skeletons that were nearby. Sanwoo asked how he wanted the undead. Maybe feed it something more nutritious. The troll swallowed the goblin thrown at it, and immediately there was an explosion. Usually everyone remains headless, said Sanwoo, and the troll was no exception. A message came in that the local boss monster giant troll has been defeated. 220,000 gold. New level obtained. 4,851 days left to prove his worth. It took 98 days just to prepare for this hunt. For leveling up, he chose a full bone weapon card. This way he could at least improve it in the future. Staff Sergeant Kang said it was impossible. He couldn't believe it was already over. Sanwoo pointed at the troll and said the contract was done. He will take the body, since his task was only to destroy it. Kana at this time wondered if they would be able to destroy Sanwoo now. He has over 20 soldiers. Would it work? After analyzing the options, the sergeant decided to go ahead and told him to do whatever you want. Turning to Staff Sergeant Kanu Sanwoo, he said he was very curious about what he was thinking about. He replied that he had figured it out for himself. Sergeant Kang exploded with rage that he'd been figured out. He went on the attack, called in a magnetic blast. But he couldn't hurt Sanv. He put up his shield made of troll bones. Khan was angry that the attack had failed. He ordered the soldiers to try to distract him to attack. The staff sergeant resented that if there weren't skeletons here, they'd beat him in a heartbeat. The next attack was Magnum's strike. It shattered the bone shield. Sung armed himself with the dragon sword, but Kang kicked it away. He said he thought he'd beat him empty-handed. But Sanwoo lunged forward. Kang didn't realize how he had gotten the dagger he used to slash the sergeant's face. Sanwoo explained that he created the dagger from shield shards. That's the specialty of bone weapons. He asked Khan if he thought he could make something better. He thought the higher the level of skill, the better the weapon would be. In response, the sergeant shouted for Sanwoo not to play the victor. He was still superior in strength and experience. Sanwoo affected the bones lying around Kana, and he was struck by several bone spears. Looking at the pierced Khan, Sanwoo interjected with superior strength and experience. And that's all he can do. Looking back at his soldiers, Khan yelled why they weren't helping, why they don't do anything. Behind the soldiers stood the skeletons. Sergeant Kim replied, "Doesn't he have a clue? They really need to respond." Kim got angry and said that Staff Sergeant Kang said it was necessary for survival, but he no longer saw the point in dying for him. Khan threatened to destroy him, called him a deserter, asked if they weren't protecting the population. Kim said they were only hunting and gathering gold. The soldiers supported Sergeant Kim. They started shouting, "What's right? How long can this go on?" But a squad led by the vice captain arrived. He yelled out what was going on. Khan was yelling why they were so late in arriving. The vice captain pulled out his spears to free Khan and asked what was going on here. Sergeant Kim said behind his back that he had already talked to the other soldiers about what was going to happen. The soldiers are no longer going to be involved. The vice captain replied that he knew what Kim was talking about. He said, "Don't you have to act like this now? This world is about to fall apart. It's going to take every human being. Don't they realize?" Watching what was going on, Jisoo said she didn't know if this rebellion would bring anything good. Sanwoo replied that life in the army is always like that. The vice captain asked Kim if he really thought he'd let it go. Does he know how he will be punished for his attitude towards the army? Sergeant Kim replied that they had already been punished, but now they have a chance to leave. Khan shouted that it was nonsense. They were happy to work for the gold themselves. He's going to take them all down personally. When he saw Khan take out the vial of elixir, the vice captain shouted for him to wait, but he yelled for everyone to shut up. Sun Woo looked at the vial and thought it was for healing. But when Kang got a dose of this elixir, he turned into a monster. Sergeant Kim ordered the soldiers to flee and told Sun Woo to hurry. It's a variable ampule. It will turn a man into a monster. The vice captain standing nearby asked Sergeant Khan to calm down, said they could work it out, but he became the monster's first victim. The boys were amazed. Kang became a wild tiger. Sun Woo said he didn't think it was possible without card selection. Tiger shouted that now he'd see them sing and rushed at the boys. Rushing towards the monster was Jisoo. Her card was a tiger hunter. She received enhanced perception. Jisoo used her fire sword, but the tiger stuck his sword in his paw and threw the girl aside. I sent a Cerberus to protect Sun Woo, said he thought he could get information, but Kang's gone too far. I don't see the point in leaving him behind. And at the same moment, Sun Woo sent his undead army to attack the monster. After a while, the captain was informed that the soldiers were here. He was surprised that they had already returned. He ordered them to be brought in. When Sergeant Kim Park came in, he asked if they were alive. He asked if everything worked out. Kim reported that they caught the boss. Pak praised him, asked what happened to Staff Sergeant Kang and the vice captain. He heard they were dead. When Pak asked what's up with this asshole, Seonwoo came in and said they could discuss a plan to take him down. Half an hour earlier, a truck loaded with soldiers had pulled into the courtyard of the military unit. The guards ran up and asked, how dare they move without orders? They recognized the man standing by the car as Sergeant Kim from the first squad. He's supposed to be on a mission right now. The officers found skeletons at their backs. They guessed it was a necromancer. A rebellion has begun. One of the soldiers asked Sergeant Kim what was going on. He replied that they were all free now. Walking up to Captain Sonwoo's office, he kicked the door open with Lieutenant Kormpak. There was a captain sitting at the table drinking coffee. He said he didn't know the soldiers were capable of staging a coup. When he turned to the lieutenant colonel, he said he was disappointed in him. If he saw signs of rebellion, he should have intervened immediately. Sonwoo replied that the captain knows why this is happening. Would the subordinates just carry out a coup like that? The one who said they were framing their subordinates. Their tactics are win-win. They survived because they adapted immediately. War is or monsters, their soldiers are ready for anything. So had to find a way to survive in a destroyed world. Smirking at Sonwoo, he asked about the synergy system and earning gold at the cost of his co-workers' lives. Hitting the coffee glass on the table, the captain shouted that the army had always worked like this. On the first day after the monsters appeared, there were a lot of casualties in the army, but then they realized how important synergy was. I got a message that synergy has been activated. Every day there is a group quest. Those who disobey the order will be punished. The captain shouted that all the soldiers could have died, so they took fewer casualties. That's the struggle. Sonwoo asked whose fight, the captain against monsters with no brains. The commander claimed it was a war of survival. Until they understand how the system works, the only thing left to do is follow the game. Owl said we should cut the chatter and get to the point. Why the military had to destroy him. I heard back that one day he would definitely be a problem. Doesn't he realize that a world like this needs people like him? It's the truth. The crowd will believe anything to feel safe. To run a country, you need to be able to manage people. Who else but the army will manage them? Seonwoo has become a hindrance to their harmonious and friendly world. You can't let people who separate from others like Prosecutor Yong Dinpo live. The captain confidently argued that this was the best way. Sunwoo wondered if this man really believed what he was saying. On the commander's desk was a crossbow. When he saw it, Sonwoo wondered why he needed it. This is no joke. Tired of listening to the military man's arguments, Sonwoo said he was only showing the soldiers hope. We must give them the gold. Once the wave was over, they would leave. The captain was even more angry. He shouted, how dare he say such a thing? All the gold belongs to the army. But Sunwoo was angry too. He explained that it wasn't an offer. If he didn't want to die, he had to give everything. After some thought, the captain agreed, but on the condition that Seonwoo must leave Hwasung and Suwon. He also added, why take the soldiers away? They should continue to serve the motherland. Seonwoo replied that soldiers are not slaves to be used as they please. The captain handed over 45,688 gold. Seonwoo was surprised. Shouldn't there be more gold due to synergy? He decided to ask the captain about the vial that can turn you into a monster. The captain said why would he answer? It wasn't part of their deal. Then they can stay here too, replied Seonwoo. I don't want to go wandering around the world again when everything's home here. And he has the money. The captain was furious. But he had to tell them that traveling salesmen were supplying them with things they couldn't find in a regular store. The captain didn't know where they came from, but the salesman said he should not rely on luck, but calculate the roulette mechanism. He fell for it. Don't rely on luck was written on the wall of the store. Did that salesman destroy the store? Sonwoo turned his back to the captain, said they would go, asked him to keep the synergy in mind. He would check with Sergeant Kim later. The captain asked me to wait. He had something else present from the army and grabbed a crossbow and shot him in the back. Another military man ran in the door shouting, "Die traitors," also with a crossbow in his hands. Sonwoo managed to grab the shield. He said he knew that a man who gave such an order could not be called a man. The lieutenant colonel watching started yelling that everyone standing around should shoot him. The crossbow arrows pierced the bone shield, but Sonwoo immediately transformed it into a weapon, and the daggers flew at the enemies at the door. He got gold for them. The captain pulled some kind of mechanism out of his pocket. He yelled for Sonwoo to stay away. "It's a bomb!" He screamed, thinking he wouldn't go that far. "It's a concentrate of the deep. The traveling doctor sold it. The captain's already tried it on orcs. If you detonate a bomb in the office, everyone will die." Sonwoo told him to try it. "I wonder if he can defeat the orcs." The captain yelled for the psycho to stay away from him, or the truth would get him killed. But then a Cerberus burst through the window and grabbed the bomb out of his hand. Sonwoo came close and said that for some reason he never once said it was the army's job to save the inhabitants. Apparently he's a coward saving his own skin. The captain called Sonwoo a vile rebel. After saying that, the Cerberus finished him off. The reward for destroying a level 3 player came. Sonwoo was surprised that the commander was only level 3. He still didn't understand how the new world worked. He was trying to accumulate gold through synergy. But gold is still not enough. Manhwa was interested in the cabinet in the captain's office, ordered the Cerberus to open it. Now it was clear why there was so little gold. It was all here. He spent the gold to purchase vials and elixirs. Taking one of them in his hands, Sanwoo read that it was a monster wolf vial. It turns you into a wolf werewolf for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Hanho was trying to cure Jisoo with his power. He asked if elixirs weren't better than his treatment. She said they still have many wounded soldiers, and Hanho needs to develop his skills. Right now, its effects may be worse than an elixir, but in time, it will be a great help. Hanho agreed, said he was sorry he couldn't help the skeletons. Just then, the right one came up. Hanho hugged his comrade and asked where he had been. Sunwoo asked if Jisoo had recovered. She said she was fine. Jisoo said she could handle a wild tiger on her own, but that was too presumptuous. Sanhwa cheered her up, said she was just too good for that monster. But it's better to go in different directions. You don't want to specialize only in tigers. After all, not all monsters have the characteristics of tigers. Sunwoo told Hanho he needed to work on his hill. If they're unlucky, they'll really have to fight Lich and his army. The priest must protect them from the undead. He can use Hill to create a shield and attack from afar. It's not the most important thing, but still. Hanho noticed that Sunwoo had a cape, but it wasn't like his, it was a different color. Sunwoo told me that he got his from a special chest after defeating a boss. Shadow King's cloak can hide in the shadows until attacked. Hanho was upset and began to lament why Sunwoo was getting all the good things. He said he could give him the cape. The conversation was interrupted by Sergeant Kim. He said that they had finished. Many of those looking for family have joined the village. Some of them are stubborn. It's better to let them go free. The strongest and most responsible are already dead. These pawns are of little use. Sunwoo announced to his team that they were returning to the village. They still had a lot of work to do. 3 days left until the end of the wave. We must hunt. In the village, life was finally settled. Everything went on as usual. Everyone went about his business. Sunwoo and his team were hunting. He's up to level 12, but he lamented that it was very slow. How long would it take to get to 15th? Now his strength is 13 plus 6. He can handle orcs, but if they're stronger than him, it won't be of any use against Lama Cha at all. We should rather reach level 15 and protect the scythe of the King of Perdition. I got a message that the wave is over. Restrictions have been lifted. The doubling of gold is complete. This information upset Hanho. The beginning of Chapter 2 has been announced. Angel Demon faction selection begins. Bosses will attack safe zones. Sunwoo said this game won't leave alone. The main thing right now is the raid boss. To level up, he is the best option. The second part about angels and demons, while it was unclear what that meant, Hanho told Sunwoo to look at the app. It ranked the territories. They were in 3rd place, behind Han Kang-seok and the prosecutor. Sunwoo became frustrated. The first place is level 15. He's been hunting almost without rest and he's still at 12th. Plus, Sunwoo had a lot of experience in online games. How did Kansoku manage to go higher? Jisoo said okay 1st place, but 4th and 5th looked weird. Doctors, from the same group, but to have 2 rankers in the same place. Now, Hanho was shaking his phone and asking Sonbi to look into the community. 2nd-ranked prosecutor Yang Dinpo wants to meet with Sunwoo. He's asking for an official meeting. He wants to find out the truth about the game together. Sanhwa was alarmed by the situation. Why did they need a public appeal? In a shattered world where survival is the mainstay, the prosecutor definitely needs something from him. But Sunwoo knew they'd have to meet. Meanwhile, the prosecutor and his team were also hunting. A guy on his team was happy they lifted the travel restrictions. Now, there will be an opportunity to improve his skills. The girl replied that it was nonsense. Raid boss, angels, and demons. They need a lot more information. The third was angry that everyone would find out in battle. The prosecutor replied that you have to be prepared for any outcome, not to forget that their job is to save people. He explained that everything must be done not to reverse evolution, not to go back to ancient and dark times. The boy was glad that the prosecutor could always be counted on. He has a pure heart and a desire to help and charisma. He will definitely save the whole country. The guy cried. The girl saw him and said he had feelings again. The prosecutor wanted to find strong new members for the guild, so she searched the community, but there was nothing. It's like they don't exist. So she contacted a necromancer in the 3rd place. The guy was surprised to hear about the necromancer. He said he saved a lot of people in Suwon, but is it free? The girl said he didn't get paid for saving everyone. If he asked for money, he asked for an adequate amount. Where there are so many crazy people, it's a preventive measure. Plus, he's more talked about in the community than the DA. He helped get rid of the vampires. Many survivors are grateful for his rescue. The girl said she thought it was easy to change. There's a difference between general popularity and adoration by the players. After hearing all the information, the prosecutor said they needed to find out more about him. According to his information, they're working in 3s. With so many participants in the group, he himself had reached level 12. Apart from the first ranking, he's also the most dangerous player. We need to get to know him better. The prosecutor held up his sword and pondered if the Necromancer would be a danger to the future. The girl interrupted his musings to say that an answer had come. The Necromancer will be waiting. The prosecutor replied that they were going to Suwon Hwaseong. The next day, Hanho noticed Seonwoo's agitation. He asked if he wanted to meet with the prosecutor. He replied that it was necessary at least once. Maybe he could help him level up. Seonwoo doubted that one hunt would get him to 15th. Some guys on motorcycles pulled up. They said they'd been attacked by some weird guys. Tessin said the attackers took Yongshik. It seems they were looking for some kind of golden deer. When they heard they didn't have it, they attacked. Jisoo assumed the attackers were from a neighboring district. The AA took the hostage to find out where the village was. Seonwoo asked Taesun to lead him to the attacking guys. At that time, a group of guys beat up Yongshik, but he didn't say anything. One of the hooligans suggested just destroying him. Yongshik lay on the ground and thought that he had to hold on. If he told about the village, he would surely die. We have to wait for Taesun. One of the bandits said he was pissing him off. We need to take him down and keep looking for the golden deer. At that moment, our team arrived. Taesun called out to Yongshik. The bandit said that the fugitive had returned, and he brought his big brother and little sister with him. The guy snidely asked if they had seen a golden deer. If they had, tell them. Then he'd have mercy on them. Seonwoo replied that they had not seen the deer. He asked why they needed it. He replied that it was a waste of time then. He said that Jisoo was a nice girl, and he wouldn't mind going out with her. Jisoo was furious. She said she would destroy him. Seonwoo answered, please. Young shouted that she was nothing compared to him, and he's going to make sure of it now. So he attacked. He wielded a mace that spewed lightning, shouted for her to agree while she had the chance. Jisoo drew her sword, and in 1 second, the arm with the mace flew away from the bandit. Young's comrades shouted that she's an unusual girl. We have to destroy her. One of the group of bandits fired a fireball at Jisa, but she shattered it with her sword, and then she attacked. Opponents were terrified, screaming that she was coming, crying out for help. Hanho was so angry that the opponents attacked the lady even increased in size, said he'd never forgive it. One of the gang grabbed the bound Yongshik and held a knife to his throat. He shouted to stay back or he would blow his head off. But behind him, Seonwoo had already crept up in his invisibility cloak. He eliminated the enemy and saved Yongshik. The rest of the bandits got on their motorcycles and fled. They shouted they couldn't be killed. The comrades asked Yongshik how he was feeling. He replied with a smile that he was alive. Hanho asked Seonwoo why his attacks were stronger. He said it was because of the cloak. He offered to borrow it. Hanho said he didn't need that kind of sacrifice, but something else. He began to move his fingers like tentacles. Seonwoo jokingly told him to stay away or he would attack. Hanho showed his tongue and said, okay, let him keep his luck. Taesun comforted his comrade and said he was hurt because of some golden deer. Jisoo noticed something and asked Sunwa to look. Everyone turned their heads to where she pointed. A golden deer stood in the middle of the street. A message appeared with a hidden mission. Catch the golden stag. The reward is a ticket to a secret location. Jisoo looked at the message and told the guys that they needed to catch him. Hanho replied that he was lucky again. Seonwoo used his doom response skill and said, let him try to match the dead, and the zombies pounced on the deer. But the animal was very fast. It broke free and ran into the alley. Seonwoo and his skeletons rushed in pursuit. They turned the corner and saw that a werewolf was eating in the alley. The monster grinned. But when he saw the guy's team, he quickly retreated in the other direction. In the next second, the skeletons grabbed the golden deer. The mission was complete. The reward was a ticket to a secret location, one of two. Hanho was a little confused. Asked if that wasn't strange. The werewolf fled in fright. Seonwoo also wondered why he didn't attack. That's how the other monsters behaved. They only ran away if they felt they had a clear advantage. Why is this one different? The sun was slipping towards sunset. Seonwoo agreed that it was strange. He said it was time to go back to the village. As the moon rose, our team prepared to meet the prosecutor. Kensu was thrilled that such a man would meet with Seonwoo. A villager noticed something in the sky. Seonwoo said he didn't expect the guests to come in helicopters. Hanho noticed the level of the best guild like that. The helicopters landed, and a delegation from the Liberation Guild stepped out. The prosecutor considered Seonwoo as he approached and thought he had a third-place ranking. As he approached the boys, he extended his hand and introduced himself. Prosecutor Yong Dinpo, pleased to meet you. He said you could call him Choi Jong-hoon. The two warriors shook hands. Comrade prosecutor captured it on a photo and said that this moment could go down in history. The guy added that they might even publish a book about their master. Seonwoo knew that the guild members were very fond of their master. He's very charismatic, or maybe it's something else. The villagers also fell under the spell. They whispered how handsome he was, such a high level. He's worthy of the title of hero. There was something strange about that, thought Seonwoo. It was the first time people had seen him. It was hardly just charisma. Not even a vampire lord was looked at that way. Seeing that Han-ho was also looking at the prosecutor as if mesmerized, he couldn't figure out what it was. Seon-woo escorted Jen-hoon to his room. He bought him a soda and dinner. Choi said that the faces of the residents made people feel safe. It's good that he came here. Son-woo asked if it was true that Yongdinpo was such a safe place. The prosecutor answered in the affirmative. He explained that almost all the survivors from Seoul had gathered there. Many died, but there were also many survivors. Cheon said there are already 30,000 of them. About the same number had taken refuge in Yongdungpo. Sun-woo was surprised at this number, but Cheon said there would soon be more than 40 of them. They're growing. Isn't it difficult with so many? Sun-woo wondered how he managed to manage such a community. The prosecutor said that's not true. He just wants to save as many people as possible. Sun-woo's right that it's hard with so many survivors. Asked how many he thinks have adapted to this world. Sun-woo thought about the fact that there are old people with sick children. You could say that 1 in 4 is fit to survive. He's the only one who can handle thousands of them. Cheon said he needs people he can count on, and he's been watching Sun-woo for a long time. Not that he wants to invite him into the guild. Sun-woo asked about the rating. Cheon replied that he wasn't the luckiest person and the rankings were proof of that. The prosecutor held back his shaking fingers and said he wasn't as good as they thought he was. He's afraid he can't handle the responsibility alone. Sun-woo wondered if he was that weak. He asked if he thought it was strange to say such a thing when they first met. Cheon replied, let Seon-woo try to appear thoughtful and cold, but also give in to emotions. Told me he lost his family because of it. When he survived, he became angry at the game around him. The prosecutor says he's following the rules, but one day he wants to go outside the box. So he needs someone he can count on, someone who shares his vision and strength. Sanhwa asked if he thought he could be. The DA said he didn't know. He'd only seen his level. Now he's here to see for himself. Sun-woo wondered if it wouldn't be better to add him to the guild. Cheon replied that he did, but we can take our time. So he took out a suitcase. He opened it and there was a fortune stone. The prosecutor said that's the reason he set up the meeting and asked Sanhwa to lend a hand. Sun-woo put his hand on the crystal, received a message that he had touched the fortune stone. Korean server, bad end 2. He found himself floating in the air above the Yongdinpo area. He saw a huge tree growing in the middle of the city. At first, Sun-woo thought it was a peace tree, but then he saw the roots of the tree destroying buildings and killing people by feeding on their energy. Removing his hand from the stone, he received a message that it would come true if he didn't stop the fallen. They would plant the peace tree and change its nature. Closing the briefcase, the prosecutor said that usually everyone's future is different, but maybe Sun-woo saw what he saw. This is the end that awaits their world, and we must unite to stop them. Cheon said that the roots of the peace tree were in Yongdinpo under the constant protection of the raid bosses. He checked when the second part started. Sun-woo understood. They needed forces to attack. Cheon confirmed that all the forces they could muster to defeat the raid boss. Sun-woo couldn't refuse. The world was indeed on the verge of destruction. He wondered if he should tell about the other future he had seen before. But I figured it was a different situation. This is Leech's future if he can't raise his level. But if he couldn't complete the quest, Sun-woo feared he would try to destroy him and everyone else, as long as he didn't talk about the Lich. Sun-woo confirmed to the prosecutor that we need to unite. He thanked him. But Sun-woo's condition is that he doesn't join the guild. They'll just work together. The raid will share both the tasks and the rewards. Cheon agreed and replied that they would be in touch in 3 days. Han-ho burst into the room and reported that bandits were approaching the village. The prosecutor told his followers that this was a great chance. Sun-woo would show them his power before the raid. Cheon ordered the Crusaders to prepare. They replied that they were always ready. The prosecutor asked about the Necromancer's class, said it's better to know who's who for future battles. Cheon is the commander of the Crusaders. He manages and controls them, creates synergy. One of the bandits pointed at the prosecutor and asked if he was the guy with the gun. The other one said it was the one with the cape and the girl next to him. Han-ho asked why they had shown up again. Jisoo added that they had also dressed up. The older of the thugs apologized for the show, but he needs to find out who killed his brother. He looked appraisingly at the crowd of people and said how much gold would fall out of them all. He looked for a golden deer and found a gold mine. The prosecutor grinned, like a TV villain indeed. I haven't seen one of those around here in a long time. He walked forward. Han-ho called out to the prosecutor. He said he felt the bandit had killed a lot of people, so there's no point in idle chatter. The prosecutor sent his crusaders to attack. The bandit said they were fools. These attacks are nothing to him, and ordered his subordinates to wipe them all out. The bandits started to use their weapons, but the prosecutor raised his sword and used the holy shield. He used combined magic. The bandit wouldn't stop yelling at me not to laugh. They'd wipe out everyone here, claimed they didn't stand a chance against their guns. A group of bandits rushed forward in cars, targeting the crowd, shouting for everyone to run away if they didn't want to get killed. But the Crusaders were rushing forward. They needed to use their skill. The prosecutor used the cross spear technique. Sanwoo was surprised when he hit 3 trucks with one blow. The bandits couldn't believe they were being confronted, screaming about what kind of synergy it was. Seeing the defeat of his companions, the gang leader went into battle himself. He said that they could not escape the Northern Sword. Sanwoo realized that this was a powerful weapon. It was definitely not of ordinary level. The prosecutor saw his opponent's sword and said what an interesting toy. He thinks he can use it. Rage gripped the bandit. He shouted for him to try and stop his toy of a level he'd never dreamed of. 2 axes flew at Cheon. There was an explosion, but when it all dissipated, everyone saw the axes pierced by the Crusader's sword on the ground. The bandit shook with anger. He couldn't understand how he could do such a thing. The girl explained that their prosecutor has special protection. There is no other like it in the whole country and in the world. Sanwoo was amazed at how confidently the followers spoke for the prosecutor. It was as if they were all a living fortress, and he didn't get that kind of support from others. Cheon launched the Knight's Radiance. All of his subordinates felt their strength increase. The girl explained that it was a skill that helped to recover and increase attack power. The Crusaders are invincible with it. The prosecutor ordered his subordinates to eliminate all remaining bandits. Meanwhile, Kensu took the villagers to a safe building. Father Hanho asked if they would really be hiding here. Kensu replied that there was nothing else for them to do, so it was better to stay inside. The sergeant supported that there are people here who can't fight. They would only make the synergy worse. They would probably have to fight in the future, but not now. Father replied that he wasn't suggesting that we go to fight. He asked if the others thought the guildmaster was strange. Kensu hesitated to answer. The man offered to just look out and see how things were going. Kensu interjected they would just look, and that was it. Hanho's father pushed him forward and told him to go already. When they looked out, they were shocked. The Crusaders were lying on the ground. Their bodies wouldn't listen. It was some kind of poison. The older bandit was wearing a gas mask. He laughed, saying that they thought he had the only weapon. He showed me the bottle and said he got the elixir of the abyss from a strange man, but its effects are remarkable. The prosecutor pondered, while covering himself with his cloak, that the elixir of the abyss was not a simple poison. This is not good. In this battle, they must show the strength of their guild. We could have done a better job of demonstrating their skills, but I guess we have to take out the bandit as quickly as possible. I'll have to use more energy. Sanwoo put on his cloak and said that he had seen the strength of their guild. Now, they will fight the gang, as they are better suited for such battles. Sanwoo crept up on the bandit, caught him off guard. He screamed, "What the hell? Does he realize how expensive this elixir is?" Sanwoo replied that, of course, and broke the entire vial of elixir. Transforming into his Necromancer state, he said he thought it was just right for him. Breathing in the poison, Sanwoo said he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Elixir of the Abyss is weaker than the Orc commander's skill, but not bad either. He thought it was time to show their guild and the prosecutor how to fight. The bandits didn't understand why he was doing so well. They assumed the elixir was a fake. One of the bandits took off his gas mask and inhaled the poison vapors. At the same second, he fell to the ground. Sanwoo felt the effect and set off a call of doom in a certain area. The bandits were frightened when they saw the zombies. The bandits realized and shouted that it was the Necromancer. Sanwoo thought that now he had something to show for it. He used his great sword and his army of undead. The bandits screamed for escape. Kensu and Father Hanho were watching. They discussed how they were always surprised to see Sonhwa in action. He's strong and confident. Hanho's mother came up from behind and asked what they were doing here. It was already finished. The men were startled out of their wits and cried out. The gang leader spotted the men in the distance and ordered his men to follow them there. They want hostages. He ordered his underlings to grab the men and leave at least one hostage. Kensu noticed the approaching danger, told his parents to run away. A second later, Jisoo was already standing in front of Kensu. The bandits saw that there was a woman there. One of them ordered to take her hostage, but someone who had already seen her in action screamed that this woman was a monster. Sanwoo defeated a gang leader and took his ticket for a hidden mission. Now he has 2. The prosecutor was surprised to see the ticket. He asked what it was. Sanwoo said he didn't know yet. Got a message that he's collected a full entry ticket for a hidden mission. We need to get ready to begin. 1 ticket per player. After reading about the beginning, Sanwoo only had time to wonder. A golden cloud of energy immediately appeared around him and he disappeared into it before everyone's eyes. The DA wanted to catch Sanhwa by the arm, but he received a message that he was not authorized to enter the portal. When he took his hand away, Cheon realized he had the ticket. He wondered where the golden portal led to. The photographer filmed the whole thing. He was amazed that the Necromancer was much stronger than he thought. The prosecutor ordered his photographer not to take pictures. He told him to take photos only when he authorized it. Cheon explained to the frightened photographer that his photos would help people and give them hope, but they don't know what lies beyond the portal yet. The guy calmed down. He said he understood and would only take what he could. The prosecutor asked Jisoo and Hanho, who were standing at the portal, if they knew where Sunwoo had gone. Jisoo said she thought so. Cheon asked if they could tell him, and he used his war hero aura. It dazzles the people around him, inspiring favor and respect. Jisoo replied that it was unlikely. She hadn't heard their conversation with Sunwoo. The prosecutor was surprised she hesitated. That's self-defense. But she didn't say no. He continued to use his aura. He told me that he and Sunwoo had decided to move on together. That's why the situation puts him in a stupor. He doesn't know where he went or what happened to him. Hanho succumbed to the spell and started to tell the prosecutor where Sunwoo was. But Jisoo managed to put her hand over her comrade's mouth. The prosecutor asked her to think about it. Isn't she afraid he might be in trouble? Or just wait for him to figure it out on his own? Jisoo didn't give in. Continuing to hold her mouth, Hanho replied that she would wait. Letting go of Hanho's mouth, she said she only knew that Sunwoo had accessed the hidden place, but no one knows exactly what's there. Jisoo explained that they have a team. They trust and are waiting for him. The prosecutor is grateful for those words and believes that Sunwoo is fine. Cheon asked if he could get the girl's name. She introduced herself to Yoon Jisoo. The prosecutor noted that her skills are amazing. She is well put together and in control of what is going on around her. He said their guild needed strong people to stand together against the terrible, people like her. They can help develop her skills to the max, if she wants to, of course. Jisoo replied confidently that she didn't want to. She trusts the other person already. Yoon went off telling Hanho to follow her. He was mesmerized by the aura asking the prosecutor to remember his name. Jisoo dragged him behind her. The ADA got angry. What's wrong with her? She tried to tell him she didn't trust him. The girl next to Cheon said it was a difficult situation. The prosecutor replied that these people are not easy. Meanwhile, Sunwoo flew out of the portal and landed on a city street. The system reported that he had entered the secret place Golden Street. When found, a special reward is given. If unsuccessful or killed, the player or body is returned to its original position. After reading Sunwoo's info, I concluded that it's just a bonus spot. But then a golden goblin appeared in the middle of the street, and he was not alone. From every corner of the street, burning eyes stared at Sunwoo. Looking at the approaching monsters, Sunwoo said that he hadn't met goblins who were going to attack him in a long time. He summoned the right one, ordered him to go on the attack and show them all who the real target of the hunt was. While Sunwoo hunted, the goblins on this side of the portal were being cleaned up. The girl reported to Sir Choi Chong-hoon that all the injured had already recovered. They gave out a health elixir, but it didn't work, so I had to use the antidote. The prosecutor said that indeed the poisonous substance acted as a poison. Giving an antidote is the smart thing to do. The debuff of the elixir of the abyss was used on them. What kind of item is this? It looks like black magic. The girl replied that she hadn't seen such items in the store. Maybe they got it some other way. The prosecutor thoughtfully pronounced a special way of obtaining a special item. He didn't understand why such a dangerous thing didn't work on Sunwoo. The approaching girl called out to Sung Minhwa. She checked Seonwoo with her 3-star scout skill. For him, the debuff acted the opposite of a buff. His health went up immediately, apparently other stats as well. Magic and recovery at max. The prosecutor crushed the remains of the vial with his foot, thought about the dungeons of events and the elixir of the abyss. There was still too much he didn't know. The girl asked Cheon really going to split the raid reward with the Necromancer. He said there was nothing to be done. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed. Didn't they see for themselves that they could use his army? The girl asked me to leave the drafting of the contract to her. She will make it so that it will be very profitable for them. She wondered if the prosecutor realizes they have to take the best. After all, there are 30,000 people relying on. Cheon looked at his subordinate and thought she was a devious woman. That's what she wants. He agreed, but warned that he didn't want to make Sunwoo their enemy. She replied that she didn't want to be remembered as a grumpy old woman either. The prosecutor asked what the girl thought of the fortune crystal. A guy on their team asked if it was a quest thing. After thinking for a while, the girl replied that she felt a special power from the crystal. Cheon wondered that everyone gets lost when they touch the crystal, but not Seonwoo. The prosecutor said it's possible he's making it up, but we need to check if Sunwoo touched the prediction crystal before. At this time, a battle was simmering at Sunwoo's place. Golden goblins and golden orcs were surrounding. It was hot. After subduing a few remains of the golden monsters, Sunwoo noted that they weren't particularly strong. It had been a long time since he had completed a task so easily. I don't even have to think. Easy, he can destroy, and without fear. When there are no other people around, you don't have to worry about your companions. He's alone and he's a necromancer. How easy it is to live without a burden. But when Sunwoo stepped out of the necromancer image, he thought of his companions, and it became lonely. After destroying the monsters, Sunwoo encountered 2 boxes of different sizes. I thought the left one looked bigger. For sure, the reward would be bigger. After selecting the chest, nothing happened. Then Sunwoo ordered his warriors to smash it. When the lid finally gave way, the event monster Mimic emerged from the chest. It had huge fangs. Sunwoo realized that it would be harder to take him down. But Sunwoo is still stronger, and his team is much bigger. The monster doesn't even have limbs. It won't get far. He decided to squeeze the monster between the hammer and the anvil. We could get the wolves and bears to attack and send the others to attack from behind. Perfect. Mimic shouted where his food was and was near the bears in no time. He pushed the skeletons away. They flew at Sonva, and he hit him hard. He bled. Smelling the scent of fresh blood, the chest chased after Sonwa, screaming that he was his new food. The right one jumped on top and tried to hit Mimic. As Sunwoo ran away, he realized his mistake. He didn't expect limbless monsters to teleport. He wondered since when he was so relaxed. Since when was he so careless? Had the Abyss buff made him so careless? Or had things been going too well before? Even the undead do not obey him. Only the most dedicated move by instinct. Remembering Hanho and Jisa, he realized how stupid he'd been to think he didn't need them. Now it was time to run. Sunwoo vowed to be more careful if he survived. Mimic scattered all the undead. He had already caught up with Sonva. He realized he had to destroy that chest now. Holding back the monster's jaws with his sword, Sonwoo applied his zombies that were climbing in. Mimic shouted that he needed fresh meat. Sonwoo commanded the undead to close the lid. All the skeletons piled up behind him and managed to slam the chest shut. Looking at his loyal subjects, he apologized for losing this time and used the explosion. The fire cloud from the explosion was huge. A reward of 200 points was received for destroying Mimic. Sonwoo looked at the remnants of his undead and wondered if it wasn't too cruel that he could only be destroyed in this way. Knocking on the huge, sturdy chest, he realized why his attacks were pointless. To replenish his strength, Sunwoo took out an elixir. You should be more careful from now on. There aren't many elixirs left. A mistake could cost you your life. This world may have become a crazy game, but death is real. He must survive and live to the end. It's the best thing to do considering there's probably no one else in the family left. He's the son who abandoned everyone. Sunwoo entered the bounty room. There were items that couldn't be obtained from a normal store. They help improve skill and fitness. Sonwa is interested in the Oath Parchment. This is a special, expendable item. It can be used to make a contract. One condition can be offered, failure to fulfill, which will result in ruin. Sunwoo said it was a useful item. He needed to get as many items as possible for his points. He bought a stone for the gear, a vial to strengthen the muscles, an experience card, a parchment of oaths. That's the best choice, isn't it? Sunwoo also got level 13. He rejoiced at the new level and stats a great reward. In the cards, I chose to increase agility. You need to get faster to avoid situations like this. The system said the portal would close in 15 seconds. Sunwoo said he got everything he wanted. Time to go back to the guys. Sunwoo was met by the prosecutor. Said that Sunwoo scared them when he suddenly disappeared, but if it was for the raid, he understands. Apologizing for the delay, Sunwoo explained that he himself didn't know what was going to happen. Cheon suggested that his time should be considered an investment and said he brought a gift pointing to the box of elixirs. He asked if it was possible to send a picture of the team to Sunwoo in the community. He was surprised that it was possible. The prosecutor pointed to the guy with the camera, explained that his class is photographer. He has the skills and items to do what he needs to do. You have to show that people still have hope. They'll think of them as heroes. Sunwoo thought, it may seem silly, but he's right. We can make the best of this situation. The helicopters with the guests left. Hanho looked at the elixirs in the box and said that the prosecutor was a great man. Sunwoo replied that time would tell. Jisoo asked, since the raid was over, they would go on. Sunwoo answered in the affirmative. He said we need to get stronger. They will hunt and prepare for another raid. The next day, the hunt for goblins and orcs began, but this time the guys used something new. Looking at the monsters running down to the bait, Jisoo said that this was a great chance to use her soul sword. Hanho held the container in his hands and said he liked it. It feels like going fishing. He wants to try out all the items. The boys plugged their noses at the horrible odor. It was called stinking wolfsbane. The substance attracted nearby monsters. Hanho bragged that his mom made it. Sunwoo replied with a closed nose that it was a great thing for hunting. Jisoo confirmed that indeed it was. Jisoo joked that it was the result of a cooking failure. They can level up more than just hunting. Sunwoo said that Uncle uses his buffs to protect the safe zone. Hanho explained that it's a Korean ruffer skill. Sunwoo said that at least now they didn't have to worry about the village. But then he noticed some guys on motorcycles approaching them. Tayson came up to the group and shouted that he had urgent news. They had found a store in the south, but it's already been destroyed. We don't know who. Sunwoo thought it was a problem. The electricity is powered by gold. If we don't have it, it'll be hard. It's like getting prey from hunting. but you can't dream of farming just yet. Sanwoo's orders were to contact Kensu. We need to secure everything around the area. Taeson replied, of course, Captain. Sanwoo was surprised at this treatment. When he saw the group of girls, Sanwoo asked what they were up to. Taeseong replied, saying he hit Eugene. Now, many people think he's an abuser. Han-ho quietly told Sanwoo that he should be the hero and not the other way around. Hopefully, the picture in the community will work. The boys left. Sanwoo asked his companions if they would continue hunting, but he noticed Jisoo had turned away. He called out to her. Jisoo replied that there was someone on the other side. She sensed a wolf. Suddenly, werewolves came at our team from all sides. The skeletons managed to grab the attackers. Sanwoo pulled out his crossbow and wanted to shoot, but then one of the werewolves said, "Don't shoot." The guys were amazed that the monsters were talking, but they kept attacking. One of the werewolves grabbed Han-ho by his cloak. The man screamed. The cloak burst. The boy dropped his container. The werewolves pounced on the stinky mixture and started eating it, saying it was delicious. Sanwoo, still aiming his crossbow, moved closer and said that since the werewolf had asked not to shoot, let him try to explain himself now. One of the werewolves turned to his uncle and asked what they were going to do. The other one told him to calm down. There's still a chance. Sanwoo didn't understand what they were chatting about, and it was as if they were being ignored. When one of the werewolves had had enough, he lunged at the skeletons, screaming that he was going to blow them to smithereens, run away. Sanwoo ordered the undead to hold formation and attack. He fired his crossbow. The wounded werewolf fell to the ground. He shouted to his kin to run faster. The other two asked that Uncle apologize to them. They won't forget him, and ran away. The werewolf lying on the ground growled in pain. Sanwoo said, "These are companions. I'm surprised they didn't run away right away." The werewolf said it was because of that food thing. If it wasn't for her, the werewolves wouldn't have lost control of themselves. Sanwoo asked what was wrong with him. Where did they get their self-awareness from? I heard something about a quest. They got the quest when they became monsters. They don't want to do it completely, but they generally follow its terms. Sanwoo asked what the quest was about. The werewolf replied that he had to eat people. Once he had eaten 10, he would return to his former form. Han-ho said he thought monsters were driven by instinct to attack. Jisoo was surprised. She didn't know it could happen. Sanwoo asked if there were others like him. He replied that of course there are. A lot of players have become monsters without consent in the area. Sanwoo asked if that meant they were the ones who destroyed the store and left a message about another race. The werewolf said no. They tend to avoid crowded places, they just want to go back to being human. But not everyone is like them. There are those who attack people for power and strength. They purposely make people weaker as a lower caste. Jisoo interjected a rallying cry against the human race. The werewolf grinned. He said there were people among them, crazy scientists. They run everything, gather monsters around, and create special dark objects. Sanwoo remembered the ampule from Staff Sergeant Kang, so they did it. He asked the werewolf if he was stalling for reinforcements. The answer he got was no. You saw them leave their uncle behind. Sanwoo asked if the werewolf wanted him to spare him. He said he didn't have to. He had been waiting for this moment. The werewolf said that when the class cards came out, he didn't choose anything because of fear. To make matters worse, he told his family not to do it either, but his son disobeyed and chose the card, probably because he liked games. The werewolf cried, asked if he knew who he ate first. He's just scared of destroying himself. Swinging his sword, Sanwoo told him not to take offense, but he couldn't keep him alive. The werewolf replied that he was only a little sad. He was trying to survive, but he'd done it all wrong. Don't be like that. Move forward. Han-ho said he was even sorry. They have the intelligence to help each other. Sanwoo replied that you can't hesitate. It's either you or you. They've already destroyed a lot of monsters that had family, and it's true. We need to find the ones that got away. Jisoo asked why. They are still young. Sanwoo replied that he wanted to check what kind of association they had and what kind of people lived there. Sanwoo wondered how much longer the system would try to destroy humans. The death toll was already high. And then there were the monster men. And some people will even feel sorry for them in that situation. The problem is that human monsters are part of the system. It's going to be hard to eradicate. They're bait that attracts monsters, and the human monsters who fall for it are proof of that. The hunt is not for monsters, but for humans. But unfortunately, it's unlikely they'll get along together. The boys walked further down the street. Han-ho asked where they were. Sanwoo said they still had bait. Then they'll come. The first danger spotted Jisoo again. He pulled his companions around the corner of the house, telling them to hide quickly. The team came across a group of kobolds who had tied up 2 werewolves. Their bodies wouldn't listen. The older kobold said it was for the queen. The guys were talking about the kobolds catching werewolves. Even if they're wearing immobilization magic, it's still really weird. Jisoo pointed at the sign on the building. That's the sign for the store and the dungeon, isn't it? Sanwoo said there must be a subway station, a store, and a dungeon. Han-ho said it's possible, but then the store would have to be ready. Sanwoo called his friends to go there. They needed to find a good store. Stepping into the subway area read that this is the bedroom of the Tarantula Queen cannibal dungeon. The reward for clearing it is half as high. Han-ho said they were planning a simple hunt. Xianwu said to be careful. The monsters are stronger in their own territory. Here the guys noticed that there were cocooned people hanging from the ceiling. Jisoo cut the ropes of the cocoons in an instant. The people gave thanks for their release. But then spiders crawled out of their cocoons. Sunwoo ordered everyone to stand down now and used his explosion. Then Sunwoo ordered the team to group up to see where the spiders might come out of. Kobolds and other spiders rose from the depths of the subway. They heard the sounds of explosions nearby. Jisoo said there were too many of them. Sunwoo wondered what kind of alliance he had with the kobolds. Hanho said that even so, he was confident, and he grew in size again. He shouted that they would surely destroy all those bugs. Hanho rushed to the attack. He shouted that they were like bugs, so easy to crush. The enemies flew around. He kept getting stronger. Thought, since when is it so easy? Shouting to his friends to keep up the attack. In the excitement, he thought there was no time to plan. You just have to crush them. Don't think about anyone. He doesn't need anyone to take out kobolds and goblins. It's much more comfortable to be alone. He's his own master. This is his new beginning. The kobolds were screaming to hold him. Grab him! Threads of webbing began to appear around the boy. When Sunwoo saw the web, he was afraid for his friend. It was how the kobolds fought werewolves. The monsters wrapped Hanho in a cocoon. He screamed that the monsters were counting on the web to stop his steel body, and tore the threads. Kobold shouted that he was even bigger. They began to wrap him in webs again. Hanho shouted that monsters were stupid, no matter how many there were. But this time, the spiders had done a better job, and the cocoon was much stronger. Hanho shouted for Sunwoo to help. He released him with a blast. Sunwoo told him to relax. That's why he fell into the trap. Hanho admitted he was wrong. Jisoo advised the comrade to watch what's around you. Just then, a crowd of monsters came out of the bowels of the subway. There were too many of them. Sunwoo suggested a quick end to them and applied the Call of Doom to a specific area. There was an explosion. There were several reports that 990 gold had been received for defeating the giant spider. The guys looked around. They cleaned out all the spiders in the subway, and on the tracks too. The passage to the other station was closed. Maybe that's where the boss's room is. So this station is connected to the store. The dungeon must be divided into 2 zones. Either way, we need to go that way. As the team approached the station doors, they read that over 100 players had already died here. You can leave, or go in and get all the rewards. Hanho's noticed how complicated it is, since there's even a warning popping up. Jisoo asked Sunwoo if he was sure he wanted to go in. Opening the door, Sunwoo replied that, of course, they would have more difficult raids. You have to believe in yourself. The boss monster Shaman Kobold came out to meet the team. He grinned and told the fools to pass. Sunwoo was surprised that the boss was a kobold shaman. He expected a spider queen to be here. Hanho noticed that unlike the other kobolds, this one spoke well. Waving the bundle of feathers he held in his hand, the kobold said that his body was completely different from theirs. He bragged that he'd already eaten over 20 human brains. That's the result. Sunwoo was amazed that the monster learned the language by eating brains. So monsters do become stronger by destroying humans. The kobold shaman screamed that they couldn't go any further. Their brains would become his. Word came back that they'd met a boss monster, a giant poisonous spider queen, and only now did the guys see her on the ceiling. Hanho shouted, "What the hell? Why are there 2 monster bosses here?" This was something they didn't expect. The kobold shaman saddled the queen spiders and shouted that they would show humans their place. Sunwoo sent his entire army and skeletons and zombies to attack the enemies. Sunwoo thought he'd use his explosion first, and then the skeletons would kill the monsters. But the queen released the web and wrapped all the zombies and skeletons that approached them in dolls. Kobold laughed. Ast wanted to activate the explosion, but he knew all the tricks perfectly well. Sunwoo was amazed. Not only does he speak well, but he is also well developed as a person. Hanho shouted that he had to destroy the kobold first and put his daggers to work. But the threads of the web cleverly knocked all the blades away. The kobold said he was the brain and the queen the body. She will protect him to the end. Together, they are invincible. The monsters let out a web toward the team. Kobold said they would make a fine dinner, but then Jisoo drew her flaming sword. The threads burst into flames. She asked if they were invincible. Their web burns perfectly. Jisoo began to cut a path for her comrades to the monsters with her sword, but the kobold used water magic. He said not to think fire was his weakness. Seizing the moment, Sunwoo ordered his skeletons to block the boss. Hanho asked Sunwoo what to do, how long they could hold out. Sunwoo yelled for him to follow Jisoo. He had a great plan. Kobold was screaming to crush him. Then they could eat more brains. Sunwoo replied that if he destroyed it, no more brains would be needed. He summoned the skeletons that hung in cocoons from the ceiling. Kobold said he'd have to clean up afterward. Having gotten a good boost for his army, the Necromancer said this place would suit him just fine. The undead became too many. They surrounded the monsters. They managed to wound the queen. Cobalt told her to be calm, and then the spider began spitting venom. The shaman shouted for her not to waste energy. The poison won't work. They're not skeletons. Sanwoo grinned, thinking what a smart monster. He knows all their strategies. It's going to be hard to win. The queen's minions are hard to deal with. Plus, they all look like werewolves. Monsters without brains are easy enough to fight, but it's very different with those with brains. Cobalt shouted to destroy the caster. Then the others would be finished, and the queen rushed to the attack. Sanwoo had his shield ready. He was stronger than the orcs now, but these things were stronger than them. He began to prepare his weapons. While the weapons are being built thanks to the shield, they can at least hold out. The spider's onslaught did not abate. The kobold screamed for the vile creature to die, and then there was an explosion. It was Sanwoo's shield that exploded. He thought the monsters could be destroyed. The key is to hold out longer. He used the Chaos Stone. Due to the constant attacks, his mana was at 0. Cobalt was angry. He shouted that Sanwoo was a stubborn bastard. He didn't slow down his attack. Sanwoo grimaced with the remnants of his shield, convincing himself to bear the pain and move on. Hanho wouldn't have been able to withstand the influx without Jisoo's protection, so now it is Sanwoo who is acting as the tank. Finally, the monster attack was over. Sanwoo asked if they were tired. He said he could fight all day long. Cobalt replied that Sanwoo was not like the others, but there was no point in continuing their battle. He thought hard and found the answer. In no time, the spider wrapped all the remains in cocoons. Cobalt used fireball magic, and all the cocoons burst into flames. He shouted that Sanwoo could no longer summon the undead. Sanwoo looked at what was happening and could not believe his eyes. He had burned his minions. Bloody genius. The skeletons tried to come up from behind, but the kobold smelled and used a blast of air. The monster chuckled nastily, said it was the end. There's no one else for Sanwoo to call upon. It's over, human. But then Jisoo attacked from behind. She said she was done with the shaman and swung her sword. But the Spider-Woman managed to intercept the blade with her paws. The kobold screamed that he was a bloody human girl. This was her plan. And only now, looking at the opponents, the shaman was surprised to see if there were not 3 of them. Hanho, lurking, surrounded by zombies, answered what exactly? Thanks for being distracted and forgetting about them. Cobalt replied that they were crazy. These monsters won't do anything to him. Hanho grinned that the monster thought he was better than him. The shaman threatened to destroy them all, but he noticed something was wrong with the spider. Asked the queen what was wrong. Hanho explained that they used a special sauce, so it would hardly be able to resist. He used the stinky kitchen and put it on the zombie. The kobold smelled the stench and cried out that it was the food of the gods, and the monsters went for the zombies. While Sanwoo distracted them, Hanho and Jisoo prepared the bait. No werewolf could resist stinky food. They're basically animals with instincts. The kobold kept chewing on the bait, telling the queen that enough was enough. They had to run or they would die. Sanwoo replied to the monster that it was too late. You have to pay for the treats. And then there was an explosion. At this time, the prosecutor's team had also gained victory. It was the boss monster bat. He thanked everyone, saying they were great. It was a perfect battle. The minions said their commander was the best. Cheon thought that by joining forces, they would improve each other's skills and earn experience. He's still number 1 in the rankings, but he'll become number 1. He wondered who Han Kangson was that ranked first. How could he advance through the levels so quickly? This guild has the best forces in Korea. No one else could gather so many players and make them work together. And yet Han Kangsun is stronger. That's scary. A leader with first place is hope. He can make the guild bigger. He just has to want to. The assistant prosecutor took out his phone and shouted that the commander had to see something. He asked what was wrong. The rankings have changed. He asked if there were any new players. But when he picked up the phone, he was stunned. He'd been displaced by Sanwoo. He's now in 2nd place. Prosecutor Yong Dinpo became angry. The Necromancer has a 14th level. How is that possible? Hanho finished off the Cobalt Shaman. He got 300,000 gold pieces. He was glad. He was finally getting used to the thief class. Maybe not just a tank. The Spider Queen was destroyed by the right one. The Skeleton Goblin absorbed the Queen's mana and became stronger. Sanwoo's number of subordinates had increased by 2. Now they could definitely go on a raid and find the Reaper's scythe. Sanwoo thought about it, remembering that it wouldn't be long before the first awakening. Jisoo said if they can find the store, they'll shut down all targets. Walking through the station, the guys found a C-class store. The maximum available level is a diamond for 100,000. Sanwoo wondered if platinum didn't cost 100,000 from a D-class store. Jisoo said it must be something else. This is a slot machine. 3 pictures must match to win a prize. Quan accumulates 1 token, nor increase the specific pictures. Hanho shouted what nonsense. Jisoo was upset because it was roulette, a token for each Quan. Sunwoo thought for a moment. Jisoo and Hanho have somewhere around 300,000. He has 1,600,000. They can increase the odds with tokens. Hanho shouted that he was trying first. Sunwoo is always first and he's lucky. Jisoo objected and she did. Seonwoo replied that there are 3 machines that can be used together. The boys walked up to the machines together. They simultaneously pressed the start button. The kwans began to appear. Hanho shouted for his friends to wait. He asked if they were doing the right thing. Jisoo covered her eyes with her hands and said it was too late to retreat. Sunwoo said there was a token. Hopes to get something good. Hanho's system said not to worry about 5 failures. He can still get a lower class item. The gold will go to the next player. He cried out what an endless deception. They're finished, Sunwoo thought it wasn't. All they have to do is collect 10 tokens. And then Hanho shouted that he almost deafened his friends with his first place shout. He obtained the legendary magic scroll of the Goddess of Fortune's Mischief. When used, a random skill can be applied. This time, it was Jisoo who was depressed about the result. She sat on her knees and said that they were going to die here. Sunwoo was still tensely staring at the screen. He shouted that he was using all 10 tokens. And then he got lucky. He got a first-class award. Sunwoo shouted for joy. What the devil? I can't believe it. He was given the legendary ring of the Shadow King. When attacked, a shadow clone appears and can attack together. And then came the task of the Shadow King's heir. You need to collect all of the Shadow King's inheritance. The reward is the Shadow King's crown. It was a collection of tasks to obtain the item. Sunwoo decided that since it could only be obtained at the store, he would save it for later. Sunwoo offered Jisoo a heroic wind bracelet. She got excited and thanked him. He thought just as long as she didn't destroy the store. It was getting dark outside. The boys had to go back to the village. Sunwoo said they should put a guard outside the store. The next day, preparations for the raid began in earnest. We repaired weapons and stocked up on elixirs and items. And now, the time has come. Jisoo said finally the raid is starting. Sunwoo replied that they were fully prepared so the result should be good. Hanho looked through his phone and called out to Sonhwa. The man asked, the community wrote. A broadcasting station appeared as number 7 on the app. As far as we know, there's only one broadcast. There's a room on the screen. It says raid on the boss in the test mode of the broadcast. Jisoo opened the app. All she could see was an empty room. She assumed the camera was being tested. Seonwoo thought they wanted to broadcast the raid. It must have been the Gwangbok Guild's idea. If they can upload photos, they can upload broadcasts too. Sunwoo didn't understand why, but perhaps it was just another way to control people. The whole community was excited about his second place in the rankings. The prosecutor must have been tense about it. Sunwoo didn't think he was bad, but ambition could surely push him to make the wrong choice. If prosecutor Yong Dinpo doesn't like it, he'll try to block and control it. For example, he could limit his access to raids. I don't think he can do that. Taking the parchment out of the hidden area of the contract of oath, Sunwoo thought it turned out to be an important item. It was time to use it. Hanho spotted a helicopter in the sky and pointed Sunwoo toward it. The transport landed next to the team. The guy who came with Cheon looked out of the helicopter. He said hello. He introduced himself as Sung Min Hyum from the Crusader group. Sleep said he was here to pick up the second place in the rankings. He invited me to sit down. The boys were a little uneasy. Sunwoo asked the wyverns in the sky. The helicopter would be safe. Sung Min Hyum replied that nothing was impossible for their guild. He explained that their guildmates are scattered all over Seoul. Therefore, they control and know where the wyverns are. The pilot explained that there's no 100% guarantee of safety, but it is much faster to travel this way. Sunwoo thought it would be easier with more people, but for them, that kind of scale is impossible. Flying through the air isn't bad, but aren't there other ways to get around? A message has appeared starting a group raid mission. The goal is to destroy the boss alone. Reward special title. Minahum panicked at first, but then he said calmly that they didn't plan it. He hopes that the head will deal with this quest. Jisoo quietly told Hanho that this Sona guy smells the same as him. Sunwoo wondered if he'd gotten caught. A monster raid is a cooperative task for people with different classes. That's why teamwork is very important. You can't win in raids alone. If acting in a group, attack damage is reduced by 90%. The rewards of fighting alone will be much better. Someone's definitely watching them. Sunwoo has put too much effort into training himself to participate in a raid like this. I thought that the difficulty of the mission depends on the player's progress. If this is how it's going to turn out, he's going to have to surpass the prosecutor and the other leaders. He's not going to stop there. There was a message in the community from the prosecutor about the start of the raid on the boss of Yoido. He said that the raids will be broadcast live. People reading this said the DA was the best leader. He's getting ready to broadcast the raid for everyone. People were very interested. There were a lot of comments. This raid was invented by the system so that he, the Necromancer, would participate. Guild people saw the chopper, said he showed up. I wondered what he was really like. The prosecutor came out to meet the guests. He greeted them. He said that they had gotten there without any adventures. Sanwoo said he saw from above how organized their camp was. They were well prepared for the raid. Camera. There was no doubt that the raid was to improve the reputation of the guild. I wonder how far he would go to prove his strength. A man from the crowd with a magic wand in his hands asked, "He is the Necromancer, and that's his entire group. They seem to have many survivors. But where are they? They have 31 special players. They promised 102 people from Canham." Sanwa doesn't get it. They didn't discuss terms. They're attacking. He must have made a deal with the DA. He said he should introduce himself first. Cheon introduced the guy. "This is Lee Kang-hoon. He's in charge of the Tachakro survivors. He's a great fire mage known in the community." Sanwoo wondered if he was the one who would be sending the army. "They always work in threes, don't they?" Kan-hoon said, "What good are they then?" Sunwoo said, "It's all here. He's going on a raid, not a war, isn't he?" The prosecutor calmed Kan-hoon down. He asked him to remember what grade Sanwoo was in. "He's not alone at all. He always has helpers behind him. The rankings are proof of that." The DA ended that conversation, said he didn't have time, suggested we move on to a discussion. Sanwoo, along with the other clan heads, entered the building for the discussion. Sung Minhwa greeted everyone. She introduced herself as a deputy in the Crusader Guild. Said everyone probably knows about the mission in this raid. The difficulty is high, so the reward promises to be great too. She doesn't know exactly what the reward is, but in gold it will be divided into 12 parts. Hearing no objections, Senvu realized that the other clan heads were all at one with the prosecutor. But it's not fair to divide it like this. There are 10 leaders from different guilds, and they all agree. The Crusader Guild is responsible for the entire raid. If you divide it by 12, they get one part and the prosecutor gets the other 11. Sung Minhwa asked if there were any objections, and Sunwoo said he did. She thought she knew he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut. Sanwoo asked, why the need to split the reward so if the boss fight is one-on-one? Why not give the reward to the winner? Minhwa became nervous. That's who this quest was about. She replied that it wasn't exactly an equal division. Sanwoo's response was honest. Everyone has a different level and strength. Or, according to them, the Necromancer will stick up for the others while they stand aside. The audience started yelling at him for saying such things. He seriously thinks they will sit on the sidelines. King of Incheon Gu An-seok, with the 11th place in the rankings, known for battles with large monsters, offered Necromancer a way out. Sanwoo told him to sit down. If he has something to prove, let him prove it on the battlefield. The prosecutor pounded his fist on the table to calm everyone down. He said, okay, they'll do as Sanwoo suggested. It would be more interesting. The raid has begun. Gu An-seok was angry fighting the lizards, saying the Necromancer was stupid. I should have broken his head right there for his long tongue. Looking at the thousands of eyes in the darkness, he said it was all they had, no one else. The fire mages came to his aid. Lee asked how he was doing, asked him to be careful. If he dies, so do they all. Looking around, Lee Toon-hong said that the local lizards had taken up residence here. He hoped there wouldn't be any more such places. Gu An-seok said that's why they came. We need to destroy the boss. Stop the destruction of the world, and stop the fallen. If the fallen are not stopped, they will plant the seeds of the world tree and change its nature through sacrifices. The bad end, everyone remembers. An-seok asked Lee if he knew exactly who the fallen were. He explained that they are monsters and humans. Therefore, the world tree must be protected. Gu said the prosecutor can be counted on. He definitely keeps his word, unlike some people. When An-seok saw the helicopter in the air, he said it must be broadcasting. The prosecutor is there. Taking the phone in his hands, Chong-hoon shouted that it was Necromancer. Gu asked what was wrong. An-seok said in disgust, knowing he would run away. But he heard that the Necromancer had gone to Yoido Park. Gu asked if the boss was there. Lee said yes. He wants to get to him faster than Cheon. Among the raid participants was Yang Men-soo, an 11th level iron archer. Before the destruction of the world, he had a talent for shooting. Thanks to past experience, he knew that success doesn't depend on ability, but good connections, especially in politics, could help. You can't get by on talent alone, but a sharp tongue and a good defense will always help. He followed Sanwoo's lead and thought it would be strange to judge a person in society only by their abilities. Potential intelligence is important. It's the only way to survive in society. Maybe that's why they gave him a weapon like a crossbow. Handing the crossbow to young Mingsu Song Minhwa asked him only to not lose his temper. Now, following Sanwoo, Yang thought that the guild leader must be keeping a close eye on him. Necromancer will lose in this raid. That's why 11 guild heads are participating. Minsu expected that one only had to wait, and then the path of good fortune would open before him. That's what he used to think. Seeing Jisu's fiery attack, Yang wondered who this woman was. To her, this is some kind of game or something. Why does she keep moving forward? After finding out what Hanhoff was like, Minsu asked who it was. He was able to turn into a monster. How could a person have so much strength? And the final problem with this monster is Sanwoo. Why his zombies have equipment? They're part of the synergy list. That's the Crusader synergy effect. How did he get synergy of such a high level? Sanwoo turned and asked Minsu if he needed armor too. He said no, they are archers. But the Necromancer did command the creation of a weapon. The shooters were in a panic as the bones began to surround them. But as a result, we were pleasantly surprised that the armor turned out strong and light. Knights in armor gained synergy effect. Armor forms a shield equivalent to 35% protection. Ian realized the real game had begun. They're protected by synergy. That way, they wouldn't have to do anything. Minsu said there's a Yoido station up ahead. If you pass it, there's a park and a boss room. Sanwoo noticed that you have to be careful. There's water all around, and the level is rising. Ian said that there will probably be more lizards in the future, especially underwater. Visibility is very poor. Better wait for the others. The skeletons fought, destroying the lizards. Sunwoo asked Jisa and Hanho to stand back and used an explosion. The people from the guild who went with the team were amazed when one after another reports of the lizard man's destruction came in. Sanwoo said that's all. Minsu thought they definitely needed a game patch. Hanho spotted a helicopter in the sky and asked if he wasn't going to shoot them. Ian knew that he was supposed to be filming the skills of the heads. Meanwhile, the cameraman in the chopper was filming the explosion. He said that the prosecutor must have told him to film it to raise the spirits of the survivors. The cameraman was allowed to film other teams besides the Crusader Guild for a bit, so he couldn't miss such a shot. And there was a lot of feedback from the audience. But then the assistant said the Crusader Guild was calling. The operator heard an indignant yell from the tube about what he was doing, not going to turn around or something. After saying that, while they were filming others, he heard from Sung Minhwa that it was only to control them. Doesn't he realize? Minhwa ordered him to come back now if he cared about his life. The operator replied that he would be right back. The guys were watching the helicopter. Sunwoo said he was leaving to take pictures of the others. Hanho replied that there must be something going on. After killing the lizards, the team continued through the water and into the park. A message came through that they had entered the boss's room. Jisoo noticed that Yoido Park looked quite like a jungle now. The earthquake started. Sanwoo ordered everyone to hold on. Everyone saw a beam of light shoot from the center of the park into the sky. Hanho said it looks like they're going that way, and pointed to where the beam was coming from. The system has reported that a monster boss raid, Warrior Lizard, has appeared. He is looking for an opponent to compete with one-on-one. Crusader helicopters appeared in the sky. Hanho swore that they appeared as soon as the team entered the boss room. Sunwoo realized they wanted to take all the awards. That's what the helicopters are for. We went straight to the boss. The leader is too ambitious. Of course, the contract doesn't say they have to move only on the ground. The prosecutor's credibility is down 5 points. Hanho asked Sunwoo what they would do. He replied that since they couldn't fly, they would move forward. I wish I could get the teleportation skill. The comrades continued to move forward, destroying one lizard man after another. But something began to happen to the stone on Sunwoo's chest. Hanho asked what was shining there. He has an experience coupon in his hand. When he gains enough experience to level up with the card, it will turn green. Sunwoo remembered that this is the item from that hidden dungeon. It's glowing, which means it's now level 15. He knew that if he could get the Reaper's Scythe, he'd make it to the First Awakening. The system says he has enough experience to get a new level. He wants to use the coupon. Sunwoo replied that of course. A glow appeared. Sanwoo was transported to another space. It felt different. His body felt like he was floating in space. There was a single light source nearby, like a star. From that light, something began to emerge. The image of a man. He was moving towards Sunwoo. The entity spoke. He said he was finally here, the master of Yu Sunwoo's doom. He ordered me to find the Reaper's Scythe. A message appeared that this is an exclusive quest. Who is the Master of Doom? He witnessed the impending doom. If he doesn't break it, he'll follow the Lich. Seeing the information window, Sanwoo realized that this creature was behind the entire system. I think it was trying to tell him something, but it's too stupid to understand. That's probably why it's talking to him through the system window. Sunwoo thought it was strange. It looks scary, but he doesn't feel scared. It's not likely to harm him. It's like Sunwoo knows what it really is. The entity interrupted Sanwoo's musings by telling him to be careful with the doom. After these words, the entity began to disappear. Sunwoo rushed after it, wanting to know what it meant. But the next moment, I was in a puddle. There were some very excited friends nearby. Hanho said he just disappeared for 10 seconds. He's fine. Sanwoo thought since his body had moved there, the creature was real. But what it means to be cautious of doom. Is it possible that it's very close? The next second, where the pillar of light had been, there was an explosion and smoke. The helicopter must have gone down. Sanwoo decided that there was no time for doubts. He wouldn't solve the problem so quickly, so he's going to do what he can, catch the local boss. He informed Hanho and Jis that they would go to where the boss was right away. Mensu, he said if the shooters can't keep up with them, they should join up with the others. And our Necromancer team moved forward without waiting for the gunners imposed upon them. Sung Minhim woke up at the sight of the explosion. He couldn't understand what had happened. Someone had attacked the helicopter, but how could it be in the sky? There was a spear sticking out of the glass. Prosecutor Yong Dinpo ordered everyone to gather. He reported that he was able to use his faith territory skill. It became clear to Minhim why they survived the helicopter crash. Their prosecutor is the best. Cheon reported that only one man, the pilot, died on the spot. He didn't have time to save him. The prosecutor told the team not to restrain their rage on the lizardmen. The helicopter with the cameraman reappeared in the sky. The crew member reported that they already had over 17,000 spectators. Could it be because of the Necromancer? Sung Minhwa replied that everyone is interested in him, the hope of their nation after all. The Crusaders fought the lizards. They were very strong. Minhim asked if they could use the helicopter to destroy them. And then the prosecutor used his cross-spear skill. This explosive force struck all the lizardmen in the vicinity. While watching fascinated, Sung Minhwa asked if everyone had seen. This is Prosecutor Yong Dongpo. Meanwhile, the prosecutor commanded the Crusaders to prepare for the second raid and the appearance of the boss. The observers from the helicopter noticed that someone had appeared. Sung Minhwa finally said, "The head of the lizardmen appeared in the park. He had received the gladiator's blessing and the damage of most attacks had been reduced by 90%. The prosecutor ordered the soldiers to fire. They should have attacked first, but it was useless. Cheon ordered them to hold their fire. He realized that they wouldn't be able to do much damage, but not that little. On top of that, it has a recovery ability. Their attacks are useless. And then, the monster attacked the Crusader army, but there was no way they could repel it. The prosecutor has ordered everyone to stand down. While he fights the monster, the rest of the Crusaders must clear the area around him. Approaching the boss lizard, Cheon said he would only have to fight him. The monster rushed to attack. The prosecutor managed to wound it with his sword. He realized that they were about evenly matched. The lizard is great at ranged attacks thanks to its huge sword. But that means Cheon is faster than him. Therefore, the prosecutor wins. That's what he thought. He'll defeat him in a one-on-one battle. Sung Minhwa commented that only one person could fight a monster of this level. Everyone's watching right now. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other guilds came to Cheon's aid. They shouted that they were already here. Prosecutor Yong Dinpo noticed the skeletons. He realized that the Necromancer had also already arrived. Cheon used his cross-spear skill. He hoped to slay the lizard. But for some reason, the monster's reaction was strange. Despite all of Chong-hoon's strength, the lizard continued to smile. The prosecutor said that now he's even more eager to get that smirk off the monster's face. And then, to everyone's surprise, the lizard spewed a torrent of fire from its mouth. The prosecutor used his defense. The Crusaders wanted to help, but he ordered them to stay back. Under the enemy's attack, his defense and shield disappeared. He realized that the warriors would die if they came any closer. The unbelievable has happened. The true boss monster of the raid, Wandering Drake, has appeared. The system has reported that Phase 2 has begun. A shocked Cheon realized that the monster was hiding its true form. Drake attacked. The prosecutor knew that his defenses were about to break, and then he himself. The monster was too strong for him. Cheon saw that the monster was attacking with its tail, and only then noticed that it was holding a sword in its tail. The prosecutor was wounded. Drake approached him to destroy him. Sung Minhwa was crying. She said it was over. They failed the raid. She apologized to the guys. Suddenly, the remains of a lizard man flew over the monster's head. There was an explosion. Skeletons began to advance on the monster from different directions. They tried to pin the huge lizard to the ground. It was only now that the Necromancer was seen on Drake's head, attacking the monster with his sword. The cameraman was filming what was happening. The observers in the helicopter screamed that it was the Necromancer. People from the village were also watching the broadcast. Kensu told Sonwoo to appear. Taesun was glad he was the captain. He's like the protagonist who shows up at the worst possible moment. Minhwa thought it was a relief to have him here, said they didn't care about the reward, asked him to just finish the fight and save everyone. The wounded monster stood up on its haunches. It threw the Necromancer off of him. The sword remained stuck in its head. Sonwoo looked at the monster and thought of taking the hammer, started to make one using the bone weapon. The heads of the other guilds decided that they would stun the lizard and finish it off with a sword. With a Necromancer on the team, victory is possible. The helicopter reported sightings of lizardmen on the Setkin side. Sung hesitated for a moment. They only knew about the one-on-one battle with the boss. But no one had said there would be other monsters. It was necessary to give up the quest. The helicopter announced that everyone must defend the Necromancer. The guild heads lined up with the Crusaders to form a shield around the boss. so the lizards wouldn't get through. Han-ho pulled out his daggers and said they had no idea who they were attacking. One of the skeletons hit Drake on the head with a bone hammer. Minim rejoiced. Drake had fallen. They had defeated the boss. Sanwoo wondered if they had defeated the boss. It's impossible to do it so quickly. But the lizard's body stirred. Han-ho asked Sonhwa what was happening. Jisoo said he had stopped breathing. The beast reared up. Something has begun to change. This is its third phase. The hidden raid. Young warrior who swallowed seeds appeared. A group quest has been completed. Access to Yoido is blocked until the monster is destroyed. Sanwoo was getting nervous. The system window kept making some kind of change. It was like it was laughing at them. The Crusaders were frightened. The lizard's eyes became strange, but there were orders to contain them. The lizards looked like zombies. Sunwoo thought they were berserkers. We had to destroy each one. He knew he could rely on Han-ho and Jisa. They could stop the berserkers, but the problem with the monster boss was on him. The monster spewed flames from its mouth. Sanwoo shouted for everyone to duck. The inferior monsters and lizardmen were getting quite close. How could he fight them all at once? The Necromancer used an explosion, but it was pointless against the main monster. The lizard directed its fire stream at the bear skeletons. The system wrote that the subordinates were returning to infinite darkness. Sanwoo watched his werewolf bears turn to dust. He had to think of something fast. He decided to divert the monster's attention by summoning lizardmen skeletons. Shouted to Han-ho and Jis that they were leaving. They can't fight the boss and the other lizardmen at the same time. So Sanwoo suggested backing off and dealing with the lizardmen first. Jisoo asked, "What about the other warriors?" Sanwoo replied that they would split up for now. Monsters attack large groups first anyway. He told his friends that they're all in danger. That's why you have to think of yourself first. Sanwoo commanded a retreat. The boys split up. The Crusaders saw this and shouted that the raid had failed and started to run away. While retreating, Han-ho found the wounded prosecutor Yang Dinpo. He tried to lift him up, asked why he was here. "We have to go. They can't just sit there." "Can't just sit." A lizard appeared behind him. Han-ho remembered Sanwoo's words about thinking of himself first, but Han-ho couldn't abandon the wounded man. He cried out, clinging to the procurator. The monster's Mora was already approaching. Suddenly, the right one rushed in. Han-ho realized that if he was here, Sanwoo was nearby. Sanwoo appeared with a spear. He stabbed the monster in the eye. He shouted to Han-ho that he asked him to think only of himself. The lizard stuck his sword tail out of the water, and in one fell swoop he took Sonva's left arm. And then Sanwoo seemed to vanish into thin air. At that moment, Han-ho was tugged from behind by the cloak. Seeing Sanwoo behind him, Han-ho asked what it was just now. He replied that it was a clone. He explained that the Shadow King's ring had distracted the monster, but it didn't do any damage. You could try to hit it yourself, but the clone only takes half the damage. A menacing growl sounded over the heads of the companions. Han-ho shouted that the lizard was coming for them. Maybe he was mad, but he had chosen them as his target, thought Sanwoo. And then near the flaming stream, he spotted Yoon. In a moment, she was beside her comrades. Sanwoo was angry. He'd said to split up and run away. Jisoo replied that she would fight them. It was always the three of them. Sanwoo winked, said he wanted to thank her, but time was short. "Let's do it after we take down the boss." He used the Call of Doom on a certain area. The zombies attacked the lizard. There was an explosion. Originally, they only needed to catch the boss, but now, Sanwoo didn't even see a way out of the situation. The explosion didn't do much damage. He also didn't understand why the monster was eating his skeletons, which meant blowing him up from the inside wouldn't work. You can't create new skeletons either. They disintegrate into dust from the fire attack faster than Jisoo and Han-ho can retrieve them. And that monster began to inhale. Sanwoo knew what would follow, and Jisoo and Han-ho were behind him. Sanwoo had time to create a bone shitta weapon before the fiery exit and cover his friends. After the attack, he fell to his knees. He could barely stand the horror. The skeletal armor was gone, and his physical form. The lizard was taking his huge sword in his tail again. Han-ho shouted that he would protect Sonhwa and put up his shield, but the system said the shield was down. Han-ho was saved by the right. He rushed into the attack, deflected it, but his sword broke against the monster's blade. The lizard wanted to hit Han-ho with its tail, but the right one saved him by pushing him away and getting under the blow. Han-ho shouted no to the right fool, but the one only waved a small hand in farewell and returned to the endless darkness. Han-ho became hysterical. He rushed towards the monster, screaming for his comrades to run. Jisoo shouted for him to calm down. And then the skeleton of a bear shifter grabbed Han-ho and Jisa. Sanwoo told them to live. The skeleton carried them away from the lizard, ignoring the screams. Sanwoo headed towards the monster. After Wright's death, he had come to his senses a little. Looking at the goblin's remains, he mentally thanked him for his service. He could always be counted on. He promised that the Wright's sacrifice would not be in vain. Sanwoo will try to buy time. creating a bone shield and sword. Sanwoo began to defend himself against the lizard monster's attacks. The people in the helicopter watched in horror. He will fight to the end. No need to give up hope. Sanwoo did considerable damage to the monster, and he himself lost his shield. The lizard's tail slammed into his legs. The observers screamed that his legs were hurt. He's definitely dead now. Sanwoo saw the fire, thought that was it. He was trying to avoid death, but he's going to die like his parents. He thought of Jisoo and Hanho. He smiled that at least they had survived. A huge column of flame engulfed Sanwoo. He heard the guys the skeletons were carrying out of the park calling for him. Sanwoo found himself in some kind of space. It was like he was floating in the air. I thought I was dead after all. He hovered in space and thought that he was very lucky to have made it this far. He was lucky to have chosen a class of weapons and friends. The werewolf tigers will also disappear after his death. They won't be able to survive. Some kind of glow appeared again. He heard someone call out for Yu Sanwoo. He asked who it was. He saw the Reaper of Doom appear before him. Now he can finally see him. Sanwoo asked if he'd come to get him. Heaven or hell, he doesn't care as long as it's quick. He won't resist. It's better to end it soon. The Reaper laughed, said he wasn't even 30 yet, that he was about to graduate. Sanwoo didn't understand why he was laughing. The Reaper said he didn't come for that. He took off his hood. Sanwoo recognized him as his father. He replied that at last they could talk. Sanwoo asked if it was really father. I thought it was a joke or a system. The answer was, who knows? What does it matter now? Sanwoo said that's right. He's already dead anyway. If you think about it, that's the perfect ending for him. He was afraid to die because the unknown is the most frightening of all. Anything that doesn't symbolize life is terrifying. But if we know that death is not the end, it's not so scary, because we can face our sins. He asked his father if he hated him. When a fire broke out in the house, Sanwoo left his parents and ran away alone. He ran away because he was afraid of being killed. It's amazing that he's able to meet his father now. He's been through a lot, trying and learning to be stronger. At first, he didn't want to take on too much responsibility, but when he thought he was ready for it, he died. In the end, Sanwoo was still happy to see them. Father laughed. That one had seriously worried about it for so long. Dad said he thought Sunbae was a big boy. He's just a kid. He said he ran away because he was afraid his father would scold him. He sternly asked how old Sanwoo was then. He thought he could help him if he was that young. He didn't run away, but did what he asked. Father asked Sanwoo to remember what it was like. They were together then. It all happened suddenly. The fire consumed their house in the middle of the night. Mom was still in the room. Papa ordered Sanwoo to run away and not to think of coming back. The little boy clung to his father's leg and tried to object. But Dad looked at him and said he'd be sure to save Mom and come get him. And now the father explained that the parents then just wanted their dear son to survive. That's right. Sanwoo had completely forgotten about that. That's the kind of people his parents were. It all happened because of the wiring. The inside of their house was much older than it looked on the outside. Dad said he was always responsible, but it's not his fault he's the only survivor in the family. And Dad did what the head of the family was supposed to do. Sanwoo asked his father if he couldn't save his mom. Dad failed as well as he did. Dad interjected how that didn't work out. He hadn't. Sanwoo survived, and he didn't fail either. The son answered clearly, so he did it too. What then? The father asked if he wanted to fight him or go back. Sanwoo replied that he thought he would be useful there, and then his father showed him the way back. It was a glowing portal. Sanwoo looked back at the exit. He said it was good to see you after all these years. His father said it was good to see him too. He should go now. There were too many people waiting for him. Dad said he'd completely forgotten and handed Sanwoo his object. Taking it, he went back to his life. The system reported that he completed the exclusive quest and achieved the goal. He received the rewards of the Awakening exclusive skill. His fate will change. The friends stared at the blazing flames. Hanho shouted that it could not be. He could not die. The wounded prosecutor got up. He said they're definitely finished now, even Sanwoo. The boys looked back. He saw that their faces were filled with hatred. Expected. That was his punishment for being overconfident. Prosecutor, remember it seems Hanho tried to save him. Apparently his Aura Hero passive helped with that. They were supposed to catch the boss in this raid, and they lost the strongest one. Cheon analyzed what had happened. He had been overconfident. He couldn't adapt quickly to the sudden change. He realized he had to right a wrong. The world is on the brink of destruction. He can't just stop. Sung Min-yum ran towards him and shouted that the commander had regained consciousness. Cheon thought it was Hanho who had saved him, not Min-hyum. The lieutenant told the commander to retreat. He responded well. As he walked away from the lizard, the prosecutor looked back and mentally apologized to Sanwoo. He promised to protect Jisa and Hanho. Hanho looked up, noticed that the sky was getting darker. The prosecutor also noticed the dark aura. He said, no way. The system sent a message that a standard program is involved in a certain area. The observers in the helicopter yelled for everyone to look. They saw a green light down below. It's the Necromancer. Manhwa looked up and exclaimed, "What kind of necromancer is that? It's a lich. He's become a monster." Sanwoo tried to understand what was wrong with him, his feelings. He couldn't feel them, if he was even alive. System reported thanks to the Necromancer class, Sanwoo has been resurrected. 31 days to activate. Can we call it a simple resurrection? He has reached a state of primal awakening, can summon doom with a scythe to subdue large monsters. The 9th awakened man. Sanwoo summoned doom with a scythe. This puts him in a lich state for 1 hour per day. The maximum number of subordinates is 50. Looking at the lizard, Sanwoo asked, Drake still had fun playing with them. Now he would have fun with him. Sanwoo has initiated Phase 2. The dead are moving on his orders. The friends ran to their comrade. Hanho said that Sanwoo's skill had worked. Jisoo replied that he was still alive. The DA couldn't believe the Necromancer survived. How could he after everything that had happened? Running closer, the boys saw their comrade. Jisoo yelled out if Sanwoo was okay. Hanho shouted that they were coming. Sanwoo turned around. Hanho collapsed in fear and screamed that he had become a monster. Jisoo reassured that he wasn't a monster. He had just completed the awakening quest. Sanhwa activated the summoner. The system sent one message after another that fallen associates were recovering. The people in the helicopter rejoiced that the skeletons were being revived. The cameraman asked if everyone could see that the Necromancer's minions had been resurrected. The lizard monster once again used its fiery breath. Sanwoo created a weapon for defense. Flames of breath went towards the boys. The prosecutor came up and ordered them to hide behind him. But suddenly, Wright appeared out of nowhere. He easily repelled the fire attack. Han-Ho threw his arms around his favorite goblin, told him never to leave him, together until the end. The lizard looked at Sanhwa. He didn't understand why the monster wasn't attacking anymore. It had run out of energy. Apparently, his body had reached its limit. Sanwoo realized that the lizard was expending too much energy just to maintain its power. He activated the weapon creation and made a chain, ordered it to skin the enemy. The cameraman was filming and commenting on what was happening, asked not to look further if people were too sensitive. After all, the monster lizard was still roaring. Then the Necromancer ordered Wright to finish it off. The sword hit the target. The system wrote that the remaining time to prove qualification was 4,335 days. Received 1,115,556 gold for completing the raid. Received the title of Dragon Hunter Amateur. The village was jubilant that it was over. Tae-sun wondered what had just happened. Someone shouted that they knew Sanwoo could handle it. During everyone's cheering, Sanwoo tried to realize that he had been able to defeat the boss. He really had? Sanwoo summoned the skeleton of a mega lizard. Everyone around him was amazed at the enormity of it. Sung Min-yum shouting that such a thing is impossible, how he's controlling him. Now the difference between them is too great. Approaching Han-Ho somewhere off to the side shouted that he knew Sunbae Zyar TV. Jisoo asked Sanwoo if he could return to his normal form. Meanwhile, the skeletons had collected and brought Sanwoo Drake's skin. It's the material of fabrication. The right one presented the master with a dragon heart. It's a legendary level material. Sanwoo thought it was great. It could be used for defense. Even after the death of the lizard, the seed of the world tree was left behind, a mythical object. Sanwoo took the seed in his hands. It seems to be connected to the bad end of the prediction. The fallen creatures will seek it out. At that moment, a journalist from the guild approached Sanwoo. He asked Mr. Necromancer to make one comment. He said people shouldn't trust those who promise to protect them. The kid didn't get it. Sanwoo's seen enough fake lifeguards using ordinary people for their own dirty purposes. There's a lot of shady characters out there. He said if you don't have the strength to go into the fire, you won't have the strength to come out of it. You have to get stronger. The next second, an explosion went off over the city. Yongdongpo Station was there. Sung Minhwa ran up to the prosecutor and reported that the station was under attack. Cheon asked who could have done it. Sun Woo watched as the prosecutor and the lieutenant joked about whether the Kwanbok Guild had attacked at a time like this. Cheon said we have to get out of here now, commanded the Crusader team to get in the helicopter. Sanwoo watched dark smoke billow over the city. It's a secret sign of the abyss. Could this be the group that has the bomb of doom? Necromancer's team also loaded into the helicopter. Inside, Cheon knelt in front of Sunwoo and asked him to help them. There were too many ordinary people at that station, and in his current state, Cheon is too weak to protect them. Sanwoo realized that the prosecutor himself did not know who had attacked the station. He said he'd like to talk to him first, but now was not the time. The prosecutor shook hands with the Necromancer and apologized. It wouldn't be long before they arrived at the site. He commanded the pilots to be ready and go around the smoke. When the helicopter landed, one of the men told Sung Minhwa that they were prisoners. They're escaping. Sun asked. The prisoners had come to their senses. The speaker replied that they were even exchanging gestures with each other. Sun Woo realized that the Gwangbok Guild is aware of it. It's a meeting of salesmen among the prisoners and abnormal scientists. Looking at the smoke, Sunwoo noticed that the color was a little lighter. Apparently, they are trying to take on more distant territories. So the Crusader Guild is not going to help. He said he'd try to protect everyone outside. Hanho asked if that was it. Ju finished the sentence. An alliance of half-human, half-monsters. Sunwoo responded as they were told they would be a serious problem for them. If they attacked Yongdongpo Station, Suwon Village will be next. They attacked while the defenders weren't there. Sunwoo thought they'd catch them and see for themselves. It was time for Drake's skeleton debut. The human monsters in town have activated their smoke bombs. There's been some discussion that it's very noisy. There are still people out there. Otherwise, it would be too easy. Everyone's busy with the raid. No one expected them to attack at a time like this. The monster was told they wouldn't exactly get along with humans. They're not at all adapted to the new world. One of them asked how long it would last. The other said, what difference does it make? The wizards will take care of it anyway. Not everyone can be lucky enough to eat the brain of a magical creature. The first one said that he ate an archer, but for some reason he didn't learn how to shoot a bow. The other laughed. They're better than these scientists anyway. They asked to collect the remains. They want to create some kind of elixir. The first asked if the elixir would be shared with them. He heard no answer. That's when Drake's skeleton caught up with the monsters. They're finished. Sunwoo noticed that there weren't many people on the way here. They must all be at the station. Seeing the stacked human remains, Sunwoo thought it was some kind of ritual. It was unclear why, but they needed the remains. He hoped he could catch every scumbag involved in these crimes. In yet another building, monsters in gas masks were packing the remains of poisoned people. The bull monster wondered how many people there were. He counted 200. The other one in the hazmat suit said we should gather as many as possible. Said to look on the other floors. Asked if they'd be research material. Bull said he didn't know what they had in mind. Bull had heard that remains were collected to earn experience. The interlocutor was surprised that this was possible. Bull replied that since they were able to become monsters, doesn't it make sense that anything is possible now? The interlocutor replied that he originally felt like a rat, so for him this life is quite good. Monsters have been warned that Grand Suppression and Call of the Dead apply to the selected territory. Skeletons burst into the room where the monsters were operating. The first one grabbed the rat. The bull screamed what was going on. After using the Iron Horn skill, the bull rushed at the skeletons to attack. He managed to destroy one of them. The bull realized who it was, started yelling where he was, asked if the Necromancer knew who he was, called out. The bone spear pierced the bull. Sunwoo asked if he was ashamed of wasting gas so thoughtlessly. They gave 30,000 gold for destroying a level 2 bull werewolf. Sunwoo was surprised that they gave 10 times as much for a level 2 monster. Apparently, there was a big difference between the levels. A necromancer has summoned a bull werewolf to be his henchman. Now he has a powerful skeleton to help him. A groan was heard in one of the coffers. The man was still alive, but would probably die of pain soon. The necromancer ordered his army of skeletons to take all the people outside now and search the other floors. A message appeared that summoning magic was being used. A pentacle appeared above the building. Sunwoo thought it was part of the ritual. What they were up to, there was no time to guess. Sunwoo rushed to find the source of the smoke. That's where he saw the werewolves. It was hardly the only source of smoke. The werewolves recognized the necromancer, but they didn't understand why the poison smoke didn't work on him. The eldest of the monster group ordered the necromancer to be stopped, said the scientists would be very happy to have his remains. The werewolf began to draw a magic circle. Sunwoo realized it was summoning magic. He said he didn't have time to fight monsters. Luckily, it's nighttime. Sunwoo summoned the Reaper of Doom. For the next hour, he received the Lich's power, 50 minions, and a 10 characterization increase. The monster he turned into said he had an hour, but 5 minutes would be enough time to finish them off. The Necromancer sent his undead army to destroy all monsters. The older werewolf shouted that to defeat the skeletons, all they had to do was smash their skulls, shouted that they must win. But every fallen warrior was immediately resurrected. The Necromancer said he could resurrect them forever, but even without that, werewolves are easy to defeat. But the older werewolf wouldn't stop. He kept saying that the scientists would be happy, and continued the summoning ritual. The werewolf screamed that it was too late for the Necromancer. The human idiots knew the monsters were near, but they all went on the raid. But only wasted time in Yoido. Now, the whole world belongs to them. Sunwoo attacked the werewolf who was lying on the floor, still saying that humans were finished. The Necromancer asked what they were summoning here. The monster replied that they only have to look at the great beast they cannot defeat. A raid boss appears. The prosecutor, meanwhile, drank the elixir of strength, but his condition had not yet returned to normal. He was on the verge of death, but Sunwoo really died. Cheon tried to make Korea a safe place, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Hanho pointed to the skeletons that were carrying people out of the building. He said they were Sunwoo's minions. Jisoo replied that they were helping people. The Necromancer will save the day again. The DA was wrong. He couldn't get a decent group together if he tried to control everything himself. Cheon realized that's what happens when you try to jump over your head. A message appeared that a magical summoning was being used in the selected area. Hanho asked what the magic was. Jisoo noticed the haze disappearing. The guys saw through the smoke that the Necromancer was there. The station is collapsing. They ran to help their comrade. And then a monster came out of the building. I got a message that the raid boss warrior ogre had appeared. The werewolf laughed, said he wondered if they expected to defeat him after their raid. The Necromancer certainly couldn't defeat him and his minions. Sanwoo replied that the werewolf had seen nothing beyond his magic circle. I should have watched the broadcast more carefully. They have their own monster too, replied Sanwoo, and launched Drake's skeleton against the ogre. Mega Shield immediately went on the attack and struck the war ogre. The people cheered. The werewolf pointed at Drake and asked what that was. The Necromancer replied that it was their monster. Hanho was jubilant that this was the end of it. Jisoo said there would be a monster fight. The helpless Cheon looked on with his fists clenched. He thought he had to become stronger than the others. He must stop relying on others, for the sake of the Crusader team. The Necromancer ordered his undead to go on the attack, but Ogre destroyed the werewolf's skeleton with a single clap of his hands. The system says the subordinate has disappeared. Sanwoo was surprised. He used to be able to restore the undead, but now there wasn't even a trace of the skeleton. This must be the power of the true boss. He thought it was a pity he couldn't use Drake's breath, but since it obeyed him, the Necromancer could definitely win. The monsters clashed in battle. The ogre grabbed Drake's skeleton with its huge hands. Right came to the rescue. He stabbed his sword right into the monster's eye. The ogre warrior loosened his grip and released Drake from his grasp. The lizard immediately rushed to attack. After a couple of moments, a message came in that 705,000 gold had been received for hunting the raid boss Ogre Warrior. Sunwoo is level 16. The Death's answer has been upgraded to the next level. The ability has been improved to advanced level. The Necromancer said his zombies were stronger, but the best reward is yet to come. Sanwoo tried to summon the ogre, and the monster answered his call. Now there was another monster in the Necromancer's army. He also received the heroic bracelet Blessing of the Thunder God. It consumes all mana to create a powerful force. The ogre lizard monsters became friends. The Necromancer asked if they bonded during the battle or after they were killed. The werewolf couldn't believe his eyes. What nonsense. He asked what the Necromancer was doing. He explained that making friends with evil was a Necromancer's specialty, but the werewolf didn't believe him, telling him not to bullshit. Sanwoo said it was time to call it a day, swung the Reaper's scythe. The werewolf begged him to let go, but he was adamant. Hanho said that the werewolf had died so quickly. Jisoo added that she could imagine him trying hard to avoid interrogation. The prosecutor said it was too bad. They might have learned something important from him. Only the Necromancer knew it wasn't over yet. He summoned a werewolf. The system said it could check the undead's memory fragments. It worked. Sanwoo found himself in the memories of a werewolf in a subway station. I decided to follow the system's lead. I guess that's the thing about quests. He saw a group of monsters he had defeated today walking down the platform. They were carrying tanks. The senior ordered the phone to be turned off. They'll be there soon. The subordinate replied that now the most interesting thing is that the Crusader team is besieged. Now it was clear why they hadn't watched the broadcast to the end. The werewolf said he heard they didn't attack Yongdinpo just to destroy the Liberators Guild. The monster wolf replied that he knew nothing about it. The man couldn't believe it. Vlok said that the captain said that the Liberators Guild should lose, and now is the best time to do it, so they need to follow the plan. The werewolf said he heard a group of scientists want to conduct their experiments in Yoido. Sanwoo realized that Yoido was the second bad end on the Korean server. Wolf said the werewolf was sitting too much in the community. He replied that the leader himself was talking about everyone going crazy after joining the scientists. He had fun, of course, but he thought there was something else behind it. Wolf shouted for him to shut up already. When Sonu came out of his trance, his friends started asking if he had learned anything. They attacked Yongdongpo to take Yoido for themselves. The mad scientist must be involved. Now we had to find out what the scientist's plan for Shindorim was. Shindorim Station. It is the transfer point from the first line to the second line. Therefore, many people use this station every day. In other words, it's a great place to gather research material. There's plenty of them left here because of its proximity to Yongdongpo, a researcher's paradise. The monster rat asks the scientist if they need more refrigerators. The smell is starting to seep into the nearby sewers. He said they'd get used to it. In a new world, it is better to adapt to everything new as soon as possible. The masked rat resented his keen sense of smell. The scientist ordered the animal to shut up. He said he can't even imagine what he smells like. But doesn't a rat want to be human again? The monster replied that, of course he wanted to. It wasn't by choice that he had turned into a rat. He only hoped to help him. The scientist said the head office has already started research. Rat should join in too? The monster didn't understand. He asked if he needed to be part of the experiment. The scientist smirked. He replied that yes, rats are usually used for experiments. The rat got scared. He asked him if he was joking. The scientist said of course he was joking. There's no need to be afraid. Told him to think for himself how long he could live in the shadows of others, especially when it comes to the shadows of rats. The scientist explained that even if the experiment succeeds, it will be the last to reach the rat. But the life of a rat is not that long. He should be smarter than that. The rat answered accurately. The scientist is right. A guard dog came running into the premises, screamed that they were under attack. Dinosaurs are destroying their building. The scientist asked the rat if they were making elixirs without his knowledge, or if there was a new werewolf among them. The rat shook his head in the negative. The head explained that it was serious anyway. He ordered the guard to take him there. A scientist, rat, and a mob of guard dogs rushed to the scene of the attack. A list of doping synergies emerged. On the way, the head of security informed the head that the raid on Yongdinpo had been defeated. It might have something to do with that. And then, through the glass wall of the building, everyone saw the huge skeleton of Drake's lizard. The guards were frightened and shouted for everyone to run. The scientist was terrified and dropped all his vials. He screamed that it was a real dinosaur. The monster broke through the glass wall and was followed into the room by the boys. When he saw the skeleton, the scientist realized it was Drake Yoido. He ordered his subordinates to flee. They can't win. The head ordered the head of security to stop the monster. He will pack his things in the meantime. Running away, the scientist noticed that the assistant rat had stopped. He yelled for him to get up. He replied that he smelled a familiar odor. It was just a hunch. The head hurried the aide. They had a lot of things to pack. He was putting everything he needed in a hurry. Rat smelled that odor again. Rat realized something was wrong, shouted to the head that it was dangerous here, and knocked him down. The next second, arrows pierced the box. The scientists saw the Necromancer at their backs. Rat asked who he was. The head asked what he wanted here. Sanwoo replied that the delivery had the wrong address. He came to return it to them. The scientist asked what to return. He replied a monster he couldn't defeat. An ogre grew behind the Necromancer's back. The head shouted, "Damn it!" Sanwoo replied unhappily. The man only now realized, "I should have sent him to the Necromancer for nothing." Looking around, Sanwoo realized this was a research lab. It's not just human remains. He imagined it was possible when he read the explanation on the transformation vials. Crazy people. To them, life is just a toy. Sunwoo thought it was good Jisoo and Hanho couldn't see this horror. The scientist asked why the Necromancer was here. He replied that he was ashamed that his horrible deeds were known. The scientist got angry, said how dare he call humanity's attempts to curb the world around them horrible. Well, the beast doesn't understand. The head shouted that this was the first step towards infinite life for all humans. And at that moment, arrows pierced his leg. The scientist fell to the floor and screamed in pain. He was cursing. Sunwoo said his head was working well. Then why is there such an abomination coming out of his mouth? Rat ran to the wounded head. He thanked him for his labor, said he would be more useful now. He poured an elixir into the aide's mouth. The deputy began to turn into a huge monster. He was screaming at me for doing this to him. Realizing the danger of the situation, Sanwoo applied the Shadow King ring and summoned a shadow copy. The monster rat grabbed the Necromancer's doppelganger. He thought the attack was strong, but he's fine. His ogre stepped on the monster once and a message came that 13,000 gold pieces had been received for destroying the altered rat. Seeing this, the head shouted that he had become the leader of a very large project and was not going to die for nothing. When he saw the vial in the scientist's hands, Sunwoo wounded her. He said the next one would be the knee if he didn't want to be experiment material. The next moment, the scientist fell to the floor. Sunwoo realized that he had swallowed the poison. Lava said he had set the monster to swallow the poison in time. The scientist said his colleagues would be happy to have him as experiment material. After observing the effects of the poison, Sunwoo said, "That's great. I won't have to get my hands dirty." The scientist will never know that the Necromancer can read his memories and make him his minion. But here, the system says that a Necromancer can't make a living creature his minion. Sanwoo became angry. It was an idiotic pretense. He pointed his sword at the scientist. He asked not to be destroyed. He promised to cooperate with him. But the Necromancer was adamant. After a few seconds, the scientist's remains answered his call. It was now possible to view the memory fragments. Sanwoo found himself in a room. A scientist was sitting on a chair and said he could be the head of the experiment. The interviewer confirmed that the real professor was just like he wanted. He'll be running an entire department. Finally, Sunwoo sees who's behind everything. It's the head of the suppliers. He told the scientist to create more A-gas when he got there. The scientist asked if he wanted to release as much A-gas as possible. The interlocutor confirmed, asked if he could do it alone. The scientist screamed, of course. It's his specialty. He developed it, didn't he? True, he had little experience in creating other items, but he could be relied upon for gas. The scientist asked what the plan was. He should make a bigger one and blow up all of Yongdinpo. He replied that it would be enough to catch the pesky gnats. The rest will be left to the wizards. They'll send the raid bosses to Yongdinpo via teleport, at least 3 of them. Sanwoo was very surprised at what he heard. They have as many as 3 raid bosses. The scientist resented saying these stinkers. Would the interlocutor be willing to trust them in such a matter? He said he had to. Without them, their plan couldn't be realized, especially without the 4 beasts. They are stronger than the leaders in the player rankings. Sun Wu realized that he was talking about the 4 beast converts. But how could they be stronger than the top players? The converts didn't pick the cards. They were busy eating people and building power. Sun Wu's experience says they can't be stronger. But also experience told him that converts are not human. They evolve differently. They have their own tasks too. The assignments can make converts stronger, like he was. The scientist was also surprised that he was stronger than the top players. I wish we could make elixirs of power out of them. The interlocutor said that in any case, their main goal is not to get rid of all the players, but to destroy their base so that they have nowhere to return to. The scientist replied that he knows of a new race in Yoido. That's why he's working so hard. He wants to make the plan a reality. Sanwoo noticed the information about the new race. Perhaps it has something to do with the additional quest. A huge white wolf entered the room. Asked they started the conversation without him. Sanwoo had seen the white wolf before in the werewolf's memories. He must be some kind of important person. The scientist asked, is one of the 4 beasts the 3rd great magician? The wolf replied that he was not a great wizard. Asked where the light behind him came from. The wolf said maybe that's what they thought because of his staff, but it is the same as Kwansu's. The scientist shouted how he knew his name. The wolf said he could do that, and struck Kwansu with a stream of energy. He was frightened and asked what he had done. The wolf explained that it's insurance. It's safer this way. It would protect the scientist, and they could even communicate. The system alerted Sanva that his psychometric state was compromised. It was as if he had fallen through space. A white wolf appeared in front of him. Wolf asked. So he was the necromancer Yu Sanwoo. Someone interrupted his plans in Yongdinpo and Shindoram too quickly. Sun Wu realized it was the wolf's skill, and he realized that the necromancer could see the memories of the dead. Sun Wu said Shindorium was empty, so his real body is somewhere else. The wolf told the necromancer to stay out of his way and leave Yongdinpo. It will be a long battle, but the monsters will win. He said Sanwoo can be happy with his ranking, but he's nothing to them. Sanwoo asked who they were. Wolf asked him to memorize the name, the Evolution Society. It would go down in history. The wolf pushed Sanva out with its energy. When he came back to reality, he was surprised that the wolf could even use psychometry. He wondered if the opponents were going to summon 3 bosses. Perhaps their plan had changed after the first one fell, but it wasn't worth counting on. Looking up, Sanwoo saw that Wright was holding some paper. He had found something. It turned out to be a map of the capital. A is Yoido, B is Sasadon, and Puchon C is Pomji Station. Studying Sanwoo's map, I realized that all the roads go to Yoido anyway. I guess the bosses will appear in those 3 areas. They've already managed to destroy one of them. The next one to appear is the Victorious Orc, and the last unknown. So the members of the Evolution Society are there now. The Crusaders were clearing the rubble after the boss appeared. When the people saw that Sanwoo's team had returned, they began to rejoice. Sung Manhwa came out. She said they came back quickly. She asked about the results. Sanwoo said they checked the community and found information on Puchon and Anyan. They'll focus on the bosses for now. Once inside the camp, Sunwoo said he wanted to talk to Jong-hoon, asked him to leave them alone. He saw that he was busy. Cheon said, the situation is special. There's a lot to settle. Asked what brought him to Sunwoo, found out something. He replied that an attack on Yongdinpo was planned. The prosecutor asked who the instigator was. Sanwoo replied that it's an evolutionary society. Their goal isn't really the Liberation Guild. Cheon said it was the first time he'd heard that name. So why are they attacking them? The prosecutor jumped to his feet when he heard Yoido's reply. He shouted that they had already taken him. Sanwa reassured me that there's no news yet. It's just a hunch. But the prosecutor was nervous. He said if Yoido fell, they'd get a second bad ending. In desperation, Cheon asked if he could count on Sunwoo. The man thought how sudden. The prosecutor asked me to keep an eye on Yongdinpo. He's the only one who can protect them. He offered 1,000,000 gold pieces or more. The important thing is to protect them. Sunwoo hesitated for a moment. Cheon is so clearly trying to use him. But the money's not bad. Well, he's not the enemy anyway. So it's not a bad idea to get at least that much support to defeat the Evolution Society. Sanwoo has offered to make a deal. Hanho waited for Sunbai outside. When he came out, Hanho said the clan leaders were so friendly. Seonwoo asked if he had made friends with anyone. Hanho replied that it was cool to go from enemies to friends. Jisoo is very popular. Screaming, he told me they said she looked good in the red suit, and her hair fluttered beautifully in the wind when she swung her sword. The phone rang. Hanho said it was a message from the community. The rankings have changed. The prosecutor has been displaced. Dr. 000 is now in third place. The new nickname seemed very suspicious to Sonwoo. Could it be the man from the Evolution Society? At the 15th level, an initial awakening was possible. Sonwoo didn't know if it was for everyone, or only those with 5 stars of skill development. But Dr. O has definitely reached it, if he doesn't get stronger before he gets a new level. His musings were interrupted by Hanho saying that Jisoo had finally gotten out. Sonwoo said, seeing that she enjoyed chatting with members of another guild. She said no, it was nothing like that. Hanho rushed to his defense, shouted out what Seonwoo suspected Jisoo of doing, told him if he knew how Jisoo cried when she thought he was dead. Jisoo got embarrassed and told Hanho not to talk nonsense. She threatened him with her sword. He laughed that he had opened his mouth for nothing. The guys saw that out of the blue, Sung Min-yum fell to the ground. Sunwoo asked what happened. Hanho lifted Sun up, gave him a drink of health elixir. Min-yum said he wanted to check what was in those strange bottles. The guys looked at his cart of jars and asked what he had brought back from Shindorum. The system wrote improved breath of the abyss in the jars. Sunwoo said they were his gifts from Shindorum. I asked him not to touch them, please. Sung said no one wants them. Let him keep them. Sung Min-yum, Deputy Liberation Guild, said he would be their informant. With an important look, Sun said that Sunwoo was very important to them at a time like this. The guys whispered that he had been demoted for sure. Minim said their people are gathering information now, invited the guys over there. Sunwoo purposely fell a little behind the group, asked Hanho Jisoo if she was really upset about his death. Hanho whispered that she had started to cry. He then made fun of her. Sunwoo asked if Jisoo was sure it was him. Hanho said he only cried when the right one died. Otherwise, he has a cold heart. He asked to make a substitute in the next situation. Forgetting the conversation, Hanho rushed to coddle his favorite righty. Sunwoo thought that in a dangerous situation, the goblin would have saved Hanho instead of him. The prosecutor sat in his office and pondered. Sunwoo had become his contract employee. He would only work for 1,000,000 gold pieces. Chong-hoon was disappointed. While attacking the raid boss, they went to beat him, leaving the other pawns behind. His reputation could be damaged because of this, and he won't be able to defeat Sonhwa. Now, not only does Necromancer have a fan club, but also Righty, his closest henchman. A special quest has come to the prosecutor. Raise 30 Crusaders to level 10 or higher. Reward, First Awakening exclusive skill. A special quest for the Crusader team. It's for those who already have 4 or 5 stars. So Cheon needs to complete it faster than the others. That's the only way to beat the other players with 5 stars. Another problem is we need 30 men. After the battle, he has 16 left. How will he get them all to level 10? It's too complicated, but probably not for Sunwoo. Cheon didn't know what to do. We have to try harder. The Crusader army had been built up. Sung Manhwa reported the captain calling out to them. The prosecutor said they start the hunt tomorrow. Manhwa should bring as many people as possible. Manhwa objected, said they're trying to rebuild the station. If they go hunting, it'll be shut down. Cheon explained that they have to be faster or they'll be overtaken. It's bad for everyone. Their greatest enemy, the Society of Evolution, would fall before Sonwoo. The prosecutor hoped he could handle it alone. Cheon shouted that neither is the biggest guild on the Korean peninsula. They should be victorious. The crowd cheered. Meanwhile, Sunwoo was at the Information Gathering Center. Min-hyum reported after a while that they had found the information. One of the department employees asked them about the Sosa neighborhood in Pucheon and the Pomj station in Anyang. I have something. Sunwoo asked directly. Sosa had seen the boss. The guy said yes. He's for the new raid. He was only seen on the second stream, so there's not a lot of information. Someone must have deleted it on purpose. Pomji Station. Sonhwa interrupted, saying there was black smoke and zombies. The guy said right, asked how he knew. Sonwoo turned to Hanho, who was sitting surrounded by smartphones. The guy said he didn't think anyone else in their time depended on smartphones. Hanho informed Sunwoo that the village was clear. He warned Taosin not to let anyone leave the safe zone. Sunwoo reflected, since the village is safe, Yoyido and the Sosa area are also rid of the bosses. That left Pomg Station. He saw a post in the community. It's asking people to stay away from the station. It's all about poison gas and zombies. It's probably the breath of the abyss again, which means the Evolutionary Society probably had a hand in it. Sunwoo told Sung Min-him that he had a request. He needed a helicopter. People were running down the street near Pomj Station. They were being chased by zombies. There were so many of them that they couldn't stop themselves. A group of searchers looked out the window of one of the buildings. People shouted for them to deal with the zombies. The man with the crossbow commanded the assistant to throw rocks faster. They're definitely dead if they can't stop them. The girl called out to the fleeing people to hide more quickly in the building. People with shields were sitting near the entrance, shaking with fear. One of the fleeing men shouted to stop the zombies, or they would get inside, and drew his sword. The other shouted to the others to hide quickly. The two of them made a plan, split up and run in different directions. Eliminate everyone and enter the compound from behind. They threw the girl a backpack, shouting that there was food in it, and asked them to take care of their families. The monsters were very close. The men said the creatures were finished and readied their weapons. Suddenly, something flashed. Jisoo appeared in front of the men and destroyed the approaching zombies with her flaming sword. The protector asked who it was, and then the skeleton of an ogre grew in front of them. The man screamed that it was a monster. The ogre had a necromancer on his shoulder. He shouted for Jisoo to be careful as he used the thunder god's blessing to create lightning. The ogre blasted some of the zombies with a huge energy stream. The rest were stomped on with his feet. The defense team watching from the building was surprised, watching and talking about what it was, a skeleton. One of the men recognized the necromancer, shouted that it was the guy from the broadcast. The other confirmed it, saying he was the guy who caught the two raid bosses. Meanwhile, the helicopter flew to their village. Here they were greeted with praise. Hanho said their heroes are back, asked if they were worried about them. He and Sun Woo had worked out all the problems. The helicopter flew away. The father looked around and asked his son if he had flown alone. Where are his friends? Hanho made an important appearance. He replied that his comrades feared for the safety of the village, so they went to destroy the monster. Those who knew Sonhwa well assumed that he had just been thrown out. The rest of us supported the assumption. Hanho started telling us that we need to add gold to maintain a safe zone. The father whispered to his mother that he was so greedy for money. She said their son was destroying goblins and kobolds. Makes a great living at it. Hanho said they think he's nothing, but Sun Woo believes in him. He opened his backpack and took out Righty. Hanho announced that it was Seon Woo's right-hand man. Right-hand man. He was sent to help with the mission. Father said the right one could be trusted. Kensu said it would be easier with him. Hanho's nose grew big with self-importance. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim was untangling the rope-tangled skeleton and asking if he had been kidnapped. As soon as the right one was untied, he began to disappear. Hanho shouted for him to be caught. The sergeant shouted to stop him at all costs. At that moment, Sun Woo and Jisoo entered the building they had liberated from the zombie invasion. The children looked out the window at the door and delightedly discussed that it was the Necromancer. It's really him, a real hero. Sun Woo was embarrassed to hear that. Jisoo saw that there were many children here and was horrified at what would have happened if they hadn't come. Seeing the blood on Jisoo's cheek, Sun Woo said there was a mark. She automatically erased it. Jisoo replied that she was used to the smell of blood by now. Sun Woo looked at that and thought she had changed a lot. Despite all the time they had spent together, Sun Woo didn't know much about her yet. Only basic information. He decided to talk while they drank tea. Asked her about Jeju. Jisoo answered correctly. Sun Woo asked if she planned to go back there. Jisoo thought about it and said, who knows? And if she could? And if she did, what would change? Taking a sip of tea, Jisoo said that her family must be living happily on their own. She shared that her family were horrible people. That's why she left home. Sun Woo wondered what kind of family would be like to be talked about like that. And just when she was about to get the freedom she wanted, the world turned into this. Since she had such problems with her family, Sun Woo could be sure she'd stay. The door opened and a man and a woman entered the room. The man apologized for keeping them waiting. He introduced himself as An Min-sok. It was the local head. Sun Woo introduced himself. Min-sok replied that he knew he was a necromancer. Looking at Jisa, Min-sok said she was a red witch. She was surprised. An apologized, saying that it was a nickname made up by children. Min-sok scratched the back of his head and explained that the children had mistaken her for a witch because of her clothes and fighting style. He apologized for offending them. Jisoo smiled. She said she wondered who came up with it. An said he liked the nickname very much. Min-sok said the guys looked really cool in the video. For kids, they are heroes, including the dangerous dagger. It was a nickname for another guy in the group. They were choosing between him being a super tank and a slashing blade. The chief thanked the guys for saving them, but said they had to leave the neighborhood. To the guys' surprise, he explained that for the last 4 days, zombies have been showing up here non-stop. They can't last much longer. Jisoo asked why they didn't ask for help getting out. I heard back that it was because of the quest. It's a territorial quest. All the locals got it. They have to fight zombies when they leave the building, but there are more and more of them. They have half the population old people and children. They can't abandon them, so there's no point in asking for help. It's overkill. That's the problem with working in a group, thought Sun Woo. If a quest like this came up, everyone would either survive or die. Usually the strong die for the sake of the next generation, but if the strong die here, the weak won't survive. This quest is their doom. Min-sok said honestly that it's best for the boys to leave as soon as possible, so as not to give them false hope. Sun Woo stared intently at the head. What a blatant lie. They want to be saved, but they can't ask for it. Sun Woo said no. He explained that they had come to clean up this station completely. An and his wife began to thank the boys. Now their families have hope for salvation. It was late at night. Min-sok said the guests needed to rest. His wife hesitated about a room. She asked if they would mind sharing one. The guys panicked, said they'd rather not, asked them if they had a second one. When the boys were put up for the night, the children crowded around the room. They asked for permission to enter. Of course, they were allowed in. And that's when they started raving about how it's a necromancer. And the witch is so cool. The boys demanded to see the skeletons. Sanwoo thought for a moment. There is only one skeleton to show the children. Sanwoo called out to Wright. He appeared in the room, shouting that Righty was cute. An arava of tomboys rushed at him. Seeing what was going on, Sanwoo thought the kids would take him apart. He wished Righty good luck. When everything was quiet, Sanwoo couldn't sleep for a long time. He remembered how happy the children were. It was amazing that there were still such places in the world. A quest window appears. You can leave the area or defeat it. Zombies will chase you in the open if they see you and indoors. The red message says that changes are being made to the selected area for players above level 15. It's for Sunwoo. Jisoo came running into the room. She reported something wrong in the city. Sunwoo asked her if she sensed something. Concentrating and closing her eyes, Jisoo felt that there were vibrations near the building and a little farther away. It sounded like the footsteps of a crowd. A report came in that zombies could track people outside and inside the building. Panic set in. Children were rushed to the roof. Min-sok approached. He was now in armor and armed. He told the guys that zombies don't usually attack in buildings. Sanwoo explained that the difficulty was increased because of a strong player. We'll have to show them our strength. They'll survive together and prove that it's nothing to them. An ordered everyone who wasn't fighting to go up to the roof, warned them that the zombies might bring the ghouls with them. Normally, ghouls are considered a type of undead. However, in the fantasy world, they have higher intelligence than zombies. The game isn't exactly similar, though. Two kids ran up to Min-sok. He asked what they were doing up there. Because we have to go to the roof. The children cried next to Daddy. They asked, is everything bad? The zombies are attacking. They're just like Henjin too. An calmed them down. He said it's okay. Daddy would protect them. And their favorite necromancer would be with them. The kids have calmed down. They asked their daddy and Uncle Necromancer to take care of themselves. And wished them luck. And they went to the roof. One of the men saw the zombies starting to break through the door and shouted that they were near. People were checking to make sure all the windows were closed. They were shouting that they should try to block all the passages. Min-sok said there seemed to be about 200 individuals. Sanwoo thought for a moment that wouldn't work. He wouldn't be able to summon large skeletons in a small space. He informed him he needed to go outside. Surprisingly, Anna explained that there was no point in fighting in the building. If the battle dragged on, the others would be in danger. Sanwoo said he'd better get out and drive the zombies away. An replied he knows that you can't survive in this game if you don't play. So he trusted Sunwoo. The Necromancer thought for a moment. Too bad the blast doesn't work on zombies. They don't die because they're no longer alive. I'll have to show them the real doom. And triggered the synergy of the Great Shield. The condition is to equip 10 shields. Low-level creatures gain a 30% reduction in characteristics due to familiarity with True Doom. If a zombie hurts you, you get infected immediately. Min-sok said he's had to kill people like that. But the skeletons can't get infected with anything, so Sinvu ordered them to press on. Min-sok went on the attack with the Wind Lunge skill. He fought like a leader. If he has a night class, he must have 3 or 4 stars already. Min-sok shouted to his men to use the skeletons as shields and press on. Looking at the zombies, Sanwoo thought it was strange to say such a thing, but he wants to see if there is doom after doom. The Necromancer applied the blast. An said, "Wow, what an effect. You could destroy the entrance to the building." Sanwoo hesitated for a moment. There are a lot of children here. We should be careful with the explosion. If it destroys this building, it'll scare everyone. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, we saw that the zombies were attacking again. Why are there so many of them? Sanwoo, standing on the steps of the building, said that they should use more space outside. Then they could attack much harder. Once outside, the Necromancer unleashed his monsters. The system said that the Great Plan was being used in the selected area. When they saw the huge skeleton, people shouted joyfully that it was Drake. Each step of the lizard brought 300 gold for destroying a lower-class monster. While the skeletons were clearing the area, Sanwoo said to get everyone off the roof. Min-sok said he had buses ready in the basement parking lot. But then word came that Sanwoo's minions were returning to Eternal Doom. He had no doubts about his abilities, but there really are too many zombies. We must try the answer of Doom and the Dark Reaper's summoning. It was unclear how it would end. Sanwoo called Jisa to come with him. She was ready. Jisoo used a purification mask. This is a rare craft item made of a gas mask made of cloth soaked in purification potion. She confidently walked forward swiftly and clearly wielding her sword, not giving a chance for contact. Watching Jisoo, Sanwoo thought she was stronger than anyone he'd ever met. The buses pulled up to the entrance. They had managed to stop the first zombie attack. They needed to get all the people out now. The bus attendant ordered everyone to fasten their seatbelts and be quiet. The children asked if they were sure the zombies wouldn't follow them. She smiled and reassured me that everything would be fine. They're just trying to get out. But the situation was changing before my eyes. I got a message that the ghouls were coming for the smell of fresh meat. An panicked. Ghouls are worse than zombies. They will definitely attack the weak and children. He asked Sonhwa to stop them. Minsok said that one of the gooks broke a car window and took their young son so quickly that they didn't have time to do anything. Minsok cried. He was afraid to imagine if something would happen this time. Sanwoo calmed Anna down, promised he'd do everything he could to make sure it wouldn't happen again. He was sorry he could only give him so much hope. Minsok thanked me, wiping away his tears. He said he too would try and do his best to protect his family. It was necessary to move slowly to lure the monsters. That's the best solution to the current situation. To win this game, you need to lure all the zombies. This is the only way to finish the quest without casualties. The warriors were walking down the street. One of them asked why it was so quiet. The other one slapped him on the back and whispered that he shouldn't make noise. The boys were walking down the street and saw that the monsters had been here before. And just yesterday at lunchtime, this place seemed so safe. Jisoo told Sanwoo that there was someone nearby. When people heard that, they started to panic that they were ghouls. Min-suk said to be quiet. But it was too late. They had been heard. Sanwoo shouted to prepare for the attack. Jisoo clarified from the left. The kids on the bus were frightened when they saw the monster nearby, but Jisoo was able to destroy it immediately. Sunwoo noted that she was faster than he expected. Jisoo's reaction time is excellent. The gooks were attacking. They were walking along with the zombies. There were a lot of them. An asked Sanwoo if the skeletons would pass out. An said he didn't understand if a person could retain consciousness by becoming a skeleton. Sunwoo answered that as far as he knew, no. After a little thought, Minsok asked Sonhwa if he was going to die, but before he could say anything, the monsters began to attack. Everyone was screaming to protect the children. Sunwoo sent the Drake into the attack, but the ghouls were very fast. And not just fast, their movements were impossible to predict. The girl on the bus screamed that the ghouls were on the bus. They were coming from behind. The werewolf skeleton rushed over and threw the ghoul off the bus, but the monsters tore the skeleton apart in the same second. He went to his eternal doom. Sanwoo warned Minsok that a ghouла was coming at him from behind. He had time to defend himself with his shield. The ghouls regenerated amazingly quickly. The Necromancer said he would take care of them now, and summoned the Dark Reaper. He wanted to save it for an emergency, but it came too quickly. The Necromancer has a plan to make all the ghouls his minions. The system says that the undead, because they've lost contact with their master, obey him. Sanwoo watched An fight. What precise blows! He hits right at the weakest points. Of course, you can see his lack of experience, but even with those skills, he could compete with Choi Jong-hoon. Minsok yelled that this time he wouldn't let the monsters take the children. One of the warriors shouted to the others to act in concert with the skeletons. Of course, in time they could win, but such a long battle reduced the number of survivors. Only Seonwoo, Jisoo, and Minsok were fighting back. Drake and the summoned ogres fought against the zombies, but they won't be able to fight the gooks. So far, they're fighting on equal footing, only because people are fighting for life. Sanwoo realized that the first awakening was not enough. They must become stronger. One of the buses got ghouls on it. Minsok's wife screamed that there were geese. When Minsok saw the monster, he wanted to use the temple wall skill, but the system says he can't use it. Recharge time. He yelled for the children to be left alone. He ran as fast as he could, grabbed the monster with his bare hands. Sanwoo was amazed to see this. The children were screaming and begging Uncle Necromancer to save their daddy. When Sunwoo approached, he saw that An had defeated the ghoul but was wounded. Sunwoo said he needed an elixir, but he realized it was too late. Minsok also realized that the elixir wouldn't help. He said he had to protect his family. An asked the Necromancer to protect his family for him. He said he could use his body any way he wanted. The quest, Knight's Will, has been opened. The goal is to bring him back as a skeleton. He has been given the Knight's Will to protect his family and the right to possess his body. The choice is his. Sanwoo was angry that such serious topics were being turned into quests by the system. The Necromancer said he would honor the request. He didn't know what to tell his family, but it was necessary for everyone's survival. Minsok found himself flying through space. He thought he was already dead. This is the Netherworld. He saw the Reaper and asked if he was dead. He said he wasn't yet. An couldn't believe it. He was dead after all and would not be able to see his family. Minsok wanted so much to be a good father and husband, but when the world was destroyed, his dream was destroyed with it. He asked about his body. The Reaper replied that the Necromancer would make him undead. The Reaper began to persuade Anne to leave his family in the world of the living and return to the embrace of doom, forgetting about them. There's no need to be afraid or worried. Min-sok thought that Sanwoo would protect his family. He must forget everything. An cried. He asked that his memories of his family not be taken away. He must protect them. The Reaper replied that it was foolish. Sanwoo is much stronger than him and will be able to fulfill his will. Why doesn't he give up hope? Min-sok said he knows everything, but protecting the family is a father's duty. Reaper said he'd see if he could do it this time. An opened his eyes and saw the Necromancer. The system says that the contract with the Knight of Doom has been signed. His consciousness has been preserved. The henchman Knight of Doom rose and said that Sanwoo had heard his request. The Necromancer was surprised that the skeleton could speak. It was amazing that he had consciousness. He's the most unique undead. The Necromancer said he had a lot of questions for Min-sok, but there are still too many ghouls out there. We need to deal with them. Min-sok went on the attack thinking it was time for the knight to prove himself. Meanwhile, Jisoo fought the ghouls as best she could. They didn't seem to be getting any smaller. One of the warriors called out to the Red Witch, asked for help. He needed to break through to the boss. Jisoo realized she was getting too carried away, so she responded to the request. She attacked the vile ghouls. The children on the bus called out for help from the Red Witch. Jisoo shouted for the skeletons to stop the ghouls and protect the bus. One of the ghouls started getting close to Min-sok's family again. The wife screamed for Darling to save them. In the next instant, the monster was overcome, and the family saw the skeleton. The knight went on fighting. He noted that surprisingly after his death, he began to feel the hearts of the undead. The Knight of Doom is one of the strongest of the undead. They fear him and envy him. Even the undead can't control those feelings. Sanwoo wielded the knight's sword. The system, after each ghoulie defeat, wrote off the remaining time until proving worthiness. The warriors noticed the newcomer and wondered where the skeleton had come from. They imagined how hard it would be for the others to fight him. Watching Anna's actions, Sanwoo said, well, he trusted the Dragon Slayer. Min-sok said it's weird to fight without a shield. We'll have to find him. System says Ankh is a level 12 Death Knight. Jisoo walked over and reported that they were done with the ghouls. Seeing a new skeleton, she asked who it was. Sanwoo said he would explain later. Sanwoo said the men could rest if they needed to, but it was better to go to Palm Station as soon as possible. All the evil geniuses of the ruined world had gathered at the station. They thought it was time to attack. It was a long walk for Sanwoo's team, but they made it. The Necromancer said this is where the quest would end. An noted that the black smoke was too thick. Sanwoo asked if Min-sok was going to tell his family. He replied that he wasn't ready yet. Something else might happen. Clenching his fist, he said that when they were completely safe, he would let them know. I'm sure they'll hold out until then. Sanwoo thought it was okay. He has his consciousness, but he's still a skeleton, though his wife would probably figure it out soon enough. Jisoo coughed. Sanwoo asked if she was okay. He heard back that she was no better with the mask on. He said if you get close to the smoke, it's useless. Min-sok replied that this smoke was not balanced at all. There's no balance in the game, but you can use that to your advantage. Entering the station, the team was surprised. It was quieter than they thought. There weren't even any guards, and they just don't need security. Maybe they're banking on that smoke. That's when they're going to unleash the boss. Ghoulies and zombies are definitely not the bosses of this quest. It's unlikely they managed to accidentally destroy it. An asked if Sanwoo thought they were moving too slowly. They need to finish the quest soon. The Necromancer asked if he was worried about the family. He reassured the knight, said Jisoo was protecting everyone upstairs. They had a fight with the zombies and the gooks. And at night, Sanwoo can summon the Lich again. That's a big plus, of course. The Society of Evolution is betting big on its boss. When they meet him, Sanwoo's team will not be spared. As the team descended into the subway, they saw the entrance covered with signs saying it was a quarantine experimental complex. Entrance is for employees only. Min-sok read the sign and asked if it was from the government. These people work for him. Sanwoo thought for a moment. So the Evolution Society is connected to the government. He thought it was just a group that had defected to South Korea. But maybe it was created here. Either way, they can't be trusted. The team opened the door. A message appeared saying that they had met the raid boss, the king of the ghouls. The boys looked at the Ghoul King's hands and feet and didn't understand what was wrong with them. I got a message that there was a crack in the abyss. Now we know where the zombies are coming from. The team looked down through the glass and saw the zombies came from here. An asked who could have created this place. Someone behind them said they were waiting for the Necromancer. They turned around and saw a group headed by the man from the vision, the professor. The scientist next to the head said he had sprayed so much smoke just to have the material for the experiment come to them. Sanwoo didn't expect them to meet so quickly. The man offered him a deal before he got down to business. The professor said that Sanwoo is directly related to Doom, and he studies everything related to it through the energy of the abyss, a power that is connected to all living things. It's just a new branch in human evolution, a test they must pass. They believe it can only be done by giving up the human shell. Now, all the pieces of the puzzle have begun to fall into place for Sanwoo. Yoyi-do, a new race moving, everything is connected. The professor explained that they could use the system for their own purposes. The scholar added that the king of the goons might be able to help with that. Considering the Necromancer himself came to them, we can consider it fate. The professor explained that the game only appears to be free, but it manipulates them. They're all here for a reason. He said Sunwoo came here for an answer, a happy ending to this game. Surprised that the game could have a happy ending, Sanwoo speculated that they might have found out through their fortune-telling stone. The professor offered a deal, to join them. It would be better for him. Sanwoo interjected, offering to join them for a higher purpose, to become a pawn for the glory of creating a better society. He said they're just a bunch of scumbags who use people any way they want. Sanwoo has yet to see a villain who doesn't hide behind a greater cause. He's not going to move forward at the cost of innocent lives. Sighing, the professor replied, if this world was normal, would try to change Sanwoo's mind by giving a lecture, but there was nothing to be done. Sanwoo replied that he was already in graduate school. He'd had enough lectures. The villain asked what that had to do with it. The professor said there was no point in talking any further. He called Songguk. A blonde guy showed up and said he'd be ready to release the Gully King any minute. Sonu commanded his team to stop him now. The skeletons went on the attack. Songguk activated perfect formation. Due to the value of the sacred power, the minions' characteristics were reduced by 60%. This power was similar to Hanho's. Sunwoo concluded that he was a priest. He realized that the power of the undead didn't work against the sacred attribute, so he shouted to destroy it now. Sanwoo thought it unlikely that he was similar to Hanho in defense. He fired a bunch of arrows from his crossbow. The female scientist said, "What an interesting weapon," ordered me to give it to her. Surprised by Sanwoo's telekinesis, he realized she had supernatural powers and created a bone shield to repel the attack. Minsuk approached Songguk, but he used the holy surge and flew off, knocking the door open. Happy with themselves, Songguk said the healthier the body, the healthier the spirit. The woman rebuked that he's not an idol anymore and should be more careful. In that room, the door that Minsuk broke through had materials for her research. After hearing about the research materials, Minsuk went into the room. He saw human bodies floating in flasks. Songguk ordered his charges to attack further to form a formation. The undead must be removed and the Necromancer would be left alone. But then chains reached out from the next room and grabbed the opponents. It was the forces of the Knights of Doom. The undead's characteristics increased by 10. Minsuk was furious at what he saw. He screamed that he would never forgive them. They must not be allowed to live. Songguk laughed. However, they are still undead. His holy magic would destroy them. Sanwoo launched the weapon creation for Minsuk. Through team play, the synergy effect was activated. Thanks to this, when defended by a shield created by the Necromancer, Minsuk had immunity. Songguk's subordinates shouted that the spell wasn't working. He ordered them to change the formation and try again. Minsuk could still feel the damage, but it wasn't as big now. That was enough for him. The knight used life force, increased the characteristics of the nearby undead. The sacred power in the selected territory disappeared. The undead attacked. Songguk started yelling for the guards to be called, but it was too late. The scientist screamed that it was impossible. He is capable of defeating them. The knight turned to her and said that she was the one controlling them. Minsuk headed toward her. The woman used her strength to scream for him to disappear, but nothing worked against the knight. He was furious. He said they were just using Hyunjun as an experiment. The scientist shouted for the monster not to dare approach her, but Minsuk replied that the monster was here and struck her with his sword. The professor applauded, said he didn't want to get involved. It's hard for him to participate in battles because of his lack of skills. Pulled out an object. He threw the object into the floor and a blob of energy and the outline of some sort of creature burst forth from it. Sanwoo was surprised to see an item to attack. The professor could also create items. A monster in the form of tree roots formed from the object. These roots grabbed Right and the knight. Sanwoo didn't understand what the professor was planning, so to get it over with, he summoned the Reaper to get the Lich's power. The professor was surprised at how far the Necromancer had gotten, said he might have to retreat. He activated a flashbang grenade, figured it would blind them for a while. He'd try to get out of here as fast as he could, but it was not to be. The Necromancer easily overtook the professor with his scythe. Falling to the floor, he said that he thought the Necromancer could see through the smoke with his eye. Said Sanwoo picked the best map. There is no better class if one wants to survive alone, but he's planning to protect others too. They've already summoned zombies and ghouls from the outside. Minsuk shouted how he could do such a thing being human. The professor replied that the system was like the normal world. Didn't man create the first weapon, and then it had to be tested? The professor said he wanted to test his Goblin King weapon. Too bad he won't be able to see it. Sun Wu noticed that the Goblin King was regenerating. The professor said that the real power isn't in longevity. He just wants to see who the Necromancer will fight when everyone's dead. The Necromancer ordered Minsok to finish him off. He was just waiting for those words. A message came through that Clone 002 had been destroyed. Sun Wu and Minsok were surprised it was a clone. Wasn't he the Dr. 3 Zeros in the community? The Necromancer looked at his phone. One spot had opened up. Position 5. There is no Dr. 002 there now. There are 5 doctors in the ranking. They are all one person. Here's how they were able to grow their organization quickly. With clones, it's easy to be everywhere and always. Minsok called out to Sanhwa, said they didn't have time to think. The king of the ghouls is attacking. Meanwhile, in the streets of the city, Jisoo and his skeletons and remaining warriors fought zombies and gooks. After the next wave, one of the men asked Jisoo if it was over. She listened and replied that they were still coming. People were bemoaning where they were coming from. So many people had to be killed just to get here. Jisoo looked at the monsters and thought she couldn't let a single person die. Sun Wu trusted her, so she had to do it. He's fighting a boss, so we have to cover his back. She won't stop moving forward, to stand confidently beside him. The battle continued. The skeletons were getting smaller without the Necromancer around. But suddenly the skeletons began to recover. Jisoo realized that Sun Wu had used the Lich's fire. We have to use it. Hit harder. The people fighting nearby were discussing that the Red Witch is Necromancer's girlfriend. They're the best couple on the Korean peninsula. Jisoo was angry when she heard what they were carrying, and the fire of her attack burned hotter. People wondered what that fire was. Some suggested it was her power. She wants to take on everyone herself. The ghouls surrounded the bus. People could not leave the children in trouble. They fought with their last strength. One of the monsters broke through the roof of the bus and tore it off, but then he was chained up and dragged away from the people. After a moment, a skeleton peeked through a hole in the roof and asked the men if they were hurt. Minsu's wife cried, and the children recognized Daddy's voice, and they started calling for Daddy. When the children ran out of the bus, they saw a skeleton in front of them, but they weren't scared. They asked Daddy to change the shape of the skeleton. Minsok stroked his son's head and replied that, yes, Uncle Necromancer had helped him. Kids ran out and surrounded Anna, shouting how cool it was. He's the skeleton of truth and punishment. They wanted to change too. He said only adults can do that. Jisoo saw Sunbai. He said that he knew that if he trusted her, she could handle it. Thanked him for doing the good job. Jisoo replied that he had a harder time than she did. Jisoo said that the Necromancer defeated the king in only 2 minutes. Sun Wu wondered what she knew. When the king recovered, they were ready to attack, because they knew they had to catch the boss. Apparently, the scientists didn't have time to pump him up much. Therefore, after a short battle, the knight only had to finish the king. Now, thinking a bit and remembering how things were, Sun Wu said it was a difficult battle. A message came in that the main broadcast of Chapter 2 meeting Great Destiny had ended early. People asked why. The DA and the Crusaders got the message to start the main streamer. Chapter 2. 1. All raids are wrapped up in less time. Looking at the updated rankings, Tessin said he didn't like it. The boss doesn't seem like such a big problem anymore. The message called the achievement unique. The average level of the Korean server is 4th in the world. The hidden chapter will be saved until the end of the period. It was further reported that monster warlords would appear with troops in various locations and attack safe zones before the boss warlord attacked. Minsok said that's why the previous mission ended so quickly. Sun Wu replied that they needed to move forward. He thought there really is an ending. Maybe there are different endings. The invention is just a path to one of them. Change is dangerous, but the rewards are greater. This is a great chance for the Necromancer, and he should take it. Meanwhile, near the safe zone, Hanho was hunting goblins. Standing in a pile of monsters, he shouted for survival. With shouts of swearing, he scattered all the goblins thanks to his skill, but not all were defeated. Together with his father and Sergeant Kim, they were running away from the goblin army. Unho shouted why he still had to run from the goblins. Kensu, surrounded by the knights of the village defenders, shouted for his comrades to return quickly. When they reached the border of the safe zone, the people fell into it after overcoming the barrier. The goblins couldn't get through it. Inside, his father began to grumble at Hanho that he said he could handle 100 or 1,000 goblins. Hanho excused himself to go back so they wouldn't worry. He almost choked on their stench. Angry goblins pounded into the sturdy shield enclosing the village, reducing its strength. Kensu gathered the warriors to prepare for battle. He distributed swords and shields, told the mages and archers to stay behind. Kensu was brave. He decided that they would no longer rely on Sonhwa alone. They would fight the monsters themselves. Under the onslaught of monsters, the sturdy shield began to crack too quickly. Hanho thanked his father for raising him. His father replied that even if they died today, it would be a fitting death. Hanho was surprised. He was actually going to live on. Did his father really think that the poor goblins would be able to defeat him? He said his father would live too, and as he was destroying the goblins, he asked his father to finally praise his strong son. He would become a legend of the day. Activating the Holy Shield skill, Hanho rushed into the attack one by one, destroying the goblin soldiers. He was on a roll. He could do anything. He could take out all the goblins with his bare hands. Hanho thought he was the best player in Korea, screaming to attack him. He's only getting stronger. The monsters started attacking from the back again. Hanho said he was confused the first time. That's how it worked for them. But this time they're all dead, yelling for them to go forward. And I was spinning around fighting them off. While watching, Sergeant Kim said that Mr. Hanho has a cool son. The father said he was. Seeing his son transformed into a huge warrior, his father shouted, "What a freak! How can he call him his son when he looks like that?" Dad asked the sergeant to see if Hanho had 3 heads. He's a 3-headed demon or something. Hanho shouted that he hated goblins. The right one is just like him. And then Right appeared in front of him. He asked him when he'd gotten here. And then only Hanho saw the entire Necromancer team that was helping him deal with the goblins. Hanho called out to Sonhwa and Jisa. He waved his hand and wondered who was with them. It should be him in the stranger's place. In the evening, the entire team and Kenu gathered in the office to discuss the situation. Kensu reported that the new stream has only recently begun, but it's already in complete chaos. Across the country, many survivor groups have suffered heavy losses. It is now clear that simply staying in the safe zone will not work. The weakening of strong base moves and rule changes are now natural. Looking at the phone, Hanho said now, Yong Dinpo has to repel the attacks of thousands of orcs. While there was a temporary lull, everyone was trying to find Sonhwa. Sonwoo replied that they should be helped. Of course they have a deal, but in this situation they are on the same side. If the Evolutionary Society were to start speaking out now, it would be much worse. But it would be hard for them because they won't side with the monsters. Sergeant Kim entered the room and reported that they had found a goblin stronghold. That's Mount Paldalson. Judging from the damage, that's where their base is. The sergeant said that, well, around their village there are only goblins. It would be hard if they were red orcs like in other areas. It was impossible to count all the goblins. According to preliminary data, there were more than 3,000 of them. Also among them were spotted mages on boars. Kensu said goblins are the weakest monsters, but there are far fewer of them. They also have status divisions like centurions and captains. Sergeant Kim said it means they need to tread carefully and not rush to victory. To the surprise of those around him, Sonwoo said that it was not the battle they needed to win. It was important to get as much experience and gold as possible. Kensu replied he had a very different perspective on the situation, so he's going to destroy them all. But Sonwoo said it wasn't him, it was them, and pointed to the sergeant and Kensu. They were horrified at the news. He explained that it was a great chance for them and the men from the village to gain combat experience. Kensu asked if it would work. The sergeant said he didn't know. Under the cover of night, Sonwoo went behind enemy lines in his invisibility cloak. He discovered that the entire command was gathered at an abandoned factory. The goblins made Sonwoo's job easier. He kept thinking of ways to take them all down one by one. Under the command of the Supreme Goblin, even small units are terrifying. But how do you command someone who doesn't even have a head? Sonwoo summoned a giant ogre. The goblins only saw huge eyes peering through the window, and then a skeleton broke through the wall. Reports of the centurions being slaughtered began to fly. Minsok said he hadn't seen the Goblin Lord in a long time, asked if he could get rid of him. The Necromancer replied that it should be done as soon as possible. He summoned the Dark Reaper himself. The knight slew the Goblin Lord with a single blow. I received a message that 105,000 gold pieces have been received. Looking at the ruins of the factory with goblins crawling out from under them, Sonwoo said it was time to finish with them. Meanwhile, the villagers were preparing to repel the attack of the goblin army. Kensu shouted that they were coming. The people wondered why there were so many of them. Kensu explained that these are simple soldiers without a commander. You have to methodically eliminate one by one. People are excited. They're much easier to destroy, said they could beat them all. Due to the loss of commanders, the goblins' speed decreased, disorientation began, the will to fight was lost, and they were unable to communicate. Sergeant Kensu rejoiced. Hunting had turned out to be so easy, all thanks to Sonwoo's help. Evaluating everything that was happening, Sonwoo pondered the average level of the villagers was around 4th level. The gap in levels was gradually widening. In all groups there are weaker ones, but they depend on the others and may soon become a nuisance. Of course, the land cooks and other classes have their work cut out for them, but the complexity is increasing more and more, so we can't go on like this. He was worried about sending Hanho to the village first, but they could solve that problem. Even the weak can become strong. The system is terrible, but it's still a system. Under more experienced and active players, the less able will progress. The first battle with war monsters on the Korean server was successful. The best player is Seonwoo. The village has won a massive battle. Extra gold would be given to all participants depending on the contribution. The people rejoiced. Watching from the rooftop with his team, Seonwoo said of course he still likes to move ahead alone, but together it's not so bad. On their way out, Seonwoo informed Kensu that they needed a level 8. With the commanders and Lord destroyed, the hunt would not be difficult. The village must reach level 8 before he returns. Seonwoo said brutally but bluntly that he could not take responsibility for the weak. They can't live in the countryside and turn a blind eye to what's going on around them. Everyone should try to protect themselves at least. Kensu said he would remember. He knew what it was like to be weak and how to rely on others. Hanho hurried Seonwoo over. The helicopter was already here. A delegation of crusaders was already calling them. Seonwoo said that they were supposed to protect each other for a certain amount of time, but they ended up helping the revival guild. The prosecutor was riding in a bus with wounded warriors. He asked them how the situation was with the battle boss. One of the crusaders looking out the window reported that he would soon be seen on the northern border. The guild has launched a magic drone. It is an advanced item that can transmit videos to mages. About 200 trolls were moving to meet the crusaders. One of the monsters threw a stone at the drone. The prosecutor was told that the drone was hit with a tangible weapon. Sung Manhwa reported that we need to block the bridge. There are also 1,000 orcs coming from Gimpo's side. The guild won't be able to fight on two sides. Cheon thought for a moment. Maybe we should catch the trolls first and then go after the orcs. Manhwa countered that trolls are not weak opponents. Their strength lies in regeneration. If time is wasted, the losses will be enormous. The prosecutor knew, but he couldn't turn down such an experience. This is an exclusive quest for level 10 crusaders, and above, he is a great chance. Sure, some guild members die because of rash decisions, but to compare to Seonwoo, Cheon couldn't be cautious. Manhwa reported that even now the Yongdinpo units were gathering all their forces, leaving only a small number of men to defend. Sung Min-hum came on the bus. He said that the helicopter with Necromancer would be arriving soon. She rejoiced and said that together they could defeat the trolls, and the orcs would be dealt with later. Scratching the back of his head, Min-him informed that actually the Necromancer had sent them to the orcs. Manhwa resented what nonsense this was. The Necromancer is even aware of what exactly is going on here. Min-hum explained that he just wanted to collect the bones here, and then go further. Hearing the sound of the chopper, everyone got off the bus. The prosecutor asked if it was Necromancer's helicopter. Sleep rejoiced unhappily. The Necromancer attacked the trolls with his undead while they were still on their way to the Crusader camp. The great apparition of spirits has been activated in the area. Sung Min-yum pointed at the approaching monsters and shouted that they were huge. Cheon also thought that these trolls were giants. One by one, reports began to appear that a troll knight had been destroyed and 8,000 gold pieces had been obtained. Destroyed trolls immediately joined the ranks of the Necromancer's undead. The prosecutor now understood the meaning of the words, collect the bones. Looking at the work of Seonwoo's team, Min-hum thoughtfully said that he had been strong before, but he was especially strong now. Cheon realized even after getting the first awakening, he would not be able to bypass him. After the war was over, the difference between them would widen very much. The prosecutor will never catch up with him because the Necromancer has death itself in his hands. Meanwhile, the battle was being watched from a building nearby. They were surprised that the Revival Guild had asked the Necromancer for help. One of the observers monitored on his phone that until last night, Seonwoo and his team were in Suwon. The Crusaders are not a small guild. Is this normal for them? Because of the message in the community, both sides are in complete chaos. At this time, Seonwoo received a message that the synergy effect had worked, reducing the damage received from opponents by 30%. And the next post says the appearance of the battle monster troll chieftain. The watchers looking through the binoculars shouted that it was the boss. He's going to be tough to deal with. Bean sprouts sprouted from the blows of the troll's axe. So it's an enchanted axe? The guy from the watchers replied that it would be difficult. The girl wondered if the Necromancer could stop him. In an instant, too, the troll chief dropped his axe from his hands from the sudden blow to his arm, and he had so easily become a punching bag. The Necromancer, meanwhile, with his scythe in hand, said that attacking without understanding the difference in strength is a direct way to lose. Minsok finished off the boss with a knight's sword. The system wrote that the remaining time to qualify was 3,835 days. A huge troll leader was also summoned by Seonwoo to join his undead army. The Necromancer told the team that the Rebirth Guild was waiting for them. We should go. Returning to his usual appearance, Seonwoo approached Cheon and asked if they had made it in time. He thanked him. The prosecutor himself was angry. He wanted to get stronger while using the Necromancer, but the Necromancer had time to pump himself up. Cheon reported that a band of orcs is coming from the west. The only way across is the bridge. The guildmen tried to block the roads using various items. By telling how things are going, Cheon thought he couldn't lose. The entire Korean server is watching and judging him. He can't lose. He had one thought running through his mind. He needed to prove himself worthy of being the commander of this battle. The deputy was told that more and more applications kept coming in with news that a necromancer had joined the raid. Manhwa realized that it was becoming more difficult to contain the community. So many medium and small guilds were exchanging information about the necromancer. A group of survivors from Ilfon also wants to join. They have about 200 people. Nam Yachenju has also been contacted, and they have 5 buses on the way. Minhum asked what they would do. Manhwa said of course they would. Manhwa planned how to get her own side. The number of approaching red Gimpo orcs is hard to even count. Survivors report that they have moved eastward and are already closing in on them. We need to convince the leadership of each group to be on the side of the Renaissance Guild. The prosecutor began the main meeting with the heads of the arriving groups. He asked Manhwa to report on the situation. Sleep reported that the guild had blocked most of the monsters, tracked with drones to track enemy movement. The eyes of everyone present were directed at the necromancer. Sanwei was uncomfortable with so many stares. Manhwa and Cheon didn't like the situation. Seonwoo does help them, but he works individually. But all the commanders look up to him. A crusader burst into the room. He apologized and told the commander that a survivor from the west had arrived. The prosecutor was surprised to hear he'd flown in. The knight said he was on something unusual. Everyone was intrigued. Sunwoo was pondering what was going on. At this moment, even the Rebirth Guild was using helicopters less because of the wyverns. The prosecutor stood up and offered to come and get acquainted. Everyone was interested to hear what the survivor had to say. This unusual thing was a griffin. The owner told me to be careful not to come any closer. It could maim you with its beak. Everyone saw that the griffin was being held on a rope by a girl. She said it was fine. He doesn't bite if you don't attack him. The crusader reported to the commander that this is the girl who survived. She ran up to the prosecutor and asked for help. Sanwoo assumed it meant there was another group of survivors surrounded by red orcs. But to his surprise, the girl told him that a few hours ago, a huge number of players from China had appeared in Kangwongun. They need help. The survivor pointed to the island of Godondo. It's a small island connected to Ganhwado. She said they moved the players there, because if they can keep the island safe from monsters, it will be a safe place for people. She knew there was a large enough force on the island to match the guild, but she tried to live quietly. Sun Wu realized it was because of the monsters attacking the continent. Of course, they were scared because of their proximity to Seoul. Helping each other isn't a bad thing, unless an unexpected enemy appeared. The girl continued her story. A few hours ago, the invaders landed on Goidondo. The humans were able to hold them off, but they could not win. The Goidon road through which they planned to retreat is also blocked. The prosecutor asked how many invaders there were. The girl answered about 1,000, but it seems that most of them stayed at sea on boats. The heads present began to panic. China's population is large, therefore they have a lot of players. Isn't it a problem if they want to attack them? Manhwa said she didn't think so. Do those present remember the groups that attacked other players? It's unlikely there will be as many. Sanwoo argued that they're still dangerous. They could destroy the weakest for gold. Those present supported him. They said that something should be done then. Manhwa said the red orcs are making it hard enough for them. It's still unclear whether they're really invaders or just thieves. One of the leaders suggested that if they crossed the Hangan River and attacked them, how they could fight both the orcs and the invaders. The prosecutor said with certainty that they would stop with the orcs for now. They will be infiltrating Gimpo and Kansogu by now. And the invaders won't be here for a while. You just have to keep an eye on them. To the disappointment of the girl who flew in, the prosecutor stated that they could not go to Kanhwado right now. She fell to her knees in grief. Then Sanwoo suggested another option. Send one squad to attack the invaders and another to attack the red orcs. After hearing the idea of simultaneous attack, the heads replied that the idea is good, but they don't have enough people. Gu Ansok said that if they go to the island by helicopter, there's no way to attack stealthily. But then Gu exclaimed that the Necromancer wasn't going to act alone. The prosecutor asked if he thought he could. Sanwoo reported that he can fight a bunch of people due to his skills. He can use multiple skills. But Sunwoo thought there should be more information about the players from China. If they crossed the line, they would be hard to stop. To destroy the orcs, all you have to do is remove their leader. The Lord controls them from afar anyway. We must go to Kanhwado. Sanwoo explained to the girl that if he flew the griffin, he could defeat the invaders himself. She happily agreed. After some thought, the prosecutor agreed. He said they would. The comrades saw Sonhwa off. Jisoo wished them a good flight. Hanho lamented that they were being abandoned again. At least they should keep the right one. Sanwoo explained that the griffin can't take more than 3, so there was no choice. The next time he would meet his friends would be during the battle. Sanwoo told Jisa she knows she'll do well, and Hanho asked him not to rely too much on his defense. He grumbled that he was a thief, not a tank. Hae-young's girlfriend said if Sunwoo was ready, they could leave. He said he was ready. Hae-young commanded her Griffin Dolphin forward and the boys took to the air. Already on the flight, she said that she had forgotten to say right away they would have to wait on the beach until it was completely dark. Scary monsters have arrived with the invaders. They're looking all over the island. There were 3 men sitting on the shore. They managed to light the lantern. The light was very weak because the lantern was old. One of them replied that the atmosphere was pleasant. The other complained that if it weren't for the prisoners, everything would have gone better. I bet the others are having a good time and they're sitting here. The other one said they had a lot of prisoners too. When they get to mainland Korea, they'll have a chance. There's women and gold there. Their comrade said that if it wasn't for the centipede monster they caught, they would have definitely died back in Hangzhou. The previous man said to watch the sky, so the scary birds won't be seen. The leader likes to look around and keep an eye on things. He replied that he was actually glad they had left the continent, tired of fighting the strong. Better to earn gold here by destroying the weak. The one who was lighting the lantern told the 2 men to be quiet. He saw something in the dark. The man said he's a classically trained human hunter, and his senses say there's something there. Before the bandits realized what was happening, the Necromancer's team had already gone on the attack. Mensu told his comrades to be quiet. There are others here. Sunwoo said they'd let them live for now. Then when the area is cleared, they'll decide what to do with them. Dolphin screamed. Hae-young calmed the griffin by saying she would eat the bandit later. Sunwoo turned to one of the men. Thanks to the system, they understood each other. He warned that he could look at the memories of the dead. Poet was offered the choice of either telling the truth himself or Sunwoo could destroy him and see for himself. On one of the ships, the leader of the invaders screamed without realizing what was happening. In a few hours, he had 90 men disappeared. He ordered his men to see if any of the prisoners were missing and send a ship out to see if any more ships had arrived. The head was furious. He thought that even though he didn't know who it was, he couldn't hide from his Neva on this small island. He opened a portal from which huge ravens appeared. He ordered them to find the culprit and bring him to him. The head himself sat in a meditation posture. With the help of his energy, he controlled the ravens and saw through their eyes. He kept saying he didn't know who it was, but don't think you can hide from him on this little island. Then one of the subordinates reported that they had found the missing men. The head was surprised he was faster than him. All the missing people were destroyed. They were found on one of the ships. The head got even more angry. That lunatic hid people on his own ship, could have dumped them at sea. That's a challenge, isn't it? I didn't know what he was planning. Subordinates reported that not only here, but other ships were found dead. The first dead were on the ship at the end of the row, and then there was an explosion on the outermost ship. The head, dodging the shrapnel flying at him, shouted what was going on here. A subordinate said the ships started exploding. The chief swore at him for what he saw. But why are they exploding? Seeing that the ships are exploding one by one, the invaders realize that they need to escape because their ship will also explode soon. When the head of the ship came ashore, he saw his men in a semi-conscious state. They said that a strange black gas was coming from some vessel. Some of the humans realized it's the breath of the abyss that mages use. If you breathe it in, they're dead. We have to run. There could be other bombs here. The invaders jumped into cars and raced away from the marina. Birds were sending signals from all parts of the island. That means the enemy is everywhere. The head was nervous. This is a massive attack. Someone is going to wipe them all out. He decided they needed to get to the bridge. It's their only way out of here. The head swore the Koreans are using biological and chemical weapons. If they are isolated on the island, they won't be able to wait for reinforcements and will die. The invaders needed to get away from here and wait for reinforcements to arrive with the admiral. Approaching the bridge, the head commanded to drive as fast as possible to reach the mainland. But just before the cell, there was an explosion, and the invaders saw the Necromancer in front of them and the monster beside him. The head screamed what it is. What else could happen on this piece of land? Necromancer said they're defeated players from the second Chinese server. I think there's only 3 in China. From the target mainland, given the memories, they want to establish a large group here. They are the first group that is going to get to the mainland and help the rest of the team arrive. The head jumped out of the car and ordered his men to get out and prepare for battle. The Necromancer grinned. He said they wouldn't be able to do that because he'd destroy everyone. He activated the Great Spirit on the chosen territory and the Answer of Doom. The Chinese invaders began to pant. Their whole bodies ached. The head shouted that it was a curse. We must be careful and prepare to fight. But his subordinates were terrified. Skeletons were running at them from all sides. The head was yelling for defense, but then he saw the huge monsters in front of him. He grabbed the deputy and shouted that we had to run now. Better to get back to the island than die on the bridge. But it was too late. There was no turning back. An army of zombies was closing in on the invaders. Then the head opened the portal and released the ravens. He shouted that he was the only one who could do something about the situation. The crow monsters were destroying the zombies. The invaders rejoiced to see it. The Necromancer realized that these were the birds Hae-young was talking about. Then, he commanded the zombies to attack the birds. They turned out to be not so strong, on the level of weak zombie, and the monster birds quickly went to the other side of the world. The head was angry at how his birds could be treated like that. But that wasn't all. The Necromancer summoned the birds and they became his minions. The invaders were terrified. The birds were resurrected. What to do now? The head found nothing better to do than jump off the bridge. He was screaming to get off. He thought he'd escape and contact the mainland at once. He jumped and was picked up by one of the ravens under his control. The head was screaming for him to fly. "We have to get out of here. Run anywhere." But then the bird was wounded. It unclawed and the head flew down. He fell on his back and could not move. Ha-young flew up on her griffin and informed the Necromancer that all the people of the village were safe. They would return the gun and fight as well. He replied that everything was fine. Ha-young thanked him and said it was all because of him. The head was lying on the ground wondering what was wrong with these Koreans. The Necromancer approached him and said he didn't think he was capable of answering questions. Taking up his scythe, the Necromancer asked who his Admiral Jong-gon was. Maybe he would appear in his memories. In the next instant, the Necromancer's level was raised to 17th, and he gained access to the chapter's memories. Son-woo saw a huge ship. The sailors even had their own uniforms. At the bow of the ship stood a man who asked where they were to go. Son-woo realized that it was the Admiral. Son-woo was surprised. Iral didn't look like psychotic scientists or vampires. The Admiral said the second server was turned over to an elementalist. On the first, the self-proclaimed Emperor is calling for a unification of forces. The third server almost obeyed him. Then what's left for them to do? One of the advisors suggested that we ask for help from other countries. He immediately paid for it with his life. The Admiral called him an idiot and asked why they are now fleeing across the ocean. They have no power or authority. After some thought, Admiral Jong-gong said that if it's not enough, we should take it away. Take the whole continent like real demons. Son-woo thought that a normal person wouldn't attack a foreign country. Jong-gong reasoned that if they didn't have enough land, they could just take it from others. But right now, there's no land to take away. The second counselor suggested we start with the islands. Once they've got them, they'll take over the sea territory, and then the peninsula itself. Jong-gon was overjoyed. He thanked the advisor. He said he'd thought of it himself. He ordered his subordinates to deal with the islands around China now. While the strong are busy with the monsters, they will take control of the sea. It was the Admiral who had ordered Son-woo's now familiar head as a general to lead a small detachment and establish an outpost on the peninsula. The general had to try and deal with the local resistance before the Admiral arrived. Jong-gong ordered the pirates' synergy to be used. They're much stronger, so we need to collect more gold and spread the word. Before Gon got the message that he was going to be the Pirate King, doubles the gold from destroying players, increases the chance of loot. Now Son-woo realized that's why the Chinese invaders are destroying everyone. Jong-gong said to look at the last quest they got. What nobility is there to talk about in such chaos? That's ridiculous. They're gonna go the way of demons, not nobility. The Admiral's order is to rob everyone without remorse. When Son-woo returned, he said he could not trust a man who said empty but supposedly noble things. Is it not so in other countries? By selecting the transition card, Son-woo has upgraded his death response ability to professional, summons 25 zombies from the abyss. He said it would be nice to be stronger, but I don't want to cooperate with other people. I don't know what kind of misunderstandings might arise. Ha-young called out to Mr. Necromancer. She asked him what he was going to do next. Son-woo replied that he would finish here and start the real war in Gimpo. Meanwhile, the Red Orcs were advancing in limitless hordes on Gimpo. Hanho was panicking that there were so many of them coming. Jisoo was worried too because they were stronger than ordinary orcs. King Gu Anseok of Incheon, tensely looking at the enemy, said that it was only one of the advanced units. Troll slaves were advancing on the team of gunners. Ian Mensu shouted the orcs were so mad they had decided to use the same monsters as slaves. When the enemies were already close, Jiz and Wright drew their swords and rushed to attack. Hanho also got into the spirit. With his sword and daggers, he urged the Crusaders to destroy all the vile trolls. Firebender Lee Kun-hong created a wave of fire with his wand, shouting for the enemies to keep burning. One by one, reports of orc warriors dying came in. Lee shouted that he hadn't felt so cool in a long time. Who else could do what he did? Gu Ansok, who was fighting behind him, shouted for his comrade to stay focused. Kang Hong was even afraid. Ansok commanded all melee fighters to come forward to protect the mages. Damn orcs, they knew no fear. There were many of them, and they enjoyed the bit. Haneho attacking shouted that he was exactly the same. The knight's commander commanded them to hold formation. They need to stand their ground. They need to push the orcs. A squad of priests created a protective barrier on the shields. The riflemen grumbled that the priests would do a better job than them. To the horror of those fighting on the enemy side, the orc shamans arrived. There were 3 of them. The orc shamans began throwing their magic balls at the knights. The knights were commanded to stop them using magic on their shields. But one by one, explosions followed. The enemy began to break through. The commanders asked the soldiers to gather. When the smoke from the fire cleared, everyone saw a cavalry of orcs riding werewolves. Hanho panicked when he saw the cavalry. He shouted that they couldn't handle it. Gu and Seok replied that they would have to hold out. There was a call to clear the way for the Crusaders. Everyone hoped that they would defeat the orcs with their breakthrough formation. Sung Min-yum ordered the shamans to be restrained, and arrows flew at them. Seeing the Crusaders' success, the knights said it was expected. That's the way to fight. Gu Ansok urged the warriors to help the Crusaders. No more lounging around. Hanho said that the priest should not save mana, but give everyone a buff. Fighting the prosecutor thought it would be soon, not much longer, and he would be able to complete an exclusive quest. By completing it, he'll be one step closer to the Necromancer. Today is the day of awakening for Cheon. One of the Crusaders reported to the commander that he was already level 10. The prosecutor said it finally worked. The system reported Cheon completed an exclusive quest using Nurture. The first awakening and an exclusive skill are rewarded. Everyone around them saw a powerful blinding stream of light. Jisoo shouted something coming down from the sky. The prosecutor turned into a fiery knight. He ordered everyone to attack. The message says it's an area of holy war. Thanks to the power of the prosecutor, all allies received an auto-healing effect of 2% per second. All Crusader stats increased by 5. Cheon, seeing the effect of his awakening, was glad they had survived. Now his self-esteem had risen from rock bottom. When faced with a choice, Cheon gave up his personal power and chose group power, as the broken world needs someone to lead the way. This is the beginnings of change. People will have to get used to it after a while. He will provide it. In the end, it will just be their guild. Meanwhile, on the Chinese server, Mrs. Li Wei received news of the marauding gang they had defeated. These bandits didn't have enough chaos on the Chinese server, they moved to the Korean server. Li Wei was outraged, said they were monsters in human form. She didn't want to let this garbage into other countries. The deputy said it wasn't her fault. She was saving people from monsters, so she missed the bandits. Besides, according to informants, the Koreans managed to stop them. Li Wei was surprised by this report. Said that's how talented Korea is. Interesting to see who did well with them. And in Gimpo, the battle continued. They received 3,000 gold for killing an orc rider. A few more moments, and the battle was over. The prosecutor had finally said it all. Sung Min-yum shouted to the commander that it was a victory. With the exception of a few who entered the city, everything was dealt with. The prosecutor asked, what about casualties on their side? Minhwa reported 3 Crusaders and about 100 players were killed. That's much less than expected. Cheon said they should reduce the number of casualties. After all, loss of life is the end for humanity. They can't constantly replenish the ranks of their army like Sonwoo, even if it's a player who's been invested in, and time his demise is the loss of it all. Gu Ansok said that we should rest first, because if you come across orcs in this condition. But the joy of victory was short-lived. A cavalry of orcs on rhinoceroses appeared on the horizon. The exhausted men panicked that they would have to fight again. There were too many opponents. Hanho shouted that the last battle was already massive. Jisoo replied that apparently it was part of their main force. Ansok told the commander it was too risky. Even if the Crusaders took the hit, they would still fail. Sung Min-yum suggested leaving the main road and starting the battle in the alleys. It's the only chance. The prosecutor asked if he thought the enemy would follow them to the end, or go to the station where there are more people. Jisoo stated that monsters would always be where there was a large gathering of people. The prosecutor stated that he could not then leave the place, and stood in front of the opponents. The gunners shouted that the orcs were attacking. John Mensu asked them to retreat. They won't be able to stop the monsters. Jisoo shouted for them to calm down. They could still stand up to the monsters. Hanho noticed something and showed Yoon. The giant birds dropped the remains of the orcs on their cavalry, and one by one the explosions rattled. People realized it was the Necromancer who had returned. Hanho rejoiced, telling Sis Ju that Sun Woo had returned. The prosecutor said it was an aerial bombardment. Before he showed up, it was a cold gun battle. It's on the news. Look at this. A skeleton knight riding the Drake is conquering the battlefield. He's known for his recent association with the Necromancer. Could it be a player? The man replied he uses personal skills, his movements are incredible. Isn't that too bold an assumption? Before that, the favorite skeleton was the little goblin. But that could change now. The head of the news service rejoiced. The number of views was growing. How much gold he would earn from the views. The doors to the telecenter swung open. The guard grabbed his crossbow and told me not to come any closer, but he would shoot. Sung Minhwa appeared on the doorstep. She ordered the gun to be lowered. She explained that they were from the Liberation Guild. Minhwa ordered the broadcast to stop now, or they'll do it themselves. The head of the information service started shouting that it's a ban on free speech. Players have the right to know the truth. Manhwa recalled a similar broadcast was used for evil during the time of Yoido. The strength and location of the alliance is classified information. The warden replied that he understood, asked the warriors to leave, promised to stop the broadcast. One of the crusaders approached the deputy commander. She said she knew. It was too late. She bit her lip, thinking the others would start the broadcast too. Everyone knows that the Necromancer will be the one to lead them to victory, including their enemies. At night, Wright stood guard at his team's tent, and inside, there was a discussion of recent events. Hanho was panicking as usual. Beasts and mad scientists unite in the south, orc armies rage in the west, and pirates are ready to attack from the sea. This peninsula is a nightmare. He made the mistake of choosing complexity at birth. Sunwoo laughed that they didn't have a minute to rest. Jisoo said they're the strongest on the Korean server, but what is their place in the world? Seonwoo replied that they are small in the world. Jisoo concluded that then they should hunt as much as possible. Sunwoo agreed. The path they chose hasn't changed since they left the university. They will fight and grow stronger. Sunwoo said he was lucky to have met Jisoo. Hanho resented him. But what about him? The Korean server is not big. There is a limited supply of gold and experience on it. You should think of this battle as a hunt for gold and experience. Jisoo tuned in that they should destroy the most in tomorrow's battle. And Sunwoo realized that the battle with the other servers was unavoidable. After this battle, they would have to fight against each other. They discussed it quite a lot with Jung-hoon, but the players' actions can't be predicted. After defeating the monsters, if the movement between servers will not avoid another battle of the worlds, what they will face after the players. Would it be the end of the game? Sunwoo was overcome with thoughts. One of the crusaders on guard asked if his comrade had heard the noise. He replied that he had heard nothing. Suddenly, roots began to sprout under the guard's feet. In a second, they were already huge, taller than the tent camp. Jisoo and Wright ran into Sunwoo's tent. He didn't realize what was wrong at first. And then, he saw an orc with an axe behind Jisoo's back. He yelled for her to look back. Wright and Jisoo reacted lightning fast. They easily dealt with the orc. At the noise, the rest of the warriors came out of their tents, asking what was going on. Orcs were here. No one understood how they had gotten here. Hanho noticed and showed Sunwoo. The orcs were climbing out of portals formed by beanstalks growing out of the ground. Sunwoo was amazed that the orcs were using portals to attack. He had just called off his subordinates. Who would have guessed that monsters would attack people here? Everyone was confused. Tanks were called to take their positions. Already sleepy men tried to quickly put on their equipment. But the orcs were not attacking aimlessly. They were targeting the master and moving toward his tent. Prosecutor has activated his temple possession skill. All comrades were automatically healed. His energy threw the orcs back a few meters. The orcs said they thought they were going to die from this attack, but they didn't, as you'd expect from a prosecutor. The energy emanating from the prosecutor empowered all of his companions. They felt that the power was coming. The warriors went on the attack. Yang Min-suk shouted for the pig monsters to taste their strength. Gu laughed that he was more than just a suck-up. Lee Kun-hong used a wave of fire. It burned the roots and eliminated one of the portals. Ansok had been injured in the last battle. Now he was full of strength. Synergy heals and increases abilities. Feels like it's raised 2 levels at once. Buff affects all comrades in a certain radius. Unreal cheater skill. The prosecutor followed up with a cross spear and in one fell swoop cut off most of the orcs and another portal. Sung Min-yum shouted that 2 of the portals were destroyed. We need to destroy the others. But looking around, Min asked where all the portals were. It was already over. The Necromancer destroyed them all. The Crusaders have only dealt with 3 so far. Cheon analyzed that he had awakened later, but in the initial stages they were on par. And now the difference is so great. Jisoo noticed and showed Sunwoo. There was black smoke coming from the stone. He was the one who triggered the portals. Minhim said that based on his experience in games, it looks like a black magic artifact. Orcs are starting to play dirty. He picked up the stone and immediately a message of danger appeared. The stone contains dark energy. Negativity accumulates with prolonged contact. Everyone saw the message that the Orc Lord was using a large-scale dark magic spell. If not stopped, the orcs will be enhanced to demon. Hanho started grumbling that it was the system playing tricks on them again. Sunwoo considered the stone. Orc dark magic is like that monster at the university. He could have fun with it. Minhum got an urgent message from Manhwa. He got nervous. It was reported that they had decided to go that way. Minhum turned to the master and said they should get out of here. The wyverns are coming this way. People had no choice but to wrap themselves in tents and pretend to be rocks. Ansok, looking at the monsters, said that they appeared at the worst possible time. Kanhoon asked them to be quiet. What will they do if they are heard? Manhwa told the commander that even though they were far away from the target, it was worth waiting a little longer. There are too many weavers. There is a possibility that they might see people and come back. The prosecutor said that time is running out, but there's nothing we can do about it. We can only wait. Han Ho looked at the monsters and asked Sun Wu if it would be good for them to defeat the wyvern. He thought about it and said that it would be too much until they learn to fly. Jisoo said it's one thing to have 2 or 3, but dozens. And besides, the sky is practically impossible. The alpha male wyvern and his subordinates have taken over the skies over the Korean server. Because of their presence, Sonwoo's plans would go down the drain. He was looking at the sky. I wish I could catch one, but I can't. It was morning. Manhwa informed the commander that they could move out. Given their speed, they should be on the other side of the Han River. The prosecutor was pleased with the news. He asked that the other groups be notified that they were moving out. All the warriors loaded into buses and trucks and hit the road. Han Ho told Sonwoo in the community that the Gimpo Plains turned into a desert after the orcs. He replied that it was like Yojido, which became a swamp. Driving through the familiar terrain, everyone was surprised. It used to be an area with a lot of greenery, how it had become so overnight. Manhwa reported that informants say they're gathering at Gimpo Airport, preparing to meet them. The prosecutor said that in this battle, all forces are equal. They must defeat their enemies. Sonwoo replied that he had to be careful. It is not known if they use tricks like they did before. Cheon replied that he knew, but time is not on their side. They have no choice but to finish as soon as possible. Meanwhile, hordes of red orcs stood outside the airport building. There were an incredible number of them. As the warriors stepped out of the vehicles, they hesitated. Aren't there more enemies than they bargained for? They still had a chance to get away. Sonwoo looked around. He thought no one would be indifferent in front of such an army. But they can't run now. If we retreat now, the dark spell will be activated, and they can't handle the reinforced orcs. The prosecutor, thinking of a plan, asked if they could start with a body bombing. Sonwoo replied that as long as they were standing in a crowd, it was worth a try. Even if they were stupid monsters, they should still remember this attack. And with the words, "Let's see what happens," Sonwoo sent his winged skeletons to attack. The explosions began. But the explosions scattered against the protective membrane. It's the dark magic of the orcs. Sonwoo was surprised that the enemies didn't approach even after blocking his attack. Cheon replied that it took time for the dark magic to activate. The prosecutor said they should go there themselves. Sonwoo said he didn't think it was a good idea, but he understood him. Manhwa asked if there was no way to minimize losses. Even if they win, it will be a big problem. All the enemies will act on a whiff of weakness. It's too risky. Sonwoo asked if Cheon was afraid of enemies from other countries. He replied that he would be lying if he said no. Sonwoo said after this battle not to worry about the other countries, just focus on running the alliance. The prosecutor was confused by such words, asked what he meant. Sonwoo said it's time. He thinks that in the future, groups like the Jung-Hoo group should be strengthened. Because of the new monsters, the survivors have begun to assemble teams on their own. They need to be united and directed. They are weak, so they will die because of the system if they are not helped. Asked Cheon if he can handle it. Clenching his fist, Cheon replied that a large community that people can rely on in these ruthless times is all he wants. The prosecutor was amazed why Sonwoo was suggesting it, but he replied that he would do his best to do so. Sonwoo thought the pirates were targeting the Korean peninsula. From the captain's recollection, they were not world conquerors, but mere losers, third-rate marauders who've been kicked out of their own country. If they act now, they can destroy them before they gain strength. But one day there will come a moment when they will face a great adversary. The bigger the scale, the longer the battle lasts. That's why they need a clear organization of force to quickly replenish combat power and supplies. Alas, one small town in Suwon won't be enough. They need a group that will bring in more capital. Cheon pondered about a state-level guild. He had been thinking about it for a long time. Now Sonwoo is offering to help. That's not just courage, but absolute trust. All the experience and materials of this world will not be enough to surpass the Necromancer. Thanks to him, you can achieve the power you've always dreamed of. They may be rivals, but the DA is using him for his own ends. Jisoo was pleased that they had an agreement. Han Ho replied that it was the evil laughter of their inner rottenness. The heads decided to discuss the details later. For now, they had to deal with their enemies. Sonwoo said the tactic of minimizing losses method is a little different, but here's an idea. Shoot them. Minhyum said that it felt like there would soon be a slaughterhouse here. Manhwa said timidly that they were the only ones facing an army. Jisoo said, I guess we'll have to work as butchers. Han Ho objected that there were a lot of pigs here. The orcs began to attack. Cheon ordered the formation. Tanks to the front, magicians in the center, not in the back. Prepare to be surrounded. Some warriors whispered that they were doomed. Some reassured that it was too late to retreat. In this battle, everyone is ready to die. Sonwoo said they have won countless battles from the start of the game until now. The prosecutor supported it, saying this battle is a continuation of past victories, and they will only win from now on. The battles will get harder and harder, and the challenges get bigger each time. Cheon asked the warriors if they were going to surrender right now. The men yelled that they're not giving up. They will finish the boss and meet the admin. They had come so far and seen so much death. An said he had died, but he was with them too. Hanho shouted that he couldn't give up. The prosecutor, activating his temple possession skillet, shouted that victory would be theirs today. A group of mages applied magical block fire, but the orcs were not getting smaller. We had to continue the offensive. If they lose now, Korea will be finished. The enemies were advancing from the side. There was an order to follow them and attack them with spears. Orc shamans soon appeared. Everyone prepared for a strong defense. Cavalry on rhinoceros followed. Order crossfire to break them and destroy the formation. It was close, but the men were able to hold on. They could barely stand on their feet, but they fought back. This battle is very important for the future of Korea. The airborne forces have launched an offensive. These monsters were not shy to pull out all their trump cards. The prosecutor applied the blind faith realm and protected his companions by forming an energy shield. Cheon commanded everyone to hold on and push back the enemies as far as possible. They needed to get the soldiers protecting the Orc Lord away as soon as possible. From the air, a griffin approached Chief Hae-young and Sunwoo. He said it was time for the plan to be realized. Hae-young asked if he could lower the altitude. Sunwoo replied that it was perfect that way. Turning into a necromancer, he jumped off the griffin. The orcs noticed him too late. The necromancer summoned a huge ogre and launched an attack from the rear. His heroic bracelet forms a powerful shockwave. The orc defense dome has been destroyed. 3 messages went out that the dark orc mage had been defeated. Next, the undead began destroying the orc warriors' guards. Sunwoo's plan was working. Seeing the puffs of dust, the prosecutor thought the sniper's plan to target the Orc Lord had begun. The twist was to use nukes in the attack instead of bullets. At this time, a monster General Orc Lord appeared in front of Necromancer. The monster responded to the monster's angry roar by saying that he had wronged him. He looks angry. The small orc soldiers, hearing the general's call, began to retreat. Minahum shouted that they were returning to defend their lord. "We must hit them in the rear." The Necromancer unleashed his power. There were reports of giant spiritual regeneration and the answer of doom. The undead army entered the battle under the effect of frame synergy with a combined attack into a single enemy. The skeleton giant synergy also kicked in. It reduced the damage from enemies by 40%. This time, the skeletons were protected by the synergy of the Bronze King armor. It formed a protective layer with a defense power of 40%. Meanwhile, Hanho was already flying the Griffin. He threw bombs with the Breath of Doom, a disinfectant destroyer, into the crowd of orcs. Moving in such surroundings and atmosphere, Necromancer said it was beautiful and cozy. As he approached the orc chieftain, he apologized, said he wanted to have a one-on-one dialogue, but by bringing in his warriors Wright and Minsok, he made it clear that it wasn't his fault, it was theirs. The decisive battle has begun. Minsok noted how easily the orc could smash everything around him. Looking at how actively the orc general was fending off Sunwoo's attacks, he wondered if he was any different from the other boss monsters. Even so, he won't be able to counter the Wright and Minsok at the same time. That's what happened. Checkmate. It didn't take long to win. A message came that they had received 900,000 gold for destroying the monster General Lord Red Orc Lord, and the waiting time has been reduced. The Wright was not happy this time. It was Minsok who struck the decisive blow. He apologized, saying he didn't mean to steal his victory. The orcs on the battlefield have begun to lose their strength and will to fight. This is a side effect of the death of their boss. The men went on the attack. The Crusaders succeeded in repelling the catapult wagons. They turned the enemy device against themselves. As the prosecutor watched, he realized that this was a victory. At this rate, they could defeat the orcs. In the heat of battle, Minhyum received a sudden urgent call. He took out his phone to check it. The tracking team reported a group of wyverns heading this way. Minhyum reported to the commander. The prosecutor was clearly taken aback by the news. He asked how close they were. "They're 3 kilometers away. The flying monsters will be here any minute," Cheon wondered. Could it be that the wyverns tricked them yesterday? It couldn't be a coincidence. They've been tracking and waiting for people to leave the city and stay in the desert. It's all pre-planned. The prosecutor ordered a retreat. He ordered everyone to run to the airport. The warriors, elated with victory, didn't know what he was talking about, to retreat so suddenly. But then a message came in that there was an alpha male boss monster wyvern. It was too late to retreat. The flying monsters were already attacking. The Necromancer was confused as to why now. Of course, they had to show up at a time like this. He sent skeleton birds with orc bodies into the air. He said it was to show that you couldn't just fly around and eat everyone at will. He shouted to Chong-hoon to launch the catapult. The prosecutor ordered the projectile to be reloaded. The birds were thrown in front of the orc wyverns. The orcs grabbed them, and as soon as the bait was in their mouths, there was an explosion. A catapult attack followed, and arrows wounded the monster. The prosecutor shouted that one had been shot. He ordered the attack to continue. The Necromancer sent his Mega Lizard to attack the subdued Wyvern, ordered the Drake to finish him off. A message came that 754,030 gold had been received for defeating the Wyvern. Jisoo rejoiced that it was a success they had made it. The warriors around them cheered that the Necromancer had defeated the Wyvern. The Necromancer pondered that this was a monster that could not be defeated in any way imaginable, and here it was in his hands. The summoning was successful. The undead were summoned to the Necromancer's command. Sitting on the flying skeleton, the Necromancer commanded Minsok to join in as well, and they set off for the air battle. Sanwoo was jubilant. At last they had conquered the heavens. Compared to the Griffin, it may be shaky, but its size provides stability. Minsok asked if they were hunting wyverns this time. The Necromancer replied that they should be prey too. Noticing one wyvern separated from the group, the Necromancer sent his own after it. The monsters had no sense of self-preservation despite the death of one of their kin. He ordered Minsok to aim for the wings. He put his limitless chain into action. The monster was enveloped. Minsok said he would kill it. The Necromancer, elated by his triumph, only now noticed that another wyvern was following them. He barely had time to dodge its claws. At that moment, the message came in that the wyvern had been destroyed. Minsok made it through, but it flew off the monster's head and was falling. The Necromancer managed to summon the undead, and the newly hit wyvern caught Minsoka's claws without letting him fall. Above the Necromancer himself, the jaws of the monster were already opening. He was nervous. How stubborn he was. He wouldn't give up until the end. The Necromancer commanded right to attack, but he hesitated a moment, and the wyvern caught him by the spine. The goblin barely had time to stick his sword slipped, so scratching the wyvern along its torso. While the monster was distracted, the Necromancer used his wyvern skeleton to destroy the enemy. Another undead had been summoned into his command. There were now 3 skeleton wyverns. The alpha male wyvern boss was watching everything that was going on. The Necromancer, meanwhile, was watching the group of wyverns. He knew only to attack those who had separated from the group. It's easier to kill one by one. Attacking an entire group is akin to self-destruction. But then the male wyverns called out to their charges. They lined up in formation and began circling over their skeleton kin. Noticing this, Minsok asked the Necromancer if he thought the situation was escalating. He replied that he did. There were about 30 monsters. It was so trivially impossible to get away from them. After thinking for a while, the Necromancer decided that since there was no escape, he had to slay the monsters. So he took out a jar of Breath of the Abyss. He sprayed the stinking contents. The wyverns inhaled the black smoke and began to choke. The plan worked. The monsters began to retreat, but it wasn't enough to fight them off. But for now, instincts wouldn't let them get any closer. Minsok noticed that the wyverns were acting like they were disgusted by them. Sunwoo replied that they now looked like food stuck between their teeth. The smoke was gradually clearing, and the wyverns began to gather near our comrades again. The Necromancer asked if they were going to stay here until the end. He took out a jar and said he had plenty more. He thought it was almost over. But the wyvern boss, seeing the jar in his hands, decided not to risk it and ordered his minions to retreat. The monsters flew away. Sanwoo was pleased with this outcome. He said it was done and we could go back to the others. The warriors, seeing Sanwoo's army, wondered what kind of combo this was. All the existing monsters are gathered in one place. The prosecutor realized it wasn't arrogance when Sunwoo said he would take care of the pirates. Now Cheon could trust him with foreign affairs. A message came in that the Monster General event on the Korean server had been successfully completed. All the people were cheering as they rejoiced at the victory. Hanho was worried though. Sunwoo was the best in this battle, but he still wasn't the first participant in the top. The leader was Han Kangseok. Jisoo reassured her comrades, saying that it would be shocking to fall in the rankings. Sunwoo replied that although rankings were important, they should focus on skills and experience. This time, he chose the physical strength upgrade card. He realized there was too much information about his work. From now on, the Necromancer would be the #1 target. We need to be at our best. The item he received during this hunt is a heroic ring with black pearls. Increases magic damage from curses by 10. That would come in handy because he has the Curse of Doom and the Answer to Doom. Hanho wailed that Seonwoo had gotten something cool again. Sanwoo wondered if he would have gotten something better if he had completed a dark magic spell, though he wasn't sure if he would have gotten something like the Devil's Stone. They couldn't wait for that spell to complete. The best thing to do was to stop before things got worse. In the evening breaking camp, the men tallied the damage. Only 492 of the party were still alive. The clan heads were discussing that it wasn't even a third of the original number. Someone had half the group killed. Sun Donggu's team is completely wiped out. The prosecutor said the survivors were stronger. This will happen in the future. Therefore, based on today's battle, they must build a larger and stronger organization. Looking at the gloomy crowd, Sonwoo thought that the owl who survived became stronger sound cruel, but it was true. Jisoo got level 15. Hanho, though slow, is already at level 12. According to the rankings, they are ranked 7th and 27th, but there's something that makes Sonwoo uncomfortable. Hanho was again dissatisfied that only 4 and 5 star cards were worthy of awakening and the rest were trash. Training was the only way. Sonwoo reassured him that he had chosen the weakest card twice, but Hanho wouldn't let it go. He complained that the universe was helping him. Meanwhile, the Crusaders report to the commander that they found the airport store, but a window appears saying they can't go near it. Sonwoo said with excitement that you can't go near it sounds tempting. The more unusual the store, the more interesting the merchandise in it. Ansok also said even if it can't be approached since it's a store, it's worth a try. Kang-hoon said it was worth spending the money. The DA agreed that several leaders would go and check out the store. The group led by Cheon headed to the airport building to check out exactly what was going on there. What I saw was indeed strange that the store icon that the system icon. Ansok asked, but why he forbids approaching at all? Kang-hoon replied that they will only know when they enter, but only VIPs like him. Group leaders banged on the wall, but it wouldn't budge. A closed store coupon was required to enter. Sonwoo walked up to the wall. When he touched it, a message appeared asking if he wanted to use the coupon. This coupon went to Sonov as a reward for the initial awakening. The message said that the number of coupons was limited to 50 people. Apparently, Jong-hoon didn't get one. The rest of us behind the wall were nervous as to why things are always the way he wants them. Could he be a VIP too? In the dark room, Sonwoo saw a large screen and a chair in front of it. A message appeared, asking to be seated. Sitting down on a chair, Sonwoo noted that this was definitely different from the usual stores. The 5 items will be presented in order. If anyone wants to purchase anything, they need to let me know. 10 seconds to decide. Sonwoo said it sounds like a con man. They give you 10 seconds to make a decision. It's like buy here, buy now. The introduction of the first item has begun. This is the parchment of golem creation. You can use the coming materials. The price is 1 million gold pieces. Sonwoo shouted that he was taking the lot. It wasn't expensive for him. He's buying. The second item is a set of 3 panaceas. He could have gotten them as a reward on a hidden quest. His skill protects against many diseases. Decided to skip it. The third item is a rank upgrade for any skill. Not bad, but Sonwoo thought that if he spent gold on it, he wouldn't be able to buy the next item. The fourth item was of the legendary bracelet of the Shadow King. Increases stats. Can move to any shadow within a 100-meter radius. Sonwoo didn't think he'd find it here. At least for the Shadow King's assignment, he has to buy it. There's only one place left in the collection. While waiting for the 5th item, Sonwoo was a little nervous. This pillbox surprised him. He didn't realize they even sold these things here. The 5th item is a special scroll of resurrection. In case of death, it resurrects the user in the right place. He thought for a moment. Resurrection was a Necromancer's specialty. It was the reason he had been able to achieve awakening by destroying Drake. Recharge lasts 31 days, so it wouldn't be straight-up cheating. But this skill has disadvantages. First, the duration of reloading. If he has already used the skill and is waiting to recharge, dying a second time means the end. Secondly, his uncontrollability. If you die during a fight, it's a bad situation. He'll be resurrected in the same place. If a strong boss kills him and he resurrects in the same place, won't that prolong his agony? The third is that he can only resurrect himself. There's no second chance for Hanho or Jisoo. They're the only ones you can trust completely. To survive, they must become stronger. And to get stronger, they have to face danger. A resurrection scroll would make a great airbag. And at the last second, Sonwoo bought it after all. Sonwoo got up from his chair. He said he had gotten everything he wanted. A portal formed beneath him. He read that he would be leaving the store in 10 seconds. From there, life went on from there. Cheon announced at a press conference that he would create a zone for a group of players in the subway. The people of their village continued to hunt, to raise their level as ordered by Sonwoo. And our team could finally rest after all that had happened. Hanho grumbled again about the constant hunting. People shouldn't live like this. Sonwoo thought while they were resting they shouldn't forget about gathering information and picked up the phone. Jisoo said that the next battles would be no less big. The vacation was ruined when Hae-young showed up on a griffin. She shouted that the pirates had finally arrived. Jisoo sighed disappointedly. This was the end of their long-awaited vacation. When Sonwoo and his team arrived at the prosecutor's headquarters, he was already aware of the pirates in the East Sea. He asked what the plan of action was. Sonwoo replied that it would be a good idea to destroy them before they reached the coast. He wondered what all the fuss was about. Smug Hanho said these guys wouldn't go head-to-head if they had brain power. They've already been defeated once. Whether they will again. Jisoo replied, if the enemies already know about Sonwoo, nothing is stopping them from changing tactics. If the pirates decided to invade Korea, they must have gathered information, not only through the broadcasts, but also through the prisoners? Jisoo asked. But Sanwoo has collected information on them too. He reads the memories of the dead. Is there a less cruel way of doing this? These guys from China are a bunch of marauders who got chased away. They call themselves the generals of the heaven of the earth and the people. Hanho recalled the rebellion of the yellow armbands. He had seen it in the games. But why yellow armbands? They could have been called names. Sanwoo said it looks like the head of the pirates was brainwashing the low-level players. They all praised him like fanatics. Jisoo said that the yellow armbands also used blind fanaticism to take over the country. Maybe that's why they called themselves that. Sanwoo thought from memory they made new people drink centipede liquor every time. Must be a brainwashing poison. The prosecutor said if they can't get rid of them all, they need to neutralize the commanders. If they fail, they will sooner or later gather forces again. Sun Woo said that we should move to Kendo first. Jisoo nodded that this time it was all together. Sanwoo summoned skeletal wyverns to fly. Hanho grumbled that he would prefer a safe helicopter. Hae Young replied that it was safe with them too. Riding the wyvern, Jisoo said she thought it would be fun. Hanho hummed it was because she was an athlete. The DA and his deputies saw the boys off, said he was leaving the job to them. Seonwoo warned Cheon that they knew nothing about the plans of the Evolution Society. He should take care of it. The DA said he owed them something too, so he'll be on standby. Arriving on the island, Sanwoo and his crew interviewed locals to see if they had actually seen a pirate ship. The man claimed he saw it with his own eyes. It was definitely a pirate ship. Hae Young asked his father if he was sure. He shouted that their uncle, who was the leader of the travelers, was eaten by that nasty bird. They think he's joking. It was the new leader of Gyeongdo, Lee Moo-young. He had so much anger toward the pirates that he gave up hunting monsters and became a member of the Coast Guard. Lee Moo-young said that 12 hours ago, the pirates sailed along the island and hid behind the coast of Gangwon-do. After a little thought, Sanwoo said he was sure of the pirates' intention to occupy the island. Jisoo said they couldn't ignore the possibility of taking them to another territory, something like a strike from the south side of the island. Hanho wondered if that wouldn't be better in their situation. Except for the center, the problem with monster generals was not solved anywhere. All humans have been evacuated. There are only monsters left in these territories that will be cleaned up by them. Sanwoo disagrees. He's confident this zone will be hit. Enemies can't take over other servers with the same confidence. The head of the pirates plans to conquer the center of the server and quickly build up his forces. Sanwoo asked the head of the island all the inhabitants plan to stay here, even if the pirates attack. Lee Moo-young replied that they had lost once, but it would not happen again. They will repay their enemies double. Sun Woo said then they should leave Gyeongdo and prepare to meet the pirates. Most likely the next mooring place is Gangwon-do, or the islands. He realized that a much larger fleet would come after the research team he destroyed. You have to be prepared for anything. Jisoo asked the locals if they knew where a store or blacksmith store was around here. They need to prepare for battle. Hanho added that he had accumulated a lot of gold. Lee Moo-young replied that there must be a blacksmith shop in town. At that moment, an excited young man ran up to him. He reported that the pirates have already joined forces. They have crossed the island and are preparing to attack. People got worried that it was so fast. What are they going to do? They're not ready. Sanwoo thought for a moment. So it wasn't a reconnaissance, but reinforcements. They must be in a hurry. So they either haven't found enough information on the Necromancer or aren't taking it seriously. Said then, and they should act fast. A huge ship was already speeding toward Korea Island. On his board, a DJ was broadcasting thanking listeners for waiting. He said it was General Earth's fleet following General Sky. Today, they're back in the middle of the ocean, but it's no time to relax. Terrible monsters lurk in the depths of the sea. But where are they heading through these terrifying waters? They're joining the takeover of the Korean peninsula. The comments about them were shameful. After all, they had been chased away. But they were sure that everyone would know who the true winner was after taking over Korea. But in Korea, there's a horrible villain called the Necromancer. Some time ago, their scouting team fell at his hands. But they will not lose again. They have before them a great fleet that will conquer Korea. Long life to General Heaven. The general of the People's Intelligence Team was destroyed by the Necromancer. But scouting is scouting. They won't back down because of the death of a small unit. He asked if Elementalist Li Wei was watching. He advised her not to get cocky about taking over the second server. Their plan was to enslave Korea, and from there they'll go to Manchuria. If Wei's not afraid, let him grab the first server to come here. He dreamed he'd capture the moment he destroyed the Necromancer. The whole world would know about it. Word would spread. Everyone would know that the Red Revolutionary Army was alive. That's what they had planned. But then the DJ looked ahead and wondered what it was. The ships ahead were exploding and burning as they went down. People were shouting to evacuate and save themselves. Bodies of goblins and orcs fell from the sky and exploded. The pirates realized that they had been intercepted after the destruction of the People General's birds. And then they saw a huge monster riding a flying wyvern skeleton. It's a Necromancer. The pirates had a sniper named Jahan for that. He's an ice wizard. A bombardment of flying skeletons began from the main pirate ship. They cheered it and expected the general of the land. They figured they could fight back. But that wasn't the case. All the undead that were hit were resurrected again and again. Then the Earth General ordered the wizards to create a shield and leave. Thanks to the magicians, a giant shield appeared in the region of the ships. The Necromancer and his army retreated and returned to the island. The pirates looked on and rejoiced at this outcome. The general was shocked. They had suffered huge losses too quickly. He said he was a necromancer. He had exploding bodies, and after destroying the general of the people, he got his birds. He thought he'd learned enough from the prisoners. But it's a good thing they sent a scout. You can't do without intuition. You encountered that they had lost 8 ships and too many men. The Earth General replied that they could just recruit again. He lamented that it was inappropriate to spread such compromising information just because they didn't stop the broadcast in time. In order to return the continent to General Heaven, it is necessary to have an excellent reputation. That woman Li Wei has already left a vile comment under the broadcast. They dishonored their general. Wan replied, then they should film themselves destroying the enemies in half the time. They should show that they were just lucky today. The general said that's right. They'll take the Necromancer's head off and show it to the world. He summoned War Hui. He ordered him to prepare the game. When they returned to Ganghuado, they would launch the game and destroy the Necromancer. The general specified that they could get off at the island. Hui replied that it would be easy. The opponents decided that even if the Necromancer watched them from the sky, he would never see them underwater. When San Wu came back to the island, people shouted that it was a great job. It was amazing. But he realized now was not the time to celebrate a small victory. The pirates were a much larger organization than he had anticipated. The intelligence group was 1,000. Now there were about 3,000. There were about 800 allies fighting the orcs. If this is not the main force of pirates, how huge is the organization? China may have lost a lot of players, but there are still more players. Mu En reported that while Sun Wu was fighting, they had prepared to leave. Minguk shouted that they could leave. Sun Wu has ordered us to move out. They'll start preparing to meet the pirates at Kanwando. Arriving at the site, Sun Wu estimated that the group of survivors here was 258. About 100 could fight. All because many were captured or destroyed in the first attack. Sun Wu didn't need much support, but the number of opponents was strenuous. Head Mu En was surprised at Sun Wu's words that they should just observe. The one confirmed because the enemies could attack at any moment. He can do it all alone, but he needs more men to watch. The head wondered. The coast of Kanhuado was much more extensive than he had thought. Minguk had said if they couldn't fight, they could watch the children. San Wu explained to the observers that they would not be able to block the pirates completely, but they needed to know when they were coming. The men went ashore. Sanhua was surrounded by children. They shouted that they could fight too. Some were level 3. Some had defeated goblins. He said they couldn't. Hei Young explained that they are the children of people who died at the hands of pirates. That's why they're so eager to fight. Jisoo said they understand their feelings. But if there comes a time when the children fight, they will lose everything. Sun Wu had completely forgotten earlier and now asked Ha Young where the forge was. She said she knew. San Wu asked me to take him there. They've collected a lot of material. We need to finalize the preparations. Meanwhile, the enemies, with the help of Aqualungs, had already reached the shore by swimming. Hui, as the leader of the group, ordered them to head into the forest. Everyone stay close to the cloak of concealment. Reaching a favorable location in the forest, Hui said they would stop here. One of the subordinates asked the captain if they'd really use it. Isn't that overkill? The other islands used items twice as high in rank. There were more enemies, but they were destroyed after defeat in the minigame. Hai replied that this was a chance. The best strategy for such a small group against a bigger opponent. They can't let the general down. Stuck a minigame generator in the ground. 3 areas will be formed. If you capture a territory, you are given the Conqueror rank to strengthen all areas. A message appeared in front of our team that a minigame has been activated. When the territory is fully conquered, a buff will be activated. Everyone wondered what the minigame was. The zone will close in 15 minutes. The head of Li Muyong radioed that the pirates had appeared on the southern shore. It's the Navy. They've reappeared. They're approaching the coast very fast. San Wu realized that appearing at the same time as the minigame was not a coincidence. It's the system. Or it was the pirates themselves. Mu En reported that even on the west coast, there were fishing boats. Sun Wu realized there was no chance of reinforcements. The pirates had set it up. A message came through that there was a game zone nearby. Jisoo asked, what the hell? The game is in play. San Wu said the goal of the game is to conquer 3 areas. The pirates want to beat them in numbers. He didn't see it coming. Jisoo asked how they should proceed. San Wu asked him to wait for a second. He's not the kind of person who plays games all the time. But then Lee Han-ho intervened. He told me what all the fuss was about. They have a game master on their team. A meme with Dagger Lee Han-ho, who both picked 1-star cards. By all accounts, this is the most useless thing to pick. Sanwoo inquired, and after that he calls himself a game master. Han-ho was angry. How could he call himself a loser when he hadn't even spent a whole night in a gambling cafe? He had no friends. Sanwoo's downcast. He said he couldn't go to the cafe because he was earning a living. Jisoo scolded Lee that it was too much. Han-ho changed his tone. He explained that he was dumbfounded at first because he'd never played a gacha game, but he's a pro at games like this. Sanwoo recognized that Han-ho's playing skill was much better than his grades, and asked him to explain what they needed to do to win. After receiving the briefing, Sanwoo and Jisoo on the Wyverns set out to scout. Jisoo noticed a flag in the middle of the forest. Sanwoo realized that Area B was the central territory of the game area. Compared to the pirates, they had more mobility because of the Wyverns. Let's start by taking the nearest territories. However, there might be monsters here. Jisoo rode down first and said that there were no monsters in sight. Sanwoo took the flag. The system wrote the beginning of the occupation with 100 seconds left. All of his skills are deactivated for that time. He remembered Han-ho's words. If there were no monsters, he should prepare for some kind of trap. There are restrictions on the person capturing the flag here. Looking around, Jisoo said that in the future, one should listen to Han-ho's predictions. After a few seconds, Jisoo felt someone approaching and informed Sanwoo. Han-ho warned, since there are more pirates, they will try to take the whole area at once. The pirates had an incredibly practical teleportation ability. They realized there was someone at the flag. 71 seconds remained when the enemies appeared. They said they had more than enough time because there were only 2 of them. She set herself up so that if the enemy attacked, she could get rid of them. 1 second would be enough. Jisoo was right. Before the pirates could say anything, she'd already gotten 20,000 for taking out 2 of them. The others, realizing its power, agreed not to try to wound it, but to destroy it at once. But after a moment, they realized they couldn't handle Jisoo. Then one of them ordered them to concentrate on destroying the guy at the occupation point. Some of the pirates shouted for the rest to hold out for the battle with Jisoo, while the rest of them headed for Sanwoo. However, Jisoo used tracking. By analyzing the enemy's movement, you can anticipate their location. When she realized that the enemies were heading for Sanwoo, she reacted quickly. They screamed in surprise, not realizing where she had come from. The pirates then decided to surround Jisa and finish him off with blows from all sides. Meanwhile, on the ship, all preparations for the offensive had been completed. The general was pleased. He was planning to take over Area A from here. He was admiring his army. The basis of tactics is to outnumber and outgun an army. In this world, the general was a gunner, but he liked his role as King of Earth much better. Since childhood, his dream was to become a Go player. He wanted to be the one to lead the country to victory by fighting small battles. But the path of the professional is long and hard. Who knew he'd stay at the amateur level for 50 years? For him, losing his best years, the system was a second chance. General Sky doesn't have time for such trivialities. That's why the Earth General runs everything with his brain. Looking at the island, the general said, "Alas, these are people from a small country, survived for so long until now, but finally met him." A message came in that Zone B has been invaded by enemies. Buff is credited to the enemy. Reoccupation is not possible for 5 minutes. Yuan shouted that he already had. The general replied that they were fast. He assumed they would take over one of the zones. I thought the Korean army's luck would run out. Just then a message came in that Zone A had been overrun by the enemy. When the general heard they'd lost 2 zones already, he freaked out, yelled out what was going on. Yuan replied that they didn't know what was happening on the ground. The general is angry. Enemies know the rules of the game. No, they don't. This item was obtained after a special assignment. Yuan said they didn't have time to think. He said that's right. They have the priority of numbers anyway. Send another group to capture a neighboring point while they are attacking Zone A. Quickly inform them of the capture of Area C. The pirates rushed to take over Area C, but Yuan stopped them all when he saw the pile of orc bodies. He realized they were left here on purpose. The general also remembered the explosion he had seen earlier. He realized it was a Necromancer's trap. He said he didn't think the Necromancer would be so reckless, but there's no point in risking it. He ordered us to go around the bodies. But going around to the other side, Yuan reported to the general that there were bodies everywhere. He was furious. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Enemies think they can win this way." The general ordered his army to move, burning everything in its path. Han-ho and Hae-young stood next to the flag. They saw the explosions. She asked what to do. The enemies are advancing here, destroying the bodies. He assumed that. Han-ho said it was just a protective barrier for the main observation tower. They would know the location of the enemy by fire. Even though it's an obvious trick, they still have to get rid of the bodies if they don't want them to explode. They'll use the monsters' bodies. If it doesn't work, they'll just back off. The kids will help with that. Young asked if they gave up a point they couldn't win the game. Hanho only grinned. She really didn't understand anything. This game is not about winning. It's just about pissing off the enemy. The pirates outnumber them anyway. Even if they lose a point, we need to focus on maintaining the balance of power. The rest will depend on Sanwoo. He has more power, and he's a mega brain. Meanwhile, Yuen shouted that they were almost there. Point A was already visible. He noticed someone was on the point. He took a closer look. It was fellow Necromancer Mimi with a dagger. Hanho laughed. He shouted that the wretched pirates had done a good job on the way here. They made their way to the point for fear of explosions. Though Sanwoo isn't even here, if there's anyone with a brain among them. Lee realized it was risky. They'd be at an advantage if they shook the enemy's mind this way. Playing with the enemy's psyche is the best part of the game. The general exploded with a profanity, asked if the dwarf thought he could compete with him with his brains. HPN Ho was angry when he heard the dwarf. He asked what he could do against a dwarf. He's afraid of bodies because he's a loser. The general yelled back that the guy was getting personal, and he'd heard Korea was a polite country. Must have been a lie. The general ordered Hanho to attack and destroy him. He in turn ordered his friends to flee. The pirates lost the dwarf but captured Point A. The system says the point has been captured by an ally. The general radioed Hui and asked what was going on with Point C. They've been there too long. He said they'd arrived at Point C, but there was a necromancer there. They will contact the general as soon as they defeat the enemy. Looking at Sunwoo, Hui said that the hero of the small country didn't seem to be expecting them, judging from the fact that he can't move while capturing a point. Looking at the undead, the enemy figured they were all Necromancer's subordinates. If they met him face to face, they would suffer heavy casualties. Hai shouted that it didn't take long to capture the point. We need to destroy the Necromancer as quickly as possible. If he's captured points before, he must know he's helpless at these moments. But he still stands on the capture without defending himself. Hai thought they got there just in time, but then the system said that capture point C was unoccupied. Stay where you are to capture it. Why is that? One of the pirates was quicker to realize it was a trap, shouted for the others to retreat. But it was too late. The undead army went on the attack against the overconfident enemy. San Wu said he initially doubted Hanho's strategy of using the flag itself as bait. He offered two options: take the flag as bait, or attack the enemy from underground. The key was to play on their minds. I'd hate to be his enemy. Now they can go out of ambush and attack the enemy, then hide and watch the enemy's reaction. Hai realized that they had no choice, and to defend against the undead army, he opened a portal and summoned sea beasts. Water poured out of the portal with toothy monsters in it. In a moment, the clearing was flooded and turned into a lake. Watching what was happening, Hui said that the Necromancer didn't expect the water to hit among the mountains. Told his men all the monsters they summoned had been destroyed, but they must remove all the bodies. With any luck, they'll be able to destroy the Necromancer. After all, the enemy doesn't have the swimsuit synergy that allows 20 guys to move freely underwater or on wetland. Putting on the Aqua Lung, Hui ordered to find the Necromancer first, the body, or, if alive, destroy it. But the pirates heard a voice from above that he was here, and there was no need to look for him. They looked up and saw the Necromancer riding a wyvern. The enemies were puzzled. How it happened? He had no time for such a maneuver. Sanwoo was able to escape by using the Shadow King bracelet skill at the same time as teleportation. He said that the pirates needed to find better things. Hai shouted that even though he himself had been saved, all his skeletons had been destroyed. A Necromancer without undead is nothing. Moreover, the terrain is now theirs. Even if it is a land without water, they are able to move around. Sanwoo created bone armor. He said the enemies aren't the only ones free to move. There are other things that allow them to move. And then the Necromancer summoned the sea monsters. Their skeletons now obey him. Sanwoo didn't know how the pirates tamed the monsters, but they're much stronger than animals. Even though water is scarce, the skeletons don't need it anyway. It is the nature of the Necromancer to destroy the enemy and make an ally. The attack went on. Hui shouted why the enemy wouldn't come out to fight with their own strength. A drone appeared behind Sun Wu's back. He realized it was Quan's scout. Hui grabbed the radio and asked the Earth General if he could see them. He said that help was urgently needed. But in return, he heard words of regret, and that after being banished from the continent, his team was good. The General will have to rebuild their team, but their deaths are not in vain. It will help them understand the power of the Necromancer. The Earth General put down the walkie-talkie. There was still shouting coming from it. The subordinates didn't fully understand what he wanted to say. The general himself reflected. Thanks to this, he learned a little more about the Necromancer. Sacrificing subordinates was bad, but he got valuable information. Teams can always be dialed again. Point C, where the Necromancer is located, will be occupied for some time. After providing proper defense at Point A, passing through Point B, they will capture Point C. Some of the pirates have already captured Point B. As long as the Necromancer is on Point C, there's no need to fear the explosion. Using this opportunity, the general planned to capture the Hanho dwarf that escaped from them. The radio said that the Point B team had arrived. The general asked if they had captured the point, but his subordinates yelled into the radio that there were monsters. These two, Jisoo and Hanho, in their invincible guise, were wielding their weapons in the territory of Point B. The pirate reported to his general that the capture of Point B had been suppressed. Their group had been completely defeated. The Earth general went berserk. He screamed that his strategy could not fail. Yuan asked what they should do now. The general ordered everyone to gather at his ship. A new strategy had to be devised. Meanwhile, Jisoo and Hanho have eliminated all the pirates in Zone B. We can breathe. Heehan and the islanders rejoiced that the boys had gotten rid of all the pirates without any casualties. Looking at Hanho, she said that it turns out he was useful to man with daggers too. Lee's self-confidence is returning. He proudly replied that a man like him is always useful. Hanho continued to boast that he always helped everyone with his abilities. Hae Young didn't understand how someone could change so quickly, asked him if he had a split personality. Jisoo asked Hanho what's next. They will continue to destroy all enemies in their path. After a moment's thought, Hanho replied that it was time to call it a day. In games like this, it was important to act quickly. If the game goes against the enemies, they will start blaming each other and destroy their system from within. But that's not how they play the game. You don't know if the enemy has any items that can change the course of the battle. Too many uncertainties. So they should finish this as soon as possible. Hanho asked on the radio if Sonwoo could hear him. He replied that he could hear. Hanho ordered the enemies to be crushed by brute force. The pirates were tracking the Necromancer's movements with a drone. Yuan informed the general that he was heading in their direction. The general's freaking out. It can't be. They may have lost part of their army, but they're still outnumbered. The pirates screamed that it wasn't just the Necromancer. Players from the Korean peninsula are moving towards them from Point B. The general didn't understand the enemy. They left points B and C and sent all their forces here. Now he could capture the points in small units. Opponents think they can win by going to the bank, and he remains second in the rankings despite such actions. Just as the general thought, the players from the Korean server are weak. The Chinese invaders were just unlucky until now. This patch of forest is almost at the center of their territory. The general can see everything. The general began to watch again through the screen what was happening on land. The pirates were shouting that there were skeletons. Thoth thought all the skeletons had been destroyed. And then the pirates saw a huge skeleton. It seems they knew too little about the Necromancer. If the summoner moves away from the summoned, his control is weakened or lost. Looks like he really did drop point C. The general didn't know exactly how many teleportation scrolls they had left, but he ordered them to go to point C, find the flag, and once captured, begin the attack. The pirates were confused when they found themselves in the shelter of some shadows. Looking up, they were surprised. A huge robot stood in front of them. They shouted what kind of cheats are in a fantasy game. A legendary hero stood before the opponents. The enemies trembled. They had not been told anything about it. They started to realize if a legendary hero is their enemy, they're the villains. One of the pirates started yelling for his comrades to pull themselves together. This is no golden hero. From afar, it looks similar, but it's a fake. It's just a golem. This is not a legendary hero. It's a fake. We need to destroy it. A golem can only move on command, even if it's far away. The pirates started stoning him. The pirates cheered that it was made of brittle clay. The golem will be easy to break. It won't take long. But it didn't. The golem has begun to regenerate. His regeneration is at an all-time high. The golem grabbed one of the pirates. They started shouting that the legendary hero had taken a hostage. And then the robot said the human had misunderstood. With its unlimited capabilities, there was no point in taking hostages. Golem has received orders to secure point C. All enemies will now be destroyed. He's a programmed killing machine. The pirates were frightened. The general shouted at them not to run, but to fight. But their regeneration is not unlimited. The only drawback to the golem is mana consumption. But will the Necromancer ever have a day where he runs out of mana during a battle? The general was nervous. Had the Necromancer always been this strong? His strength didn't match the data collected by the pirates. If everyone they gathered information from wasn't lying, then they've increased their strength in such a short period of time. But how? General Earth brags about his work to General Sky, but things are not going according to script. The front is pushed back. The pirates fighting the lizard monster made room at their feet for the mages to attack. The mages managed to immobilize the skeleton by freezing it for a while. Minsok shouted to Sonwoo that it was time to attack. Wright followed him. The pirates realized they were being attacked by a skeleton knight, ordered them to call in the tanks. They didn't understand why the dwarf next to him was so strong. The Earth General called for all attacks to be focused on the Necromancer. If he is defeated, all monsters will disappear. There was one reason why pirates wore traditional dress. They hoped they could win with synergy bonuses. One of the pirates spotted the Necromancer in the woods, shouted that he was alone without his men, thinks he's safe because he's in the rear. The pirates cheered. He's just a weak summoner. They are outnumbered and outgunned. But after a couple of swings of his lich scythe, they realized they were wrong about the weak summoner. The Necromancer replied thinking the pirates had compared him to his subordinates, but he's on a completely different level, especially in the state of the lich. Sun Wu knew he was no master of the scythe, but that didn't matter. With such a difference in characteristics, he didn't need any special skills. The general watched his subordinates die. He angrily asked Yuan if this was all being broadcast now. He replied that the broadcast had been on since morning. The general yelled out what he was doing. He wants to show everyone that their army is losing. The general ordered the channel to be changed and point B to be shown on the broadcast. The general advised that we only show what would boost the morale of their army. He knew the point was guarded by a golem, but he was counting on Karen, the strongest swordsman. He's no match for him in internecine warfare. We turned on the video from point B. Everyone gasped when they saw a woman on the platform near the flag. Yuan shouted into this microphone of the army that retreated that there was a lone woman. Looks like the Koreans left the rear and went to the main base. Yuan said Heron was so strong that he was nicknamed the Black Master. He thought it was right to show only victory scenes. About 100,000 Chinese players are watching the broadcast. Does the drone need to fly closer? But flying closer, the drone filmed one girl defeating a group of invaders and the Black Master. A moment later, Jisu's sword struck the very drone that was shooting her. Yuan reported that the drone had been destroyed. The general shouted to stop the broadcast. The morale of the army would plummet if they saw this. The pirates holding defenses on point C were waiting for the buffs from capturing point B to kick in. Then they would quickly capture point C. But then one of the warriors shouted that Mr. Kairon had fallen. Everyone was shocked that the best warrior of their army had died. The soldiers were distraught. They started radioing to ask if there was anyone stronger than Kairon. What if they're playing a losing game? The general was furious. He grabbed his ice cannon and started yelling for the Necromancer to show himself, threatened to destroy him. A Necromancer appeared among the frozen skeletons, shouted that the general had already found him. "There's the Necromancer!" The general fired his ice cannon. The Necromancer blocked the attack. But he couldn't absorb the damage completely. The body was frozen. Even after the block, it was still exposed to damage. The general, however, didn't stop. He shouted, asking how many more attacks the Necromancer could withstand. He threatened to turn him into an ice statue. But then Hanho came out of the bushes. He asked why Sunwoo was wasting his time with losers. They should show the nubile how things are done. The general's rage became even greater. He shouted that everything happened because of that dwarf. The whole original strategy was ruined because of him. He shouted to destroy this dwarf and started shooting at him. But Hanho taunted, saying that his attacks were obvious and easily dodged. But suddenly the general heard the Necromancer's chilling voice behind him. He said not to take his eyes off his opponent. Swinging the scythe, Necromancer said it would hurt, but the general must smile because the camera is filming him. The wounded general looked at the drone and wondered if he hadn't ordered the broadcast to stop. Yuan radioed in that he had no choice, all for the sake of General Sky. A voice on the radio said Jahan's plan had failed. He tried his best to assure them that their troops would continue the fight. It was General Sky. He replied sadly that he had failed them, but they are satisfied with the way things are developing. He said got a lot of data about the Necromancer's skills and comrades. Now they have an advantage. He can move pawns however he wants. The Necromancer walked over to the radio. He apologized for interrupting the conversation, but he needed to finish the game. If Korea still looks like he's interested, let him come here. He'll take care of him too. But the pirates didn't give up, encouraged that they were still outnumbered by the Revolutionary Party. One of the warriors took command. He ordered us to ignore the skeletons the tanks are dealing with. Get rid of the ones closest to them first. The invaders captured a very young boy. They taunted him by saying that in this game you get a good reward even for a weak player. Meanwhile, Team Korea was given a buff for capturing point A. This increased the performance of all players. The boy grabbed his opponent's blade and asked if he had called him a weakling. The enemy dropped his dagger and started wailing about a truce. The pirates realized they were losing. All control points had been taken by the enemy. Necromancer asked, "So those are the victory buffs? Numbers like that are hard to call part of some minigame." Looking at his opponents, he said it was funny. A group of people who had been chased out of their country decided to subjugate the other islands. Aren't they a little presumptuous? 8 hours to the end of the minigame. That's more than enough time to get rid of all the gnats. After a while, one of the pirates announced on camera that they were finished. All but a few deserters were wiped out. They had lost. Sanwoo took this invader's cell phone. After looking through it, he asked who the emperor was. He explained that he is a loser from the first server who's based in Shanxi and Beijing. He calls himself the emperor. Sanwoo wondered why they said he was like the emperor. The pirate explained that he seemed to be able to control multiple summons as well. Most five-star professions are set up to build organizations, whether they be vampire crusaders or generals. But the Necromancer doesn't control humans, he controls the monsters of the dead. And they say he and the Emperor are alike. Sanwoo asked what the Emperor's profession was. The man scratched his head and said he wasn't sure. Sanwoo thought for a moment. The strongest on the Chinese server wouldn't let information about himself leak out so easily, and everyone already knew about the Necromancer. Hanho, meanwhile, was excited about the new stuff, said the enemy called himself the General of Earth. Of course, he had many items. He found a heroic dwarf cannon. It can be fired by infusing mana, consumes 10 mana. Since there were 2 items, he gave one of them to Wright. He felt very sorry for the gift. About the other, Hanho gave it to Sanwoo. He thanked his friend. And Hanho went on digging through the loot, saying the rest was all his. It may be small, but there's something useful here. Sanwoo looked at his friend with a chuckle and said he was a born thief. After a little thought, he said he was the same and called the Earth General into submission. Then I decided to read his memoirs. Sanwoo found himself in a meeting room inside the ship. The general shared with his subordinates that to the south seemed to be our angel statue. I replied, finally found something other than a statue of the devil on the first server. When in his characteristic manner shouted, Lord have mercy, they got a hint of the superior race. What about the effect of the statue's functions? Sanwoo forgot all about it. Angels and demons. It's already been mentioned that they'll show up. The Earth General said that only the Heaven General could contact the statue. He said it was a quest, but he didn't go into details. Yuan became indignant, not giving a damn about the others. But how did he not share such information with the Earth General? Earth General said that Sky General promised to tell us everything after Seoul is captured. They need to focus on their mission. Let's get to the main topic. After capturing the island, Hui's team uses a scroll to open a portal to Seoul. The subordinates were frightened and questioned their general is the Gate of the Beast. The general has confirmed, if they use the scroll, the Beast Gate will open for 24 hours and all the monsters will come out. In another 24 hours, all the monsters will be gone. But that's enough time to destroy their entire system. With any luck, they'll take Seoul without any casualties. Even though it is the item that opens the dungeon, but because of its high rank and level, it is used as a great strategic tool. Yuan asked if there was a reason they use it along with the minigame. The general replied that it didn't matter. If they take over Korea, they'll get back everything they lost. Of course, the general agrees completely. Back in reality, Sanwoo wondered why this particular memory had surfaced. They usually gave important information for solving problems. He didn't understand anything this time, but we need to find that scroll. It should be there in the containers. That's when Hae-young flew in on her griffin. She reported to the Necromancer that the reconnaissance was over. She said the pirates were preparing to sail to China, and there were a few soldiers left on the ship. But it will be difficult for the ships to leave the minigame area until the minigame is over. Many of the mages have stayed aboard. They want to wait out the remaining hours off the coast. The ship had a large defensive barrier. Since it's in the middle of the water, it would be hard to get in using skeletons. Come to think of it, Sanwoo has something useful to offer. It was getting dark. One of the pirates on the deck of the ship said it was very quiet. The second advised them not to relax. Until the game is over, the enemies will attack them. One of the magicians said if they survive the last attack, they'll survive this one. They'll get off this Korean peninsula. But then a flock of skeleton crows appeared in the sky. The pirates screamed that the enemy was coming. They were running. We had to build the barrier faster. They were yelling that they had to remember to drink the mana potion. The pirates were sure whether it was exploding bodies or undead necromancers, they couldn't do anything. They were in the middle of the sea. Hae-young said that just as they thought the pirates were trying to hold off the attacks and stall for time, breaking the barrier will take a lot of mana. Sunwoo said airborne infiltration is impossible. But what about an underwater invasion? The pirates noticed something underwater approaching their ship. Something jumped out of the water. Someone assumed it was a mermaid, but no, it was an undead necromancer. The orcs jumped onto the deck of the ship. The magicians shouted for the pirates not to panic. They're mid-level monsters. They doubted if they could do it. Meanwhile, the necromancer discovered that the sea is a treasure trove. I didn't realize there were so many monsters living here. And then a sea serpent rose from the depths of the sea at the very stern of the pirate ship. It was a huge underwater monster almost 10 meters long. It took an hour just to hunt it down. During the battle, Sanwoo used all of his subordinates and barely defeated him. The pirate barrier began to shimmer under the onslaught of monsters. They needed to deal with the skeletons faster and help the mages. But then a human shape appeared behind the skeletons. The girl said that they were wrong to underestimate them, saying that they were only a couple of skeletons. The Chinese invaders recognized her as Jisa. They cried out in panic that it was the Red Devil. When Jisoo attacked, the pirates screamed it was a demon in a woman's body. They're all dead. From above, Seonwoo and Hae-young were watching everything going on. The game was almost over. Seonwoo ordered them to come down. When the battle was over, Sonwoo's crew, along with the locals, began to dismantle the pirates' supplies. Looking at the items, Sunwoo said there was a lot of stuff here. Hae Young said there are a lot of necessities. A satisfied Hanho ran up to Sunwoo. He demonstrated a rare charger. Lee said they found it in the engine room. Looks like they used it to power the whole ship. There's more of these. Sunwoo noted that it was as if the pirates were preparing for an energy disaster. Of course, batteries are a great thing, but the pirates must have hidden the most valuable stuff. We decided to look in the captain's quarters. When he opened Captain Sunwoo's safe, he saw the scroll he'd seen in the general's memoirs. It was the magic scroll of the Door of Hell. You can get special items while using it. Recommended level 35. Sunwoo thought that using the scroll for its intended purpose was the right thing to do. There are great rewards in this dungeon, but they probably couldn't handle it now, so Sunwoo decided to put the scroll away for later. At this time, Jisoo found a special contractor's wallet. Part of the gold earned by the player under the contract is deposited in it. After reading all of Sunwoo's features, was amazed this item is perfect for fundraising. They could rent it out or sell it altogether. Got a message that the minigame was finally over. The rewards were unbelievable. 1.5 million gold 19th level characteristics increased. The reward is the random skill, creating a poison cloud. Finally got a skill for a black mage, creates poison cloud and produces poison rain. A skill for a large area but does not harm allies. If pirates had such values, they should have called themselves treasure hunters. Snonvu's team with the locals transported all the booty to the island. It was time to rest. Hanho picked up the phone. It was time to read the comments on the most powerful bandit forum. Got down to the news of the day. Looking at his friends sitting across the table, Lee said they were so enthusiastic. Maybe he shouldn't read. So the first news is the establishment of the Capital District Alliance by the prosecutor. Most of Seoul's survivors are going to Yeongdeungpo after reading this. Since the news came from the Liberation Guild, it is expected that the alliance will expand aggressively. All the players who have lived to see this day should be strong enough. Now the question is, how to unite and direct them all? The second news of the day is Kensu's secret letter. It looks like Suwon's population average is 8th. Kensu bragged about reaching level 11. Hanho grumbled that he had worked so hard and was only at level 14. Kensu's not too fast. The comrades looked at Lee skeptically and asked if he was really working hard. The latter recalled a recent strategy. He doesn't waste his time talking. Hanho is almost an idol to those with 1 and 2 stars. He's even learned the stealth skill, the idol of minor characters. Lee said they'd talk about it later. And now for the third piece of news. Necromancer has finally reached level 19. He's now on par with the first player in the rankings, but unfortunately, Han Kang-seok raised his level to 20 an hour ago. Hanho was sarcastic. He said Sunwoo needs to work harder. He's only been number 1 for a day. He's so supportive of his comrade, but looking at the results, he's sad. Jisoo said she was very interested. Sunwoo is always hunting with his skeletons, and a lot of people have seen him. But then, how can Han Kang-seok stay first when no one has seen him? What's he doing to level up so quickly? Sunwoo thought for a moment. Han hunts his rank higher because he works harder than them. It sounds wild, but maybe he attracts all the strong monsters to him. Hanho noticed the new sword on Jisoo's belt. He said he'd never seen it before. Jisoo said she just got it. It's a heroic true silver sword. It can destroy magic. Hanho suggested that if she had 3 swords, she could share one of them with Right. Jisoo replied that he was a bandit, not a comrade. People on the streets of the island heard a noise and then saw a helicopter in the sky. Minim and a couple of crusaders came out of the landed chopper. He started shouting as soon as he heard the news that Sunwoo had dealt with the pirates. Sun said that Sunwoo was unbelievable. He thanked him. He asked Minhyum if there was any reason to come here early in the morning. Minhyum confirmed that something did happen. Han Kang-seok, a warrior of the first rank, has shown up. Seon Woo clarified, Seon wants to say that Han came to Yeongdeungpo. He confirmed it. He appeared at the moment the union was formed. Minhyum said that the man came out of nowhere. Seon Woo thought that Cheon must be very tense. Most importantly, Kang-seok demanded a meeting with the Necromancer, that is Seonwoo. He said it was very important and could change the fate of Korea. He's number 1, but that's too rude. He said he wouldn't say anything until the Necromancer was brought to him. Seonwoo replied to tell Han to wait. Minhyum was very surprised. Seonwoo had a lot of things to forge and repair, so he would first go to the forge. Minhyum started to get indignant. Isn't the situation a stalemate? This is the number 1 player's demand. Seonwoo replied, they shouldn't do everything he says just because he's first in the rankings. This is the beginning of a relationship. You have to show your position. Going about his business, Seonwoo repeated to Minhyum to tell Han to wait. Han thought about the intense battle between number 1 and number 2 in the rankings. He felt like a shrimp being eaten by those 2 whales. In Yeongdeungpo, a subordinate reported to Deputy Manhwa that they received a call from the adjutant, reported that the Necromancer asked to wait because he had urgent business. Manhwa was angry. She couldn't bear to watch Manhwa's idleness, so she sent him on an errand. But he couldn't do it either. But they had no choice. They'd have to wait. So she went to report to the DA. Cheon was biting his lips in anger at this time. Kang-suk had always been taller than him even before Seonwoo had beaten him. He's someone the DA wanted to meet at least once, but he didn't expect this situation. We got a report that unknown energy has begun to spread through the area. When they saw the plane coming, people on the street talked about it finally happening. When they joined the union, they hoped to see it. This is a leader capable of solving all possible problems on the Korean server, Necromancer. Looking at the Necromancer passing by, people whispered that they could directly feel the difference in levels when they met him in person. Ansok asked Kan-hoon if he thought Seonwoo looked different from the last time they met. Lee Kang-hong replied that he was just dressed up in high-end clothes. Seonwoo was holding a reusable dwarven crossbow called Flame, increases dexterity and increases damage. He was wearing the legendary coat of the Shadow Prince's dragon scale cloak. He could hide in the shadows until he attacked the enemy. Seonwoo walking through the crowd could feel people burning through him with stares. The magic of the Prince of Shadows enhanced by Drake's scales, a crossbow enhanced with Dragon's Heart. All of this is enhanced by a stone from the Golden Dungeon. And now Senvu is ready to meet the #1 player in all of this. The Sunwoo team was put into cars and driven around Yongdinpo in a solemn procession. Looking around from the car windows, Hanho noticed that things had changed so much. Jisoo replied that not so much, but that there were more players. Minim, who was in this car with them, said that 6,000 people had joined them in the last few days. Some had joined in groups, but most of them are just representatives of groups. So gradually the number of allies will only grow. Sunwoo looked out the window and thought there were a lot of people here. It must be hard for Jonghoon, but once the base is formed, the population will be a boon. Minyum pointed to a camp with armed men. They're called the Reform Alliance. They're a real pain in the ass. Looking around the alliance, Sonwoo asked if they were all soldiers. Sung replied that not all of them were. These are players from Ajeongbu and Namyeongju. Since some of them are military, it looks like they are uniting the forces of northern Gyeonggi-do. It's a big enough alliance. That's why they didn't want to submit, and now they are trying to compete in politics and hinder development. Sonwoo was surprised that there were already people who were negative. Minhyum said that in novels, when that happens, chaos ensues. The motorcade delivered the Necromancer's team to the new Yondinpo Guild. As they entered the building, they saw that the Crusaders were holding back a crowd of people wanting to meet the #1 player. People were angry that they were being stopped. Minhim asked one of them what was going on here. He explained to the lieutenant that they couldn't stop the two players from meeting. He said that people are demanding a vote and a change in alliance policy, or they want to rule by dictatorship. Minhyum replied, why they shouldn't see each other. Han Kang-suk himself said he didn't want to see anyone, but the person he was talking to wouldn't stop. Accused them of going after not only the Necromancer, but also the first player. They sent him to deal with the pirates so they could meet the first player themselves. Sonwoo intervened in the conversation and asked who was trying to get who. He was surprised to see the Necromancer. The people behind him started talking when the Necromancer arrived. They didn't think he'd be here. Sonwoo made it public that he joined of his own free will. No one forced him to join. Han-ho commented behind his back that it was more like Sonwoo was using the guild for his own purposes. The man began to humor me and say that maybe the Necromancer was in some sort of delusion. He only thinks he's acting of his own free will. He's still so young. He needs to think. Maybe he's just being played. Sun Woo came closer to him. He said he would advise him to think before he spoke. A man is very mistaken if he thinks that after such words he will be let off so easily. The interlocutor was frightened and said that they would leave but would not give up so easily. He asked Sonwa not to ignore his words. Minhum explained that they were from the Reform Alliance. They were probably sent here by the chairman. His identity has yet to be determined. He is constantly trying to get them to act, but they still don't know anything about him. Minhyum led Sonwa to the elevator and said he would go on alone. Sonwoo warned that the alliance could be infiltrated by the Evolutionary Society. When the elevator opened, Sunwoo saw Cheon. He said he was waiting for him. Sunwoo said that he looked pretty tired. Cheon replied that there was more to do. Seonwoo thought it was a good idea to put him in charge. The prosecutor said he had a lot of questions about the Chinese server. But first, Sunwoo has to meet with someone. Seon said he's here to determine the fate of the Korean peninsula. No one knows his identity. Seonwoo, looking at the glowing door, asked if he was even human. Cheon replied that he was something else entirely. The DA said he hasn't spoken to them in all this time. Maybe Seonwoo can do it. Fate could be determined by this conversation. Moving closer to the door, Sonwoo read a message that an unknown energy had appeared on the grounds. Seeing Seonwoo's surprise, Cheon asked if he could see it. He has no idea what it is. A message came in that Sunwoo's skill level has been lowered due to unknown energy. All levels are down. It's a debuff. The prosecutor asked me to hurry up. The longer you're exposed to this energy, the worse it gets. Entering the room, Sanwoo saw a bright glow on one of the chairs. When they came closer, they saw the fairy Tinkerbell. She was eating sweets and was happy that they tasted so good. When she saw the guys, she said, "Here come the guests." The prosecutor asked her where Han Kang-seok was. Shouting to wait a second, the fairy rushed to the other door and shouted to Kansoku that he was here. The door opened and a very young youth surrounded by radiance entered the room. Because of the energy, the skill level continued to decrease. Sun Woo thought something was wrong here. What are these visions? Or maybe it's an effect of the system. The message said that their skill level allows them to meet the deity. The stranger said this necromancer was here. He's finally seen what he is. Sun Woo watched and thought that he never imagined that number 1 would turn out to be a demigod. Based on the occupation classification in the system, it should be a 6-star card. What is meant by demigod? By origin or based on class? Maybe it's something completely different. Jong-hoon stayed outside. The plan was for Seonwoo to talk to him alone. Being around Han Kang-seok was more difficult than he thought. It was hard for Sunwoo to bear his presence. The glow went away. Han asked Sunwoo for a Coke or a Sprite. It's not his house, but as long as he pays the rent, he'll take care of the guest. Sunwoo said he just wanted water, and the fairy yelled for a Sprite. Satisfied, she clutched the soda can. Kansuk told her not to drink too much. She can't fly if she drinks as much as she did last time. Kanchok said he wanted to meet Necromancer, a rising star in Korea. Seonwoo thought he had to be careful. We should have learned more about Han Kansuk's essence. For starters, his bracelet and rings look highly ranked. Even if he's unarmed, you can tell how good his equipment is. But Sunwoo's no stranger to the world. Han thanked him for coming to the meeting even though he was so busy. He marveled at watching Ha fight in Yoado. Nabi was watching too. The fairy yelled that Nabi's name sucked. He picked the worst one, but the Yoido massacre was really cool. Fairy Nabi asked if she could ride the Drake later. Sunwoo said she could fly. He asked Han if it was an object, pointing at it. Kansuk confirmed that it was an object. Nabi was angry at being called an object. Han asked Sonhwa if he had been playing Tamagotchi. His happiness level increases if you feed him brownies and drink Sprite. Great for depression. Nabi screamed as he had the nerve to call her an object. Without her, he would be all alone. He replied that's why she's a great way to save him from depression. Sonwoo said he heard something was coming that could destroy the fate of their island. Han asked straight to the point. He believes Sonhwa is that kind of man, but first he would tell us about his equipment. While hunting, he happened to see a prophecy through a crystal. It was called something like Bad Ending Number 15. Sunwoo was surprised to hear about the prophecy crystal. Han said that Sonwoo saw it too, judging from his reaction. Kansuk reported that it was a bad ending where the Lich won and the World Tree was destroyed. Among the prophecies, there are those that begin the moment you learn about them. Finding the crystal triggers the visions to come true. Kansok said that the gates of hell have opened there, and the recommended level is 27. Sonwoo was surprised to hear that they had opened. Han said, there was a 27th, but that's not a problem for him, but dangerous for the others. Said it would be much quicker to show him, and a crystal appeared in Han's hand. A message appeared that Ni have made contact with the Crystal of Prophecies. Bad ending Korean server 15. Sonwoo found himself surrounded by darkness. It felt like the whole world was covered in darkness. The door opens in front of Kansuk. The fairy screams that there's a Crystal of Prophecies in there. Kansuk touched the crystal. A message appeared that the first floor hell door was opening. It's a rift. Sonwoo saw doors open in 2 different places. Monsters began to emerge from them. They were burning the city. This is the future that will happen if you don't stop the moving infernal armor. Over time, it absorbs the essence of the earth and releases flames. Esenvu came back to reality. Kensok said it seems this game is trying to destroy their world. Khan said he could defeat any monster in his path. But the moving infernal armor opens 2 doors that need to be dealt with in a limited time. If they're not dealt with, they'll regenerate. That's why Kensok is here. Esenvu thought that Han Kensok was acting alone. He thinks he's the only player besides him who can deal with this. 2 will go north. They'll get stronger and be here in a couple weeks. Kensok said to count on him being the only player who can stop them. He'll wash even though he can just leave town. He held out his hand to Sonwoo and offered to deal with them before they got stronger, and split the reward in half. Sonwoo was surprised to hear him say that he would help them. He didn't think it was any of his business. It may not be his fault that the prophecy started as soon as he touched the stone, but his offer to help sounds like a favor. It looked like he was looking for a team to help with the hunt. Sonwoo asked what the reward was. Kensu said some sort of legendary item, but he was sure it would be something unexpected. Sonwoo asked if there wouldn't be one item there. Han replied that one of them would take the item. He asked why don't they play the game if Sonwoo is confident. Sanwoo thought, what a guy. They just met, and he's enjoying the hell out of it. Sanwoo said, let's give it a try. They shook hands. Back in the guild circle, Sanwoo shared the information about the Hell Gate and Hell Armor with the prosecutor. Cheon said, it's all happening one after another. It's more like a joke. Manhwa said it's true. They received a report from the intelligence team. It said that fire monsters are walking around Pyeongtaek and Anseong. An armor-type monster boss as well as dozens of hellhounds walk around. The main problem is that all the places they went through are just a pile of heat. Reconstruction is simply impossible. The prosecutor asked if she meant to say that something like this was coming at them. They may not be the final destination, but they are definitely in the monster's path. Sunwoo hesitated for a moment. Since it was impossible to predict their movements, Suwon would also be in danger. Kang-suk stood nearby and listened to this conversation. Sunwoo was asked if he had decided to cooperate with Han. It was believed that he had no choice. Sunwoo said he's moving out right now, because the longer they wait, the stronger the monsters become. The prosecutor said he'd help evacuate people, but he was disappointed that he was only able to help in the rear. All he can do is grow in their shadow before overthrowing them. That can change if we form an alliance. Instead of the questionable Han Kansuk, they need Sunwoo's support. As the group began their journey, Kansuk asked Seon-woo if he was really going to take his companions with him. He decided to advise that Sunwoo's comrades could die at any moment. Hearing that it was so dangerous out there, Hanho started reminding Sunwoo that they were going to eat pork ribs. Jisoo replied that she had heard enough. Of course, the possibility that they would die was high. But to become stronger is the only way to give them a better chance of surviving in the future. Kansok said, then they can teleport with Osun. Nabi will create a teleportation point. The friendly fairy flew up to the boys and introduced herself that Nabi was her. After a second, Nabi told Hanho to get lost. He smells like a loser. He started cursing. Han stopped the argument. He called out to the fairy, saying they had to go. Kansok says they're on their way. All hands stand by. A message appeared that they would be teleported to the designated point. The boys were at the railroad station in a few seconds. Looking around, they asked if they were there. They had arrived. Looking at Nabi, Sunwoo said what a handy object. Kang Seok replied that when she was full, she was happy and very useful. The fairy started arguing again. She said she could hear everything and resented being called an object again. Han calmed Nabi down. He said that Seonwoo's team can go to Pyeongtaek. They'll teleport to Anson and deal with it there. Kansok held out a small transmitter to Sunwoo. He explained that it was another of Nabi's abilities. If he wears this transmitter, they can communicate. Nabi told Sunwoo not to take it off. If he did, it would disappear. Sunwoo put on the transmitter. A message came up that he was connected to the fairy communication. As they disappeared into the portal, Han wished them good luck, and Nabi shouted that they would see each other later. Looking after him, Hanho said that number 1 was on a whole other level, unlike his moth. Lee said if asked, he would choose to go with his right. Sunwoo clarified that it wasn't his, but Hanho squeezed his favorite skeleton, saying he was the best. The boys set off to explore the city on wyverns. Then Sunwoo heard Nabi's voice. She asked if he could hear her. Sunwoo replied that the connection was normal. What useful magic. Nabi proudly said it was all thanks to her. Jisoo indicated for Sunwoo to look behind a large building to the left. From there, they could see flashes of flame. People were attacked by hellhounds. Nabi warned me she forgot to say something. The armored boss just summoned a fire giant. It can shoot fire. You need to be careful while flying. As soon as Nabi finished her communication session over one of the buildings in the city, the guy spotted a fireball. A couple seconds later, something jumped onto the building itself. Hanho shouted that it was a fire giant. The monster broke off a piece of the building beneath his feet. It began to glow in his hands and threw it toward the wyverns. Seeing the imminent danger, Sunwoo realized that the fire was too close. He shouted to his friends to look out. The fireball hit the wyvern that Sunwoo and Hanho were flying on. The boys started to fall. Hanho yelled, that's why he hated flying. The comrades were picked up on the fly by Jisoo in time to ride her wyvern. Hanho shouted that she was great. But the problems weren't over. Wyvern found themselves close to the ground. They couldn't turn in time. Jisoo said they were going to hit the ground. The landing was very rough. Jisoo asked if the boys were all right. The next problem was not long in coming. The Hellfire dogs were already closing in on them. Jisoo didn't hesitate and went straight to attack with her new sword. A second later, she received a message that she had received 10.5 gold. Sunwoo called for Minsuk. He saw the approaching fire pack and said it was a mess. We must prepare. Minsuk said that Seonwoo and Jisoo had gotten much stronger. He had to become stronger too, so he went on the attack. He bound all the hellhounds into one ball of fire with his long chains. One danger had passed. Sunwoo shouted that we should retreat as quickly as possible. That giant would be here soon. He thought he couldn't waste the revival skill here. He had to protect the boys too. If the fire giant notices them, we'll have to sacrifice the skeletons. Even though I don't want to, but it's better than wasting revival skill. Sanwoo commanded everyone to go into the alley to their left. Don't stop. I've been thinking about how to stop the fire giant myself. He could easily destroy the wyverns. Right now, we better find a place to hide. The entrance to Sanwoo Alley was sealed off with a troll skeleton. It'll be hard to find one just like it, but sometimes there's no way out. The troll was attacked by hellhounds. Their attacks continued. Then Sanwoo summoned 2 troll skeletons and sent them on their way. Han-ho was only now coming to his senses after the fall, asked where he was. Immediately, he said he could just pass out again. The boss monster moving infernal armor burst into the alleyway towards them. Sanwoo planned to conserve as much strength as possible before meeting him. Looking at the enemy, he said it was going to take a lot of sweat. And then there was the sound of people screaming. There was a busload of survivors hiding in the alley. They needed to hide in the building as soon as possible and keep their heads down. The bus started to burn. Min-sok apologized, saying he had to help them, and went to the burning car. Sanwoo himself was mesmerized by the flames. Everything was on fire, people screaming. It reminded him of the day his parents died. Then he couldn't help. He didn't have the courage to throw himself into the fire, but now it's different. He screamed that he would take the giant down. The Necromancer activated the Reaper's powers, said everyone could help him do it. Jisoo shouted that it takes level 27 to destroy this monster. He was sure he could handle it. Going to attack the fire monster, the Necromancer shouted that he had to pull it off. He thought he'd leave the Hellhounds to Jisoo and Min-sok. Together, they could handle them. And he's got to figure out a way to deal with this giant. Simple attacks won't do the trick. Since his entire body is made of fire, ordinary skeletons would melt next to him. Given his structure, the head is a weak point. It's a good time for the Necromancer to try out the new skill Poison Clouds. Sanwoo wondered if the poison would work on the monster, but the rain was more important now. The rain worked. The monster was extinguished by the drops falling on him, but he didn't think of retreating. The monster ripped a chunk off a nearby building and threw it at the Necromancer. It was dangerous. He applied the creation of armor and summoned the undead that stood in front of him as a shield. The guys were thrown a few meters away by the strong explosion. Jisoo shouted for help. Min-suk said it was a mess. Looking at the fire monster, Sanwoo noticed that its head was cold. He thought he was right to hit it directly in the head. But in the next second, the giant aimed at the Necromancer. His comrades shouted for him to be careful. Thanks to his Prince Seonwoo garb, he gained a fire resistance of 60%. The Necromancer took a moment and managed to get behind the monster. It was his only chance to attack. He used Nerve's heroic cannon. He summoned Righty, who had a second such cannon, and they attacked together. The fire monster began to crumble into chunks of marble. The Necromancer shouted for the skeleton ogre to hold on a little longer. The Necromancer struck again with his fist, and there was a report that he had received 2,800,000 for destroying the fire giant. Waking up on Min-sok's shoulder, Han-ho shouted, "Come on!" He asked him if he was awake anymore. Min-sok was indignant at how long he was going to hang on like that. People who were hiding in the surrounding houses from the monster screamed that they were saved. The guys on the team looked at the defeated enemy. Min-sok said that Sanwoo was really incredible. Sanwoo heard Nabi's voice. She said to defeat the fire monster, you must destroy the core in its head. We must be careful. He replied that he knew everything. The fairy was upset and asked how he knew. Sanwoo replied that he had just destroyed the giant's head, and he heard Nabi tell Kansoku that it was bad. These guys are faster than them. Sanwoo smirked. It's a challenge to Kansoku. Looks like he can do it. He also got a heroic crafting material called Fire Essence. Contains the power of fire that does not exist in the real world. But Sanwoo had an added problem. A mark appeared on his arm sealed with the curse of hell. All the monsters of hell will haunt him. The only way to break the curse was to defeat the infernal moving armor. Sanwoo wasn't planning on running away from them anyway. He decided if they were going to run after him, he should give them a fight in an area where he had the advantage. It was time for the traps. Sanwoo chose the school grounds. There's nothing for the fire to grab onto. The open space will allow you to fight your enemies freely. Rescued people from local homes helped the Necromancer. They brought all the fire extinguishers they could find at his request. People were immensely grateful for the rescue. When they heard about the alliance, they were headed there, but they didn't expect the gates of hell to open. Sanwoo explained that they would have a better chance of survival if they dealt with their enemies here, instead of retreating north. The men also buried the bodies of the monsters all over the site at Sanwoo's request. He was satisfied with destroying the enemies in one fell swoop. Han-ho said if all the traps were set, it was time to hide. And then a bolt of lightning lit up the sky. He wondered if there was lightning in a clear sky, asked if everyone had seen it. He wasn't imagining it. But in the next instant, several flashes lit up the sky, forming a fiery hearth. Sanwoo realized it was near Anson. That's where Kansuk was supposed to fight. Is it his skill or a boss attack? What's even going on? Jisoo noticed and informed Sonwoo that the fire monsters were coming this way. He ordered all the people to get into the building quickly. It was getting hot. Sonwoo felt an incredible heat wave. The atmosphere was completely different from the battle with the fire giant, but he only had to be the bait because he has the strongest resistance to fire. He needed to lure as many monsters into the playground as possible. He thought he had nothing to worry about and lured the enemies closer. However, the fire dogs were slow. They might have sensed something. Sonwoo pulled out his crossbow and said he had to get rid of them then. After destroying a few individuals, the entire pack rushed towards the Necromancer. He only smiled at how coordinated the monsters are. It was nice to see their impatience. The Necromancer commanded forward, and his undead army moved on the enemies. As soon as the pack of hellhounds entered the site, the Necromancer used his blast. Reports of victory over them began to pour in. Sonwoo was pleased with the result, so he got rid of all the little things. Now he could concentrate on the main enemy. A message came in that the boss monster moving infernal armor has appeared. For the second part of the plan, the Necromancer needed golems. He also summoned undead and created armor. He even prepared a special synergy for his armor. Next came the bird monsters. The Necromancer armed them with fire extinguishers. They scattered fire extinguishers around the monster boss perfectly. The reduction in oxygen reduced the power of the fire, but the monster's firepower was still dangerous. Then Sonwoo shouted to Hanho that it was time to go. Toth led a team of firefighters forward. He ordered them to turn on the water and put out the fire. It was going to be a flood. They were watering the boss. Jisoo said that all the water had evaporated and not a drop had fallen to the ground. Hanho commanded that they should continue. He advised people to think of it as a sauna and asked them to pour in as much water as possible. Now it was the Necromancer's turn. He summoned Minsok and Wright to help him. An asked if they needed to destroy it. Sonwoo replied that it was down to the ground. The Necromancer summoned his undead hellhounds. He, Minsok, and Wright saddled skeletons and attacked the boss. When approaching the monster, a message appeared that Danger Weak Soul activated on the area. The monster's flames were still powerful, so the Necromancer commanded a team of undead with fire extinguishers to go and put out the fire. He hoped the powder would create a veil. Even if everything is created by magic, fire is fire. By cutting off the oxygen, they'd extinguish the flames. The fire extinguishers combined with water finally had an effect. Hanho screamed that it was the laws of physics. The Necromancer used one more skill. He used poison clouds. The monster's temperature dropped a lot. Now they had a chance to win. He let the undead armed with bone axes and protective armor attack. But the boss only needed one blow to penetrate the bone armor and shield. With that kind of power, he's too dangerous. There was only one way out. He had to be immobilized somehow. He yelled for Minsok to tie him up. I ordered the right one to hit the neck, and the skeleton troll to attack the vulnerable spot. But the enraged monster burned the skeletons. The Necromancer could not summon his undead again because they had been destroyed. Sonwoo worried the monster's fire was too strong, and he couldn't lose all his skeletons here. In addition, the water ran out. Hanho scolded if there was no one here who could use water magic. We couldn't let the monster get loose. If the humans stopped, the fire would gain strength. The Necromancer sent Drake's skeleton to restrain the boss. He succeeded and fell. Now he had to immobilize the monster. Next, he sent the golems along with the zombies to attack. He spent all his mana on that attack. Asked the undead to hold out as long as they could. A huge explosion followed. I told the men to get down. The plan worked. He got 4.5 million for destroying the boss. An additional reward is the level 20 title Hellraiser. The Necromancer sighed in relief that it was over, but then he came to his senses. He was sure the quest would be over if the boss was destroyed in 2 hours. But he needed to find out what was wrong with Kansuk. Sunwoo asked Nabi if they were finished. Heard back that it was so close. They had worked so hard for 118 seconds of difference. Sonwoo realized he had lost. So Han Kang-seok received a legendary item. Seonwoo didn't know what skills or abilities he had, but it was expected from a first-time player. The Necromancer thought it was great that this quest had ended after all. And then, the message that he meets the necessary conditions and has gained access to the seeds of the World Tree. As Guardian, he can grow the World Tree, and it would grow under his influence. He was amazed that he could grow it. The task to grow the World Tree on this land, to maintain peace and tranquility, reward an exclusive skill and the title of Tree Keeper. The tree is for protection, not destruction. It's a chance given only to him, unlike the others. Perhaps even Han Kun-soku didn't get this chance. He was a little worried, needed to calm down. It wasn't something that could be done anytime soon. There was no reason to hurry. It's time for a change. The Necromancer may not have gotten a legendary item, but that's good too. He's got a unique Hell armor, gives immunity to fire at 100%, and a performance enhancement, leveled up to 20. I chose a map to pump up the body explosion, even though it is a simple skill, but gives him an advantage. His skeletons can also get stronger. I mean, he got a lot of stuff today. But the unfortunate thing was the death of most of the skeletons. It was foolish to expect any of them to be resurrected. The Necromancer estimated that about a third of his skeletons were lost. Good thing the rare skeletons survived. Han-ho interrupted my musings. He said they had a problem, so he went to find out. As he approached the group of people, Sanwoo asked what was wrong. These guys don't look like refugees. 3 of the people present said they were Union observers. Sanwoo thought for a moment. A group of observers from the Union, so they were hiding all over the area and gathering information. He asked what brought the observers here. One of them said that we had to evacuate immediately. They say a group of beastmen from Songtan are on their way here. It appears to be the work of the Evolutionary Society. Hearing about the Evolutionary Society, Necromancer realized that they were biding their time. He's estranged himself from the Union and just finished a grueling battle. They must think this is their chance. The Watcher said he had already alerted the commanders and they would be here soon. The Necromancer must be careful, there are too many beastmen. At that moment, a fireball whizzed past the Necromancer. It hit the building. A man screamed that there are groups 3 and 4 in this building, and it's on fire. It's an evolutionary society. They're here, and they've got them surrounded. The Necromancer shouted to go into the building. On the run, Jisoo reported that there were many of them. More than 300 for sure? The Watcher confirmed it. The Necromancer realized that the numbers weren't that important. The question was, who filled out those numbers? If they're beastmen, all humans here will die. Fire bombs flew into the building. People inside were panicked. They were asking if it was magic, why they were being attacked. The Necromancer realized the attack was to warn them. It's not like they're attacking humans. It's like they're telling them not to try to fly away. A power comparable to a fire giant. There's no telling how often they can use it. You can't use a wyvern in a situation like this. Looking out the window, Sanwoo realized that the enemy must have prepared after analyzing his strength. One of the men was killed. Sanwoo shouted that there was a sniper and everyone should move away from the windows. Jisoo realized with her telepathic sense that the enemies were approaching. They're ahead. Group 1 and Group 2 of the Beastmen were ordered to find the Necromancer and destroy him. The Beastmen climbed into the building. People were scared. They asked who they were. Sanwoo ordered them to protect the children and prepare for battle. The people told the Necromancer to tell them what to do. After thinking about it, he told them to protect their families and hide in classrooms. The Necromancer couldn't summon someone large inside the building. Besides, there was no way to get up or outside. He said he wouldn't let the monsters get close to the humans. He knew they were after him, so they restricted his abilities and mobility. Trucks pulled up to the building. At first glance, they looked human, but a closer look made it clear that they were monsters. Something strange. It must be the result of evolutionary society experiments. The Necromancer ordered Jis and Han-ho to protect the humans. Leave the monsters to him. The Necromancer himself only had 14 minutes of the Grim Reaper's skill left. After the battle, all of his skills were on recharge, so it was good to see that the Lich wasn't finished yet. All that remains is to wait for the promised help of the Crusader team. Beastmen appeared from around the corner. The Necromancer shot at them, but they were protected by a magical barrier. They were also wearing respirators. Looks like the community really prepared for his destruction. The Beastmen were screaming that there was a Necromancer. He must be captured. Minsok said to leave the rear on them. The enemies were closing in to capture the Necromancer, but 1 swing and 2 werewolves were destroyed. Even without skeletons, a simple beastman can't deal with a Necromancer while in Lich state. All stats are increased by 10. The problem is the first floor. As long as the skeletons are destroyed and they are revived, the enemies can't defeat them. But Necromancer and his army can't go outside because of the snipers. They have long range. Big skeletons can't be summoned. There are also beastmen that are climbing up the building. Han-ho and Jisoo fight them trying to stop them. The Necromancer realized that if things kept going like this, they wouldn't last. He wondered. Hell's Door and werewolves. He would have to use those items to make it through, even though it was risky. The door to the underworld and the beastman ampule were given to him as a reward for defeating the enemy, but these are very dangerous items. The Necromancer took the vial. It was an item he didn't want to ever use. There was no telling if there would be a side effect. It's a door to the underworld. If you use it wrong, everyone here will die. These items the enemies wanted to use in their strategy as a weapon to destroy a certain territory. We'll have to use them now. A Necromancer decides he's going to use the ampule to disguise himself as a werewolf and open the door to the underworld behind their lines. And then he'll be gone. Instead of thinking about how to grab them, you'd be better off worrying about your own survival. The Necromancer explained to Minsok that he would proceed with the plan and asked him to keep an eye on the place. The experiments began to come on. Wright and Minsok successfully fought them. I couldn't believe they only give 100 gold for destroying experiments. They're stronger than goblins. The Necromancer used an explosion. He calculated that now was a good time for his plan while the snipers couldn't see anything because of the smoke. There was a report that blades started falling in a certain area. The enemy realized the Necromancer was using his ability to release poisonous gas. They ordered him to keep his mask on. While everything was in smoke and gas, the Necromancer said it was time to use the ampule now. The elixir worked even while the Necromancer was in lich form. The pain was unbearable. His whole body was breaking. His face felt like it had been sliced off. The system says he met the special condition of lich plus werewolf. There's a glow. The enemy didn't realize what was happening. The gas seemed to escape into the balloon that appeared. It has been reported that Necromancer has temporarily gained the power of the god of death, Anubis. Temporarily entered a demigod state. Stats have increased. His enemies were shocked. He's a man-beast. And then they received a message that an unknown energy had weakened their body. Their stats were decreasing. They didn't understand what was wrong. No one could explain. One of the beastmen shouted that he should be shot. It must be a shadow projection of the Necromancer. But the next second, his enemies lost sight of him. At that moment, he had already passed through their crowd and slew them with his scythe. It was different from his previous growth. I guess he was focusing on pumping up skills and minions. And the Lich and Anubis forms boosted stats. The system reported that the souls had been removed. He reinforced his minions with the souls he had taken. Necromancer Anubis was surprised at the change, but now he was definitely the god of doom. Enemies shouted that you don't have to be afraid of him. We must catch him. Snipers took aim, but he disappeared again. Anubis flashed like lightning and destroyed one of the sniper groups. Stopped on the roof. The snipers tried to shoot until he left, but he disappeared again after destroying a group of enemies. The Beastman shouted for the Saints' silver arrows to be ready. The enemies were destroying the undead one by one with the help of sacred power. They hoped to destroy the Necromancer as well. Anubis said that if they had prepared a new weapon, then he would use his. His weapon has been upgraded with demonic fire, destroys souls collected by extortion and explodes with a powerful curse. Now even the shields of the enemies couldn't stand against this level. It was like an endless capacity for doom. One by one, the souls of 24 enemies were taken away. With each step, Anubis reinforced his minions with the recovered souls. Their performance has increased markedly. Now they can escape. The Bullman commanded his subordinates to move away from the Necromancer and hold back the undead. He would catch it himself. Left alone with him, the enemy said that the Necromancer's style had changed. Said he's a werewolf now, so they are of the same race. Then Anubis answered whether a wolf and a bull could be of the same race. The opponent replied that they do not make a division on such a primitive principle. Together with the lost epoch, the concept of people will disappear. Anubis replied that he was already familiar with such a pedantic opinion. Asked the bull, one of the 4 beastmen. The enemy was very surprised that the Necromancer knew about them. He replied that he had for a long time. Anubis said he was glad to see the bull, but he hoped they would never see each other again, and attacked. Bull dodged and said the Necromancer underestimates him. He's one of the 4 red-headed beastmen. Word has come in that Anubis' weapon was briefly sealed by the fighter's shackles. The Bullman smugly shouted that the Necromancer's attack wouldn't work, even though the weapon was sealed. But the good of the transformation had not been cancelled. There were 7 minutes left for the Lich, and 14 for the werewolf. The bull went on the attack, saying it was time for a fist fight. Anubis knew it was a problem. We cannot prolong the fight. The enemy noticed he was in a hurry, said seemed to put him in a difficult position. Anubis replied that it would be funny if he could read emotions from an animal's face. Bull admitted to working as a veterinarian when he was human. Reading the minds of animals is a basic skill. Anubis replied that there are no such vets. He thought that if he had skeletons, he would have outnumbered the enemy. But the minions had not yet fought off the rest of the enemies. They've planned this with precision. Anubis asked if the bull thought a one-on-one fight with him was the best way to catch him. The bull replied that doing mean things was his style. He may not have known it, but Bull is not the kind of man who likes to fight with a gun. He doesn't need a shield if the opponent doesn't have a weapon. Anubis replied that the fight was between a mage and a fighter, the one acting like a coward. Bull said the Necromancer is cunning. No wonder he talks so much. The enemy captured Anubis with a maneuver. Said here he is the Necromancer hero of the Korean server. Without minions and weapons, he is nothing. He's no match for this beastman. People are nothing now. Anubis replied, the bull says he's a nobody, but his stats surpass those of the beastman. He realized that he now had 52 points of strength, and by taking the form of a beast, he was even more powerful. There was no reason to fear the enemy because of his height. Even unarmed, Anubis was stronger than the bull. He had no trouble throwing his opponent off. Bull said they weren't done yet, although he didn't plan to use the ampule, but he did. The enemy sensed the increase in strength, said now the real fight would begin. He would show the Necromancer his power. But at that moment, Anubis's weapon sealing time was up. He said it looked like he was going to get a nice skeleton. Meanwhile, Jisoo had defeated all the monsters that had broken into the building. People were surprised that she could do it alone in a couple of minutes. But in the midst of the pile of defeated enemies, Red Galas showed up. One of the monsters survived and lunged at the man. But Hanho, shouting how dare he attack with one blow, sent him to the rest of the tribesmen. Jisoo said that they had dealt with everyone inside. Hanho replied that what had happened would be described on the next page of the Legend of the Great Thief. Jisoo looked out the window and asked thoughtfully if he was doing okay outside. Hanho realized that she wasn't listening to him. They both went to the window. What kind of fight Sonwoo was having? The building was destroyed. At this time, the bull was chasing Necromancer and asking how long he was going to run away. He's got the weapon again. Where's the one that was showing off his powers? He said he was in this 4th stage of the beast's evolution. This is similar to the awakening in the case of man. Bull claimed to be the best of the beast men. He's a superhuman beast. Anubis realized it didn't matter what the enemy called himself. He had little time left. It rained, and the system sent a message to Bull that he was poisoned. He yelled out what was going on. Anubis replied that he needed to be careful of the rain. Following that, he applied a Twilight Ray that deals incredible magical damage to the target and holds it back for 10 seconds. Immobilized by evil spirits, the bull shouted to his minions to bombard, blow the whole place to smithereens, yelling that we couldn't let the Necromancer live. He said he should have done it sooner. Now it's too late. Anubis said it was over for the redhead, but then suddenly a portal appeared. From there, another new monster appeared. The opponents shouted that it was the Whitehead. Anubis didn't understand why now. He had a little over a minute of Reaper Scythe and 8 werewolf forms left. He realized that the heads wanted to escape. The Whitehead said they had to leave now. Suddenly, lightning shone nearby. No one understood why the lightning appeared or what happened. It was as if 2 glowing hands grabbed the portal and squeezed it. A message appeared that the body was functioning more weakly because of the unknown energy. Then Han Kansok's outline appeared out of the glow. He said it looked like we'd have to wait longer for Sunbae. Fully manifested, he added that Necromancer is indeed the strongest star of the Korean server. Nabi indignantly said the dogs believe they'll get somewhere if they stick together. In fact, they just get in their way from a distance. Bluehead also appeared on the platform near the building. He shouted for the Thunder God's tool to be used. The enemies shouted that they must destroy their opponents even if they had to sacrifice their archers. A stone flaming ball flew towards Kansuk, but he stopped it. The beast screamed that it was impossible. Khan replied that the beasts had chosen the wrong weapon. He pointed his spear at the ball, and without touching it, split it in half. He said it was worth catching fleeing prey. He pointed his staff at the enemies. A stream of bright energy erupted from it. The Whitehead used his staff to create a psychological barrier to repel Kensok's strike. Bull yelled out what kind of monster it was. The Wolfman replied that it was top ranker Han Kang-seok, and he has a Necromancer with him. Saying that it looked like they had lost big today, Wolf opened a new portal. Saying that they would be back another time, he stepped inside. Kansok asked, wondering if they were running away. Did he let them? He let his powerful energy flow into the enemies again. The wolf, who was already halfway through the portal, managed to escape, but Bull was not so lucky. He was struck by a fiery light. Looking at the remains of the enemies, Han Kang-sok said that it had been a long time since he had missed his prey. At this time, the Beastman form was abolished. Sonwoo. It was more painful than he thought. The body became very heavy. The system reported that the stats had been reduced for 24 hours. He thought the penalty for being a demigod for a while was too great. Kansok asked, the transformation into a werewolf is a form of demigod, and Sunwoo is secretive. Sunwoo understood that Kang-seok is a demigod, but unlike him, Han's power was not temporary. He thanked Kansok. He asked how he came to be here. Kansok replied that he came to greet the Necromancer but ran into you guys. Sunwoo was surprised, and Han said his reputation was justified, and he hoped they would continue to work together. Kansok was surprised that the Necromancer was only 2 minutes behind him, so they fought evenly. He held out his hand to Sonv and asked for an experienced friend. He agreed. Sonwoo asked, so they communicate through the system like they did this time. Han answered correctly. Sonwoo asked what a demigod was. It's a class. Kansok replied that he was one himself just now. A demigod is not a class. It's a power that you gain by fulfilling certain conditions. That's how Han got it. Seonwoo seems to have gotten it temporarily, but he doesn't know how to get it completely. Showing a stream of fire energy on his palm, Kansuk said 100 Sonwoo would have to figure it out for himself. Then he said he had to go. They'd see each other again. Nabi said goodbye and told them to take care of themselves. The portal opened and they disappeared. Sunwoo stared into the void surprised. He thought Han Kang-seok had come to help him and to see if he had gotten the demigod form. There was a chopper buzzing in the sky. The Crusaders had arrived. Minim apologized that they were too late to help. Sonwoo said they got a lot of help from the observer squad for informing them, and the helicopter will come in handy. He doesn't have the strength to go back on his own. Minyum blanched. He said it was a pity to talk after Sunwoo had dealt with a big problem. He said they found a stone angel statue in Seoul. The helicopters loaded up the Necromancer's team and took with them the weapon the monsters left behind. Returning to Yongdinpo and looking at the loot, Hanho said it looked like the Society of Evolution had left behind many valuable items. It was an instrument of the God of Thunder, creates a powerful light blast. Jisoo said it requires a lot of mana, but there are siege weapons other than ballistae. Manhwa replied that there was a lot more to it than that. They left a whole truckload. That's enough for a whole military camp. Seonwoo asked me to send the thunder guns to Suwon and distribute the spoils properly. But the most important item belonged to the Red Head. It's the legendary fighter's shackles. It seals all of your opponent's weapons for a period of time. Sonwoo also gained the legendary shield of the Mountain Goblin. It invalidates 3 magical attacks. And Sonwoo also got 2 vials of werewolf. He already had 1. Now he can turn into Anubis 3 times. And then there's the werewolf bull, although he's regular but looks like the ultimate version of the Beast Man skeleton. Manhwa informed Sunwoo that the angel statue had been discovered in Namsun district. It's an object. That's why they couldn't move it until 24 hours after they found it. There's investigators waiting there right now. Han-ho asked how much time was left. Son replied 17 hours. They are monitoring the situation and preparing to carry it over. Jisoo said they did a great job and can rest. Han-ho asked, is there air conditioning anywhere? He is going to sleep all day with Right. In his room, Han-ho took out his cell phone. After reading the news, he said Suwon had become stronger. It can be called a settlement. Everyone is above level 8. They're having a party right now, and the team are the only ones who can't join. Sunwoo is pleased that all the players are above level 8. He thought in addition to being strong, he could consider the synergy of different classes, and then the settlement would have a chance to become a city. About Kanhwadanu Island, it's very unusual for pirates to sail there. They've been showing up there more and more often. Thanks to the captured pirates, it's clear that they won't give up the idea of invading Korea. You have to keep guessing their moves. Hanho asked if the pirates would come again. Sunwoo replied that, of course, but not soon. Jisoo explained that all the experienced pirates had been destroyed. The others would take the disadvantages into account, reevaluate their forces, and increase them. Sonwoo summarized that this is why we need to finish the unification and get stronger. We need to prepare for the big fight. I got a message that Chapter 2-1 is over. Top places: first Necromancer, second Kansuk, third Dr. 0000. Han-ho was pleased with that rating. He said that would be the end of the chapter. Sunwoo objected that it would start a new one. And at the same minute came the message about the beginning of the 3rd chapter. Players must choose between the angel and demon races to continue the battle for survival. Hanho said that of course everyone would choose angels, who would classify themselves as demons. You can sign a contract through the race statue. We'll receive a group task for which we'll give rewards. Dungeons will be added. Sunwoo summarized that the competition between the groups was beginning, but it's silly to judge whether angels or demons are good. They're the same and they're just playing. Angels and demons are originally beings representing good and evil. The angels and demons from the mission are the most they know. And no, Sunwoo doesn't hesitate because of his class. Hanho suggested maybe they're aliens. Judging by the circumstances, it is possible that the aliens are playing with them. He kept fantasizing that the aliens might laugh and bet on them who was cooler than who. Jis took the phone out of Akenho's hands and told him that he would lose the gadget for a week. Sunwoo, meanwhile, was thinking. The truth was unknown, but it would be revealed as the game progressed. Right now, they have no choice but to wait for the Stone Angel statue to arrive. The next day, Manhwa commanded in the square. The statue should arrive soon. Keep the drones on alert. Snipers to take their positions. Minyum said that the main plot has begun. That's why the major groups will try to appropriate the statue, including the alliance groups. He doubted the other groups would attack them, but it wouldn't hurt to be vigilant. To be safe, the statue is known to some members of the alliance. There is no one left at the front line. Hanho and Jisoo were asked to stay here. Sunwoo realized that Cheon trusted him a lot. So the helicopter arrived with the cargo. The statue is here. The prosecutor said he heard how much trouble Sunwoo went through. He'd like to talk about it, but first they'll check out the statue. The box was opened and a message appeared that they had stumbled upon a trace of an absolute race, a stone statue of an angel. Sunwoo was amazed. He really does look like an angel. Cheon replied that it was an angel with a sword and a crown on his head. Sunwoo thought the sword and crown must mean something, but you can't tell right away. The system says to touch the statue, they'll become part of Angel's group. Extra gold for destroying the demon. The prosecutor said he thought it was to get players to fight each other. Sunwoo replied that no one would question the choice since a buff would be issued immediately. Cheon touched a message, came out wanting to choose Angel's group. After a week, he can't refuse. If he leaves the group, he'll be punished. The DA understood that a choice had to be made, but was it right to join Angel? It's easier because the angel statue was found first. But will people suffer for joining a group not knowing if it's for good or evil? Although the DA has already agreed to pick the same group as Manhwa, Sanwoo couldn't choose an angel group. He was told he was in possession of an unclean object, the Chaos Crystal. He needs to destroy it and remove the Chaos attribute. Crystal of Chaosa increases mana by 500, restores by 250. It is asked to be discarded due to an obscure angel group. Moreover, Sanwoo didn't feel any goodness emanating from the angel statue. And then Sanwoo received a new secret mission to destroy the statues of an absolute race. The Absolute Race's goal is to destroy mankind. Despite being warned that he would anger the Absolute Race if he agreed, Sanwoo accepted the assignment. He has angered the Absolute Race. A manhunt has been ordered for him. Reward from Angel 20 million, from Demon 15 million. The prosecutor was standing next to Sanwoo. After the message, he quietly asked what the man had done. The status window said to destroy the Necromancer now. Sanwoo realized that it looked like Cheon had already chosen Angel's group. He replied that the situation had gotten complicated. The DA got mad, said he should have told him about it. Sanwoo knows he can't ignore a system message. The Necromancer pulled out his scythe and said they would make it easy then. With one wave of his hand, he destroyed one of the 3 statues of the Absolute Race. The prosecutor rushed to the shards of the statue. He shouted what the man had done. Sanwoo replied that it was the 3rd choice. Cheon asked what that meant. Seonwoo explained that there was always a 3rd option in that game. An ending in which people are being manipulated by an unknown entity can't be right for them. Leaving, Sanwoo said that at least he wasn't happy about that prospect. Cheon sighed. Would Sanwoo realize what he had done? Angel's group was tasked with destroying them. The reward is 50 million gold. And Sanwoo saw a light appear after the statue was destroyed. There's something in the shards. He found a legendary fragment of an angel's wing. Allows you to move to the angel statue he can use in an emergency attempt to leave. Sanwoo could have moved to another statue. This item is for losers to escape. In the end, the statues will be destroyed. He remembered hearing about another statue somewhere. He thought for a moment and remembered that it had been found by a pirate captain. It was great for Sanwoo. He wouldn't have to wait for them to show up. He'd get rid of them all at once. Sanhwa was called by Hanho. He asked if they knew each other. He said he was a guy who made powerful enemies without discussing it with them. Hanho showed that he must choose. Destroy Sanhwa and get buff protect Sanhwa, incurring his wrath. Remain an observer. Screamed that Sanwoo doesn't do anything. That's why he did it. If it wasn't for his shred of self-awareness, Hanho would have gone for the reward too. Sanwoo turned and asked Jisoo if the reward must be generous. She said 50 million. She'll probably hold off on making a decision. Joe asked him to listen to his comrades' opinions next time before making a decision. He replied that if the situation was not an emergency, he would do so. A group of crusaders approached Seonwoo. Cheon said they found the statue. It will be hard for him to accept that he destroyed it if he doesn't explain why. Sanwoo realized that if he told him about the mission, he wouldn't understand, so he said it was his intuition. He couldn't justify it. The prosecutor said he trusted his instincts, but in this situation, his trust isn't enough. Meanwhile, there was a quiet discussion going on in the crowd about the reward. It was as if they had been leveled up by 6 or 7. Every sentence is unbelievable. There were thousands of greedy eyes on the Necromancer team. Hanho said they were their allies. Cheon explained. He runs the alliance. If they make an enemy of someone they can't handle, it will mean the end of the alliance. Sanwoo understood everything. For Cheon, it's like a sudden blow. They had an agreement to work together, and then this happened. The prosecutor said they could even start a fight with Sanwoo right here and now. Hanho grumbled that he should have cut off contact with him sooner. He told Sanwoo to say something to Cheon, and he wondered if he could win a fight with the Crusader commander who had completed the first awakening. Cheon broke the silence. He said that for now, the Yongdongpo Guild would choose the path of neutrality. Seonwoo could only thank him for his trust. He was surprised that even though he'd done something wrong, Cheon had turned a blind eye. The Crusaders began to disperse. The prosecutor said he'd decide later whether to join Angel or Sanvi, but he'd have to hurry up with an explanation. In Suwon, Kensu was handing out assignments in the morning to patrol the village and sort out the items sent by the Yongdongpo Guild. Haneho's father asked if they were coming soon. Kensu replied that they should be around here somewhere by now. Hearing the sound of the helicopters, the people looked up and shouted that they were over there. The skeleton wyverns with Sanwoo's team were flying next to the helicopters. When they landed, Kensu began his report by saying that no one from the village had chosen the Angel group, all in favor of option 3. Sanwoo shook his hand. He thought that even though there was a huge bounty on his head, this was the safest place in the world. Kensu reported that they had beefed up security just in case, to avoid surprises. I added, I didn't expect the Alliance to give them a helicopter. Sanwoo said it was actually a trophy. On the way to Suwon, Necromancer's group was attacked by a Reconstruction Alliance unit. Sunwoo said that an alliance is an alliance of several guilds. Even if Cheon chose the third option, it's only one guild's decision. Minyum said they were fined for their choice. Few would agree to suffer losses and give up gains. When Sergeant Kim showed me the phone, he told me that the community is in turmoil too. There's a lot of people screaming to destroy the Necromancer. They're even running broadcasts to attract attention. They praised Sanhwa as a hero and now they're doing this. Sanhwa asked me not to worry about them. He thought it was to be expected, but it was still unsettling. He said everyone would shut up as soon as the situation changed. And then he was suddenly struck with a sudden pain that made him bend over. A seed of the divine peace tree appeared on Sanwoo's chest. It gave off light. The comrades looked at each other asking what it was. It looked like a great object. Sanwoo has been given the opportunity to become the founder of the group. If the seed is planted now, a divine tree will grow. It will bless the band. He realized that the peace tree was a divine tree. Until then, he had been hesitant about where to plant it. However, given the current circumstances, the only option is Suwon. He had to protect the tree until it grew up or disaster would strike. But there was no telling how big it would grow or whether it would be able to be hidden. SNV needed a secure place where he could fully trust people. The villagers began to prepare a place for planting the divine tree. Hanho commanded that some space be left for the helipad equipment. Sunwoo said there wasn't enough room anyway. Hanho replied that once he got started, he wouldn't stop until he got the process right. Kensu suggested setting up an observation tower by the tree. Also, the Thunder God's siege cannons. The guild sent them too. The sergeant suggested one cannon be mounted on top of the temple. It could be camouflaged. Tayson's group arrived. He reported to the captain that there were no monsters in the vicinity. Kobolds still roam underground and near buildings, but monsters like direwolves are gone. Seonwoo learned that a gang of motorcyclists had collected abandoned motorcycles and even repaired the road. They're also maintaining a store near Suwon. The contractor's wallet was in Hanho's father's possession, so the money to build the infrastructure is gradually being collected. All the people of Suwon signed the contract of their own free will. All the work had already been paid for. As Jisoo continued her work, she said that life was getting better. Sanwoo replied that it was a pity they couldn't enjoy it because of the constant calls. The villagers gathered near the place where Sanwoo would plant the seed. There was a peculiar energy emanating from him. It was reported that the seed of the Tree of Peace had been planted. A magical creature has begun to take root in this land. Came a hidden mission to protect the tree until it grows to a certain size. Sanwoo was glad that the assignment had been given to all members of the 226-man group. It couldn't be easier to accomplish. But there was an uproar among the people. They were discussing that they were going to be attacked, which meant he had to be protected. And it wasn't long before the people on the watchtowers noticed a pack of monsters approaching from the right. It was the ogres. And then there were the distraught kobolds. The type of assignment for all the defense. Kensu shouted for everyone to fight. The gunners were ordered to take up positions on the observation turret. Tanks with shields moved forward. Hanho was surprised to see the new equipment, asked what it was. The sergeant explained a machine shaft. If you connect it, you can protect a large area. Spearmen, archers, and mages climb up. So the moving rampart becomes a turret. Hanho said it's amazing, asked who came up with it. Sergeant Kim replied that there were many talented people in their village. They had prepared something after the attack in Yongdungpo. Sanwoo and Jisoo watched from the observation tower. Every class was involved. Everything was reasonable. A pack of goblins was approaching. The mages were ordered to destroy them with area spells. The kobolds that came from the front were destroyed by archers throwing them off the ramparts. There were some people watching from buildings nearby. The man with the binoculars said he was right to come to the place where the Necromancer first met Prosecutor Yong Dinpo. He watched as the monsters suddenly appeared and the fight began. He couldn't understand what exactly was going on there. The man reasoned that a Necromancer going up against an absolute race was amazing, but now there was a great bounty on his head. This group has chosen to stay on the sidelines. The self-proclaimed money hunters, on the other hand, are all over the server. It was for them that this man made the announcement in the community, a Necromancer in Suwon. Come and fight him. He laughed, saying they were masters of surveillance. They'll leave the hunt for the Necromancer to the assassins. But the Necromancer had already spotted them and sent one of his skeletons to the roof. Those shouted apologetically. The monsters were finished, and the undead brought those who had been following them to the Necromancer. Hanho said it's a bad case. There are 5 broadcasts about the Necromancer, and there's a man who's on record saying he'll destroy him. There was a video in the community where a terrorist Kim with a level 16 on the 10th rank of the Shihyun region threatens to destroy them with a nuke. He said that Necromancer seems to like blowing up enemies. and he's the best at blowing things up. His class is terrorist. Kim threw a small ball at the building across the street, and it shattered into small pieces. The terrorist reported that it was the weakest skill he had. Some bombs he could create every 24 hours. He wondered where he could go with them. Now he's figured it out. He threatened to come to Suwon. Even a necromancer can't survive such an attack. He told everyone who goes after the necromancer to run, otherwise they'll just get killed by his bombs. The terrorist has promised to destroy the entire area where the necromancer is, and the reward will be his. Hanho asked him if he thought he'd provoke them, trying to hurt as many people as possible, so he's bluffing. Otherwise, he'd just drop the bomb quietly. Jisoo hesitated. If Kim wasn't bluffing, asked what they'd use to stop the bomb. Because of the world tree sprout, their base could no longer be moved. Sanwoo thought for a moment. The terrorist wasn't just targeting him. He wants experience and rewards. That meant he was going to destroy the whole village and its inhabitants. Kensu told Sanwoo that right now they were in no danger. A few mobs have shown up, but that's a plus for the settlement. Sanwoo warned them to be on their guard anyway. It's not just monsters targeting them now. Of course, all social provocation is just a bluff, but for some people, it's a chance. And that was a problem for the settlement. Meanwhile, the seed of the world tree grew 11%. It was slow. Watching the growth, Jisoo asked Sanwoo what would happen after the third team was created. He said he didn't know. We can only believe that they made the right choice that will lead to a good ending. Sanwoo didn't see any demons or angels in the prediction crystals, but he doesn't think they'll lead to a good ending, which means they'd better come to their perfect end on their own, isn't it? Neither angels nor demons are friends of humans. Even from the mission window, it's obvious that they consider humans to be inferior beings. If there was no third choice, Sanwoo wouldn't want to follow them anyway. Kensu asked Sonhwa if he thought at the end they'd realize who made the game. He really wonders who made a game where people are destroyed without warning. And then there was an explosion on one of the watchtowers. Kensu ordered the drones to be launched and Sonhwa to be summoned. It was a terrorist. He was shouting that they thought he was coming in 24 hours because they had to make a bomb. And he's prepared everything in advance. And now it's too late to run. He said he'd start right at the climax without preamble and threw a bomb at Sonhwa. Everyone gets to watch the Necromancer's sad end. There's a report of the purple storm sweeping across the village. Kim bragged that he could destroy an entire house with his skill. Tanks were yelling that their shields weren't helping. Some were yelling to get down. But to the terrorists' surprise, Wright came out of his trap, followed by Sonwoo. He yelled out what was going on, why they didn't blow up. Sonwoo said those bombs were his skill, not an item. Necromancer had a defense in the form of a Takabi mountain shield, which cancels 3 attacks. The terrorist was grabbing the bombs and swearing not understanding how this was possible. Meanwhile, Sonwoo easily defeated the man who threatened to destroy him and took him hostage. Then the Necromancer called the cameraman who came with Kim and told him to film his conversion. On camera, he promised 3 things. He would destroy everyone who predicted his demise and personally came to destroy him. And on camera, he killed a terrorist. Said he would destroy all those who swore oaths to angels and demons. All must know that death is the end, and called the dead enemies to his undead. But if the others join his third team, everything will change. Sonwoo didn't know how to lead so many people. That's why he needed to show his strength. The hyenas must never again even think of harming his people. And almost immediately, there were broadcast apologies in the community to Necromancer that they were just kidding. With tears in their eyes, those who threatened to overpower him said they forgot themselves at that moment and apologized. It's a funny situation. Former heroes said that of course they wanted to join the third team. Minyum watching the tape said that people are trying to grab the last chance. Minhwa replied that Seonwoo's performance was strong. The guys watched, read the reviews, and decided they would consider it a Necromancer's warning to everyone. All the defendants disappeared. The prosecutor realized that this was a difficult time for all the groups that had turned against Sonwoo. Now he was ashamed too. He had to split with Sunwoo after choosing the Angel faction. Cheon didn't want that, but that's just the way it is. The prosecutor ordered his subordinates to take members of the intelligence team to find a new statue. Minhim asked if he had decided to go against the Necromancer. Sunwoo said he would destroy all the minions of the Angel and Demon factions. Cheon explained that he didn't want to be his enemy, but they can't be allies either. Clenching his fists, the prosecutor said he thought Sunwoo would make a deal. He thought that he should be careful and not rush into making decisions. To protect the others, Cheon himself needed to become strong. Minhwa informed the commander that the angel statue was found in Ginpo. The prosecutor ordered the guards to be reinforced and transportation to be undertaken. Minhwa explained that this statue is a little different. It has 4 wings. Cheon was surprised. Did statues really have ranks too? Meanwhile, in Suwon, a battle was underway with trolls attacking the village. Even during the defense, the villagers were gaining a lot of experience. The world tree had already grown by 99%. The villagers realized that they needed to become stronger to protect the Tree of Peace. At this rate, the average village would reach the 9th level. The Tree of Peace had almost finished growing. Sanwoo praised his companions. He could see how hard they were working. We received a message that the tree has reached the first stage of growth. All players have been given a permanent stat boost and increase in the rate of pumping for a day. Looking at the tree, Sanwoo said that to the others it might seem quite ordinary. But Sanwoo clearly felt a special energy emanating from the tree. The system reports that the Tree of Peace has grown its first fruit. Only the worthy will be able to take it. The description said that the fruit contained mystical power and gave special abilities. Sanwoo didn't even hesitate and took a bite of the apple. By consuming the fruit, he became connected to the Tree of Peace. Whenever the tree grows, Sanwoo can gain an increase in stats. Wherever he is, he can return to the tree. Sanwoo said he would have to get serious about growing the tree if the improvement was so good. He was afraid to attack the pirates because it would be hard to escape from them. But once the tree is stable, that problem will be eliminated. Task 2 has appeared. The energy of the tree attracts stronger monsters. The sergeant asked if getting stronger wasn't the end of it. Scouts reported a drone spotted something in the northern sky. It was wyverns. Kensu told Sanwoo that there were too many wyverns. How will they be able to stop them? Sanwoo replied that in the past there would have been no way. But it's different now. Very different. People were panicking. The wyverns were here. They were circling the village, so many of them. Hanho asked why they were flying in circles. He's about to get dizzy. Alpha male, Vivierne. It's like he's testing people. Usually he rarely interferes in battles himself. He only watches over and controls the other wyverns. If the enemy is too difficult, he'll just order everyone to fly away. This time, Sanwoo decided he had to destroy them all. They would become fertilizer for the tree. Kensu shouted that the wyverns are attacking. Everyone prepare for battle. They decided to use the lightning god explosion. After one shot, the result didn't take long. The wyverns fell from the sky to the ground. The humans caught all the wyverns. The Necromancer then unleashed an ogre skeleton. He struck decisive blows and reports of wyverns being destroyed began to pour in. Sanwoo used the Reaper again, along with the werewolf vial, and became Anubis. Said it was time for Alpha to come back down to Earth. He collected many souls while waiting, 48 souls in all. After another shot from the Thunder God, the reloading began. The remaining wyverns decided to attack to destroy the cannon that was attacking them in the sky. However, the Necromancer was already prepared for this. He had created a Necrobot. The wyverns escaped. The Necrobot said it could recharge mana with the help of humans. With its weapon reloaded, the Necrobot fired a Necromancer hyperstrike, but the wyverns somehow stopped worrying about the lightning explosion. They launched an attack. The protective dome couldn't hold them off for long. They wanted to destroy the World Tree as soon as possible. Anubis has activated the Great Spirit and the Answer of Doom in the territory. This will block the wyverns' view and protect the Tree of Peace. Anubis ordered his subordinates to attack with magic and fire at the wyverns. He realized he had to strike at once, using as many souls as possible. His gun was upgraded with demonic bombardment. Now everything will work out. Anubis shouted for them all to disappear. He unleashed his power and it swirled the wyverns. Hanho said now was their chance. Anubis ordered them to attack the single monsters. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't see where Alpha had gone. Jisoo had spotted him. Alpha was about to shoot something. It released some kind of liquid from its mouth onto the ogre skeleton. It began to melt. Anubis said it was an acid attack. He ordered everyone to move away from the skeleton. Riding the skeletons of the wyverns, the Necromancer team attacked the flying monsters. The rest of the warriors watched from the ground. The sergeant asked if this battle was for humans. Jisoo says Alpha's about to escape. They might miss him. We had to keep an eye on the head of the wyverns. Anubis started the Twilight Raid. With his new abilities, Anubis bound the monster. It began to fall without being able to move. Anubis shouted for the villagers to scatter, and the huge monster fell to the ground. Flying up to his wounded opponent, Anubis asked for the first time with someone looking down at him. But now the sky belongs to the people. He swung his scythe, but even after the restraining skill, the wyvern still held on and dodged. But then Jisoo came up and asked Anubis to step back. She struck a few blows with her sword and said now the monster would not move. Next, Anubis summoned Minsok. He said he felt like he was just getting in the way, but the knight's sword had the final blow for him. For the ringleader was given the secret shop coupon title, Conqueror of the Sky. There are 2,733 days left to prove his worthiness. Sanwoo activated the experience card he received when he stored the Hell Armor. The system asked if he wanted to use the coupon to level up. The level became level 21. Taking the reward card was an increase in followers by 3 times. It seemed too small. Jisoo reported that everything from upstairs is settled as well. They've contained the wyverns. The Tree of Peace has reached the second stage of growth. Since Sanwoo is connected to it, his stat has increased. Kensu marveled at how the tree grew at once. Father Hanho said it might soon pierce the clouds. Hanho, looking at the sheet, said it seemed to him or the color was too faded. Sanwoo approached the trunk. The system wrote that the world tree was under his influence and shaped his worldview. The tree has gained the new ability Shadow of the Divine Tree, forms a strong barrier as a shield and restrains unwanted people. It also gained the ability of those who possess souls. Every time those who have been blessed by the tree take another's life, their souls are bound. Father Hanho said it's more like a demonic tree that consumes souls. Hanho laughed at his father's worries. He had bragged about protecting the village, and now he was protecting the tree. The father slapped the son, saying that the son had become insolent. Hanho screamed that it was domestic violence. He's in pain because he's not even armored. Sanwoo, meanwhile, was pondering. If the terrorist had thrown the bomb, the tree would have disappeared. But now, in any case, the enemy wouldn't be able to get to them. Then there's Soul Holder, as an auxiliary skill, but maximizes the use of Anubis's abilities. If you don't use Anubis, the absorbed souls will disappear. He needs an easier soul absorption process, especially against big opponents. Sanwoo thought it would be great if he and the tree could exchange souls. Of course, the tree is different from what he envisioned, but it's growing very strong. Word came that the Angel faction had increased the reward for the Necromancer to 70 million gold. The Demon faction also increased the reward for destroying the Necromancer to 25 million gold. Because of the Necromancer's increased influence, the quests have gotten world level. Now players all over the world want to destroy him. After reading Hanho's message, he said that's nothing. Sunwoo is now a resident of the world. Seonwoo realized he couldn't solve everything on the Korean server and would be forcibly moved to the world server. Hanho approached Sunwoo, said the pirates are now activated. Jisoo was supportive, saying they hate them so much, and the reward will only encourage them. Hae Young from Gangkwado wrote that the pirates are talking about the Necromancer. They say they're going to be his punishers. The pirates figured out how to attack the Necromancer and gathered 3,000 players on the side of the Angel faction. Their goal is to punish the Necromancer and take over the Korean peninsula. Reading the community, Hanho said maybe it's herd instinct, but many people wish Sanwoo's demise. Jisoo sighed that every country had people like that. Sanwoo said after thinking for a while to see what they would do next. After a while, Hanho was furious. The enemy said they'd have minimal casualties after they were destroyed. They were even planning a parade. Showed Jisa. It says they're going to broadcast it online too. What kind of priorities in a world that's almost destroyed? Jisoo replied, aren't they the only ones like that? The top rankers of other servers are interested too. Sanwoo replied to his friends that he understood the interest of the opponents, but no one would attack the absolute camp. Sanwoo realized that everyone wanted him. Of course, the opponents won't want to come back empty-handed, which means the Korean server is their general target. He clenched his fists. Shouldn't there be a benefit to having both angels and demons interested in him? Word came back that the Tree of Peace had taken notice of him, and they've been given a new assignment. Counterattack mission. The goal is to broadcast a scene that does a lot of damage to the other camps. A preventive attack must be made. He's thinking. The system wants to make the game harder. Pulled out a fragment of an angel's wing. Guess we'll have to contact the pirates. The barrier from the tree was effective within 2 kilometers. Players from the village could move freely here. Sanwoo asked if they were using the vault for the village's needs. Father Hanho replied, of course. He reported that the 10% is always replenished. They have enough batteries and water purifiers. He is looking forward to seeing the drones in the store. Sonjin Kim added that there would be parts too. Then they can make drawings and siege weapons. Sanwoo praised him and said that Father was free to spend money on the parts he needed. It would be great to make something like the Thunder God's hammer. Hanho said he got a message from Kanhwado. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., the pirates will start a parade outside their base at the memorial. They will also be joined by beasts that have been cast out in disgrace. Jisoo replied that the pirates had even decided to call the beasts for help. What a stupid thing to say. Sanwoo said apparently we'd have to sneak in there in secret and take a good look around. Meanwhile, a new mission has come to the Yongdinpo Alliance for the camp to destroy the Devil Camp in the metropolis. The target is the stone statues of demons in the north. You need to remove the stumbling block. When the battle starts, the opponents will get the same task. Minyum said that the statues want to send them into battle. Manhwa replied that it would be hard to refuse to fight even though the rewards are small. The DA asked about the northern statue. Manhwa reported that it appears to be controlled by the Alliance. The Alliance has declared Prosecutor Yongdinpo in the failure of the raid on Sanhwa. It will be hard to bypass the fight if they are on the side of the demon faction. A soldier ran into the room and reported to the commander that Dasan's post had been attacked. It was spotted by the nearest surveillance team, reported that it was players, not monsters. The military mission Battle for Metropolis has arrived. Targets Angel Camp and Demon Camp. The condition is to occupy the territories. The confrontation has begun. No one wanted this battle, but everyone was interested in it. Who will fight how and why? How brutal the battle will be? Who will be the hero? It's interesting for everyone. Lee Kang-hoon pondered that the Korean server at the center of this interest is him. Asked if the camera was ready. This will go down in history, so it should turn out well. He's been an opinion leader since birth, and from some time he was even nicknamed Kanyun. Even at a time like this, popularity was his main goal. He wondered how many viewers there would be tonight, 50,000 at least. The operator said that there was 1 minute left before the start of the stream. Kang-hoon replied that they are starting. It is dangerous to report during confrontations. It is possible to reveal military power and tactical plans to the enemy. However, Jeong-hoon personally asked Kang-hoon to take care of it. In other areas, streamers are already broadcasting for free. But this stream is being fought on behalf of a huge faction. Can't Lee convince many to join the battle? He can do that. Kang-hoon imagined that he was now more important than the Necromancer himself. He hoped that everyone looking at him would realize that. Gu Ansok, unhappily watching everything going on, bubbled that he wanted to return to the battlefield. Kang-hoon, on the other hand, pondered that the confrontation between the races was far more important than the Necromancer. When Lee saw Anubis, he was frightened. Had the Necromancer taken another form, he's on another level altogether. 3 seconds to go. People will lose interest in him if it goes on like this. Lee bit his nails with excitement. The third faction. That's funny. They'll see how far this goes. The broadcast has begun. Dear Kang-yoon greeted everyone. He asked the subscribers from the Eamon faction if they had seen the Hellfire scene. But the broadcast was interrupted by a cameraman. He was carrying a phone for Kang-hoon to look at. Their broadcast only had 19 viewers. Kang-hoon shouted out how this was possible. Gu Ansok assumed it was because of the Necromancer's broadcast. The viewers must have gone to him. Kang-hoon was furious. Screaming Necromancer's fault. How can one draw attention to oneself during a confrontation? Lee grabbed the cameraman and started asking where the Necromancer was. He says he's traveling somewhere near the sea, but he doesn't think it's Kangwado. Hearing that it was a long way from land, Kang-hoon realized that the Necromancer was going to the pirates' base. There, meanwhile, the pirates had already lined up in columns for the parade. The Heavenly General was inside the temple when an advisor came to him and reported that the time had come. DJ UN shouted to welcome the Sky General. They'll parade the Revolutionary Red Army right here. The general sat down in the seat of honor. While UN was saying that by joining forces, the Heavenly General thought that they had gotten very far. After their defeat on the Chinese island, they were driven out to the high seas, but now all the islands belong to them. Many servers have sent representatives here. There are even spies, which means the entire continent has their eyes on them. The general rejoiced at the thought of showing how ruthlessly he would destroy the other players. Meanwhile, it was Heavenly General's turn to speak. UN handed over the microphone. He said that when the disaster began, he saw an ocean of dead. That's why all the forces of the continent are here today. He realized that many people were wary of him, but there's no need to worry. He's not going back just yet. Tomorrow, the pirates will set sail for the Korean peninsula, and when they occupy it completely, they will be the true master of the mainland. But before General Sky could finish his speech, everyone felt a strange vibration. Some assumed it was an explosion. Indeed, a moment later, an explosion went off in the temple behind the general's back. People didn't realize what was happening or who it was. They saw a wyvern. Then the raven skeletons appeared. Looking closely at the monsters circling the square, the pirates realized that it was a necromancer from the Korean server. The general looked puzzled at what was happening and asked why he was here. Then he saw the head from the angel statue in the wyvern's claws. Sanwoo received a message that the mission to destroy the stone statue of the absolute race had been completed 2 out of 3 times. The general said he destroyed an angel statue in the middle of the enemy. Brave guy. He looked at the undead, wondered. These were all summoned beasts. They are not what he imagined them to be. Aren't they just moving skeletons? The pirate commander has ordered the mages and warriors to attack. They must protect the celestial general. Anubis, sitting on this wyvern, looked down. Among the crowd, he saw and recognized it was he, the celestial general. Jisoo flew up and reported snipers on the roof and walls. The pirates began to summon forces. Anubis replied that they were ready for an outside attack, but not with a piece of angel wing. Sanwoo realized that things were getting more complicated as time went on. Of course, not everyone here is their enemy, but there are too many enemies already. Anubis informed Jis that the second part of the plan was beginning. She confirmed it. They'll deal with the snipers first. At this time, the air superiority synergy was engaged. The Celestial General was watching what was happening. Asked is the Necromancer. This is going to be fun. Necromancer's team and the wyverns rushed to the attack. One by one, they began to receive reports of their enemies being destroyed. Hanho was filming everything. He cheered and shouted a great shot. That's why it's his Sunbai. Hanho noticed and asked why the Celestial General was just standing there. Or was he numb with fear when he realized how powerful the Necromancer was? Anubis said they got rid of the air defense of the mages and gunners. All that's left is the head of the pirates. Watching the wyverns, the general said it pisses him off just to look up. The Celestial General ordered the mages standing nearby to bring the Necromancer down. Sun Wu felt that he couldn't resist. How could an ordinary player have such strong gravity magic? At the same time, the general's mages were working as hard as they could. The tension made their noses and ears bleed. They shouted that they had to hold on for the Heavenly General's sake. There was a message that a fanatic flux had been activated in the selected area. The wyvern under Anubis broke in half. Anubis had to dismount. The pirates shouted that the Necromancer had fallen. We must destroy him for the General's sake. Sanwa realized it must be a technique to influence people's minds. It was the same with the vampires. Anubis summoned Right and a couple other skeletons. They fought off the warriors attacking them. He didn't expect them to have gravity magic, but even so, the attack on the base is too easy. It was strange that General Sky just watched and did nothing, or just believing that his technique would work. If he had a whole army, it would be fine. But doesn't he know the Necromancer has infinite undead? He had no idea what the General's plan was, but we have to finish him off soon. Anubis's weapon was reinforced with demonic blast. He swung his scythe and shouted at the enemies to disappear. Meanwhile, Jisoo ran through the corridors of the base. Before the attack, Sunwoo had said that the pirates were definitely holding prisoners. And while the Necromancer focuses all the pirates' attention on himself, Jisoo must free the men. As she made her way into the building, she listened to her inner voice and looked for a cluster of people. She saw containers. She realized she was right, but she was surprised no one was looking out for them. And then, from nowhere, huge millipedes appeared in the room. She remembered telling Sunwoo it was the millipede venom that the head uses to poison his subordinates. While fighting the monsters, Jisoo wondered if the captives were going to feed on them. Either way, it would be over now. She had defeated the monsters. When people saw Jisa, they ran out to meet her. They were yelling about monsters. Jisoo said she had destroyed the millipedes, but the people screamed no. They're not them giant poisonous millipedes. Meanwhile, the Celestial General told Anubis if he were a little stronger, he could at least leave a mark on him. But alas, Anubis was very surprised that the general stopped the soul blast. The physical barrier would not have withstood the attack, but his body could. Anubis asked the general too relaxed after losing his subordinates, or is it a bluff? The general asked which subordinates. The ones on the ground are just expendable. Anubis said it was a pity he used humans, reinforced his weapon with demonic blast, and went on the attack, asked how he would defend himself against the blow. But Anubis's blow hit the ground. The general said that the Necromancer's subordinates had better be like his. His first class is Archbishop, and his second is a monster caster. They are all subordinates of the Heavenly General. Anubis saw huge poisonous millipedes. He asked why humans were used then. The general said they're excellent destroyers, but controlling their power is a problem, and without control, they'll just eat each other. Said, isn't it natural to use such power in a destroyed world? They can be used to make objects, and took out a small vial. At that time, pirates were approaching Anubis from the rear. They shouted that the Celestial General was in danger. They were shouting that they couldn't let the Necromancer get near the general, and Sunwoo wondered how fast the pirates outside had gotten here. The general riding millipede said nice words from those willing to go all the way. Anubis saw the general running away. He didn't understand why with such power, he wasn't fighting at all. He did not like it. But we had to fight the pirates. They were screaming that the Necromancer couldn't leave until he destroyed them all. He realized he had to catch the general, so he shouted disappear puppets and set off the explosion. Wading through the cloud of dust from the explosion, Anubis shouted where the general was, where he had gone. Then he saw in the distance a general in the distance, on either side of whom stood huge millipedes. The general said thank you to the Necromancer. Now he could use this, and took out the magical scroll gate to the demon cave. He said he was holding back all this time for nothing. I hate that all those people died because of him. Anubis yelled that the general was a bastard, only after it had already happened. But before he could say anything, the gate to the demon cave opened in the chosen territory. The area will be off limits. Hanho, still flying a wyvern, asked what the hell that was. There's a barrier on the whole island. Strangely, they can't even escape. Hearing about the closed area, Anubis was disappointed. Could it be that even the World Tree's skills were now blocked? The general shouted Necromancer, or call it Anubis, and turned into a battle beast of the First Awakening. A huge monster screamed until the world was destroyed, and afterward only the fittest would survive. Anubis activated the Great Rebellion Poison Cloud and the Answer of Doom. Battle Beast is a 5-star card, half god of death. Let's see who's better suited to a broken world. A year before the destruction of the world, There was a guy living in a temple near the construction site. He chased away a dog that asked him for food, saying it belonged to him. He thought that every day the construction site director treats him like a dog in the street, underpaid and disgustingly fed. Then the dog comes back and growls at him when he eats. He's got a whole pack of stray dogs as well. The guy threw them the rest of his food, said he stole it anyway. He bemoaned life. He comes from the lowest rungs of the ladder and was raised on the streets. Obviously, if things don't change, he'll be a gangster in the future. So I had to get a job to live like a normal person. Looking at the food left in his hand, he said, "Good deeds will be rewarded in the future. Better to give than to be bitten." He said it was a favor he had done them. He wanted to live like a human being. Even though they were just animals, he hoped they would repay his kindness. Every day at work, he got a slap from his boss, and in his shelter, a pack of stray dogs was waiting for him. He thought every day the good cases were scattered. It's hard as hell. Isn't a normal life a luxury? The pay for hard work is ridiculous, and the coworkers don't care about each other. No, they don't. It's enough to make a mistake to get you eaten to death. Shouldn't people help each other in times of need? Why doesn't anyone really lend a hand? Isn't this the life he wanted? My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the boss, who shouted that he was going to work today or he wanted to stay without a paycheck. And then there was a bright flash and a message of which class would be best suited for survival in a destroyed world. People didn't know what was going on. It could be a solar eclipse. Where did the light go? The boy looked at the cards flying around. It was from among them that one must choose. There was no time to ponder. He chose the largest number of stars. It was light again, but armed goblins appeared at the construction site. People were running away. One of my colleagues fell down and screamed for help. He said his legs wouldn't hold up. The lad reached out a hand, but the wily colleague yanked him sharply and threw him behind his back. As I ran away, I shouted for him to take the bait and buy him some time. That was the answer to an outstretched helping hand. The goblin almost attacked him, but the monster was defeated with a sword by one of the construction workers. He shouted for the remaining men to calm down. He chose a warrior card, told them not to be afraid and to stand in front of him. He yelled for the guy to get up too. "Stop counting crows. We need to protect everyone on the front lines." The guy grabbed his sword and asked, "Why?" He wants to use him as cannon fodder, and destroyed him by taking the blade for himself. That's when he realized that normal human life doesn't exist. If you're weak, you die. If you do good, you'll be taken advantage of. This world has always been a battlefield. He understood the way forward. The only way to survive was to consume the weak and grow stronger. Entering his hideout, he saw that the hounds had caught the goblins that had infiltrated it. He praised them. He'd been feeding them for a year. But they were still animals. He's developed his first skill, the beginnings of fanaticism. Mind control skills will be adjusted. After a burst of his energy, the dog started whining. The guy said they now knew who was in charge. The world is a battlefield of survival of the fittest. See how long he can survive on it, and when he turns the world upside down. And now the once hopeful boy stands before Anubis in the form of a monster. He cried out that the Necromancer was truly amazing. The enemy said he didn't expect the Necromancer to block the gate this way. The Necromancer used skeletons as bottle caps. They are not easily destroyed as they are enhanced with souls and infinite resurrection. But time is not on Anubis's side. There will be more time left until the First Awakening on the other side. The First Awakening evolves into a legion form. Simply put, they follow the same strategy. Anubis needed to blow the head off the battle beast before time ran out. The demigod's characteristics will increase after his First Awakening, and according to Sanwu's calculations, he will surpass the enemy in his physical stats. Anubis went to attack but received a counterpunch that sent him flying back a few meters. The beast asked if he thought he could defeat him one-on-one. All the gold and items stolen from the continent, he thinks he gave to the people he sacrificed. The enemy asked how much the Necromancer thought the Necromancer had invested in the creation of this body. Anubis, rising up, leaning on his scythe, realized that the enemy's stats were higher than his. Looking at it, the beast said strangely. He heard the sound of broken ribs, but Anubis could still move. Anubis realized it was thanks to the Chaos Crystal. It restores stamina and mana. Without the crystal, he would have been knocked out in one blow. The battle beast wondered how it regenerated, with the help of an item or the ability of a demigod. After some thought, he said it didn't matter, and used the Hand of Battle skill. The enemy said he would just keep striking until he was dead. Anubis realized that the enemy was strong. Sanwu did some calculations and came up with a plan to defeat him, but it exceeded his expectations. Running was useless because of the closed area. The situation is critical. He's never been cornered like this before. He will die if he doesn't find a way out of this crisis and turn the tide. The enemy grew fiercer with each blow, screaming for Anubis to just die already. To make a difference, Anubis summoned the right one. He went into battle. When the game first started, despite choosing the 5-star Necromancer class, Sanwu faced many challenges. Unlike other classes, He had to fight monsters without weapons, and even survived an encounter with a monster larger than a human. The first reason he survived was skill, and the right played a big part. He is able to repel an enemy attack with a high probability, unless it's from an overly huge monster or it's a long-range attack. While Right was deflecting the beast's blows, he shouted that it was unworthy of a necromancer, wants to survive using the skeleton. Anubis replied that this little guy is a powerful tool who always exceeds expectations. The beast screamed that it would destroy him first, and that was an attack the Right could not repel. The enemy screamed that he'd seen all his tricks, and now it's all over with the Necromancer. But Sanwoo kept analyzing. The second reason he survived was teamwork. If Necromancer and Right are the attackers, then Minsok is the tank. Beast didn't realize what kind of resistance it was. The Necromancer realized that it was enough to assign roles and focus on his positions to overpower a stronger opponent. The now attacked monster sat on the ground and spoke, so the Necromancer had 2 assistants. So the true power lies in the summoning. But will Anubis be able to hold back the gate if he continues to summon the undead one at a time? Anubis replied that these are enhanced by the power of the soul. As long as they can fight, the rest is irrelevant. Several monsters burst out of the demonic gate. The beast explained that the more monsters these creatures destroyed, the stronger they became, even if on the same side. Big monsters can't do anything since Necromancer's summoning holds them back. But the little things had plenty of time to eat each other up and get stronger. There were now several monsters standing behind the beast's back. He said Anubis would not have enough men. One man is no warrior in the field. But Sanwoo said the third reason he's managed to live to this point is strategy and tactics. Jisu's freedmen were already running for help, shouting to deal with the monsters that had broken through and block the gate. The beast was surprised to see the slaves. Anubis thought it was actually an anti-piracy operation, but that was not a bad outcome either. A mission to hold out for 24 hours opened up. When people saw him, they shouted that they had to stop the monsters at least for his sake. It was better for Anubis that the humans were eager to fight. He had a personal quest to destroy the boss monster Demon Gatekeeper. This was a real opportunity to become a god instead of the demigod he was now. Jisoo shouted that she was with them. The beast screamed that it was good. The Necromancer was responsible for the situation. He didn't want to say physical strength was the only one, but it felt like he'd been tricked. Anubis asked if he was afraid. The beast said no. The beast said nothing could be changed. Intelligence powers physical ability. Whatever the case, survival of the fittest. The situation on the battlefield was leveling out, but time was not on the Necromancer's side. He knew that one blow wouldn't be enough. He needed one that would turn the tide. The wounded opponent said that just as he thought Anubis would fall first. Gathering all his strength, the beast launched the Blade Storm skill. The wounded Anubis shouted that the enemy had hidden such a skill for last. He replied that powerful skills require a large amount of mana. Another person in his place wouldn't use it. But the beast had no other choice, since it had to deal with the Necromancer's endless summoning. Jisoo came out to meet the beast with her flaming sword. The enemy sensed they were closing in. This is the limit. Will he lose even after doing his best? At that moment, Hanho intervened in the battle with his daggers. He shouted that he was Suwon's Red Comet, screaming that he was forced to fly. Hanho landed in the form of a huge warrior, said he thought he was pretty cool. It's okay, boss. The daggers struck several monsters. People wondered where the daggers in the sky came from, but there was no time to be distracted. Satisfied with himself, Hanho asked if it wasn't a waste of manpower that he was only saved for filming. Sunwoo had completely forgotten about him. That one continued to flaunt what an attack in the fall. He could have been the grandfather of a pirate king, not just a king. Hanho shouted to the boss for the final blow. Anubis told him to calm down. Victory is theirs. The beast is unable to fight if it has no potions or regenerating skill. The enemy replied that his body looked like a piece of meat. If he can't fix himself up, he should consider himself cornered. He saw that the Necromancer had already recovered, said he was a fraud. So much for the power of a god. Anubis knew it was just the effect of the object, but he wondered why the beast was asking. He replied that having the Archbishop class, he had a special quest, the Descent of the God of War. I thought he would be able to experience something similar. The next second came a message that his quest was complete. Beast laughed, isn't this the perfect moment? The bit wasn't over yet. Anubis realized that the enemy was also on a quest. He commanded the boys to prepare to strike. But the next instant, everything was illuminated by a blinding light. The beast screamed what it was. Anubis grinned. It was lightning, which meant Han Kang-seok had come to the rescue. Standing at the edge of the continent, Han Kang-seok gazed into the distance. It seems that the discharge was not as powerful as he had expected. The distance was too great. He used the legendary Eye of Horus. Nabi shouted if he thought he was wasting the item's power. It can only be used twice. The fairy grumbled he was a player with divinity. He'd rather treat her like a necromancer, as a partner. Kansuk waved Nabi off, said he may be calculating, but he has a good soul, so he could use his power of persuasion to make deals. But do animals understand words? That's why Han must destroy the beast, and he fired his Eye of Horus once more. Nabi asked Kansuk what happened. They tackled the enemy. Han said a lot of mana was invested in the attack, but apparently he was only doing the Necromancer a favor. The battle beast, meanwhile, was blazing in the fire stream sent by Kansuk. Jisoo wondered if he was still alive after such a blow. Hanho replied, thinking he had a health point left. The beast fell to the ground and said he was defeated. Anubis asked if he thought the outcome was unfair. He didn't think he would lose because of someone else's interference. The enemy responded precisely. He just didn't have the strength. Since the beginning of the game, he has not once shown mercy to people. So he won't ask for mercy, asked the Necromancer to destroy him. He won. Anubis did his rival's bidding. He received 340,000 gold pieces for destroying the leader of their angel faction. The faction is now giving 75 million for the Necromancer. He replied that they consider themselves an absolute species, but all they can do for destroying their leader is raise the reward. Hanho found the item Key of the Devil's Gate, allows you to avoid being attacked by demonic creatures by sacrificing to the gate. Anubis thought the general hadn't used the item much except for the mana boost, but he kept it with him. He decided he'd have to get rid of that key as soon as the quest was over. Meanwhile, a group of unknown warriors had almost reached Suwon Fortress. They stopped for a 10-minute break. One of the warriors asked if it was true that they would receive 3.5 million gold for this errand. The head said he didn't know. Since the target is the Necromancer's headquarters, they'll get a decent amount of money. The head realized people were exhausted. He said that despite the large fee, a lot of work would have to be done, and there weren't a lot of smart guys. Adjusting his glasses, one of the warriors asked what the problem was. They needed to destroy the small village before the Necromancer returned. No one knows what they want to do. The Evolution Society has even provided wonderful items. He was holding a mana reversal device in his hand. It allowed him to make holes in the protective barrier. After some rest, they set out on their journey. If the base fell, the Necromancer would not be able to do as he pleased. On the pirate island, there was still a struggle between the humans and the monsters coming out of the gate. Hanho was filming Anubis standing up, and a couple shots of Jisoo's sister. The video cut off at the point where the boss was fighting the Sky General. He said he could Photoshop it and make it look like they won from the beginning. Sun Woo agreed. Jisoo giggled at Hanho from Suwon. He said it was because of the quests you were doing. The system reports that the first wave of the Devil's Gate is over, the next one in 20 seconds. 3 waves total. So the demonic creatures the general controlled were just the first wave. Who's gonna show up next? If they were ready, they could stop any wave, no matter what it was. The formation of a company of undead with synergy has begun. Next, a defensive echelon was created with a synergy of guns equipped with 60 shields. The third step is to create a giant with attribute synergy. It reduces damage by 40%. Iron Knights with armor synergy. Increase defense by 45, form a shield of 45 defense. All undead were enhanced with souls to the max, which added half as much to the characteristics. Anubis, on the other hand, has almost no time left. The Reaper's sustainment time is 14 minutes. The Werewolf's 15 minutes. The second wave began. A black hand appeared from the Devil's Gate. Something was coming. Monsters came out of the portal. The system said they were creatures from the outer dimension. All the people hit the ground. They couldn't resist the 20% reduction in characteristics. Beings from the outer dimension. Anubis realized that the general kept the key because of them. But with his divinity, Anubis reduced the characteristics of low-level monsters by 30%. Anubis was pleased with the status of the demigod working perfectly. His undead went on the attack. He said if he did, he could eliminate them without any problems. People were surprised that he could defeat such a monster in one blow. Anubis tried summoning new bones, but he could not make a creature of the outer dimension his ward. He looked at the gate. If you think about it, there's some kind of outer dimension behind it. What is it? There's no way to know for sure, but this place is not a friendly place, so it's time to call it a day. The peaceful island watched the broadcast. They cheered the Necromancer's victory. They said he never loses. They started shouting who brought the Necromancer. Lee Hae-young. They decided to make her the head of the village. Her bet on the Necromancer had paid off. Even though others doubted, she believed to the end. The third faction would be able to hold out. Yong Dongpo also watched the broadcast. Minhyum said this to see what Seonwoo could do in case they became enemies. The prosecutor said he destroys these monsters too easily. Sunwoo's gotten stronger since the last time they met. Minhyum suggested to the commander that the conflict with him should be resolved peacefully. Peace, love, coexistence. They should become the best version of humanity. Manhwa objected. Doesn't he know they are in a standoff? Everyone marveled at how the Necromancer was defeating the monsters. Jisoo shouted back and attacked, raising her level to 17th. Together, they had defeated the second wave of the Demon Gate. The next one would begin in 20 seconds. People were rebuilding. They needed restorative potions, of which there were few left. We can't let our guard down. Jisoo asked Sunwoo how much time they had. There were 8 minutes left for the Reaper to maintain the werewolf's 8 minutes as well. He thought he had to finish everyone in 8 minutes. It's time for the Demon Gatekeeper to show up. Anubis planned they needed to reduce the siege and begin the offensive as soon as the Gatekeeper appeared. They announced the beginning of the third wave. The guys had a bad feeling. Some particles began to gather around. The boss monster Gatekeeper of the Demon Gate has appeared. All stats are reduced by 50%. Because of the Gatekeeper's influence, people couldn't breathe. How do they overcome it? Anubis realized this was a dangerous situation. No matter how strong the enemy was, he could find his weakness during the fight. That's how he defeated monster bosses that were hard to deal with. This one will be no exception, but there's no time at all. The battle has begun. It was as if the shield was losing strength under the Gatekeeper's power. In the next instant, all of the Necromancer's strongest undead surrounded the monster. But the Gatekeeper was not about to give up. He killed all the skeletons with a single stream of his power. Frightened people screamed, asking what it was. It's impossible. Hanho was also in a panic. Not only did the monster have a divine-level shield, but it was also capable of such attacks. Anyone watching this is doomed. There were comments of all kinds, supportive and prognosticating doom. Anubis shouted to all his companions to run away. He went after him. People asked why he was coming. The monster raised his foot and all the companions shouted for Sunwoo to be more careful. But Anubis was shocked. The monster just walked past as if he couldn't see him. After some thought, Anubis realized it was the key to the Devil's Gate. It allows you to avoid an attack. But despite the presence of the item, the monster will notice it at the moment of attack. In that case, he won't need much time. We need to finish him off with one punch. But after being struck by the Reaper's scythe, the Gatekeeper was still alive. Anubis began the Twilight Assault. He sent all of his undead to attack. See, Minsok has struck the final blow. 70 million gold for the Gatekeeper. Anubis exhaled. Even leveled up to 22nd, he had earned the title of Demon Hunter. When selecting a card, the Ghost Summoning fell out. It was a new skill that allowed you to summon the spirit of the formless specters. Ghosts do not take damage from attacks, can overcome obstacles and give visibility. Apply the Curse of Fear and Speed Reduction. Great reward. The new skill will increase the Necromancer's combat power. Now all that remains is to recklessly enter the gate. Anubis will soon be released. As he got closer, a message came out that he could save the raid level in the Devil's Gate scroll, but the difficulty would increase by 1 level. Anubis, of course, kept the raid, said it would increase the reward as well. The scroll became the Demon Gate 2nd floor. Will open for 36 hours. Recommended level 43. The gate closed, curled into a scroll. The people cheered in victory. Slavidi, the Necromancer. And that's when Anubis lost his strength. All stats are reduced by 10 for 24 hours. The system wrote about successful completion of a special task. You can choose the reward of official god status or the right to change class. Sanva read, the right to change classes. No need. Something like that would be necessary for Hanho. He doesn't think he needs it. Sanwoo himself couldn't believe he'd grown so much in his class. His potential is the greatest of all. He can choose the official status of god. First Anubis, since the hidden condition is met. The second god Thanatos. There is a hidden condition to be met here. The third god was Yama. But there was also some hidden condition. Several gods were represented. Sunwoo was curious about the abilities of the others, but alas, nothing could be done. He has been granted the official status of God of Doom Anubis First Degree. He can use his power for 1 hour a day and use exclusive skills. Fortunately, the transformation ampule is not needed, but the mold time is 1 hour. But judging by the note about the stage, there is a possibility of further development. People came up to thank the Necromancer. They said if they needed help, they could come back anytime. The man said he heard about a third faction. If Sunwoo didn't mind, they wanted to join it and support him. Sunwoo asked him to take his time. The matter was still undecided. He asked why they favored the third faction. The rescued responded that of course it was for safety, nothing more important. They've already been hurt by pirates. Sunwoo replied that if they wanted to rely on someone for survival, they should consider the absolute race, because he wouldn't help with that. People haven't realized what the purpose of the third faction is then. It's still possible to achieve in such a world other than security. Hearing about the target, Sunwoo hesitated. The decision was random. The reason he smashed the angel statue was because of a certain belief. You can only achieve your goals by getting rid of absolute race. After some thought, he replied that he would find a solution to this ridiculous phenomenon. He is not going to mindlessly gather people. He'll gather those who have the same goal as him and bring the game to an end. A message appears indicating that the control mission has been successfully completed. He received the Faction Skill Award. Before Sanwoo could exhale, Hanho flew over and said that there was an urgent message from the village. While they were away, someone attacked Suwon. Sanwoo shouted that they were urgently returning, but Hanho read that the enemy had been captured and had no time to do damage. The world has become a game. Whose joke is this? God's joke or the devil's joke? Maybe a conspiracy by a great power, or just a dream. The important thing is not who gives the quests, but how to fulfill them and live in the here and now. Because of the risk of death, there is no time for doubts. Watching the broadcast, Gu Ansok was surprised that Sunwoo said he wanted to solve this phenomenon. Gangkun said that a rebel and revolutionary had appeared. Ansok said some patriotic video. Because of his extravagant behavior, the public reaction is pretty good. Yu is thinking. He doesn't know if the path he's chosen is the right one. He trusts the prosecutor, but he can't trust angels or demons. On the rescued Kidon Island, excitement was also raging on the waterfront. People were also about to move out to hunt. Hae Young shouted at the people who heard what the Necromancer said. If things continued like this, they would be left far behind. Her father intervened in the speech. He said he understood, but that Hae Young needed to calm down. We should not jump to conclusions. They should protect each other so that no one is killed or hurt. Kidon Island's new powerhouse intervened in the conversation. The boy giggled that their sister Hae Young was so reckless. They had decided on a plan a long time ago. But she grabbed her father and screamed that it was time. The energy spent on rebuilding livelihoods should be redirected to development. People supported that they can't continue to be weaklings who rely on one person when disaster strikes. We need to pay them back. Hae Young asked his father to relinquish the throne. He should become the proud pillar of the third faction. Hanho rejoiced at the outcome of the battle. He had finally obtained the heroic Phantom Dagger. He exulted in how much he had to suffer without an exclusive tool. Sanwoo asked if his fist punches hadn't gotten harder. He replied how a fist could compare to a gun, although in his case it might have worked. Looking at the pile of pirate trophies, Sanwoo said that they had managed to collect quite a lot of booty. I wish I could take everything, but we need to leave some resources to rebuild the residents' fortunes. But there was one item Sanwoo couldn't give up, the Vow Vault. A portion of the gold earned by players under contract is automatically deposited. Jisoo was also satisfied. Thanks to this quest and the experience coupon, she was able to make it into the top 5. Reading the rankings, Hanho shouted that the 2nd and 5th places went to their faction. This will help promote publicity. Sunwoo said it was time to return to the village. He opened the return portal to the World Tree. The skeletons were dragging the items they had received after defeating the pirates through the portal. Sergeant Kim wondered what it was. Kensuk said they were robbing pirates. People were amazed at the 3-arrow crossbow, shields of a higher level than the ones they use. They wanted to upgrade. Now they have everything they need. Father Hanho put on his helmet and said that if this continued, their guards would become stronger than the Crusaders. Sergeant Kim said, in terms of growth rate, it's impossible. Sanwoo came up and asked me if I heard intruders had broken in. How did they manage to grab them? The day before, one of the patrolmen said that the World Tree was barricaded. Is there any need to go on patrol? The other argued that you can't blindly rely on the barrier. In games and novels, there are always abilities or items that oppose it. And then the patrolman saw someone trying to break through the barrier. The enemy was stronger. Uniforms have decided to observe. If they can't solve the problem on their own, they will report it. The head of the opponents asked how much longer. The one who was trying to make the hole replied that they were almost done. With the help of an item obtained from the Evolution Society, a gap was created in the barrier. The enemies were in a hurry to deal with all the inhabitants. But they didn't expect to run into an electric fence after the barrier. The head of the attackers said it was a trap, ordered his men to jump him through the buildings. Just then the head noticed the danger and told them to beware of the crossbowmen. But it was too late. The villagers struck with the thunderbolt. Kensu said that half of them were killed in a single blow. The rest were surrounded, so there was nothing left to do but surrender. Sun Wu said they were well prepared. I never thought a siege weapon could be used against humans. Kensu said that soldiers who didn't stand guard can't be forgiven. Kim said the prisoners were housed in the art gallery warehouses. They're being patched up now. If Sun Wu wants, he can stop by later. Sun Wu said it's time to take a look at the faction rewards. The first is the inventory effect. You can store and share items in subspace. The flag of the third faction. Positive effect on players belonging to the faction and within a kilometer radius. San Vu summarized the universal thing and the buff. It's different from normal skills, but temporary. The faction is not perfected. Compared to the absolute races, it is negligible. During the attack on the Necromancer, their characteristics were increased several times. The world tree continued to grow. Already the second stage of growth was 15%. It's not easy to compete with them. They need to build a stronger organization than what they have. Even without the buffs, it's strong on its own. Later, Sanwoo went to the captives. They told him about the hunting party. He had never heard of it. The prisoner explained that she was known in the world as a business company. You can borrow power from it. Sanwoo responded then that would be the end of the business company's heyday. The head of the attackers claimed that the company was in fact responsible for the attack. They had nothing against him personally. It was their fatal mistake. Jisoo stood next to the sword. Sanwoo asked the captives want forgiveness, but he is overwhelmed with resentment, so how to proceed? The man yelled that he was just a field commander, but if the company learned of their failure and capture, they would send negotiators. Sanwoo was struck by the word negotiators. Do they really think that negotiations are possible after this? Hanho said they were funny guys. Seemed like they really thought it was business. Sanwoo decided in that case, they'd wait and see if their negotiators arrive. We didn't have to wait long. Soon the negotiators from the company of hunters appeared. They asked the guards to escort them to the Necromancer. A man and a woman arrived and were taken to the camp. The man thought robbing an empty house would be a cakewalk. Couldn't believe his men had failed. What is the error? The information turned out to be wrong. This is the most dangerous situation since the company was founded. We need to focus on negotiations. The guests were led into the throne room. The man thought this was the Necromancer. Sanwoo asked, saying the negotiators had come. The Necromancer said he was listening to them. The man bowed and replied that it was an honor to meet him. He introduced himself. His name is KY. He is the leader of the second advanced team in the company of hunters. They seem to have inconvenienced the Necromancer. Asked to accept the company's sincere apology, he felt a pressing sense of dread. Sanwoo asked the Evolution Society. KY answered what he meant. They are representatives of a company of hunters. Sanwoo said he didn't have time. While they are chatting, the company's management, which has received a request from the public, is probably running away. KY said it wasn't like that. He thought Necromancer was a hero of the Korean server. It seemed like if you promised him compensation, he'd go along with it. But he stood up and said it was stupid of them not to go on the run. How they're gonna handle it. Asked, didn't he warn after the terrorist Kim invasion that he would destroy everyone? K. White's sweat broke out. This wasn't what he expected. Sunwoo said he could retrieve his memories after he died. He'll destroy him and find out where their lair is, and then he'll kill everyone else. He plans to carry out his plan in 10 minutes, so he can try to change his mind. KY opened his suitcase full of jewelry and objects, asked what he wanted. They are willing to pay for their transgression. Sunwoo replied it would be a hassle to finish him off and then search for memories. So you better tell him where the headquarters of the Evolution Society is. After receiving the information, Sunwoo let the enemies go. Hanho asked if everything would be all right. He could rejoin the community and return. Sunwoo replied that it was business. He will stick to the more favorable side. There are risks, but whatever the reaction is, there will be a reaction. I'm thinking, when the opportunity arises, he will eradicate all evil on the Korean peninsula. Sergeant Kim interrupted his musings. He said they dug up some grass on Mont Pahaldal. It appears to be an object. There's a report that it's a healing herb, promotes healing of wounds. Regular use increases stamina. Sonva took the root of the abyss, a rare medicinal herb. When consumed, it decreases health. Sonwoo said it should be handled with care. It's probably something to do with the Tree of Peace. Sergeant Kim said he was thinking of building a potion room. They have people with the alchemist class. They may know next to nothing, but it would be nice to do experiments and learn how to make potions. Of course, potions are necessary both before and after battles. And Sunwoo was looking at the root and thought if used correctly, it could be strengthened. Then Hanho announced happily that his father's level had risen. He grumbled that the object was something. Sun said that it seems to no longer require mana and gold to expand the safe zone. The one replied that after the tree grew, he received a message that spoke of synergy. He has an additional skill called Eye of the Sky. If he closes his eyes, he can see what's going on behind the barrier. Hanho shouted that was amazing. Father continued that if they closed their eyes, he could show what he saw himself to the three people standing next to him. Father proudly declared that someday his shield would go beyond the village and cover the whole world. Hanho said there's no need for a safe then, so you'd better give your son your wallet. Father grumbled, whoever has the purse has the power. Hanho really needs him. He asked how much Dad lost in card game. While the relatives were figuring things out, Sonwoo thought that the risk of being targeted by the peace tree was high. Therefore, the effect is obvious. The district is granted the abundance of the divine tree. This effect is at a low level of growth. Next, the gap with other groups will increase even more. Tayson's group came back from recon and said they found a new store. But there's something strange there. They tried to find out the level, but access to the merchandise is denied. Sunwoo realized it was a secret store. He immediately started asking where it was. He got a coupon for the secret store after he defeated Alpha. Didn't think he'd be able to use it so fast. Tayson's group took Manhwa to the secret store. He asked the boys to wait there. When Sunwoo went inside the barrier, Taeson said they weren't allowed in, but the boss can easily get in. As expected, he's unbelievable. Walking inside, Sunwoo thought that last time he had 10 seconds to buy high-level items instead of random ones. He has 48 million gold. He won't have to give up anything. With any luck, he'll get the item this time. The system reported 5 items will be presented in order. If he wishes to purchase one, he may say so. 10 seconds to think about it. The first item set panacea has opened. When used, it nullifies abnormal statuses. The price is 3 million. It's an item he missed last time. Sonwoo bought them today. The second item is the legendary mantle of Asura. When the palms of the hands are folded, 4 hands appear on the mantle. Increases agility and stamina. Sonwoo said that this item allows you to mimic the skill of a heavenly general. I thought about it. Let the price be higher. He item is better than the mantle of the Shadow King. He can't change it for the sake of the set effect. Manhwa decided to buy and give the 4 arms to Hanho because they look terrible. The third item is the Master Key. Allows you to open all locks. Disappears after use. The price is 9 million. Sonwoo wondered if there was anything else besides a mimic that could be called a treasure chest. And can the key be used on territorial restrictions and barriers? Sonva pressed buy. Good thing there's enough gold. No one knows when it might be needed, better to buy it. The fourth item, the legendary Ghost Mask, has been unlocked. Increases sword damage when worn. Allows for better target detection. Sun Woo thought it was for Jisoo because she's so clumsy. If he misses an opportunity, she'll be out of luck. I bought it. When the fifth item was revealed, Sonwoo was very surprised and overjoyed. It was the mythical Heavenly Bow. Automatically generates arrows after the bowstring is drawn and activates the Falling Sun skill. The price is 15 million gold. Other than the Seed of the Tree of Peace, Sonwoo had not encountered any mythical items before, but it just appeared in the store like that. Judging from the tree, the mythic level is not so simple. Even the conditions of use are not simple. The strength required to make a shot is 100. Even with all the Lich and Anubis buffs, his limit is 57. It's an item that can't be used right away. It may be an impulse purchase. But Sonwoo decided to buy a bow. You never know when you might get a chance to see one of these things. He hit the jackpot. Shopping is complete. He was actually planning to get his hands on a set of Shadow King items, but apparently he wants a lot. There's one item left to find. The chance of it showing up among the random ones is slim. We need to find a way to get it. Sonwoo felt that when he gathered the legacy of the Shadow King, he would gain much more power. Back in the village, Sonwoo distributed gifts to his friends. Hanho was delighted with his 4 extra hands. He couldn't believe he'd gotten the power of a celestial general to take out the boss. Asked if he could keep it. Sonwoo said not so much that he was beaten. Hanho asked me not to lie. He was watching from above. Jisoo laughed. Sonwoo didn't realize what was going on. Hanho said that the gift was apropos. She almost destroyed the store after a few items. Jisoo thanked Sunbae. She said the mask was perfect for her. Opening the phone, Hanho asked, having heard that the faction battle was leaning towards the Liberation Guild, there is only one base left in the Pukansan Mountains. Sonwoo thought about this event, Capture the Capital. If you occupy 3 bases, you can get a 30% buff for a week. He heard at the beginning the Reconstruction Alliance was ahead of the game thanks to Surprise. Looks like the Crusaders have turned the game around. The more Sonwoo heard about this confrontation, the more convinced he became that neither faction was a serious opponent. They are hardly a threat. They have completely different levels of experience points. In other words, he will continue to grow the peace tree and take over the Korean server. If you keep working at it, you can get closer to figuring out why the world is the way it is and how to fix it. It takes strength to know the truth. Meanwhile, the Liberation Guild was celebrating another victory. The prosecutor has made an official statement. The guild seeks peace and unity. They call on the demon camp to surrender. 24 hours to deliberate. Hanho was surprised they'd done it in a day. He asked if they planned to form an alliance of capitals afterward. Sonwoo replied that if that was the end of it, yes. Hanho didn't understand why. Sonwoo explained that there was a number 1 at the end of the quest name, and then came the quest for 3 factions battle for Capital 2. Jisoo said that you can't just cheat the system. Hanho was surprised that they were also involved. Sonwoo answered that correctly. Soon this 3-way battle would be over. The next morning began with news from Mont Pukansan, where Imuji's cave from the mission was located. Reporter An reported that something incredible is happening on the mountain. They are broadcasting live. This is the 2nd location in Capital Capture. And it's huge. It looks like a giant dome covers the entire mountain. The location is like a demonic forest where no rays of sunlight penetrate. The ground shook. Imuga's cave seems to be the lair of the boss himself. In 34 hours, the 3 factions will take part in the competition and fight against each other. I wonder who will win this time. Minyum watched the report and resented the fact that they would still have to fight Sunwoo in the end. The prosecutor said maybe a fight with him was inevitable. He thought that even if it could be avoided, no one knew what would happen next. As long as they're at the mercy of the system, there's a good chance they'll have to fight Sunwoo. Manhwa said it seems to be bothering everyone in the guild. Cheon said it's natural. Even he's nervous. But they're not going to lose. Fortunately, the demon faction has lost its power, so they only need to focus on Necromancer, and they can win. Manhwa said they would do their best to defeat the undead army. Minhim informed the prosecutor that a support group had been added to the demon faction. The wrestling guild from Gangwon-do has announced that they have joined the demon camp. The head said 254 members of their guild, including Master Bom-yeol, would take part in this fight to lead the demons to victory. Gangwon-do players may already know, but they are warriors who survived the hell called the Taebaek mountain range. It is a region teeming with countless monsters and their leaders. Recently, they had been fighting endless battles without a break for rest, and as a result, they won. But they're not going to stop there. They plan to go to a new battle and of course to win. This time, the system accepted bets on the battle for the capital. Everyone was shocked to see the sweepstakes. Cheon shouted that this crazy system first provoked a confrontation, and now it's gambling in the dungeon. As a reward, the winner is given 1% of the total amount bet. Sunwoo, meanwhile, told the team that they need to pretend to be weak. Hanho asked if he thought he could make people believe they were going to lose. Sunwoo said it's time for Goebbels from Suwon. Hanho replied that he'd do it, but warned that he'd beat up the boss if he got a taste for it. Jisoo asked if he thinks provocation and tampering is wrong. Hanho asked if he thought gotcha would be okay. Jisoo looked at the box and said it was her gold. Hanho replied that he wouldn't cause any problems, just asking for some assurances. One thing that bothered Sanhwa was how they could pretend to be weak. Hanho suggested using those people. Before the battle, the prosecutor gave his team a sermon. He said that their guild would definitely win this competition at Mount Pukansan. They received a buff as a reward, so victory is definitely theirs. The items received will be donated to the Capital Region Players Association. The Liberation Guild is in favor of power sharing. Opinions online were divided after the broadcast. Some were on Necromancer's side. The demon faction was also campaigning. The moderator introduced the person hidden behind the veil. After saying that, the chairman of the Reconstruction Alliance appeared on the stage. The people recognized him as Chairman Lee Young-hwan. Hwang said that everyone knows how he helped the country. How develop the country with the help of business will lead the demon faction to victory. They're not the only ones in the faction. He heard that there are many players of that faction in Busan. They're going to team up with them and provide 2 of the items that are supposed to be rewarded. One legendary item will be given to an independent player who joins their faction. Wang asked everyone to save their bid tokens and join the demon faction. All the details will be posted on the community page. The Necromancer was silent. Someone nearby noticed smoke coming from the village, assumed they were under attack. A discussion began in the community. Hae-young, reading this discussion that Suwon was attacked by someone and caught the Necromancer off guard, was very surprised. After a little thought, she and her buddies came to the conclusion that they were cheating. Under Sanwoo's supervision, the final preparations for the recording of the address were underway. Hanho was pleased with the great response in the community. He said it's time for the actors to show up. 3 men were brought into the room who were ordered by the company to destroy the village. The head of the group said the company wouldn't like it. It values trust, but participation in manipulation does not. Kensu sternly asked if the company didn't like what, or does he want to fight them again so that the mace of the Thunder God can swing. Suggested we talk to the Necromancer. He's the kind of man who prefers action over words. Eventually, the shooting began. Hanho said the number of people betting on them had dropped significantly, but not everyone believed the news. Sanwoo replied few people invest in anything risky, and all they have to do is wait for the finals and invest. They'll head to Mount Pukansan as late as possible, so that everyone will think they might not come. Lee rejoiced, shouting that it was finally time for Asura Hanho. The Liberation Guild has arrived in the competition area. The system has warned that player elimination is not available. In the event of an enemy attack, the team will automatically be declared dead. The 2 factions of angels and demons met and exchanged unflattering barbs at each other. The angel faction said the fighting guild has only fought monsters so far. What do they expect coming all the way from the middle of nowhere? The demon faction was snidely discussing how the crusaders were being painted. The demon faction jeeringly discussed how handsome the crusaders were. Reporter An met the teams and showed each team the entrance to Pukansan Mountain. This is the arena where the second competition will be held. An said it looks like the angel and demon factions are in place. Asked the assistant how much time was left before the start. He said 1 hour and 10 minutes. The reporter said, did the Necromancer suffer irreparable damage, as the hunters claim? He still hasn't shown up. She said they'd never see him, but the assistant asked her to look up at the sky. Everyone present raised their heads upwards. They said it was a goddamn necromancer. His team dismounted from the wyverns and strode confidently toward the entrance. There were murmurs around that he'd shown up and looked good, what they would do. Sanwoo thought it was time to bet on weaklings. Reporter An stopped him, asked to interview him, but he passed by as if he didn't notice the girl. An shouted for Mr. Necromancer to wait. The assistant wondered if the Necromancer thought he was a star. The warrior of the demon faction said even in this world, media is a scary thing. The Necromancer approached the prosecutor and said he hadn't seen him in a while. He replied, and finally the sworn enemies came face to face. There's no telling what will happen there, but as long as they don't cross each other's paths, they won't have to fight. Separated, they thought even if they became enemies, they weren't going to fight to the end. They have long been allies and indebted to each other, but if they must be destroyed, so be it. The demon faction watched and wondered what they were talking about. Li Young-hwan agreed that it seemed that Necromancer had not been attacked. Huang said he's a slippery type. Even now, he's still thinking about money. Li Young had a supply of divine blood arrows. They deal 2,000% damage to undead. Hitting a Necromancer's heart guarantees death. He frowned and told his men that they only had 4 arrows. They had to do it right. The subordinate replied, if they didn't have that, then nothing could strike right through the heart. However, it is clear. Only 4 arrows, but they will seek to destroy the Necromancer with the first shot. If he misses, he will immediately realize the power of this weapon. Bum Yul said that Huang can rely on them. However, how did he get this weapon? It's perfect for fighting a Necromancer. Huang replied that the person he was talking to didn't need to know. Bum Yul laughed that the man had many secrets. Respect. Huang noticed that the Necromancer wasn't the only one to watch out for. The girl who's good with a dagger is Necromancer's colleague. She's in the top 5. I'm sure she didn't reach that level without the help of the Necromancer. In the video of the battle against the pirates, she single-handedly fought the monster that killed the tank. He saw that moment. She might get in the way, so I ordered that once the competition started, I'd get rid of her first. Bum Yul replied that it was a pity. She is the type of person that subordinates like. Meanwhile, the entrance for the third faction appeared on Mont Pukansun. Sanwoo said, well, there is a different entrance for each faction. Looking at Hanho asked him if he was in a bad mood. He said he felt left out. After looking at the betting table, he got a little cheerful. If they win, the winnings will be multiplied. Jisoo said it was better than gacha. The effort would pay off. Sanwoo made a bid of 70 million. Thanks to this, we no longer have to worry about working capital. Since their faction does not include many elites, they are at a financial disadvantage. They have to borrow from other factions. The system wrote that Necromancer's team can enter Imuga's cave. Once they crossed the threshold, they could not leave until the raid was over. Hanho grumbled that there was not a ray of light. They were trapped. Sanwoo replied it was a dungeon. Hanho was surprised at the huge tree. He asked if they were definitely in Korea. Jisoo replied that it looked like the vegetation was beginning to dominate the local fauna. The task came to catch the Sphinx with the key and move on to the next stage. Hanho grumbled that there were monsters that looked like cats. Jisoo replied that it was more likely to be about a monkey. Hanho asked this foreign word, what language is it in? Jisoo replied that it was in their language. Once again, Sunwoo thought that Hanho was a university student. He's also an art student. Sunwoo said he doesn't know what kind of Sphinx it is, but if you meet a monkey in a place like this, it'll be a tough fight. He warned me to keep my eyes open. Hearing the noise, the guys realized that the other faction had already started. The people of the demon faction were rushing through the forest and shouting, there, no there. Above their heads, monkeys were riding on the branches. The head ordered them to just shoot at them. Trying to fight off their claws, they wailed how they could ever be caught. The demon faction suffered its first casualties. The crusaders of the demon faction were surrounded. These animals were waiting for them to spread out. The prosecutor said they could lure the monkeys out if they split up. Minhum replied that it was risky. Some one individual has the key. They don't know how much damage will be done before they can find it. Cheon realized the quest itself wasn't difficult. However, they could take a lot of damage without moving away from the entrance. To everyone's surprise came the message that the third faction temporary had gotten the key. Cheon couldn't believe it, screaming out loud, how is this possible? Wearing the mask thanks to her ghost sense, Jisoo had a better sense of the targets around her. She heard him. She could tell where the key was by the clang of metal. Hanho was fidgeting around, saying it's so dark only Jisoo can find him, even if they find a target. How to eliminate it? Sunwoo said to make him come down from the tree, and he used the poison cloud skill. Because the forest is dense, the monkeys can avoid the raindrops. But what about the ones that run down the trunks? If the monster is not resistant to poisons, it will have no choice but to go down. Hanho, with dagger in hand, noticed and reported that the monkey was coming down. Sunwoo calculated that the ghouls would attack her down below. Of all his undead members, They were the best at climbing trees, but he shouldn't have forgotten the weight difference. In the end, the Necromancer summoned Minsok. The one using the abyss chains easily attacked all the surrounding monkeys. Jisoo, thanks to her instincts, easily picked out the Sphinx from the mass of monkeys and attacked it. Hanho said it seemed the monkeys have no desire to go down. Sunwoo replied instead of fighting on the ground, they prefer poison burn. The Necromancer used his blast. A larger group of monkeys got hurt. He said now they realized it wasn't their territory, it was his. Hanho shouted with folded hands that this is the boss's powerful force, and Asura's power is staying with him. Hanho was eager to test his 4 arms, so he used the dagger throw 4 times. He cheered as he announced the dagger firing 4 times. Sunwoo said skeptically that despite his strength, he swung daggers. Now Jisoo finally found the monkey with the key around his neck, and everyone saw the message that the third faction had gotten the key. Sunwoo said it looked like the key was leading them to the next area, leaving a trail of light behind it. He offered to follow the key. As I walked farther into the forest, the light was noticeably brighter. It was the moss on the trees glowing. The second stage is an area covered in poisonous fog. To improve your immunity to the poison, you need to hunt down 100 giant wasps and move on. When Hanho saw the giant wasp, he squealed that he thought it was a drone. The guys were hiding behind tree trunks. Jisoo said the wasps were very big, so they looked unrealistic. She listened for a moment. There was a high-pitched hum. There must be a hive nearby. Hanho laughed nervously that it was crazy to touch the hive. Seeing Sunwoo's grin, he asked if he was right. He replied that it was ineffective to catch them one by one. So he pulled out a dwarf's multi-shot crossbow. It can activate the arrow of ignition. Sunwoo raised his crossbow and said all they needed to do was burn the hive to the ground. But it turns out the hive is covered by a shield. Wasps have a divine skill. Then Sunwoo said they would rise up and throw him off, so he sent in the Dark Sphinx skeletons. The wasps attacked with a stinger. They are not so weak, but if they become immune to poison, their attacks will be no different from physical attacks. The Sphinx monkeys threw the hive down. The Necromancer sent the werewolf bears to smash it. After a few blows, the shield broke. The Necromancer took up his crossbow again. One by one, the reports of poison wasp larvae being destroyed came in. The hive was on fire. Hanho said that at this rate, they'll quickly wipe out 100 wasps. They don't seem to be leaving the burning hive. The Necromancer said they would destroy more. Hanho asked why. The Necromancer said it was the way of those who were far ahead. At this time, their demon faction's rivals had also finally found the key. They were going for the key, counted 20 people dead. There were casualties, but it was worth it. The head of the demon squad knew that the quest would be difficult to complete with multiple classes. They understood, but they formed a raid of warriors and rangers. They didn't set aside men to protect the priests and mages to take all the damage and finish the raid as soon as possible. However, the demon faction is once again losing to the Necromancer. What the chairman will think of them? Well, now that they've found the key, they can catch up in no time. When I read the assignment that after the monkeys, I had to destroy the wasps. Good thing we don't have to go looking for someone hiding in the middle of nowhere again. He informed his subordinates that if the task was to destroy 100 wasps, they must be somewhere nearby. He ordered them to split up and search. They walked through the woods and echoed. The second team didn't find any wasps. Neither did the third team. The head was nervous about where they were. And then the head himself came upon a burned wasp nest with dead wasps lying next to it. He screamed that the Necromancer was a sneaky bastard. He's a stickler for the rest of us. A group of reporters stood at the exit of the dungeon. They were waiting to be the first to know the information of the winner. It had been over an hour. The third faction, led by Necromancer, was still in the lead. They have completed the second stage. The demon faction is in second. The angels are through the first. Allen's audience cheered, shouted what was expected of a Necromancer. He believed in him. A man standing next to him asked who bet on the Necromancer. The guy replied that he had invested a large sum, taking into account all his previous achievements. The interlocutor smirked and said the guy was a rookie. He's going to take a big loss. Necromancer's fan asked the one who thinks Necromancer will lose. The interlocutor did not deny his accomplishments, but the other factions have armies. The fan replied that he and Necromancer are comrades. The opponent replied they're competing to be the first to finish the raid. But the point of the quest is the confrontation. Chairman Huang analyzed the situation in a short period of time and created a huge power using the influence he has. The Necromancer will not be able to defeat the Imuga boss alone in a short period of time. He will be taken in a ring, with the boss in front and the demon faction in the back. The fan marveled at the cold-blooded judgment and analytical skills. Who is this man? And the man I was talking to laughed that the demon faction would win. He feels it like he bet on the right horse 7 years ago. The fan looked skeptically at the strange man and said he was just a ludomaniac. Meanwhile, the Necromancer's team has a buff immunity to poison. The effect will wear off after leaving the dungeon. They have moved on to the third stage of Master of the Dark Mountain. The task is to defeat the boss monster, Imuga. Approaching the wall, Hanho said, "Judging from the atmosphere, this is definitely the boss's room." The strange murals were repeated on it. Sanwoo turned to Jiz, but she said she couldn't feel anything. It was as if someone was in the way. The Necromancer realized since this creature can block Jisu's senses, the boss level is very high. Perhaps the point is that Imuji is a spirit who is currently preparing to transform into a dragon. As the boys walked further along, they felt a strong, stifling sensation. It was like being doused in boiling water. It was as if the deity himself was pressing down on them. And then, the huge serpent itself appeared in front of them, the boss monster of Imuji. Sanwoo noted in addition to its size and strength, it had great speed and flexibility. The serpent said, "Welcome, masters of this land." The boys were amazed. The monster says it has intelligence. Sanwoo said unlike the others, he is not a bad speaker. Snake replied that was all they were interested in after such a long journey. He said that without language there is no world. For those who have only to cry, there are two ways of existence, inside or outside. The serpent said, perfectly aware of his involvement in this world. Sunwoo thought it sounded plausible. Maybe it's a production designed to liven up the atmosphere before the battle. The serpent said there were only 3. He sensed the presence of many more. They must still be wandering around somewhere. Sanwoo asked the serpent if he wanted to fight them. In reply, he heard that that was not why they came here. Snake wondered why Sanwoo was talking as if he was the one putting up a fight, regardless of whether they came of their own free will or someone else's. If they are interested in snake wealth and offal, they are no different than robbers. The serpent asked what they were silent about. Silence is a sign of agreement. If so, they will be held responsible for their choice. The Necromancer realized it was just a cat scene. He shouted to the boys that the snake was attacking and got ready. A warning message came to the area called Fire of the Devil. The serpent possessed magic. The Necromancer realized that the enemy was using intelligence, not body, commanded the boys to stand aside. The serpent turned around and the guys were blown a few meters away as if by the wind. The Necromancer summoned the Grim Reaper, and the serpent was amazed that the man had the powers of evil. But the Necromancer had already shifted into Anubis's state and asked if the serpent wanted a taste of divine power. Snake asked the dog, not only is he evil incarnate, but he is also a barbarian. Anubis began activating the soul regeneration and rejection of doom skills. And quite unexpectedly, Necromech arrived. He struck the serpent. Anubis said the enemy had let his guard down, and he is not human. But the serpent stopped his undead using runic circles. Anubis was shocked. The enemy asked snidely, is that all Anubis is capable of? And destroyed it with undead. Anubis summoned the monster wyvern, but the serpent hissed that it was useless. It was getting scary. Anubis realized they were no match for the serpent. Hanho asked what they were going to do. It seems hard to get close to him. Anubis knew it was dangerous. He thought he might have to use a resurrection spell here. But if we do that, our comrades will die forever. This is no time to give up. There must be some way. I don't think the system would just create this monster. I don't think he's the kind of guy who'd resort to subterfuge. Uses terrain, how long it takes to roll back a skill. It has a limited range of attacks. Anubis remembered the mural they had seen at the entrance. Behind the snake was a triangle. Anubis summoned the souls bound by the Guardian of Souls. Realized he should not have focused his attention on Imuji. The answer was in plain sight. We need to break down the wall that Imuji is blocking. Anubis used the Soul Blast. But then something unexpected happened. The client-server connection was interrupted due to an error. The reality around me began to model with pixels. Had the game turned off? The serpent stopped. They had their chance. Anubis commanded the undead to stand forward, but they did not hear the orders. How he'd moved them before. His skill was gone. But Sunwoo still remained in the form of Anubis. So the skill isn't gone, it just can't be used. And then the serpent asked Sonhwa if he had ever thought that someone might be watching them. But not now, you Sonwoo. For now, they have been granted temporary freedom. Hanho shouted that the serpent had called the boss by name when they had time to get acquainted. Sanwoo thought, even if it's a boss monster, it's strange to know the name. As a result of the anomaly, the skills stopped activating. The snake's hostility disappeared. So there's been a system failure. Something outside the system has happened. The serpent said they don't have much time. Only this area escapes the creator's gaze. He will soon notice the malfunction. Jisoo interjected the creator. Hanho enumerated God, Buddha, Ashura, or someone else. The serpent replied that it was not the human creator, but their essences of the game of this place and the power they use. Sanhwa realized whoever brought the system into this world, so there's an invader who's playing this world with the system. Sanwoo asked the serpent who the creator was that made him. The serpent said he didn't know. It is not given to him to know about the existence of a creator. Sun Wu said it can't be. If he's the boss of this dungeon and part of the system, he must know about his creator. The serpent replied that it was a revelation. An unknown power had come to him. He could realize only a small part of it in the past moment. So from now on, you need to listen carefully to Yu Xianwu. He said someone is trying to contact him. They're entities like the creator. They can't appear before Sun Wu in person, so they use the serpent to send a message. Sun Wu pondered if these creatures resembled the creator. Then more than one creature created the system, asked what they wanted. The serpent replied that it's a system crash. He wished for the end of the game. Sun Wu asked why him. I heard back that they were watching and seeing everything. They were looking for someone who constantly deviates from the route set by the system and chose him. He must survive and destroy the system. And then there was a message that the system was crashing. The serpent said they'd find a way to contact him and call him by name. And the monster realized his existence was pointless. The whole story's a lie. The serpent cried, saying he is an entity for wanton destruction. After Sun Wu defeats him, he must take the inverted scale. Han Ho was surprised to hear about the inverted one. Jisoo explained that it grew backward and was considered the dragon's vulnerable spot. The serpent said it was a gift from a creature that wanted to help them. The power of the scales will let them know if he's being watched or not. The serpent began to wriggle, hitting the walls of the cave. Han Ho said it was going mad. Sun Wu realized the serpent was faking the battle to trick the creator. Sun Wu commanded the boys to listen carefully. As soon as the system is restored, pretend the battle continues, like nothing happened. The serpent shouted that the game was starting. He must destroy it and live to see the end. Destroy the system and reclaim his world. Sun Wu realized if he missed an opportunity, he would die. However, if the attack was outside the system, it could be easily avoided. Sun Wu saw the serpent attack in full force to avoid arousing the creator's suspicion. However, if you look closely, the battle is rigged. Han Ho used his hands, shouting that Imuji treats fire the same way his mom does. Ju shouted that there was someone else here and swung her sword to attack. She hit the snake's face, realized he was deliberately putting himself in front of the sword. Looking at Anubis, the serpent screamed, "Just not that." Sun Wu thought he was a bad actor. Hitting the wall where the triangle was painted, Anubis said there was something there. A pot was in the hole. The serpent shouted that the enemies would not be able to break Imuga's sacred vessel so easily. Anubis realized that he was hinting if easily handled, it would arouse suspicion. He performed a shower blast. But as expected, body attacks don't work. The serpent put up a shield. But there are enough of them to block the view and apply another technique. While the other skeletons distracted the serpent, Anubis sent the right one to attack and he destroyed the vessel. Imuji began to lose his magical power. The serpent screamed hysterically that those cockroaches had trespassed on his sacred vessel. Sun Wu thought he should get an Oscar for that performance. Such a thing should not arouse suspicion even in the creator. Anubis shouted that without magic he was just a giant serpent and ordered us all to attack together. The decisive blow came from Minsok, 11,550,000, the title of Expert Dragon Hunter. The serpent lay on the ground and said it wasn't fair. He can't believe these assholes beat him. After everything was finished, Wright found a scale, the item Imuji had advised him to take. But when Sun Wu took it in his hand, the system message had 0 in all categories. No information about the item, what it's for. But then Sun Wu received a message that was different from the system message in a gray box. It said, "On air." That's when Sun Wu realized the creator was watching this place. So some creature is watching them. So this gray message is not visible to him. But is it really possible to avoid the creator's gaze? How is that possible? So the creator and those who look like him have different mindsets. But who they are, why they're playing this game. The system message said the third faction won, got 5 boxes of legendary items, payouts for bets and dividends. The Necromancer rejoiced. They would get 300 million gold at a time. An earthquake started. After a few tremors, a hole formed in the ceiling of the cave. Han Ho was jubilant. Now he'll look at the beggars. There are still fools out there who bet on the angel or demon faction. Sun Wu understood since the quest was completed, the zone forbidding destroying other players on Pukan Mountain was also cancelled. Will his opponents just give up? Probably not. We have to be on guard. The other groups have received a message that Imuga's dungeon has been captured. After a while, the dungeon will disappear. The head of the demon faction was angry. Of the over 700 players who entered the dungeon, 211 died, a humiliating defeat. As a result, they gained nothing and lost a lot. However, this is not the end. Despite losing, they survived. They conquered Taibek monster territory. The head of the warriors shouted that they would rise from their knees. He called for Pukan Mountain to be turned into the Necromancer's tomb. The chairman has prepared an additional army of 320 men on the outskirts. This is Plan B in case of emergency. The man shouted that he would launch Operation Exorcist to capture a devil called Necromancer. Outside, reporter On reported that it's all over. The huge dungeon covering Pukan Mountain disappeared by itself. The green exit shone. The winners came out of there. This is Team Necromancer, reporter On said surprisingly, but the third faction beat the opponents and rose to the top of the Korean server. Arrogant type. Jisoo drew her sword. The people around her thought that the reporter had done something to anger her. But in the next second, Jisoo chopped 2 arrows with her sword that flew at the Necromancer. An shouted that it was an attack. Despite the end of the quest, the battle raged again. Arrows rained down in a dense rain. The spectators shouted to be careful because there were other people here. Sanwoo realized that the first 2 arrows were special and aimed only at him. He had a bad feeling. Jisoo warned Sanwoo that whoever fired the arrows was preparing to attack again. She'll go eliminate him. Sunwoo said to be careful. Jis attacked the enemy with lightning speed. Arrows and bows flew in different directions. Reporter On was amazed, asked if it was really a human, a red demon of the third faction. They're all uniquely human. Sanwoo said he is amazed by journalists who risk their lives to broadcast. Hanho replied when it was over, would they be able to escape Jisoo's wrath? The head of the wrestling guild ordered her to stop. A subordinate shouted that she was a red demon. An angry Jisoo asked who he called that. The head commanded the crossbowmen to retreat, the mages to catch up. He marveled at the madwoman, how she fought off the attack. It's not for nothing that the chairman said to deal with her first. Who knew it would be like this? But that wasn't the end of it. There were 2 more arrows left. He decided to deal with this broad and shoot at the right moment. He ordered Yoo-jin to get the painting and keep Jisoo away from him. The subordinate unfolded the magic canvas. The divine landscape was activated. Jisoo didn't realize what it was. There was no way she could block the effects. Looking around, Jisoo couldn't realize where she was. It was a deep crevice in the Taebaek Mountain. The head was pleased that his plan had worked. They sent the demon away. He shouted that even though they lost, they still won, and ordered the Necromancer's head cut off. Sanwoo said he had warned many times, and called upon the god Anubis. The system has informed the Fight Guild that an unknown energy has been detected in the region. Their physical abilities are weakened because of it. Stats are decreasing. The guild leader commanded his warriors to wait until he had summoned the unclean. They have scrutinized the Necromancer. When he summons the undead, black smoke will appear. He casts a curse debuff or poison, then surrounds the prey and destroys it. They don't have to rush if they're under debuff. Wait a little longer. But the system again wrote that physical abilities were weakened due to unknown energy and all stats kept decreasing. The head was shocked. He shouted that the debuff had a cumulative effect. The warriors resented not being told about it. Anubis said he'll do it one last time. As of today, there is no demon faction on the Korean server, and summoned a giant snake. The Wrestling Guild warriors were terrified when a monster appeared in front of them. They shouted that it was really Imuji. Opponents shouted to be rescued, but Anubis said it was too late. The undead are already here. An was reporting and shouted into the microphone that the Taebaek Mountain warriors were just wiped out. That's amazing. The Necromancer has no equal. The fighting head shouted then the Necromancer thinks he can defeat an army with only summoning. Anubis replied that it looks like the enemies will be his guild to fight. The head replied that he was mistaken. After all, that monster is not around him. And then 2 magic arrows struck Anubis. The enemies cheered. Seconds earlier, archer Kate Kim focused on breathing. She was from her school's archery club. Coach said she was a first-time unicorn in 50 years, offered to conquer the world together. But every month her place was taken by a talent that appeared once every 100 or 200 years. But she devoted her life to archery. The first 2 shots were unsuccessful, but this time she was sure she'd hit. After being wounded, Anubis realized the sniper was there. Another shot hit him right in the head. Kate said he couldn't look at her with anger now. A necromancer might be honored to die at the hands of someone like her. But then another Anubis appeared from behind the crowd of undead. He said the last shot to the head was a normal arrow. So there are only 4 special arrows, he said and stepped forward. The sniper was terrified. She screamed how this could have happened. Hanho asked Sunwoo, glad he had used the dummy he had suggested. When Jisoo disappeared, Hanho started to panic, but Sunwoo calmed him down. Explained, no matter how strong the item was, it just sealed her up or teleported her somewhere. Hanho then asked what to do about the shooter that aims at the Necromancer when Jisoo isn't around. He said we had to get the archer to spend the arrows somehow, and Hanho suggested using a werewolf as a stand-in. Sunwoo had doubts about how to pull this off. There were a lot of people watching them right now, but Hanho said he could use magic. Plus, they had something to distract their opponents. Now Anubis said it was that special arrow, and he took it in his hand. The system says it's an arrow of divine blood. Kim screamed that she didn't want to die in a place like this. We'll have to make a run for it. There's no stopping a necromancer. but then Right appeared in front of her. He shot the sniper without hesitation. As Kate fell to the ground, she said it was too much. She was a fan of the Right. Meanwhile, the members of the fighting guild realized that spreading out and attacking was a bad idea. No matter how they hide, the Necromancer's team will still find him. The head of the wrestling guild puffed up his hopes that it was impossible in the deep forest. The system says they're under the Spectre curse. A panic state is in effect. Movement speed is decreasing. The head looked up and saw that the Necromancer was watching the battlefield from the sky. There were wyverns circling. The warriors from the wrestling guild were shouting where the reinforcements were, why they were still missing. The chairman said reinforcements were on standby, but no one showed up in an emergency. It was clear that the chairman, or rather that cunning old man, had abandoned the wrestling guild. The guild leader realized that if this continued, all of his men would die at the hands of the Necromancer. He ordered Yui Jin to get the box. He hesitated and suggested that they think about retreating. The head replied that they had nothing left. Now they would not be able to return to the Taebaek Mountains. Yui Jin wouldn't stop offering to try to challenge the monster in the mountains again, but the leader refused. He replied that no one could defeat that monster. They ran away to get away from the battle with him. Yui Jin took out the box and said that if that's the case, then eat it. And the head ate the contents of the secret box. The spirit of the mountains entered his body. He temporarily gained the power of a mountain god and increased his influence on the objects of nature and his proximity to the spirits by 50%. The system immediately warned him that the mountain spirit was sucking out his characteristics. If he doesn't watch his condition, he'll die. But the head of the wrestling guild could feel the power overflowing from within him. It was gushing from somewhere inside him. As he expected, the spirit fit perfectly with his main class strongman and the associated elementalist. Now he could win. Head Bom Yol rushed to the center of the undead and thrust his sword into the ground, ordering the earth to open up. The skeletons collapsed. The head shouted for the Necromancer to come out and fight him one-on-one. Bom was screaming that he can't do anything without his skulls. Maybe he's a coward who can't fight. Reporter On, who has been broadcasting non-stop, addressed the players on the Korean server. She asked if anyone had any doubts about what Necromancer was like. Anubis replied first he uses tricks, and now he asks to fight one-on-one. Many tried to attack him but ended up dying. The head replied that he was different. He survived through his own efforts and will continue to do so, unlike the one who hides behind the skeletons. Bamiel pointed his finger at Anubis and asked if he could say with certainty that he was strong. He only grinned in response. He asked if it was really necessary to talk about it. Meanwhile, Yui Jin went to help the injured guild warriors. He wailed for the allies, started lifting people up, and among the others he pulled a guy by the arm. He said thank you. But a moment later, he received a blow to the face. It was Hanho who was briefly stunned by the attack of the head of the wrestling guild. The enemy realized he was the weakest of the Necromancer's team. They thought they could take him down and destroy him. Hanho's words about the weakest man made him angry. He replied that he would change their minds today. Putting his hands together, he shouted that Asura Lee Hanho was ready to fight. The opponent asked what was the creepy movement. Taking advantage of all the hands, Hanho used the ghost dagger and the fist of violence. One of the enemies shouted to stick together and fight even at the risk of damage. At best, it's just a thief. Hanho was furious at the words and turned into a mountain of muscle. He asked angrily who he was. He remembered the power that Master Heavenly General showed with his forehands. Lee shouted that now the general was gone, but his power was contained in the object, living and breathing in his heart. And he thought at this rate he'd be on camera. Reporters can't not take pictures. Now he'll have his own fan club too. But the center of attention was the Necromancer's battle with the head of the wrestling guild. Anubis slew his opponent with his scythe and replied that he had said there were many like the head. The defeated enemy lay on the ground wondering why he had lost. What a difference in ability there must be. Anubis asked. The one gained additional abilities through hidden quests. The head realized that was the case. Being in the top 10, he thought that the additional abilities would be on par with the best players. Perhaps he didn't have enough strength, but it seemed that he could defeat the Necromancer if he got the power of the mountain spirit, but he got the gold for destroying the enemy. Glancing around, Anubis saw Hanho scattering his opponents around. The warriors fell to their knees at the defeat of the guild leader. Yi Jin bowed his head to Anubis and asked for their lives. Anubis is interested in mountain spirit energy. You can temporarily gain the power of the mountain god. Recommended endurance is 100. An item that can grant divine status. The message warned of a conflict of statuses that would lead to unfavorable consequences. Anubis said he's not the only one who has traveled this dangerous path. He's a frog stuck in a well on Taebaek Mountain. Looking around, the Necromancer heard Jin apologizing, asked where she was. The enemy didn't understand right away. He asked again what he was talking about. Anubis clarified Mrs. Jisoo. I realized and said it was a girl in a red suit who looked like a butcher. Jin opened a divine landscape that teleports the target to a location on the map. He poked his finger on the canvas and said it was there. Sunwoo asked where it was. Yui explained that it was the deepest cave in the Taebaek Mountains. Sunwoo asked if it was safe. The head of the fighting guild said that they had cleared the mountains. Jin replied that it was partly true, but the fact that they have completely cleared the mountains is a lie. They tried their best to exterminate the monsters, but the mountains are so high and the monsters are getting stronger and stronger every day. They even had a power struggle. Eventually, one monster subjugated everyone in the mountain range, a creature called the Mountain King. Sunwoo was surprised to hear about the King of Monsters, if there was a monster with the title of King outside the Legion. Jin said they didn't see for themselves. Only when they got the message about the quest did they move to another neighborhood. Hanho said that's why they joined the demon faction. They needed people, and the guild needed a place to move to. Sunwoo was starting to get annoyed. You can't just leave an evolving monster out there. Hanho asked Jin if he had any more information. Even though he was a prisoner, he would be treated better than the others. When Hanho found out that Yui was an 18-year-old high school student, he scolded him severely for wearing rags to make himself look older. He thinks robbery is a good thing. Sunwoo was approached by the prosecutor's group. He asked him what was wrong. He didn't think he would use tricks as the head of the guild. Cheon reported that one of his group had discovered and neutralized the demon faction minions who were sitting in ambush. The chairman ran away and they planned to deal with the main forces. But as expected, Sunwoo had already taken care of it himself. Cheon thought the dungeon conquest had failed, but he doesn't intend to sacrifice the guild members. The DA said they'd take care of the rest. He was thinking that he shouldn't miss the opportunity to crush the demon faction. After some thought, Sunwoo said he had a proposition. He would deal with the demon faction in the northern part of the capital. Jisa was sent there using magic. So far, she hasn't contacted the group. The prosecutor replied that if that was the case, it was fine, and extended his hand to Sunwoo. He said that the Liberation Guild would be able to occupy this territory without any effort. Cheon assumed it wasn't free. The third faction needs something from the guild. Sunwoo asked to get information about the Taebaek Mountains through the regional surveillance team. The former comrades shook hands. Let them compete. There's no point in maintaining bad relations. What's needed is friendly diplomacy. Reporter An reported that the Necromancer has won. Incredible power. He's subjugated Imuji. Even prosecutor Yang Dinpo seems to have recognized her. An got level 13. A hidden quest appeared. She needs to mobilize 100,000 people. She didn't think it would work that way. It would be better if Necromancer did an interview. At that moment, Sunwoo approached her and asked her to say a few words live. An got excited and said anything. Sunwoo appeared on all the TVs. He said that within today they will destroy the demon faction's stronghold. The reason is well known. The undead don't discriminate between humans. They only distinguish between the living and the undead. If they don't want to die, let them run and evacuate the family. He'll get no other favor. Tomorrow morning, there will be no one left alive. After reporter An shouted that Jongbu players, if they watch the broadcast, should run away. Send the children and old people to another place. Deputy An revealed that the demon faction is holding a broadcast in which it expresses its position on Necromancer. After a while, the residents of the Yizhanbu area noticed that a Necromancer on Wyverns was approaching them. He was welcomed by Lee Min-chul, the manager of the shelter in the area. Coming closer, Sunwoo said he believed what was said on the broadcast was true. Lee Min-chul replied that they're really giving up. The leaders of the Reconstruction Alliance and Manhwa tucked their tails and left. The players here have unwittingly fallen under the influence of the Alliance. Therefore, they have been forced to partially participate in what is happening. Please understand. The fact that Li Ming had cut off all relations with the Reconstruction Alliance didn't bother Sunwoo at all. He asked where the item was. Chul showed me the direction and asked me to go there. He said they had prepared everything in advance. The people around them were talking about whether the Necromancer would really destroy them like he said in the broadcast. Sunwoo wondered if he'd made that much of an impression, but thanks to that, he managed to get the last fragment of the demon statue. The last condition of the hidden quest, third choice, destroy the statue of the absolute race. The demon had a bowl of fire and a spear pointed backwards. The angel had a sword and a crown. What it means? They mean the statues that every faction is looking for. Sunwoo said it was a dream come true and sent the right to attack. The statue was destroyed. The demon faction increased the reward for the Necromancer to 50 million gold. The warriors of this faction are downgraded. Some cried out that they were just forced to join them. Quest completed. There is an opportunity to create a third faction. Need to find a place for a base in 3 days. Gave an initial capital of 30 million. Hanho found an object that fell from the statue. It's a legendary fragment of the Devil's Horn. The description says the third faction can't use it. Sunwoo said they found a weakness in the system and exploited it, but that's it. Xianwu was about to fly away. Chul caught up with him and asked him to accept them into the third faction. When the stone statue was destroyed, they received a heavy fine. They were also expelled from the demon faction. Sanwu apologized, but he said he couldn't do it now. They don't force anyone to join them, but they don't take them in easily either. Already rising into the air, Sanwu shouted that they needed to first prove their worth and determination to win the game. Li Min-chul was looking at the skeletons of the wyverns flying away and said that it was unrealistic to even survive. He's talking about winning. The team returned to Suwon. Hanho checked his cell phone. Jisoo hadn't texted anything. He was worried and asked if anything was wrong. He asked Sanwu again if she was all right. He replied thoughtfully that she would be fine. He asked her to calm down. He thought he'd like to go looking for her now too, but if he acted now, there was a good chance the situation would become more dangerous. There are still too many forces on the Korean peninsula that need a Necromancer, the Evolution Society, the Reconstruction Alliance, and potential enemies. When he surveys the vast territories of Taebaek, it will become known. It'll be bad if the enemies target Jisoo. There are many people in the Liberation Guild's General Observation Group and they have excellent abilities. Right now, all he has to do is wait. Meanwhile, the world tree was still growing. It was 83% of the second level of growth. Kensu was glad they wouldn't even need lights at night. And there's no light around, which is amazing. Sanwu said it would be difficult to hide it. Kensu replied that it was too important an artifact to hide. Hanho said if they can't hide it, they'll use it. It shows its sacred and overwhelming presence to outsiders. Sanwu chose a location for the main base of the third faction. A name had to be entered. He said it was obvious what the name would be. The World Tree Faction. All Suwon residents have seen the faction creation quest completed. The reward of the initial monetary capital has been received. Sanwu has been given the title of First Progenitor. All stats have been increased. He can add permanent members. The World Tree has become the symbol of the faction. Hanho's father shouted with joy that they were now also members of the faction. Demon Angels, no. Never heard of them. All the villagers were happy. It was said that the other factions didn't even have their own normal leader. Looking at what was happening, Kensu said due to the lack of faction, the sense of separation among the residents was immense. It was a topic of great discussion. The angels were tasked with destroying the World Tree faction and eliminating the leader. The reward is the highest position and 150 million. Quest for demons to bring the bodies of players of the World Tree faction. Each one is worth 1 million gold. The player with the highest contribution has the highest position. When Sanwu saw this, he said they had invested a lot of gold. The factions consider them dangerous. The World Quest Hunt or Protect has appeared. All players must choose to follow the orders of the absolute factions or join the World Tree. Hanho lamented that they were crazy. 5-6 million for one head. Sanwu jokingly told him to stay away from him. The villagers became outraged that this was more. This is the real thing. Sanwu watched as the atmosphere changed from joyful to gloomy in an instant. Some cried nonsense. Others rushed to stock up on herbs and fill the warehouse with them. Thirds still rejoiced at the sound of accumulating experience and gold. Fourths considered it a success. Father Hanho shouted in rage, how dare they attack them. Even sparks flew from his eyes. Sanwu was in a panic. Who had brought these simple-minded people to this? Kensu cheerfully said that this was different from the past when their only way of survival was to flee. He said with a smile that they were preparing to fight in a larger, perfect battle. Sanwu said fine. They'll be well prepared this time. He gripped the flake in his pocket. He was on the air. Thought they were having fun? Keep an eye on him. That's good. He'll entertain them in the most unexpected ways. The Hwaran Guild's live broadcast from the demon faction had begun. They wanted to officially announce their position. The head reported that the demon faction in Busan rejects an extremely confrontational structure. It chooses peaceful and diplomatic exchanges, and one by one the messages started pouring in. Different groups wrote that they supported the World Tree or wanted to join. The girl sitting in the helicopter read all the comments and said the world is full of people shaking with fear. They don't see the big picture. A helicopter landed aboard the ship. A girl and a tall man stepped out of it. They were already met by a delegation. The head of delegation welcomed Dr. Y. This was their first meeting. The doctor said hello to Arahata-san, asked if the elder himself had visited them. Arahat-san replied that the Yakuza boss doesn't come to remote places by himself, but they've sent enough fighters, so they're asking for the doctor's understanding. Dr. Yu said he understands, but he wants to know who came instead of the Yakuza boss. As Arahat-san escorted the guests inside, he said that this was Chief Okata Akira, who was nicknamed the Holy Sword. He is in charge of training the guild's assistants. Entering the room, the arriving guests saw a masked man sitting in front of them. The system says he's testing them with a keen sense. Their information is partially revealed. He's reading their intentions. After reading the information, Okada Akira sincerely thanked Dr. Yu for personally coming here. The doctor replied that they were honored to meet him, and they are equally honored to stand at the hilt of the sword. Okada was surprised that the doctor even knew his nickname on the Japanese server. He seems to be very interested in Japan. His mastery of information is amazing. Okata invited Dr. Yu to the table. He clarified the purpose of the doctor and the Evolution Society, that guy. Dr. Yu said it's the guy from the World Quest. It's the Necromancer, Okada said wryly. This visit was supposed to be short-lived, but it looks like there's a hunt coming up. A guy from the World Tree faction. Because of him, an entire continent is about to be conquered. Akira thought for a moment. If they could kill such a large fish at the request of the informant from the Korean server, it would be a significant accomplishment for them. Okada promised to send his most valuable special unit. Dr. Yu has nothing to worry about. The doctor replied that he'd already asked for mercenaries from the Korean server, but they were unsuccessful, so the target will be somewhat prepared for the attack. Akira was angry. He said he really didn't want to be treated like those mercenaries. They are wandering knights who take up swords to defend honor and loyalty. Their skills are different from those of ordinary mercenaries. Dr. Yu replied that no one dared not recognize the swords and skills of the Yamato Guild. The doctor started to say that this was not an easy opponent, but Okada waved him off, saying he didn't have to worry because they had ninjas. This is an advanced class that specializes in stealthy and careful destruction of strong opponents. They have professional knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation. It's not easy to gather 15 top-class ninjas and create synergy. Akira said that this seemed to be the end of their conversation. He'll order the ship to turn around. Dr. Yu Rising said he was honored to meet him. Okada said that the Yakuza boss ordered him to take that thing first before pulling out his swords and fulfilling their part of the bargain. Dr. Yu promised to send them the item today, and the helicopter with the guests took off into the air. The girl who accompanied Dr. Yu asked who the Yakuza was. He replied that the Yakuza were the head of the Yamato Guild that took control of Kyushu Island. This is an old man who couldn't even awaken after level 22. The doctor thinks he's in a hurry since he's collecting wake-up items. They've got one of them right here. That's why they made this deal. The girl replied, this time it will be different. The ninjas will deal with the Necromancer. The doctor said they need these guys to buy time, even if the Yamato Guild fails. All they have to do is finish the plan, and then it will be over. Meanwhile in Suwon, Seonwoo and Kensu were discussing their plans to participate in the battle. Kensu said there were too few. Hanho shouted that there were enough. Sunwoo replied that they were trying to recruit a small number of good soldiers. He reflected that the goal was to reduce the risks to the dependent population and create a solid foundation. Kensu said fortunately they've had no human casualties so far. Sergeant, during a battle they can't guarantee the safety of everyone. The settlement has a population of 226. Even a small number of casualties would be a major blow. Kensu said that they couldn't just recruit mindlessly. The sergeant replied that selecting the right ones was not an easy task either. Sunwoo said they need to do a better job of laying the foundation. The solution is simple. Everything that can be accumulated must be accumulated to the limit. This is the beginning of a project to prepare for mass combat. It's going to be a tough few days. It was decided to start with items. Sergeant Kim reported that he had made an incredible item himself from loot from the Conflict Guild. It was a rare top-rank crossbow with a large magazine. It is joined by a semi-automatic reloader. Hanho said they will make the World Tree faction great again. Keep improving. Seonwoo still has a lot of gold. The next item is hunting. On the main field, everything has long been organized and cleaned up, but there are still a lot of new dungeons. There are 4 large dungeons among them. They can choose at their discretion. Sunwoo said to divide everyone into dungeon groups. They'll go on the raid with him. Sergeant Kim was surprised that Sunwoo was going to take them on a raid. He said we should go. There was no need to delay in clearing the dungeons. The first group chose to raid a dungeon called the Troll's Crypt. From the stifling heat and the terrible odor, Father Hanho was already on edge. The sergeant asked him to be patient a little longer. They would soon reach the turning point. They heard someone coming. 4 trolls were coming from the darkness of the cave. One of the soldiers shouted that there was no need to be frightened. With their levels and experience, they could handle them. They took turns starting to activate their skills. Shield pressure, heavy legs, muscle paralysis, iron, protective wall, knee strike. The teamwork paid off. One by one, reports of the trolls being wiped out came in. The team was glad it had worked out. They reached the entrance to the second floor. This is the turning point. Skeletons packed trolls on the surface. The large troll crypt dungeon in Soho Park is actually 3 stories high. But Sunwoo said they could get a lot of gold just by defending the first floor, going out and then repeating the process again. No casualties. After a while, Kensu replied, well, of course it was without casualties. But people are exhausted. Now they want to rest properly. They had been hunting for 11 hours without rest. Because they walk the same path without interruption, everything here is already familiar to them. Sanwoo said as you gain experience and increase your sweep speed, your rest time decreases, but it gives you a lot of experience points. One of the warriors asked Sanwoo, "Doesn't it seem that even factory machines would break from such a load?" That one replied, "Even Hanho has experienced such a thing. How can you talk about resting on that level?" Lee said at one time, he and Jisoo hunted with food in their mouths. Sanwoo asked, "And what? It doesn't work. I heard back that it is very difficult." Father said no one died, but there are many wounded among them. Physical wounds they're treating with potions, but the mental fatigue keeps building up. The sergeant shouted that he was getting stronger and stronger, already level 15. Now that everyone's level is increasing and catching up with them, there is competition. Hanho announced to the citizens of the settlement that they had no time to rest. They still have to move the trolls before they begin to rot. He rejoiced watching the wyverns carry off the trolls, finally the gathering and the production. The people in the settlement shouted at the sky that they were here again. Why so soon? They hadn't been able to make them out yet. Residents were outraged that the raiding parties there had gone crazy. They don't rest and they don't let them. The entire warehouse is already filled with potion crates. These are all the materials for battle. We can produce them, although there's a shortage of healing herbs. They have a lot of troll ingredient though, the group complained. They just came from a raid and need to go back to the mountain to collect medicinal plants. It was a never-ending cycle of battle of creation and gathering. People were getting stronger. Materials were being accumulated. Talent was knocking on doors. It was an economic boom. Only people are exhausted. Sarge and Kensu said that Sunwoo would be a real rich man in the real world. Things were going well in the settlement. Only one thing was bothering Sonhwa, Jisoo. Looking at Jisa near the defeated monster, another monster said that they were called monsters. Looking at that, he wasn't sure which one was the monster. The king of the great mountain range stood before her, asked if he was wrong. Jisoo thought about Sunwoo. It might be hard for her to go back to him. Meanwhile, the recon team received a report that weak magic has been blocked by an unknown force. "Isn't it too time-consuming to scout the area with a magic drone?" said one of the group, picking up the drone from the snow. The sounds of monsters were coming from everywhere here. Now they understood why the conflict guild had fled this place. Apparently, they thought it would be easier to fight another faction. But there was something strange about these monsters. It was like each one of them was a boss. Even with the resources and the number of people on the search party, it would be difficult for them. Is it realistic to survive here alone? One of the group said they know Jisa. If you look at the way she fights, you can tell she's no ordinary person. The girl from the squad said she was different from them. They only searched during the day. They moved from one safe zone to another. What would the Necromancer say if he found her body? How could you leave this fragile girl behind? Let's not waste any time and keep looking. One of the searchers yelled out that he found a witness at the mountain cabin. This is where the old man and his granddaughters lived. Looks like he was with the missing woman for a short time. The team leader shouted nervously, "What does that mean?" "She's no longer with them." The old man answered that the girl in the red clothes was right. The man asked if he knew where the girl had gone. She asked to borrow some clothes. She never came back. He did, of course, worried if she could survive in her outfit in such a cold place. The old man fell to his knees and wailed, wondering if anyone else was hurt. According to his granddaughters, she was on some kind of quest. It seems the quest was related to the king of the great mountain range. She may have taken the quest route. Did she really decide to search for such a monster alone? The old man shrieked. The team leader asked him if he remembered anything else, but the man said that Jisoo had eaten almost all their food. In gratitude, she brought them wild animals. But how's an old man supposed to butcher them? He's been using stores all his life. According to the granddaughter, the king of the mountains has a Shadow King item, Jisoo told her. But the girl doesn't know what those words mean. The expedition leader was surprised. If there are 2 kings living here, the subordinate replied that this information was not available to them. If she's really headed for the king of the mountains, there's no way to track her down. It's a pity. But for a group of searchers, it turns into self-destruction. It was decided to report the situation to the Necromancer. Meanwhile, a monster hunt by a military guild was going on in the streets of the city. One of the guys thought the people of World Tree Village were good. He said that the neighboring areas are developing and this one is at the same level. This place had once been a bustling town, but then the boy noticed silhouettes approaching. One of the strangers took off his hood and asked for directions. The young man realized he wasn't a local. Strangers in this world are not very nice people. A comrade called out to the guy. He asked Cynthia what was wrong. He thought they had 26 men on their side. Nothing bad would happen. Cynthia replied that he didn't know, but it looks like those people got lost. Another man looked out of the truck and asked, "Lost in such a world?" Another man grinned and shouted for Cynthia to tell them to go to the police. The stranger asked if they were going to Suwon correctly. The guy pointed to a street sign. He asked if they couldn't read. The stranger clarified means Suwon in that direction. Cynthia was already getting nervous. Why do they keep asking? said if they don't stop talking down to him, he's not going to let it go. The stranger smiled and answered to calm him down. He's not looking for a sign. He doesn't care about the text he can't read either. Suddenly, a ninja appeared on one of the cars. He asked the stranger for a cleanup. Seuntae was shocked. The people in the cars behind him had already been dealt with by the ninjas. The wily interlocutor said even a brief distraction can create a hole in vigilance. Unbearable people. Seuntae fell on his knees in front of him, screaming that he'd take them to Suwon. He only asked for mercy. The man in the cloak putting on his mask replied that they didn't really need a guide. And the guy in his cell phone, he wants to get information from the Korean server all the time. Cynthia was lucky. All those who met their first squad were already dead. However, there is no need to relax. His assistants could save the lives of his other comrades. Synth said they didn't look like locals, asked who they were. The man replied that they were teachers who came to punish the naughty people on their server, ordered them to take them to the Necromancer. At this time, Sunwoo and his group were already on the 3rd floor of the troll dungeon. The battle with the boss monster, King of the Underworld, was underway. Kensu commanded the airborne squad to focus the attack on the legs. First group to prepare to refreeze the legs. Rotation to overcome magic skill recovery time. This is actually the most optimal strategy against monster bosses. Even though these bosses are not easy to defeat, but they went on the attack. This time, the boss monster shot at them with a slingshot. The people used defense magic. The girl in the group cheered. The entire 5th group had been trained for special situations to protect themselves with magic. They would be able to block it a couple more times. Hanho resented the fact that in their time, no one could be surprised by 6 arms. What a disgusting monster. He's the only real one. The team finally defeated the King of the Underworld and received 115,000 gold. The team cheered. They had done it. They were able to raise the level. Sunwoo watched and rejoiced. Great. Their level and confidence. The strength of their faction continues to grow in real time. One of the warriors called Sonhwa over to look. There was something on the wall. It was a door protected by powerful magic. Captured creatures can approach. Requires a 3rd level spell or wizard level. Kensu said he's seen it twice. No other clues. Looks like a hidden reward from personal skill. No one has that ability. That's the way it is. Although Yongshik has such an ability, but the level is too low. Sonwoo replied that he thought there was another way. He took out his special power key that opens all locks. He used the key. The door to the large vault of the King of the Underworld opened. When they looked inside, they were surprised. It was unbelievable that a troll had accumulated all this. Hanho said this troll has unique taste. Doesn't he know how to use it if he collects these? In addition to the mountains of treasure in the vault was a ballista, a legendary gun that simultaneously fires 40 shells that explode at the target. The sergeant said there are no arrows inside. It seems to contain magical powers. Kensu said it was a worthy object on the eve of battle. My father resented the fact that it would cost a lot of money to make shells for such a machine. It could be used to rule the world. Hanho rejoiced that this weapon was just right for their settlement. The sergeant said it was pretty heavy. Kensu said they were exhausted enough. It would be hard on the way back too. Sonwoo said there was one useful thing for this kind of thing, and activated the World Tree Faction's vault. The system reported 150,000 gold for storage. Everyone was surprised. If you think about it, why not give everyone their own personal equipment? Other items could now be examined. Hanho found a staff, asked him about its use by the troll maid. The father replied that he looked like a sota. Lee asked what a sote was. My father explained that it was a kind of milepost. He grumbled that he should be sent to school so illiterate. The system says it's sota luck. All production facilities within a 5-kilometer radius are improved and the probability of success is increased. Sonwoo was pleased that he was improving his performance. The sergeant said it was good, but will the people of the settlement be happy about it? They accumulate items and materials to create rare items in the future. Right now, there's not enough time in the day to see everything they've gotten. Sonwoo said that they have accomplished a lot these days and collected a lot of stuff. Now we have to go back. The Sati of Fortune was placed near the tree. This area received the abundance of divine trees. People have read that these positive effects overlap with the World Tree effect, so the battle groups were able to do something. Now, you'll have to work even while you sleep. Some were angry and shouted that he should have been killed. Kensu noted that the number of medicinal herbs has increased since the installation of the Sati. The herbalists don't even come back from the mountain, or maybe they deserted. Sonwoo said that was enough, and giving in to the general mood, he announced that the next 12 hours would be rest. But after that, we'll proceed to conquer large and complex dungeons. For the rest of us, it didn't matter. After all, there was a long-awaited vacation to follow. They would agree to anything. Sonwoo interrupted the cheering with the announcement that the surveillance team would be activated at full capacity. Borders are at risk. His father cried why he had the spatial eye skill. Hanho replied that he said it was the best ability in the world. Night had fallen. The ninjas watched the village. They were pinpointing the target of the glade on Sanhwa through binoculars. They realized that somewhere there was an unidentified tree emitting a powerful force. They were about to attack, but they saw that the world tree was creating a barrier. They decided not to get too close. The man with the telescope reported that it now looks like they went on vacation. One ninja said he thought they should wait for the Necromancer to go beyond the barrier and finish him off. Commanded all subordinates to watch and wait until the target was outside the barrier. In the morning, the unloading of booty from the troll's dungeon was in full swing. Kensu said there's a big dungeon on the university campus. Intelligence shows there are fanatics down there. And the boss monster seems to be a type of tainted spirit. Sunwoo said it means monsters are fanatics who worship the spirit. He remembered something similar, so they could practice defense against not only physical damage, but magic and curses as well. Hanho grumbled that probably no one but Sonbi was using the dungeons as a training ground. The sergeant told Hanho that the advance team was on its way. Kensu warned me it's not far, but beyond the barrier we must proceed with caution. Hanho smiled and said not to worry. If anything happened, he would start praying at once. He laughed in response to Kensu's surprise. He jumped into the car and they drove off. The cars drove off. Kensu looked after him and asked if he was going to be all right. Sunwoo replied that Lee was stronger than he looked. The ninjas saw the cars coming out, heading east on the road. A third team has been sent to track the target. If there's a Necromancer there, the order is to go into action immediately. If not, Plan B. The trucks were slowing down. The third group stopped waiting for further action. The man in the cloak felt something. He thought there was someone here. The ninja asked him if he was sure. San said maybe it was a flying animal. The interlocutor replied that they are followed by a second row. They always watch them from a distance. If there are those who watch and warn you about everything, what's to worry about? And who would go after them? Or he doesn't recognize the skills of their group. The man said to just shut up and watch. The head ninja said to look at the second row, asked if they could be contacted. There had been no messages from them for 2 minutes. They haven't responded to his messages either. The ninja replied that it couldn't be. The two on the tail were ordered to go to Point F to check the location of Hayabusa's second squad and report back. If there's a problem, it's forbidden to engage. They don't want their victim to notice the noise. One of the warriors asked if they were proceeding with Plan B. The elder confirmed. Despite the change of plan, they still destroy the advance party. They sneak up on the Necromancer and destroy him. If you give him time, he'll get stronger and the odds will go down. But they need one shot, one precise strike. A group of ninjas responded that they had been handling everything up to that point, and the synergy list was launched. The cloaked man watched and thought that this was a squad created by Akira Okada to eliminate extremely powerful people. They were the ones who destroyed the powerful figures of Kyushu Island in Japan. Because of that, the Yamato Guild rose to its current position. In this land, ninja failure is impossible, and they went on the attack at the command to begin. The enemies were approaching silently. The elder looked at the men and thought that no one noticed their end. But then there was an explosion. The head turned and asked what they'd been hit with, an anti-aircraft gun. It was an unforeseen situation, but the ninjas couldn't retreat. They decided to break through. The people on the ground noticed the ninjas approaching, screamed that it was an assault. The head ninja thought it was too late to notice them. He turned around and saw that his warriors were wounded. He screamed that this was crazy. It wasn't an anti-aircraft gun. But what then? Everyone saw Jisoo land on the ground. The head ninja was surprised. Could it be that a girl had attacked them then and now? Judging by the fact that the synergy that requires 10 ninjas is gone, that means everyone but them is dead. He said he heard there was a great warrior near the Necromancer, but he didn't think this warrior was so excellent. The head ninja said his name was Kato Tamada. Jisoo replied, and so what? The confused enemy shouted, why they ignore the rules of decorum? Isn't it natural to introduce oneself before a fight? Jisoo asked if he thought he was getting too caught up in playing samurai or ninja. She dislikes him as the one who came to destroy. Kato replied that she attacked from behind and suddenly. Of course, the ninja had nowhere to retreat. It was her mistake to chicken out and not attack in the open. And he sent the signal to attack, so the warriors could surround her on all sides, seize the moment and destroy her. Kato shouted that she was insolent, called him a murderer, so don't expect an equal one-on-one fight. He thought it was time to use the blade. It's called the kunai throw. The enemy thought everything was going great, kunai's throw and smokescreen for the siege. He applied instant concealment, and in a second, 9 ninjas disappeared before his eyes. She'll die before she realizes what's happening. But in the next instant, all of the ninjas' blades met at one point. But Jisoo wasn't there. The enemies didn't understand where she had gone. And then the ninjas started dying one by one. It was tracking, the skill of the holy sword. Kato was shocked. Her strength was equal to that of the holy sword and even surpassed it. The warrior asked the head what they should do. Tamada realized they couldn't take it. There was only one way out. Jisoo yelled for them not to run. She wouldn't let any of them go. The ninjas used their wall running skill and began their retreat. But they could not get far. One by one, they fell defeated to the ground. Only the man in the trench coat was left. He said it was total annihilation. He surrendered. One blow to Jisoo and the enemy fell unconscious. Shocked by such strength, Hanho picked up the cloaked man and asked her exactly Jisoo. Hanho tearfully ran up to Jis asking where she had been. He was worried. Sunwoo had left the squad to him and he wanted to go looking for her. Jisoo replied that she arrived in Suwon a few hours ago, but she saw a suspicious movement and decided to follow up. Jisoo asked if they had missed Sunwoo. Hanho replied that he had already contacted him. He would be here soon. Sunwoo flew in on a wyvern. He ran up and asked if Jisoo was all right. Jisoo looked at Sunwoo with a smile and fondness, replied that a lot had happened. Then she told me everything. During the bloody battle with the monsters, she received a quest after defeating the boss to meet and fight the king of the mountains. After wandering around the mountains, Jisoo was still able to meet the king. However, she didn't know how to say it. I guess you could say he turned out to be a creature similar to Imuji. He gave her a quest. Sunwoo was amazed. She was able to talk to the king and get a quest from him. He's not just a boss monster, he's also an NPC. He was very curious as to what kind of quest such a creature could give. He asked Jisoo what kind of building was there. He told her to find an item called Celestial Ginseng, stolen by the Conflict Guild. Sunwoo wondered what this one was. Hanho began to grumble to Sunwoo that it was a pity for the object. As a reward, he gave Jis the last item from the Shadow King set that Sunwoo had collected. He also gave him an awakening. Sunwoo held up the sphere of the mountain range. He said that this is the object. Even though it had changed a little, the king would be even more pleased with it. Sunwoo gave the orb to Jis. Hanho said that from the description, it was really valuable. Jisoo said the king of the mountains gave another awakening for a person with 3 awakenings. Sunwoo thought they only gave that after 4 awakening. Hanho wondered how Jisoo had gotten here. These mountains must be very far from here. Jisoo replied that the king of the mountains helped. He has many items that can open a portal to the right place. Hanho was amazed. Meanwhile, Sunwoo was thinking that they couldn't take him away. Sunwoo said if the king had already helped, why did he need ginseng? Pondered they don't know why the root and can't interfere. His rewards are necessary. And then Jisoo said she thought she had to go. She got what she came for and started teleporting. Sunwoo told her to be careful and not to trust anyone. He might talk nice, but in the end, he was just a monster. Before disappearing, Jisoo warned Sunwoo about the prisoner. He was very dangerous. It might be better to destroy him. Then Jisoo said her time was up and disappeared with a bright flash of light. Hanho pondered aloud. She said to destroy the surrendered prisoner. That didn't sound like Jisoo at all. Sunwoo replied that the prisoner issue would be put on the back burner for now. He would look at the memories of the defeated warrior. They'll find out who sent them, and they'll pay them back. So no one else dares poke their noses in there. Sunwoo found himself in the lobby of a shopping center. There were a lot of ninjas here. It seemed to be twice as many as the ones Miss Jisoo had defeated. Kato Tomata, standing near the board, announced that the 1st Division would move eastward and head towards Suwon. The 2nd Division will reach Kyonan and complete the mission at the hunting company building at the station. They will execute Plan A to clear the place and regroup in Suwon. There's no specific objective, just to make sure it's clear and they can't regroup. Destroying traitors is the client's request. Sunwoo wondered about the client who was targeting him and the company at the same time. There was one name that popped into Sunwoo's mind. The image was gone. Sunwoo wondered if the memory fragment ended here. Looking back, he saw a bright flash. Apparently, another fragment of memory. While Sunwoo watched the memories, Hanho said each time this state is mesmerizing. It stops for a while like a broken car. Sergeant Kim noted that this is a skill that should only be used in a safety condition. Sunwoo woke up at this point, said Bloodsucker shifted if it was a hostile creature, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The sergeant asked, Sunwoo got some special information or something. Sunwoo replied that there was only one problem that needed to be dealt with immediately, and this prisoner. Should they get rid of him like Miss Jisoo said? Sunwoo said no. They would wait and watch for now. Meanwhile, the ninjas were already tooling around Cheonan Station. The sentries on the terrace had already been removed. The head ninja said according to the information from the guy he caught, the main base of these people is in the penthouse. Right underneath this floor they're on. If they deal with this section first, they'll break easily. They decided to enter through the vent and get rid of the guards in the corridor on the top floor. We need to kill them quietly so no one escapes. The plan was executed, and after neutralizing the guards, the ninjas broke into the meeting room where the bosses were sitting. The head ninja smirked and said hello to the men in the hunting company. Everyone started jumping up from their seats. But one of them said they were Yamato Hood ninjas who had organized a meeting with the Revolutionary Society. The ninja replied that he didn't think they were completely useless. The head of the company replied, of course, he was once a customer of theirs. And also because he gathered this information on the Japanese server through them. A ninja squad entered the room. The head said no more frivolous behavior. They didn't come here to negotiate. Pulling out a sword, he said they were ninjas who only move around to destroy people. The reason the boss is still alive is because of the information. After destroying their server representative Necromancer, the ninja's speech was interrupted by the nervous laughter of the company boss. Ninja asked what was so funny. The warden asked if he was going to take down the Necromancer. That's not going to happen. When the quest for the Necromancer appeared on the screen, the company boss realized that he was the only player who could solve the fundamental problem. The system's hostility towards him proves it. There's no way a man like that would die at the hands of these ninjas. Ninja smiled when he heard that it wouldn't happen. Said that was the company's problem. Since the warden doesn't know anything, he just denies it, saying it can't be. They just swam in the pond together for a long time. But this world is vast. The moment they enter the wild world, their true colors will be revealed. They are the weak who may die before the strong. The ninja said he'd write in the report that there was no useful information and ordered his subordinate to eliminate everyone. A subordinate looking out the window reported something strange approaching. A second later, the window shattered and the toothy maw of a huge skeleton climbed in. The monster tore off a piece of wall. The warrior screamed that it was a necromancer. The head ninja yelled that it couldn't be. The head of the company grinned. So the ninja yelled that they had to at least complete the mission and lunged at the boss with his sword. But the next second, the enemy's sword attack was repelled by the necromancer's scythe. The enemy only cried out when he managed it. System wrote the ninja's body functions are weakened due to unknown energy. All characteristics are decreasing. They didn't realize what was happening. Sanwoo replied, the ninja doesn't even know what divinity is. He's a frog in a pond. Sanwoo approached the company manager and asked if his request was being properly honored. He hesitated and replied that he had not yet. He said he'd need them to make a few requests. Ordered him to bring him information on the Japanese server. The warden was surprised to hear about the Japanese server. Sanwoo replied that he thought it would be their next hunting ground. Ninja shouting that the necromancer is insolent. He dares to ignore it. He thought he was supposed to attack. But for some reason he felt his mind and body shrinking. He couldn't move, like a prisoner awaiting execution. The boss bowed and said information about the Japanese server he understood. Sanwoo said he'd look for information on his own too. He should go into these guys' heads and see. And then the undead appeared. They couldn't move, but they knew they were under attack. The enemies were finished. Necromancer was surprised. He hadn't gotten important memory fragments. Their ranks were lower, and they did not have important information. Sanwoo asked the head of the company how long to wait for a response to the request. He replied that it would take a minute. The chief reported since the basic basis of evolutionary society is completely hidden, even if you do it will not see the results. Instead, the team that was tracking them was wiped out. They must have been caught and fallen out of favor with society. Although they don't know where their main base is, they have gathered information about what they are trying to do. That will be of great help to him. Sanwoo thought he felt uncomfortable with this guy. He looks like a fan who met his idol. He asked the Japanese server move to attack him. The warden replied that they were actually planning something more. Immediately after the announcement of the world quest on the Japanese island of Kyushu, the movements of the Yamato Guild became visible. Looks like they've formed a united Kyushu army to conquer Korea, also known as Project Korea Strike. Sanwoo thought about it after hearing about the Korean strike. It's a definite world quest centered on its destruction. There's a defense option, but considering that the reward for it has not been set, it's like getting nothing. They were going to not only get rid of the Necromancer, but attack the entire server. Sanwoo asked if there were any details. The information was obtained from rumors spreading in Kyushu and from small officials, but it looks like large troops are preparing to land in Busan. Sanwoo inquired how large. The chief replied about 4,000 men. If you include the reserve forces, about 6,000. Sanwoo replied that he had heard the population of Kyushu was smaller than on the other islands of Japan, but there are more people than he expected. The chief replied, although the Yamato Guild had absorbed Kyushu, but they had only used ninjas and destroyed their head. Sanwoo clarified that the Kyushu side had not lost many men. He replied that that was their strength, which could be a weakness. The company boss thought this was his chance to show the Necromancer his abilities. He told of the fact that there was no battle between the Yamato and Kyushu forces. This shows that they lacked combat experience. The reason Japanese soldiers were feared at the time of the Japanese invasion of Korea was because of the vast combat experience of the Japanese. Sanwoo thought for a moment. It sounded optimistic. The number of troops wasn't a problem. 4 or even 6,000 men wasn't such a big number. It's not even close to the pirates of the Red Revolutionary Army. The problem lies in the skill of the Japanese server players. Since the world has become a game, levels and items matter. Combat skills as well as number of troops are not important. Even Jisa, who can stand alone against 100, was sent away with one item. He wondered if they had not fought with other people, but had organized a sweep of a large dungeon, their level would have risen significantly. Be that as it may, it was too early to draw conclusions. Sanwoo ordered his superior to continue gathering information. And I added one more thing. No matter if it's with an in-game item or something else, we need to find a way to quickly travel to Busan. Sanwoo thought Han Kang-sok and the king of the Great Mountain Range could move like this, so there was definitely a way. On leaving, Sonu said that they should be able to react if there was a problem. The supervisor asked what about payment. Sunwoo looked back and said he saved his life. He didn't think it was enough. He agreed. Sanwoo saddled the wyvern and flew away. The head of the hunting company looked on with his subordinates and said how cool he was. Back in Suwon, Seonwoo gathered his cronies and reported the invasion of Busan from the Japanese server. Even though it's not the entire server but Kyushu's army, he wants Busan to know about the planned invasion. But it'll be a problem if the enemy finds out. Hanho replied that it was easy. He would just leave a hidden comment on the old Hwaran guild post in Busan. Sanwoo thought, why when it comes to something like this guy is quick to find a reasonable solution. A minute later, a reply came. They thanked me for the warning. They are watching the Japanese north. They have the strength and intelligence to defend themselves. Hanho was angered by the cold answer, especially the last sentence. It seemed to him that it was addressed to them as well. Kensu replied they only said they weren't going to antagonize, but the Hwaran are the devil's faction. They may have ill feelings toward them. Hanho sighed and said that they had done their best. Hopefully the Hwaran guild would be on the lookout. Father and Kensu discussed whether there would be enough coastal artillery for defense. Hanho exploded with indignation. He shouted that of course not, there are many ways around it. Sanwoo said not to worry about the rest. They'll just prepare in their own way. As he thought, they would have to develop their own unique path to victory. Meanwhile, the 3rd Ninja Division stood before Chief Okata Akira. He ordered us to start infiltrating Busan. He said not to disappoint him this time. They launched an assault kite. It additionally activated a small invisibility effect. More ninjas have activated Unity of Mind. The skill allows them to hear each other's voices from a distance. The scouts reported reaching the coastline. The Koreans have put up so much artillery. Looks like they put a lot of gold in it, but no one found them. If you get close enough, the fleet will go down. The ninjas decided to land on a mountain near Busan. The head gave permission to lower the altitude. They landed in a pretty good spot. They looked around and decided the space was the perfect size. The team leader ordered a hypergate to be installed here, asked how long it would take. The subordinate replied that infusing mana in large quantities was not an easy task. It would take at least 12 hours. They activate a bi-directional portal that lasts for 10 minutes. It allows for the safe movement of large numbers of troops. The Japanese invaders hoped that the Evolution Society would soon support their plan. They would spray poison gas in Busan. The Japanese will take advantage of the chaos. If the gate can be safely activated, the plan is a success. We must remember the failure of the 2 divisions and not let our guard down. In 12 hours, they will strike and destroy the entire World Tree faction. Meanwhile, on the streets of nighttime Busan, the rat men of the Evolution Society had already started opening pots of abyss breath. In Suwon, Seon-woo and his comrades were looking at the guns and reasoned that if the battle was to be fought in Busan, they would have to figure out how to move the siege guns. Even if using inventory 10 guns is the limit, but there are many more. In the future, the number of guns will increase. Sunjin Kim said there's also a giant undead wyvern. We could unload everything on its back, or place modified crossbows on it. But Sun Woo replied using a flying object for close-range combat is pointless. Hanho entered the conversation. He suggested a strategy of pelting everything with arrows and ballistae while in flight. He was delighted with his thoughts, and he also said they could put the mace of the Thunder God on her back. Sunjin Kim smiled and replied that Mr. Hanho was good too. Next, Hanho proposed a transformational fusion, Dryogan Reaper fusion. Sanwoo closed his eyes, listening to all the nonsense Hanho offered. He demanded to try it now. Meanwhile, the prisoners were talking in the dungeon. Nuna said that no one was watching them, and that's what happened. Yui Jin replied that the great battle is about to begin. No wonder everyone is busy. Jin asked. She thought they would pay attention to the captives of the fallen guild. Nuna replied that they were not just prisoners. They were skilled men who posed no small threat to the Necromancer. The 3rd prisoner said so this commotion is in preparation for battle, and there are no guards here. Jin asked what he was doing. The 3rd prisoner broke free of his shackles and said it seemed like a good time to escape. He easily freed the rest of the captives as well, and they headed for the exit, easily overcoming the guards. Nuna said he took the guards too easily, even though they attacked covertly. Jean replied that he knew this man was unusual, but this was beyond all his expectations. The third prisoner asked Jin which way the armory was. He'd seen it a bunch of times while Hanho was dragging him back and forth. Jin had wondered if Hanho had tried to bribe him, but it didn't work. The third prisoner asked if these two would get out, then take revenge on the third faction. Nuna replied that she wasn't so attached to the guild to go take revenge on the Necromancer. Most of the members were rude and the master smug. Jin resented that this guild master was the one who saved them. Even though he had done bad things, he had also done good things. He's just the kind of person you usually see in a world like this. Jin asked the third hostage, the guildmaster or head he serves, what kind of people they are. Do they have any similarities? The third prisoner replied that though he was not the one he served, he was the worst for him. The prisoners came to the armory. Jin said that the weapons taken from the prisoners should also be here. Nuna asked for her heroic level bow back. The third prisoner replied that he would find his sword first. Entering the warehouse, the captives saw Sonu Hanho and Raidi waiting for them. Nuna screamed how they got here. How did they know the prisoners were coming? Jin immediately hid behind Hanho's back. He replied that his favorite brother Wu Jin had informed him. Nuna screamed that Jin is a traitor, acting like an innocent student, but he's pulling dirty tricks like that. Yui Jin replied to Nuna that a gentleman doesn't go into dangerous places. She should think sometimes. It's a lot to hope for leniency, and here she is trying to run away. There's no reason to attract hate. Hanho put his arm around Jin and said, "Good brother." Nuna thought he'd been spoiled by the creature. Sanwoo turned to the third prisoner, calling him by the name Suzuki Ren. The captive asked how Sunwoo knew his name. He asked if it was the sword he was looking for. Hanho said even as he was running away, he was trying to find it. This must be a credit course. Sanwoo gave him the sword and told him to take it back. Hanho shouted what he was doing. Jin said it was the act of a gentleman. Sanwoo said he didn't want to hear Suzuki Ren call him a coward. He returned the gun. After that, Sanwoo ordered Right to destroy the enemy. The battle began. Hanho thought for a moment. He ordered Suzuki's destruction after he returned his sword to him. Sanwoo wasn't someone who would do anything unnecessary. Watching the battle, Hanho exclaimed that this was a great item. He's superior to Pravik. Sanwoo replied, "It's not an awesome thing. It's not even an item at all. It's just an ordinary katana." Hanho was very surprised. Pravik is using the boss monster's weapon that was modified by Mr. Inho, and the enemy can still fight back. If it's a regular katana, it should break on the first strike. Instead of a direct strike, he reduces the force of the blow with a perfectly calculated angle and force. His sword technique is unusual. Hanho said his skill was excellent. He was worried about the right-hand man. Sunwoo said he'd seen enough. He summoned his army of the undead, said it was time to end it. Surrounded by the undead, Suzuki Ren dropped his sword and said he was surrendering. Nuna yelled that destroying her was cowardice. Sanwoo replied, not saying it would be one-on-one. It's also his ability, and he wasn't going to destroy them. From now on, he said Hanho would look after them. Woojin is a good example. He should do well. Hanho replied that he wasn't sure. Pointing at Suzuki, he said that kid was dangerous. Sanwoo reassured him that he needn't worry about his own skin. He's not destroying people. He only disabled the guards. Suzuki Ren was very surprised that a necromancer could even know about him. Hanho wondered what he had learned from the ninja skeletons. If there was a problem in the future, Sonwa should take responsibility. The next day, the wyverns were armed after all. In the square, the necromancer summoned the zombies and began a test flight. Target confirmed. The faction inventors were pleased with the result of the firing. Success on the first try. A few problems are about to be profiled. The sergeant said their team would continue to research the giant undead's enhancements. But it's worth not attaching the Thunder God's mace. It's just so freaking huge. Sanwoo asked the sergeant if there was really no way. He asked him to back off. Hanho, meanwhile, was walking his prisoners. Suzuki, seeing what was happening, thought that the World Tree faction was strong. The difference in the information he received and the power he saw was enormous. It was a small group, but it was the quality of the ranks and the synergy that made it possible. Sunwoo said he's leaving the rest to Sergeant Kim. The Korean server emergency event has begun. Hanho indignantly shouted the event PE out of the blue. The server quest is the first Korean-Japanese battle. Sanwoo asked if Hanho had looked at the Pusan community. He said he forgot because they said they could handle it. Taking the phone in his hands, Hanho shouted that they say there was an attack on the Hwaran Guild faction. The situation is similar to Yongdongpo. They retreated to an alternate front due to a well-coordinated attack. This is a Japanese server. Hanho was angry that the Hwaran Guild said they'd handle it themselves. He knew what would happen. Sunwoo realized that the attack had been carried out with Evolution's support. As for the Hwarans, apparently they had no choice but to abandon their base and run away. Hanho resented it being called the Korean-Japanese battle. It's not even an entire server, it's a regional conflict. The system just supports it. Sonwoo confirmed it. But the truth is, it's a trap they can't escape. The creature called the Creator seems to be enjoying it. The system says that the attacker chooses the event Total Combat Capture Duel. The Japanese server chose Duel. Hanho read that both servers have chosen a duel. Each side must present a great warrior. The winning server will receive a buff. They chose to duel. Sergeant Kim commented because the Hwaran Guild wants to quickly retake the position. Sonwoo wondered if this meant that the Yamato Guild was confident in their individual fighting abilities. The Japanese server has submitted the Great Warrior Way of Yamato for dueling. The warrior of the Korean server has not been determined yet. Suzuki Ren saw the name of the holy sword Okata Akira, realized this is what he had planned for him after sending him to Suwon. Okata Akira, the head of the Yamato Guild, approached the Korean server. He said he's not interested in small-time players. He wants the leader of the Necromancer World Tree. Okada said if he wants to save the Korean server, let him go. He will prove with his sword the incompetence of Necromancer as well as the fallen people here. At this point, the official broadcast channel of the Korean server versus Japanese server had gained over 13 million viewers. And then the system wrote that the great warrior of the Korean server, Jang Hyun-min, was introduced. Hanho Red said eventually Guildmaster Hwarang stepped forward to duel. Sunwoo pondered, the 9th in the Korean server rank of Jang Hyun-min. He's one of the strongest with victory over rank 5 raid boss monsters. Even though he's the one who raised the strongest armed forces on the southern part of the Korean peninsula, now he is on the road to ruin. The two warriors appeared at the dueling site. Jang Hyun-min introduced himself as the master of the Hwang Guild that they had attacked like rats. He would punish them and return everything. Okada Akira insulted by saying he's the #1 lowlife of the Korean server. He'll praise the fact that he stood up for an organization that's barely alive, so he'll die painlessly. Akira said to keep his opponent happy. That's the kind of promise he might not keep. He likes to cut it off piece by piece. The duel had begun. Jeon Hyun-ming raised his sword and activated the Reinforcement Protective Armor, Reinforcement Survivability, Reinforcement Holy Protection. The spectators at his side cheered. A full paladin buff from the beginning of the battle. This is the path to victory for the Guildmaster. The enemy asked snidely if he was done. Or should he wait a little longer? Hyun-min replied that he wasn't finished. He will when his head is off his shoulders. Okada said that phrase was a little outdated. Yes, and it's a dream he won't realize. Jan rushed to the attack. The system wrote a divine clash had begun. He began to use the Island Wind Refraction lightsaber in turn, but the enemy was able to repel all the attacks. Jan was setting himself up to stay on his feet with defensive strength and willpower. He held a legendary sword with astonishing attack power. Thanks to the thick armor, it can take a couple of hits. You only need to hit the enemy once. But a moment later, Hyun-ming's support group was shocked that he had been shot through the armor. It can't be. It's their guildmaster. In the end, the victory went to Way of Yamato from the Japanese server. The victory buff increased the attack power by 30% for 2 hours. He reached out to Necromancer on the broadcast, said if he was watching he should look into it. Okada said he's going to destroy the players on his server. Better find him soon before he gets bored. After the duel, a free battle lasting 2 hours began. The guild, deprived of a leader, retreated. Hanho was amazed. He asked Sonwoo if the rancher duel was really over so quickly. Kensu told Sonwoo they've received a message from the Liberation Guild. They're planning a possible attack on Busan. They want him to participate. Sonwoo realized that in a defensive stance, they could not fight off the foreign forces that continued to attack, but replied to tell him that they would soon reach Busan in accordance with their invitation. He thought the solution was simple. He needed to be confident in his performance so the others couldn't easily attack. The problem is how they will move. A car pulled up to the Suwon settlement. Seonwoo was told that they had a guest. The late guest was the head of the hunting company. He reported that he had accomplished his task. Sunwoo announced that they could move out. I thought they had the tickets to Busan in record time. Meanwhile, there was a meeting going on in the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor was saying that they needed to fight against other people's servers that were infringing on them. Ordered Minwi to call out the troops and mobilize all allies to fight back. He said in case of an emergency, they'd have to get to Busan on their own. If the Hwarans can hold out, they'll be able to hold the line of defense. Lee Kun-hong became indignant. He asked if they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hwarang Guild. He shouted that they were all from the Devil faction. They are the enemy. They can't see the problem as a national one. We must take into account the sacrifices made in the confrontation between the factions. Cheon replied that there was no time to argue about the enemy faction. The problem is the system. It feels like it's leading the Korean server to destruction. One of the attendees commented that there have been a lot of bugs in the system since the World Quest began. Recently, big quests have been bringing a negative atmosphere to the Korean server from both inside and outside. In order to survive, we need to keep the server alive. Lee Kan-hong clarified that is, according to Manhwa, it is a cooperation to save the server. Cheon ordered the surrendered members of the Devil faction to be notified of their participation, release them from detention, and tell them that he is willing to pay what they are worth. He also urged the guild heads present to cooperate to get everyone out of this dangerous situation. They agreed. The prosecutor wondered why the system corralled them like prey. It's only because the third faction is from here. In that case, Angel Demon and the third faction can join forces, uniting players beyond the faction. That is its purpose. A special faction quest has been sent down. You must use Chaos and destroy the Necromancer. Otherwise, rank points will be reduced. The prosecutor lamented even at times like this, they do things like this. This quest doesn't help achieve his goal at all. When Sanwoo destroyed the statue, said the end, as the result of being a puppet in the hands of the unknown, cannot be good. Their name is Absolute Factions. The prosecutor knew now they would be shackled. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The Hwaran Guild's gate was reinforced with a protective barrier and magic iron. The warriors realized they could fight no more. The enemies surrounded them and approached from all sides. The people were desperate. If their master hadn't died so suddenly, they might have had some hope. Now, they were doomed. Master was the alpha of the Hwaran Guild. Deputy wasn't surprised that everyone had lost the will to fight after such a scene. One of the warriors yelled that it's not over. If we hold out a little longer, we'll have a chance to choose another type of event. They will choose to duel and use the remaining time to retreat to another territory, while other types of combat are forbidden during the event. The interlocutor asked if he thought they'd make it. There's not much time. He replied that he suggested that they turn upside down and die. But then everyone froze when they heard a strange sound. It was the enemies who had managed to break through the barrier. The enemy army was advancing straight towards the campus. They're definitely doomed now. At least they did the best they could. They didn't think they'd die so humiliating deaths. Live. The whole world will see them die, and there's nothing they can do about it. They're sure all rooting for the ninjas and samurai. My buddy tried to calm me down, said they weren't strong enough, nothing to be ashamed of. Another warrior cried out that it wasn't fair. His grandfather died during the occupation of Korea. He just can't die the same way. The other asked what he wanted them to do. They prayed, hoping for some kind of miracle. At that time, explosions were heard on the way of the invaders. The enemy did not realize what it was. Incendiary arrows began to rain down on them in a steady stream. The head commanded them to raise their shields. But the shields were no salvation. The incendiary arrows were jammed into the shields, and an explosion occurred. The opposing squad was stunned. Someone shouted to block the arrows. Someone was screaming for help. The warriors looked out the window and couldn't figure out what was going on. They did it. They looked up at the roof from where the stream of arrows was coming from. There was something standing there. It was a Vacha. The undead walked down the city street with their bony paws. Havaran's warriors shouted that it was him. He's here. At the head of the procession sat Anubis on a giant skeleton. The system reported that physical abilities were degraded due to unknown energy. Okada watched the broadcast in his apartment. He grumbled about what a pathetic fight this was. The attackers had a 64% chance of winning. He said even though it's an event doubt, the system came up with a special prize drawing. The absolute defeat of the Korean server in the voting. This proves that the whole world recognizes the superiority of the Japanese server. The reaction of the viewers is not bad. If you ignore possible real intentions, they support Japan in the chat room. Arahata-san reported that the mission to eliminate the Necromancer and Hunter's company had failed. Akira replied everything was fine. On the whole, it was even better. The whole world is watching them. They can't end the fight on such a low note. They need a grand finale. They will take the Necromancer's head as a trophy and show the world what the Yamato Guild is capable of. If you think about it, since the attempt to destroy the Necromancer failed, that means Ren Suzuki is dead. The one who answered sent him with a unit to ensure a safe retreat. He has no instinct to destroy. The Necromancer must have destroyed him. Okada said thoughtfully that he wanted to get rid of him after the mission anyway. The Necromancer had given them a good chance to get away with it. They worked and hunted together for a long time. He's ashamed he even sent him to his doom. Arahata-san replied that he was sure he would be proud of what he had contributed to the prosperity of the Yamato Guild. One of the warriors turned to the Blade Master and informed him that someone had decided to please them. The Necromancer had arrived. Okada was pleased at last. Anubis looked at the invaders and thought that despite the surprise attack, there were still many of them. The fighting spirit does not seem to falter. Veteran warriors. They have the best items of any group I've ever fought. Must have fought monsters and not encountered warriors between players. That's when Anubis used the creation of poison clouds. The invaders shouted a rain warning and everyone put on raincoats. The senior groups commanded when they destroyed someone to use the utilization skill so they couldn't explode. There were orders to watch the sky. If you see wyverns, activate the protective barrier and freeze their wings with a spell. They tried to freeze the biggest one before they got too close. Stay together and move forward systematically. Don't scatter even if there are plenty of explosions around. Watching all of this, Anubis noted they were well prepared to fight him. He could usually take out a group of enemies at a time if they were in a pile. But their strategy is to prevent the use of mass damage attacks by sticking together and optimally dividing duties among themselves. Anubis knew that such a strategy would only give them a few extra minutes. No matter how hard the enemy tried to stop the undead, they kept coming. The Japanese shouted that everyone should stick together. Anubis has always defeated his enemies slowly but surely. The longer the fight lasts, the greater his advantage. With players who can be resurrected, they have to withstand a relentless onslaught for an hour. They're trying to destroy the Necromancer. The tactic of destroying everyone and freezing them so they don't live has no recovery. Even after expending large amounts of mana, they have to stop them. And then the ground shook under their feet. They thought it was an earthquake, but then Imuji, the Dragon King, appeared from the ground. The enemies screamed that the Necromancer had miscalculated. He shouldn't have summoned such a huge monster here. It keeps crashing into buildings. There's no way he's going to be able to stand up here anyway. The invaders decided to let it crawl right in front of them and then freeze it. But to their surprise, the serpent simply stopped, blocking their escape route. Meanwhile, the wyverns were returning. The flying skeletons started throwing rocks at the enemies. They activated a protective barrier. Anubis in turn set about creating a golem. A couple seconds later, the Necrogan and the enhanced Necrogan MK2 arrived. The opponents imagined that at first glance this bipedal mechanical servant of the Necromancer was strong. But they're fakes. The surface is rough and unpolished. The drive mechanism is disgustingly designed. Necrogan's design constrains maneuverability and complicates construction. Japan has been known since ancient times as the home of super robots. There's no way this cheap knockoff can stand up to the greatest technology. Watching Necrogan's movements, the enemies laughed and decided that he realized he couldn't win and decided to run away with his tail between his legs. The Japanese were snickering at the idea that a giant robot could do a somersault even without the vernier motor. Such an obvious fabrication. The first Necrogan addressed the boss. The second replied that he was listening, said, "Let's get started, brother." But then the smile on the faces of the enemies disappeared. The Necrogan ripped a whole chunk off the ground. What he's doing? Meanwhile, the level of poisonous water had already reached the ankles of the opponents. Anubis thought it was Busan. There are mountains all around. Most universities are located high up in the mountains. If you restrict rainwater runoff, it starts to accumulate, and now it's rising too fast. The enemies realized they had to leave. Necrogan offered his brother to show the lowly creatures what would happen to those who dared insult them. The other replied it would be done. The Necrogan retaliation attack began. They were raising the ground around the enemies. The water was getting bigger and bigger. Japanese reinforcements began to approach from the back of the Necrogans. They couldn't lose their advancing forces, yelling to bring antidotes to save the vanguard. Anubis said they had chosen the worst possible scenario and ordered the flood to begin. Opponents attempted to blow up the Necrogans. The blast was deactivated, but it caused a toxic tsunami. The wizards on the wyverns used a freezing spell to give the water a direction. Even a small stream running down the mountain would be unstoppable. The enemies intended to drink the antidote and swim to safety. Thanks to their physical stats, they would survive safely. But to their surprise, huge toothy skeleton fish appeared in the water. Anubis said they were a bunch of amateurs. That's what happens when you lose your cool in a fight. Hanho said, just look how nicely they're bobbing around in there. Keep pushing them until they're completely wiped out. But then I got a message that the free battle was over. I had to choose the second game event, Total War Capture Duel. The system reported that the defending side was introducing a new Necromancer Great Warrior. Okata appeared in front of him as a projection. Said Necromancer appeared here in response to his invitation. If that's the case, there's one way out. I suggested we choose a dueling event. Said it's time to prove to the world that if the truth is in him, he has the power to overcome. He needs to show it. Anubis responded by telling him not to talk nonsense about dueling. The Korean server chose the total battle event. On the battlefield, 1 minute will be limited. Then every 10 minutes, it will be reduced. It will last 1 hour. There was a scolding from the drone. Okada shouted for him to come and show him what he was worth, but he chickened out. And then the drone was shredded. Anubis replied, there was only one way to show what he could do. It is to tear his enemies to pieces the way he does best. The system says the battle area has been determined. It's all of Busan. After reading that the area would shrink by 5,000 square meters in 10 minutes, Anubis asked where they stood. Meanwhile, the Liberation Guild was preparing their battle cannons. Gu Ansok, running around with a pile of blueprints, wailed. Who would have thought that a battle required such tremendous preparation? He wanted it to be over. Now that the rivals had broken through so much, it was only a matter of time before they came for them. An yelled to the heads of the other guilds to see if they were watching the stream from Busan. They have a lot of work to do. Lee Kang-hoon replied that it was a battle stream. The genre had just changed from military to full-on slasher horror. The Japanese, surrounded by the undead, asked for help. They didn't want to die. And the territory will start shrinking in a minute. Sunjin Kim reports that they've tracked down and eliminated all enemies in the north. The west is also clear. Reaper and Anubis's activation time was running out in 14 minutes. He said he was afraid he wouldn't be able to fight the Blade Master because of this. Okada Akira was fighting off the undead. Anubis said this guy's a monster. He can't help but recognize that. He summoned a huge army of undead to contain him, but they just provided him with a little extra time. If he had agreed to a duel, if Okada was a swordsman like Jisoo, Anubis would have lost his head before he realized what had happened. Hanho asked Sonwoo if he was going to fight Okada. He was already tired of fighting the endless undead. One could take advantage and strike. Suzuki Ren said he was faking it. It's impossible for a Blade Master to be tired. If they rush to attack without preparation, it's the last thing they'll do. Hanho said he was suspiciously docile. Technically, that's what they brought him here for. Suzuki replied that everyone would be malleable if they had a sword poking them in the back every second. Anubis looked around and said all was well. Except for the few remaining fighters on their feet, all of the Blade Master's supporters had been wiped out. The Korean server won the all-out battle. The winner's buff has been applied to them. Defense bonus activated for 1 hour. The representatives of Havarin's guild discussed not thinking that the Necromancer would come to their aid after being so harsh with him. Maybe he does have a good heart. They were thinking of joining the World Tree Camp. Anubis realized that the only thing left to do now was to get rid of the Blade Master. He waited for the Necromancer to come. One of Hwaron's warriors shouted that there was more to it. He picked up the phone and said to watch the streamer. There were several heavy lift ships heading toward the coast of Busan. Sonwoo knew he had a few minutes left in Anubis mode. He wouldn't be able to keep fighting for that long. There are only 30 people from the World Tree Camp with him, and most of them are supportive types. One of Hwaron's warriors approached Necromancer and said that he is now the chairman of the Korean server. They obey his orders. The other said he's sure Necromancer will figure out what they'll do. Protect Busan. If he tells them what to do, they'll do it. To everyone's surprise, Anubis told them then to pack their bags. He explained that they can't win this battle. They must leave Busan, go as far away as possible. Hanho repeated for them to go pack their things. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. The Hwaron Guild was the best in Busan. Despite the defeat, there were about 1,000 survivors of the battle. Hanho said more than expected, but everything is in a terrible state. Sun Woo replied that there was nothing to be done. He realized that the effects of the abyss breath dispersed by the evolutionary society were strong. Some were cured by potions, others were sick. The advanced detachment of the Yamato Guild alone was over 2,000 men. The size of the main force would be much larger. Just like Sonwoo thought they'd need reinforcements. They need to increase the distance somehow, Hanho said sadly. If the surrounding area was in their area of influence, they could have requested help from the guilds. Sunwoo was hoping that they could hold the position for the next essentials. They'll use the event to strike. They can't do anything but repeat themselves. Hanho listed an all-out battle capture duel. None of these would give them an advantage. Besides, you have to defeat the Blade Master first, otherwise this battle will not end. They couldn't stop him even by summoning monsters from the nearby dungeons. Hanho approached and asked Ren in a half-whisper if the Blade Master had any weaknesses. He'd had lunch with him when they'd hunted together. Suzuki replied, "So what? Even if there is one with a Blade Master." Sonwoo cut off Suzuki's phrase by saying that the Blade Master doesn't keep his word. Ren said the Necromancer knows a lot about him. He has no choice in the matter. Even before the fall, and afterward too. He never really had a choice. Ren remembered Kyushu, a small dojo dedicated to the way of the sword in a quiet corner of Kyushu's city center. Yuishin Ito Ryu, Hokushin Ito Ryu, and Ito Shoden Muto Ryu. Although they are called like many Ito Ryu cultures in Japan, there is no connection between them. The mentor taught the boy that the sword is a weapon of destruction, just a tool. Even as a tool, its value varies depending on the history associated with it. Their Ito Ryu sword is just such a sword that a wife gave to her husband in the hope that he would return from battle alive. A sword given by a mentor to a student to protect himself in a cruel world. A sword handed down in the hope that the vassal would become a revered man. Although it is only a sword, it contains a soul, so it must be handled with care. But the sword is doomed to break regardless of how it has been cared for. Block cut swings. The damage they take causes them to break, but they can't just let them break. You have to use the sword without damaging it. It's a technique that the boy Suzuki Ren must master from now on. The mentor said to scrutinize your own condition and that of your opponent. Furthermore, hone your skills to the limit for the sword school that minimizes weapon stress. Ren had undergone brutal training since he was a child. Even though it was very hard, he had talent. But that's not what Suzuki chose. One day, his buddy asked him to hurry up. He was late for a meeting with Haruka. Ren hesitated because something like a game window appeared in the sky. He told Kenta about it. They were late after all. Haruka wasn't happy. He and his friends went to an anime manhwa exhibition. Suzuki Ren didn't think it would be so crowded. Kenta said of course there would be so many people here. Even though it's a subculture, it's the best. Haruka asked Ren if he could be here. He seemed to be busy practicing at the dojo with his uncle for the anniversary. Suzuki sadly replied that yes, although it wasn't his choice. His uncle told Ren he had talent. He surpassed his father in Ito Ryu. Uncle was not pleased. After all, Ren is willing to give up training to go out with his friends. The man replied, "What good is swordsmanship in the modern world? The 21st century is the era of scientific civilization. Even honing skills to the very limit through monstrous training to the point of exhaustion where he would be able to apply them." Day by day, the number of official members is also dwindling. There are only 2 left, and he's never once been able to play properly with his friends Kenta and Haruka. Uncle said his father regretted it too. Ren asked him if he wanted someone to inherit the dojo like that. Ren said his uncle doesn't care about him. He only cares about the dojo that's been in the family for generations. After saying that, Ren left. Uncle shouted in vain that the conversation wasn't over. He asked him to come back. So he tells Haruka that even if he has a talent for sword wielding, how to make a living. She replies that Uncle must have had some ideas. Kenta said it would be better if Ren didn't inherit the dojo. He's had it rough since he was a kid. His injuries were killing him. Kita was sure that he actually liked the manhwa and anime more than the sword. Keta said their future wasn't predetermined. He suggested that instead of practicing at the dojo, they become great otaku. Ren thought otaku wasn't a profession. It'd be fun, but there's no money in it. And then there was a message to choose a profession in a fallen world. People were worried about the power going out. They thought it was some kind of event. Ren thought it was an event at first, too. But even inside the building, it can't be that dark with a simple blackout. And then there was a bright flash and a carousel of cards all around. Ren tried to realize the question about professions applied to them. Kenta shouted to his comrades that this happens all the time on manhwa. He told them to pick the cards faster. Ren thought something big was about to happen. We have to pick the card with the most stars. Kenta chose the profession of a fighter and received a pair of wristbands. He put them on, asked what next is getting abilities and pumping on monsters. Haruka chose healer and a staff fell to her. Ren realized that the weapon drops depending on the profession. But why didn't he get any weapons when he chose to be a swordsman? Maybe he made a mistake and picked the wrong one. The lights came on and people realized it wasn't an event at all. Everyone rushed outside. If this is real, there could be goblins or something. There were goblins outside. Someone was calming everyone down. Said there seemed to be a lot of them, but they're just goblins. They'll get over it. But the orcs came next. The people ran away in panic. Complete chaos ensued. Many buildings in the city were on fire. People were panicking. Ren and his friends took shelter in some building. Haruka was crying. Kenta wailed that they were going to die. Why is training for beginners so difficult? Manhwa anime novels. People quickly adapted because they had seen it before, even if not in reality. But there were too many monsters. Even though the people fought back well, the monsters kept appearing where the people were gathered. And judging by the fact that help was slow to arrive, it wasn't just there. We had to find a way to survive on our own. Kenta reassured Haruka, saying that Ren had chosen a profession with a high rank, and he had also dealt with most of the orcs. Suzuki realized that his strength was running out. He fought with the sword he had picked up, but there wasn't much left of it. Ren couldn't use anything but his sword, and he couldn't choose a skill card that appeared when he leveled up. There must be some bonuses with so many restrictions. In a situation like this, a 5-star Blade Master was like poison. It had been 5 days since the world had fallen. Ren thought he had to make a choice if he wanted to survive. They were sleep-deprived, and it had been a long time since they had run out of water and food. They didn't have the strength to keep fit. On the other hand, because the number of people had decreased, the monsters were scattering. As far as Ren was concerned, he could have gotten out of here even without a gun, but he couldn't. He had no choice. His friends were telling Ren to get out of here. He yelled that he was even talking. Kenta clarified that he wasn't saying to leave them and run away. But Suzuki can get out and find someone to help them. Since the monsters can't find the humans, they started beating each other up. Perhaps because they are the only ones who survived, the monsters don't come anymore. Kenta said that if the 2 of them stayed together, they could hold out until he came. Haruka also told him to leave. Ren thought it was bullshit. Given the state of the city, how's he ever going to find survivors? Even if he does find them, they won't help in a place crawling with goblins and orcs. Kenta wouldn't give up. He kept convincing Ren that he had to survive. He realized that Kenta also knew the plan was ridiculous. The boys heard the monsters screaming. They looked out to see what was going on. The monsters ran to one place. Ren told Kent and Haruka that the rescue team seemed to be here. The guys ran outside. Ren asked how many people were on the rescue team. Haruka said that it seemed like all the monsters in the neighborhood went that way. Kenta suggested moving slowly to avoid attracting monsters. The orcs fell one by one. Suzuki saw that it was his father who had defeated them all. He saw Ren and was glad he was alive. Father said, "Right, son, we'll not be killed by these things." Ren asked. Father came alone. It wasn't the rescuers. The friends rejoiced that they were saved. Haruka cried tears of joy. But Ren wasn't the only one rejoicing. He saw the blood. The wounded father fell into his son's arms. Kenta asked, he fought the monsters while his body was in that condition. Dad said he was afraid he wouldn't see Ren again, and he stroked his cheek. Ren held his father and yelled that he was joking. He said he was strong. To replied that he wasn't that strong. Even when teaching Ren how to wield a sword, he was afraid. It was the only way for him to survive, so there was nothing he could do but teach his son to fight. The world is changing rapidly, and whether it was right to teach him such skills, I always asked myself if it was an obstacle to the child's development. He raised him alone, but he's at peace now because he taught his son how to wield a sword. The father said thank God his son can definitely survive in this world and went to sleep forever. Dad was right. He had survived well in this world because of his sword skills. He was also well suited for the role of the Holy Sword. His stats increased as he leveled up. He couldn't use skills, but his extraordinary physical stats made up for it. By helping people, he was able to achieve a little fame. People were discussing that the Holy Sword had saved someone from an orc lair and an apartment complex. After another battle, Ren couldn't find Kent and Haruka. That day, he met Okata Akira. He asked, "Is this the same Holy Sword that has been saving people all these days?" He's still a child. Said Ren should be careful if you become recognizable among people. Now, bad people will increasingly attack the famous ones. Suzuki saw his unconscious friends hanging in the arms of the warriors, asked what they were doing. Okada interjected these, said he just wanted to be the only friend of such a celebrity. Ren hadn't thought about people's evil intentions before, how far people could go in an environment like this. Suzuki was filled with rage. He lunged at his opponent with his sword, but he said enough was enough and kicked Ren away. He said Ren shouldn't hunt monster bosses alone. It's decided to hunt together since he said he won't cooperate in the fight. Okado said, although he's gained most of his experience since his last strike, they're close friends. Suzuki understands. Experience, reward, hidden quests. Okada took everything, even his reputation. Now when people see Okada Akira, they say he's the Holy Sword. Talking about how he single-handedly defeated a monster boss, believed he could do it. They said he'd been saving people since the fall. Some still remembered that the Holy Sword must be young, but quickly there were those who wrote it off as rumor. In time, Akira told Arakata that it was time to prepare to say goodbye to his friend. When Hanho heard the story, he said he wasn't too harsh on him because he was just a pathetic guy. He told Sunwoo Ren that he's too much like them, but it's confusing for him. He replied that it's all like a version with a tragic ending. Survivors who have banded together, and the vampires who targeted them, they could be like that too. Hanho replied. Instead, they had nearly died several times on the hunt or in the dungeon. Sunwoo replied that everything went well in the end, so could they be the same? Okado's last order was to help the ninja squad destroy the Necromancer and retreat. Okada Akira said he would free Ren's captive friends Kenta and Haruka. The Necromancer was able to learn this from the memories of a ninja boss of the First Division. The Holy Sword is Ren. At that moment, Sergeant Kim ran in and said that there were enemies ahead. The shape-shifting beasts are making their move. Sunwoo was nervous to hear about evolved societies. Hanho asked, looking up at the sky, something was coming down. It was an airborne unit. Evolution Society on the ground. A squad of ninjas is in the air. They're surrounded. Hanho asked Sunwoo what they should do. Sunwoo said they have wounded, and it would be difficult to retreat with more men. Behind them, the path is blocked by buildings and mountains. What if they hide inside the buildings? Then they'll be trapped and rot alive. That's a new problem. Hanho asked Sunwoo if they could use the Devil's Path. If they used it, the enemies wouldn't have time for them. But even if they survive, the members of the Hwaron Guild and the wounded will die. Sunwoo said they would prepare for battle first. Hanho shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Sunwoo knew he had to stand his ground until he found an opportunity. The ninjas were hit by a hail of arrows. They landed. The team leader ordered the archers off the balcony. The ninjas used the depth bomb skill, and 3 bombs flew into the sergeant with the arrows. Minsok had time to cover the boys and destroyed the bombs with 1 sword stroke. He told the sergeant not to worry and to retreat. The ninjas went on the attack. Minsok said he'd honorably defend this side. The head of the group shouted to get the skeleton out of here and attack Minsok. The others were ordered to destroy the archers first. Minsok shouted that they would go no further and applied the chasm chain. The ninjas have decided to go around this side. First take the roof and then go to the other side. Minsok told Righty to come on. He chained him up and then started him up like a wolf. He swirled among the enemies, dealing damage. They ducked, but not all of them could escape. Senior ninja team leader told you to chill out, baby. A regular skeleton showing off with a divine sword in his hands and knocked his sword away. But that wasn't the right one's only weapon. He pulled out his gun and started firing at his enemies. They shouted going to fight with the gun coward. The sergeant reported to Sonov that it looks like they've stopped the attack on the roof. Most of the first floor defenses have been breached. Sonwoo realized that the situation wasn't good. They wouldn't last long. To top it all off, the main squad of the Japanese server, led by Okata, showed up. Akira said finally they came face to face with the Necromancer. The Korean server warriors said that ridiculously, they destroyed so many enemy soldiers, but their squad is still huge. They're arriving by air again, more of them this time. The sergeant shouted to spare no arrows and destroy them. But the flying enemies began dropping grenades on the rooftops where the archers were. Sonwoo ordered the use of defensive magic. But the grenades had a smoke screen. The Korean soldiers couldn't see anything, shouting for everyone to be careful. Hanho used all his hands. He shouted for the enemies not to touch anyone, but to come straight to him. A sword flashed above Hanho's head. Arahat said behind his back that it was a message to the Necromancer. He would pay with his comrade's head for mocking the holy sword. But Hanho defended Suzuki Ren. Arahat flew back from the blow and shouted that he had betrayed them. Hanho shouted joyfully. They were on the same side now, but Arahat reminded him of his friends. If he wants them to survive, he must destroy his enemies. Hanho's joy was premature. He asked, so they were enemies now. Sonwoo repeated he said if he wanted his friends to survive, asked if the holy sword had not already given the order to get rid of them. The enemy didn't understand how he knew. Sonwoo said he read the mind of the Gato of the 1st Division. The holy sword gave him the order. He no longer needed a dog leash to get rid of them. Ren asked for a dog leash. How could he? Arahat replied, Rina's existence is an insult to the holy sword. Useless trash unable to use even skills. They will get rid of him. Arahat said he thought so too, and launched his destructor skills, threw himself at Ren, but he dodged and killed an enemy he didn't realize how. Suzuki was shaking with rage. He thought about Kent and Haruka. Then Akira shouted. The echo reached all the way to Okato Akira. He lifted his head up and said this voice. So Ren was alive. Now it was getting fun. And then another smoke screen appeared on the roof. Hanho said, understanding Ren's rage. But now they have to stop the ninja. But the one got away. Sun Woo was cursing at Hanho, telling him to stay focused. Enemies are everywhere. He wanted to save Awakening and Divinity for the last resort, but it could not be postponed any longer. But then everyone saw a blue flame. The comrades guessed it was Jisoo. The Necromancer looked happily at Jisa, asking how she ended up here. But then a squad of Crusaders appeared in front of him. They reported that they were ready for battle. Sonwoo was hit even harder by the Liberation Guild. Cheon himself has appeared. The temple territory is declared in this area. All allies automatically receive a healing effect. Kanhun commanded to charge. Ansok shouted to wipe them off the face of the earth. Jisoo said luckily they weren't too late. Hanho asked how they managed to get to Busan. Jisoo explained that she had finished the quest. She asked the Mountain King for help after hearing about the situation in Busan. The king of the mountain range gave Jis a deforming stone. Sun Woo used the same item to travel to Busan. It's not the kind of thing that's easy to get. There's no way he just gave it away. Sunwoo asked Jisa if she had taken the Crusader team with her. She answered that she thought the team needed reinforcements, because among those who could help them, the Crusaders were the strongest. Sunwoo sighed, answered correctly they were on the verge of death, and they really need help, wounded troops from the attack. The time for free battle has come to an end. Now, must choose the attacker Japanese server Total War Capture or Duel. Okada rejoiced. Finally, they wouldn't escape this time. He would smash them. Come out, Necromancer. Both servers chose to duel. The great warrior of the Japanese server is the Way of Yamamoto. The Korean one is still unknown. Jisoo asked, this game destroyed a Hwaran guildmaster. Sunwoo replied, yes, the consequences would be dire. Jisoo asked if she could come out. Hanho shouted excitedly that this guy wasn't kidding. Sunwoo knew that this scene suited Jisoo better than him, but he wasn't sure Jisoo would win, but he had no choice but to trust her. Sunwoo asked if she would be okay. Jisoo replied confidently that a one-on-one duel with an enemy in which no one could interfere was ideal for her. She took out a box, said it was a gift that would be perfect for him. He said it was a wonderful gift. It's a Shadow King necklace. A message came back that he had amassed a collection. The reward is the Shadow King's crown. Jisoo asked Sonhwa to mark her as a great warrior. She will finish this game. Sun Woo pointed out Jisoo. The system wrote once the battle begins, other battles will be banned. The offender will be declared dead. Okada Akira was very angry not seeing the Necromancer in front of him. Asked what the hell that thing was. He's so sick of it. He said over and over again that we need a Necromancer, not some slag. Maybe he's not confident enough. That's why he sent someone in his place to die. Jisoo replied that the Necromancer had no reason to leave. She thought it was within her power to take care of the enemy. Okada was furious. He shouted that she was crazy not to see how strong he was. Jisoo replied that she could see him very clearly, but he still didn't seem to see her. Jisoo's aura glowed with a blue light. She said not to let the enemy be afraid. He had only just begun. The duel has begun. Jisoo has activated the hunter's instinct. If the battle exceeds 2 minutes, the hunter's initiator will be available. Her prey was marked. Okada was warned that he was under the effects of the predator eclipse. All senses dulled by 50%. He realized the danger. His cold-blooded willpower restored some of his senses to 40%. And then Jisoo disappeared. But as soon as Okada took a few steps, she attacked. Akira thought for a moment. It's the ability to appear instantly when reading an opponent's movements. It's that tracking of footsteps. The enemy laughed, shouted, so she's not a slag. Jisoo answered correctly. Try as hard as you can. The battle began. After a few attacks, Okada realized that her physical strength numbers were unusual. Jisoo said in contrast to her arrogant behavior, the opponent is quite weak. Now Okada went on the attack, using step tracking and the 5-dragon fragment. He asked how his punches were. That's right, it's not bad. That's what you call real sword skills, not the direct attack of a wild boar. Han Ho shouted indignantly, how dare he call Jisa a wild boar? Even though she was stronger than a wild boar, she was still a woman. Okada said it's her turn to attack. There's more to show him. If there is, show him. Jisoo replied to show him more. If he saw it, he would die. Okada laughed out loud, asked boasting at every turn a feature of the guys. Said that after taking a few sword strokes, he analyzed her. She's an empty shell swinging a sword with power, but no fighting technique. Akira went on the attack. Said it would be the end of her. He was impressed with the step tracking skill, but it hurt to watch her use her sword. At this moment, he thought a few swordsmanship tips from Suzuki Ren would be helpful. He could see what she was missing in her movements. Okata used the sword of the Northern Comet in conjunction with a single chopping swing of the blade, but that was nothing compared to the skills. Jisoo easily deflected all the attacks, and said it's been 2 minutes. The initiator of the hunt was now available to Jis. She commanded it to begin. Stats increased by 60%, attack power by 50%. Okada didn't realize what was happening. He wondered in horror what he was even facing right now. It's not her movements, it's not that her sword skills have increased, it's that the opponent has changed. Jisoo's speed was so fast that Okada had no opportunity to counterattack. Her movements are hard to analyze. He'll lose to someone who doesn't even know the basics of swordsmanship. Is it possible to defeat an elephant? He remembered Ren's words. Would a warrior who had honed his sword skills to the limit be able to defeat an elephant? Okada asked what he meant. Ren replied that they were lucky in the dungeon, but one should avoid opponents with extremely high abilities. Akira replied that it was perfect for him fighting with only sword techniques. But it's different when you can use skills. You can even beat an elephant with them. The convenience is that you can use the skills the moment you learn them without training. This power is something you couldn't even dream of despite having used a sword all your life. Akira has gained amazing sword skills thanks to his dungeon leveling. At that moment, he was sure that there was no elephant that could stand up to him. Suzuki replied that it was interesting, but there would come a time when he would meet a real elephant. And now Okada thought he had to retreat. First, one must get out of this fierce barrage of blades. He used the sword of the Northern Comet, but he still couldn't get out. He had to think of something else. He lacked speed. The damage was accumulating throughout his body. Akira was on edge. Just then his blade flew out of his hand and fell. Okada asked how it happened. She only managed to overpower it with brute physical strength. Jisoo replied that she warned him he would die if he saw more. Akira said an elephant is a girl with brute strength. Jisoo shouted who he called an elephant and swung her sword. The system says that a player from the Korean server has won. He is awarded a victory buff. The attack power will be increased for 2 hours. The warriors of the Japanese server were shocked. They shouted that there was no way the Holy Sword could lose. The members of the Liberation Guild were cheering. They shouted that they had won. They had defended Busan. Sonwoo said he knew Jisoo would win. Hanho resented how Holy Sword could call the older one an elephant. Lee didn't doubt her. But then everyone saw the head of the Holy Sword rise into the air. It was regenerating. Turning into a monster, he said that Jisoo had forced him to resort to the last option. He won't forgive her. Hanho asked what it was. It became huge. It's not a human being. It's a skill or a mutation because of the item. Sun Wu told Jis that he'd take care of him now, because dealing with the big guys is his specialty. Sun Wu shouted to Okado Akira to come over. He'd tear him to shreds. But Jisoo interrupted, said the problem was what was above him. Everyone looked up and saw the rockets. They were flying right at the kids. They yelled for everyone to leave. There was an explosion. There was smoke all around. Sun Wu realized it was the breath of the abyss. His mana amount began to increase dramatically. He couldn't understand why the Evolution Society was doing this. They must know it gives him strength. Mana was building up in his body. Sun Wu said he didn't know what they were planning, but tonight he would destroy them all. And he turned into Anubis. Anubis' awakening time has increased. This is a very powerful breath of the abyss. They have created something on a whole other level. He ordered Jisoo to gather everyone and get them out of here. Jisoo asked what about him. Anubis replied that he would slowly catch up to them watching the surroundings. I thought the Evolution Society wouldn't leave it so easy. Looking around, Anubis spotted the Evolutionary Society werewolves on the roof. They're trying to fill the entire downtown area with the breath of the abyss. But why? So he's not their target. Okado saw about 5,000 members of the Yamato Guild die. He shouted out what the werewolves were doing. Anubis thought, just don't tell him that this madness was originally their plan.